everyone. Good morning and welcome to our fourth annual marathon streaming event. Every year I'm like, whoa, I'm doing this again. So you're going to have 12 hours of me. There are going to be 4 breaks where I will not be here and I'll have special guests taking over, and I'll go over that here. I'm going to go over briefly what to expect, our schedule. I'm putting in the comments, if you don't have it, a link to the full schedule. You can also go on here and you can download a PDF copy via this link as well. But coming up first and coming up in just a minute, I'm going to be bringing Ashley from Wizard Studios on, and we are going to be counting. We're going to count down our top 5 favorite things in TV, film from the year so far. Some of the things, maybe items that came out this year, may not be. I'm not sure. Neither one of us knows our list, so it should be a fun conversation. And then Nicole from Soundtrack Your Life is going to be on to give us our soundtrack for the summer. And then we have some shipping fun with Meg. So Meg will come on. All Buddy fans out there, fans of the ship from 911, will want to tune in for that for sure. And then at 12 p.m. Mountain Standard Time, we're going to be doing a mini pop culture and fandom news episode. Then at 12:30, Carla is taking over for me, and Carla will have a special announcement, but it's going to be Carla's show for a half an hour while I go eat lunch. And then at 1 p.m. Mountain Standard Time, we're going to be doing pop culture trivia with Ashley. Will be back. Carla will be there, and Paula and Jen as well. And then Jen will be sticking around for a mini bubble episode. So a mini streaming bubble episode. And then Paula and Moth are going to be taking over for me for 15 minutes. Give me a little break. And then Paula and Moth are staying on, and I'll be joining them to talk about our favorite Dean Winchester fan works. And then after that, it's a Finn thing. So we are going to be doing a Finn Whitrock screenshot quiz, and then we're going to play clips from certain bits of his roles, and then we're also going to be ranking his hair, so from best to worst. So that'll be a lot of fun. Then we have a little rep mini-sode with Bex and Kim from Big Reputations, and they are going to be talking about Jasmine Crockett. And then Tanya is taking over at 6 p.m. These are all Mountain Standard Time for Tanya's Marxist Corner. So Tanya is always, they are always so much fun. And so they're taking over for me while I go eat dinner. And then at 6:30, it's Christian effing Bale off with Carla. So we are going to rank Christian Bale characters and let you know which one is the best. This will be the definitive ranking. So, it should be fun. And who knows, maybe someone special will show up for that one as well. And then Tiff will be on to join me to talk about some hidden gems at 8 p.m. And then at 8:30 for my final 15-minute break, Tiff is going to be taking over. Then at 8:45, our final panel of the night is a horror thing with Carla, Paula, Moth, and Tiff. And we are just going to be talking about my favorite genre. I've got my co-host back here, Michael Myers. He will be with me the whole entire time. I've also got a smells like she's watching, like she's watching scary movies again candle that I'm going to be lighting there. So we've got that. And then closing prize drawings for our Patreon supporters. If you go to the link that I put there for the schedule, you can also click the support us tab. As long as you become a Patreon supporter by like 9 p.m. Mountain Standard Time, you'll automatically be entered in to win. We've got a game pack. We've got merch from our Redbubble store. We've got a handmade gifts. We've got just a lot of great stuff there. So that is our schedule in a nutshell. And I'm very happy that all of you have joined. Please, and you all should know the drill by now, make as many comments as you want. Ask questions. When we are going over our top 5 in just a second here, please let us know your thoughts, your opinions, what your top 5 have been for the year too. So without further ado, we are going to go ahead and kick it off. So I have little video intros for basically every segment. One I don't have. And so we are going to be bringing on Ashley in just a minute. Hello. So please help me welcome for the first time ever on any of our events. I have been on Doing the Thing, Wizard Radio's Doing the Thing with Ashley Styles before, but I'm so happy to have them here today to count down our top 5 favorite film and television of the year so far. So help me welcome Ashley. Hi, Ashley.
Hey, Aaron, thanks for having me on.
Thank you for being on. I'm so excited you could make it, and I'm excited to have you on later for trivia as well.
Yeah,
I'm
looking
sure
forward to that.
you are excited for that. It'll be
Absolutely.
fun. But thank you so much for joining me. And I have no idea what your top 5 is, so this will be interesting because, Ashley, if you want to tell people a little bit before we get started about what you do with Wizard Radio, because I know you do something totally different than what we talk about usually here.
Absolutely, yeah. So on Wizard Radio at 9 p.m. British time, I do Ashley Styles Live, which is a current affairs and world news show. So we take topics that have been in the news from around the world, and we always try and keep it as global as possible. And we look at them in sort of a bit of detail. So if you ever wondered what's going on in the world, that might be a not such a bad place to start if I can blow my own horn. But I'm also very big into pop culture, into geek culture and stuff. I'm a massive nerd. And so when Erin and I were talking on Doing the Thing about things tangential to, recent pop culture, I was like, I absolutely have to get on board with some of this because it is a great passion of mine.
Yeah, and we talk about current events on this show as well. I think it kind of all mixes together. Pop culture talks about current events too. It can be a great escapism, but it also can have a lot of messages to it. So some of the
Quite.
things that are in my top 5 definitely do. So, yeah. Thank you, Carla. Hi. It is a beautiful morning for a marathon. What time is it there for you right now? It's evening,
It's just
right?
gone 5 o'clock. Yeah, 5 o'clock in the afternoon. But it's bright out. It's bright. It's a nice day.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, well, let's get started. So we're going to start from the bottom and go to the top. And I've told Ashley that she can name 2 things for each number. So I can't wait to hear. What's your number 5?
Number 5. Okay, so what I've done is I've mixed 5 TV and movies. So I have a mixed list of 5 going up. But since I can do 2 for each, I'm actually going to move one of these from my alternates into this. I get a number 5 movie and number 5 TV. So my number 5 movie, and for the record, by the way, most of my stuff I'd really tried to keep from either last year or this year. So late last year or this year. I do have one thing on my list, which is from ages ago, but I think it deserves to be on this list. But we'll get to that. Number 5 movie was Conclave, which I watched last night. Not least because obviously the Papal Conclave happened. It caused something like a 280% increase in streams for Conclave, and it was good. It has lots of twists, including a big twist at the end. I don't know how well they set it up, but they paid it off pretty decently, I thought. And I don't know how much are we spoiling these things? Are we sort of assuming people have seen these, or are we trying to keep it a bit light and bit fresh?
We can try if it's huge spoilers, maybe try and keep it a little bit, depending on how old the thing
I was gonna say,
is.
in which
Yeah.
case for this one, it's relatively new and it would be a massive spoiler. So I'm not gonna say it, but there's a lot of twists, a lot of turns. But it is interesting. If you ever wondered how the Papal Conclave works, it is a not inaccurate depiction of it. Maybe a bit more politics, a bit more sort of like bombshell things, but it was an interesting movie. And then shall I roll into my number 5 pick for TV as well? Or
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. Yeah, and
yeah,
then I'll react to the Conclave one because
sure.
that movie surprised me at how good it
Yeah,
was.
yeah. And the movie I put at number 5 is season 4 of True Detective: Night Country. And I watched season 1 True Detective when it came out, and many times since. It is one of my favorite seasons of TV ever. 2 and 3, I was pretty disappointed by, but season 4 I thought it was a return to form. A lot of people in the intervening years have been like, why can't it just be like season 1 of True Detective? It's never going to be like that again. Just accept that and enjoy the new stuff for what it is. It's different showrunners, different thing. Don't try and be like, why can't it all just be like the first season? It's not going to be. And I thought, I was a little disappointed by the end, I'm not going to lie, but I was along for the ride and I watched the whole thing. So it kept me hooked enough with the mystery. I'm a big mystery fan. You're going to see a lot of that on this list. And it hooked me in and it kept me. So season 4 of True Detective.
Yeah, and that one got a lot of pushback. Frankly, it seemed like a lot of misogyny, but a lot of pushback on it because they didn't I mean, the thing was done, it was directed by a woman, and that was the first time it had been done for the series, right?
Yeah.
Because I have not watched True Detective, which is on my long list of stuff I've got to watch, but yeah.
So season 1 was Matthew McConaughey and Woody Harrelson, and it's very you'd say it's very masculine, right? It's Louisiana, swampy, it's hot, it's very sort of men getting snippy with each other, um, in very well written dialogue. But this was very different. This is completely different setting, completely different tone, and it's got 2 female leads, one of whom is an indigenous one, and so there's a lot of really interesting like cultural stuff. It's set in Alaska, so there's a big disparity between the police who were doing the investigation, the indigenous community who were kind of involved. A lot of very interesting stuff going on there. I think people who were fans of season 1, maybe they were not ready for, but I think that's their loss, frankly, if you weren't willing to get on board with the story.
Yeah, sounds like it. Yeah. Yeah. And then just really quickly, hi, Jen, one of your other future competitors for trivia.
Oh, I can't wait.
Yeah, and Conclave, I just really quickly going back to that because that is too kind of a mystery because there are a few there are more than just one twist in it.
Yeah.
And I watched it because I was trying to watch everything nominated for Best Picture. And I was like, this is going to bore me to tears. I'm not looking forward to it. And I was surprised. I was so into that movie. It was so good. The acting, everything was surprising. So,
Yeah.
oh,
Yep.
I don't know if you're a baseball fan though, but did you
Yes,
all
I'm
know
a
that some
baseball
of the Cardinals watched Conclave as research before going into Conclave?
I presume not the Cardinals. I
Not
mean
the
other
Cardinals. Yeah, the other Cardinals. I
Yeah.
just saw the Cardinals part because of Chicago. And
Yeah. Oh, well, the new pope is from Chicago.
Mhm.
So I think he's a White Sox fan, which sucks to be him.
Thank you. I'm a Cubs fan, so
Yeah. I'm a Mariners fan. We're doing great at the minute. I'm loving it.
Yeah, I'm sure Chicago is just beside themselves that they have. Yeah, although I've seen conflicting reports about that White Sox thing. I saw a
Yeah.
couple people say that he's a Cubs fan.
He's a fan. He could well be. I do know I think he's a Bears fan, at the
Yeah,
very least. So I don't know how
yeah.
they're doing. I don't watch football.
I don't either, but they normally don't do very well, I think. I
Oh dear.
think.
Oh dear. Oh dear.
Yeah, I agree. I agree, Moth. I agree. So they probably all watched it separately,
Yeah.
the actual Cardinals, not like
That.
the baseball team.
Yeah, yeah. In that bit in the movie where they're on like the theater seats, they're probably having a little movie night.
Yes, probably. Well, I'll give my 5. My number 5 is for movie because I have to give Josh Rubin, who is a director and an actor and a comedian. His biggest movie that he has directed, Hard Eyes, which of course is a slasher/romantic comedy, was a lot of fun. And I'm just so happy for Josh that he has found some bigger success and he deserves it. He's a fantastic director, fantastic writer, fantastic human being. He was one of my very first interviews on this show
Oh.
like 4 years ago. And I emailed him and he just said, yeah, I'll come on. So he's a sweetheart and one of the good people in Hollywood. So that's mine. I'm not sure. I know you're not much of a horror fan, right?
I'm a huge horror fan.
Oh, you
Oh,
are a
I'm
huge
sorry. Yeah,
horror
I'm a
fan.
big
Oh,
horror fan.
okay.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Haven't
Okay.
seen that,
That's
but good to know Josh Rubin's doing well because I've been a fan of his since Dropout was College Humor, his comedy stuff.
Yeah.
So I've been
Mhm.
a big Josh Rubin fan a long time.
Yeah, he's a great, great person. So if you are a Josh Rubin fan, I mean, he just directs this. He does have a cameo. But yeah, it's a really, really good one. It's fun. And if for Devon Sawa fans out there, he's in it too. So it's like his return, kind of the horror landscape. And then this is a show that's not really like fictional or anything, but Pop Culture Jeopardy, the branch of Jeopardy that became just pop culture. And they had all these showdowns of teams of 3 people. And it was just, I love pop culture trivia. I'm a geek. It was so much fun. And that was on Amazon Prime. And I was so into that show and was playing along. And it was just great shut off your brain time and escapism, which is so desperately needed right now. So that was so much fun. And I can't wait. I hope it comes back. I don't know if it's coming back or not, but it was hosted by Colin Jost from Saturday Night
Oh,
Live.
just
Yeah. So it was fun. It was a lot of fun. It was more in the realm of like geeks who drink and stuff and not so much. I mean, it was like it was Jeopardy, but not so
Yeah.
much like that. So yeah, I recommend that one.
Oh, neat.
Okay, so what is your number 5?
Number 4, I believe.
Oh,
If
4. Yes, I'm
we're
sorry.
progressing. I'll stay on my 5 picks to get on my alternates in. Yeah. So my number 4 pick, I have one for this slot, and it's also a game show. And I believe this was 2023, but I only watched it relatively recently. It is the new season of Takeshi's Castle. Have you ever seen Takeshi's Castle?
I've never even
Okay,
heard of it.
so you never even heard of it. Okay, so maybe if there's any British people out there, because this is a Japanese game show, and it was originally from the 80s, and it had a huge cult following in the UK. One of our sort of famous comics did like the voiceover for the announcing. Basically it's like a game show where it's like if you got Wipeout in America, or like I guess Ninja Warrior, but it's very silly. And it's all of the contestants in one big team competing against the challenges. And it's very difficult. It's intentionally difficult to the point of being basically impossible to win. In its history, only a handful of people have ever won. And there's no, bitterness between contestants because they're all on the same side. And it's so difficult, but it's just so funny. And they did a new season 2023 with Amazon. They brought back a bunch of the old people. They got some new announcers in as well. It's entirely new people. And the people who are competing on the show are people who grew up watching the show. There's some veterans who were on it like 20 years ago. There's people who've done things like Ninja Warrior and like real hard of these physical game shows doing it. And it is the most low stakes, silly fun you will have watching a show like that. Because a lot of game shows where it gets really competitive, you can get a bit mean and a bit nasty. None of that. It's just pure good vibes. Takeshi's Castle on Amazon. Check it out.
Yeah, I haven't heard that one. And the thing though with Amazon is they need to get better about promoting their shows, and they need to fix their interface, because their interface is so impossible to navigate and to find new things. So
yeah, that's true. Well, I only heard about it because a mate of mine told me. And as I say, it was like a thing in the UK. Like back in the early 2000s, they had the reruns of the old series that came on, because it's originally from Japan. So if it hadn't done the dub, nobody it wouldn't have caught on. But I'm glad they brought it back. It was a lot of fun watching that.
Yeah, I'll have to add that to my list. See, my list is so long. Okay, for number 4, well, keeping it the horror, although I've also got a comedy on here too. But number 4 for a movie is Companion, which I just thought was, I don't know if that's out where you are, or if you've seen that one, Ashley, but
I've seen all the promotional stuff. I haven't seen it yet.
Yeah, it's so much fun, and it's funny, and it's the performances are great. I hate the fact that you kind of know a twist. There's another twist in it, but I hate the fact that you kind of know what it's about before you go into it. But I don't think that takes away too much from it. And I want to say Jack Quaid is such a great actor, and he's so good at playing that like nice guy, quote unquote nice guy, who's really not a nice guy.
Yeah.
He does that so well, and he doesn't care about looking like a good person, basically.
Yeah.
In the movies he does. So he's really good. And Sophie Thatcher, I think, is one of the best young actresses around. So
yeah. Love Jack Quaid. I haven't seen his new movie Novocaine yet, but I want to.
I haven't seen that one either.
It's got him in it, and I'm big on Jack Quaid.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and he's one of those. He's one of the Nepo babies that acknowledges that because he's a Nepo baby, that's a big reason why he's able to have the career he has. So
that's true. It does also help that he's good, which is
that
always
too.
A nice leg up.
Yeah, he's actually good. Yes.
Yeah.
He's fantastic in The Boys, which will be ending this year too. So, which I think is good, but. And then my other one is a comedy that I binged in one day. I took a day off from everything and sat there and watched Mid-Century Modern, which is like a take on the Golden Girls, but it's with 3 gay men who move in together to Palm Springs, California. And that one is on Hulu. And of course, I binged it initially because I love Matt Bomer so much. And he's playing like the Rose character, basically. So he's really funny. Nathan Lane. And now, of course, I'm forgetting his name, but the third one, and I'm so sorry, who plays basically the Blanche character. And I don't know.
Nathan Lee Graham?
Yes. Yes, and
Waking up.
it's oh my gosh, it's so funny. The one thing is there is a laugh track, and that for
Mm.
me was hard because now it's hard to watch shows, New Year's shows with laugh tracks for me.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of a laugh track. Really detracts for me.
Mhm.
But
Yeah.
yeah, Matt Bomer. I'm a fan of his stuff, American Horror Story. So
Yeah.
you know,
Yeah. Yeah, it's a
enjoy that.
different kind of thing for him. So, I think he's having fun, but yeah. Yes. Jack Quaid equals lovable nepo baby. Yep. Okay. Oh, we're at 3. So 3.
Number 3, I got one pick for this as well. This is a TV series, and it is the new series of Reacher. Reacher, I was introduced to by some mates of mine. It's another one that is just good fun. Watching the biggest man you've ever seen also try and be the smartest detective you've ever seen. Alan Richardson has had a real turn since the days of Blue Mountain State. I don't know if you ever saw that. Real kind of like jock comedy show, which I would saw when I was in high school. But he's had a real turn. He's doing a lot more clever stuff recently. And Reacher, if you don't know, is a show based on some books about a former US military policeman who solves mysteries. So it's got a bit of mystery aspect, but it's mostly a big man hitting people. But he's a good guy. He's very much your sort of lawful good, must do the right thing, kind of a guy. But it's a very satisfying show to watch in that respect. But bad people get their comeuppance at the hands of the biggest man you've ever seen. He's just like a square. It's just if you've not seen Alan Richardson nowadays, he's incomparable. His physique. He's like Kingpin from Spider-Verse. He's just a big square man. But it's great. Reach is a good show. Yeah, good fun.
I love that basically, except for Conclave so far, everything on your list is stuff that I need to check out. Like Reacher, we have panelists that love that show and find it to be, because of the reasons you were saying. So it's on my list. And I've heard that this season is really good. So
the only thing
yeah.
I would criticize it for is it does stretch your suspension of disbelief just a little bit with some of the plot lines and elements. But if you don't take it seriously or too seriously, you let it just be its own thing. It's good. It's good fun. It's a good show.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'll have to check that out too. Well, I also only have one for this, and that is another horror movie. I know everyone's so shocked. There is a movie on here that's not really horror, I guess you could kind of call it. And that is The Monkey. I know that people are very mixed on this, but I thought this was the funniest horror movie so far this year. This movie is hysterical. The kills are like, oh my gosh. When you see this, Ashley, which I hope you see it, some of the kills in here are like unlike anything I've ever seen. And they're just so wild. And you just laugh and crack up because they're ridiculous. They're just so ridiculous. There's a pool kill where this woman dives into a pool. And that one was, oh my gosh. And then a closet kill. I mean, it's just all these really fantastical out there things that happen. And I just found it to be a lot of fun. And there's some great cameos that I'm not going to give away, especially in the beginning, a really fantastic one. And I know that people did not like this movie because I think they didn't like how comedic it was or the dark humor in it. But that's why I thought it worked so well. So I really, really loved this one, and I wish it would get more love.
I think you got to
from
go that
people.
line. If you're doing that sort of a movie, you just got to go for it. Make it a
Exactly.
bit ridiculous.
Yeah, it should be. It
Mm.
should be. And I love that they couldn't use the actual the cylinder clapping
Is it like
monkey because
trademark?
it's trademarked. Yeah, it's trademarked.
Great,
by
you love that.
by I believe it's Pixar that trademarked it, so you can't use it. And I'm glad they couldn't because I think it works better doing the drums. So because it just works better with the whole theme of it when it stops is when someone dies. So yeah, I love that one, and it's a quick watch, and it's fun, and it's amusing. So yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, time for top 2. So you're number 2.
Top 2. Well, you shouldn't feel bad about picking horror because my top 2 are both horror.
Yay.
So this is the old one that I picked, but I picked it this year because unfortunately we did lose a titan of horror this year. David Lynch passed away, and it motivated me to finally go and watch Twin Peaks. Now, I have only got up to the end of season 2. I cannot find anywhere to watch Fire Walk with Me for some reason. So I've been forestalled in my journey. I'm not buying the Blu-ray because I don't have a DVD player, so it's not a non-starter. And it's killing me because those 2 seasons, absolutely. If you have not watched Twin Peaks, do not look it up. Do not look into it. Do not spoil yourself. I managed to go in blind, which was way worth it. It's the best show ever. There is such a lull in the middle of season 2, but I got through it because it's worth it because it's such a good show. It is a murder mystery with very surreal elements. If you've not seen it, it's David Lynch's style. It's very surreal horror, but also very small town Americana. It's people living their lives. Everybody's got their own stuff, their own interior lives going on. It features Kyle MacLachlan as one of my favorite characters from any media ever, the weirdest FBI agent except for all the others, who uses dream magic to solve a murder. And yeah, Twin Peaks, very worth it. It's a shame it took David Lynch's passing to get me to get up and actually watch it. But for me, filling in gaps in my fandom knowledge, totally worth doing. Totally worth doing.
Yeah, and that's so sad to me that Fire Walks with Me isn't available anywhere.
It's not on Prime, not on Netflix. What am I going to do?
You'd think, especially with his passing, that it would be.
Yeah. The other stuff all is. The Return is as well. I haven't watched it, though, because everybody says you should watch it in order so you don't miss anything. I need to resolve that.
Sad. Yeah, Fire Walks with Me also has one of the best film soundtracks ever. I love that soundtrack. I remember when Twin Peaks was first out, I was in high school, I believe. Yeah, I'm aging myself. And I was so into that show. And I remember driving. I was with somebody. We were driving and we were down like south from where I was, and it was pouring rain. And we had to pull over because you couldn't see anywhere. And I'm like, I'm not going to get home in time to watch Twin Peaks. And this is when you couldn't stream it. It wasn't available immediately afterwards. And I hadn't set up the VCR to record it. So it was one of those where if you missed an episode, you could miss so much. So yeah, that's a good pick. So yeah, I know the Alamo, which I know isn't over there, but the movie theater chain here, they were doing a whole retrospective of all of his films recently. They did Fire Walk with Me. So
Martha C is saying it's on Max. I may need to check that out. HBO Max.
Oh,
it might be worth subscribing.
It's
20 quid for the Blu-ray. So if it's anything less than that for a month of Max, that may well be worth me doing, because I need to finish this series. I have to know what happens. But on tenterhooks for a month.
Yeah, definitely. Well, thank you, Moth, for letting us know that. So yeah, check that out. Okay, and was that your only one for number 2?
That's my only one for number 2, and I've only got one more for.
Okay. Well, for number 2, I do have 2. One of them is the movie Mickey 17, which I know is another one that a lot of people are mixed on.
I so want to watch that. I love Bong Joon-ho.
Yes, it's so good, and I loved it. And I thought Robert Pattinson was fantastic. Mark Ruffalo is having so much fun. So is Toni Collette, but Toni Collette is always fantastic. And I thought it was great, and a great comment on humans and, us wanting to basically conquer everything and thinking we are the best all the time. And it's a great political send up. And yes, it seems very clear of who Mark Ruffalo is supposed to be portraying. I mean, Mark Ruffalo even joked that when they filmed this, because this was supposed to be released a long time ago when it was pushed back, and Mark Ruffalo joked that when I was doing it, I thought, oh, I'm being way too out there for a fascist. And then he's like, well, I'm obviously not being way too out there.
It's not age great.
But I loved it. I thought it was so great. And I still want a creeper, the little monster things. I think they're adorable, but I thought it was great. And I'm sad that it didn't come out earlier in the year, and I'm sad that it didn't do as well at the box office. So yeah, definitely check that one out. And then my other one is, and it just was renewed for a second season, and that's Apple TV's The Studio with Seth Rogen, which is all about Hollywood. It's very funny, but it's also super, super, super depressing in a way, because that this is probably what the Hollywood system is like. So yeah, I'm sure Seth Rogen has gotten lots of pushback about skewering the studio system, which he definitely is, but it's good. I like that one a lot. Yeah, Carla also liked. Yeah, I
Mickey
really
17,
liked
yeah.
Mickey 17, but it felt a little uneven in parts, but overall it was really good. Yeah, Robert Pattinson was so good. Robert Pattinson is pretty underrated, actually, I think, because of the
Oh,
Twilight series.
absolutely. Yeah. Well, it segues that actually segues kind of to my number one pick, if I may be so bold.
Yeah, go for
Because I
it.
was going to say about Pattinson is I so love that he's doing things that he wants to do. Is that these are more artistic things, more out there. And one of the best movies that I think he was been in is The Lighthouse with Robert Eggers. My number one pick is Nosferatu. Now,
Uh,
if you're not weird with the Eggers train, you might not like Nosferatu. But I really, really enjoyed it. It didn't. There were no twists or turns that surprised me, but I don't watch Robert Eggers stuff necessarily for that. The Lighthouse did surprise me, but I watch it for his filmmaking, his skill, his attention to detail, the authenticity of the periods he sets his movies in, and the way he gets actors to just give you 150% plus. You know, there was a lot of very physical acting in Nosferatu. Some of it was good, some of it was a little bit straining my credulity. Accent choice for Skarsgård was a little bit dubious at the beginning, but I got on board with it. I got on board with it. But those are really nitpicky notes for a movie that I really enjoyed. I think it was a very good and interesting adaptation of the original because Murnau made that movie in the 20s. So, and that is it is literally a ripoff of Dracula. Um,
mhm.
but I thought this stood very well by itself as a film.
Yeah, that's it. I agree. It was so good, and I love vampire films in general, which my number one has a vampire film in it. I love those. And I loved the fact that it didn't go into like making Nosferatu sexy or attractive or anything
Yeah,
like that. That was
yeah,
what I thought was one of the best parts of that movie.
yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it's almost unique in that way because of
Mhm.
how vampires have sort of evolved in the fiction to make him just a literal horrible undead decrepit monster that is still charismatic. He still sways people, but with his dark magic rather than by being sexy. It makes it more sinister in a way.
Yeah, it does. It does. Plus, the great Nicholas Holt is also in it, and
Nicholas, yeah, he was good in it. Yeah, Willem
he's
Dafoe. Yeah,
yeah, and Lily Depp was really good in it too. As
yeah,
and she went through a lot. So I agree,
yep.
and I'm not necessarily completely on board with the Robert Eggers stuff, so I was surprised at how much I loved it, but I did love it. I really did. I really, really enjoyed it, and it was beautiful to look at too. Even in the ugly parts, it was beautiful. So,
Yeah.
yeah, great pick. Well, my number one, and I'm gonna say two. I'll say the TV show first, or the TV miniseries, Adolescence, which of course was huge everywhere. One of the most important shows I've ever seen. One of the best parts about this show, I think, is the fact that even though it is about a very violent crime of a murder of a teenager or young kid, basically by another kid, it doesn't show very much violence at all. And I think that is what is so beautiful about the show as far as that part. It doesn't dwell on the violence. It's all about how so many young men are being taken advantage of. And it's scary. And I think it's fantastic. And the performances are great and everything. Um,
Okay.
and then number one, and I don't know if anything's going to beat this year, but Sinners.
Oh,
Sinners is
I'm only mad because I have not gotten around to
I know.
seeing it, and I've heard everything
I can
about it so
tell.
good. Please, please, please tell me about it because I so want to see it.
It's so good. It is fantastic. Ryan Coogler does such a fantastic, amazing, incredible job. I cannot say enough great things. I think you should go in as blind as possible. I mean, everybody knows by now it is vampires about vampires, but it is so well done and it's about so much more than that. And the music, oh my gosh, the music is fantastic. The score, the blues. There's a scene an hour in that is truly unlike anything I've ever seen on screen before. And hopefully you get to see it on the big screen because it's kind of meant to.
Mm,
And the performances from everybody are fantastic. Just, oh my gosh, it's lush, it's gorgeous, it's telling a profound story about human beings and culture and history and everything. It's hard to say too much without spoiling, and I don't want to spoil any of it for you.
Yeah,
So
no,
really, really, I think you should just go in as blind as possible, which I know is kind of hard with this one, but it is so good. It's so, so, so good. And I hope it is remembered come Oscar time because it deserves that. And once again, stay through the credits. There are 2 end credit scenes, one mid and one at the very end. And you have to stay for those.
good to know, and I will do. And
It's
I'm going to try and
essential.
see it on the big screen because when there's a movie that needs to be seen in that way, in that format, it always benefits from it, you know?
Mhm. Yeah, yeah, and that's what Ryan Coogler did, was he made it for that. So, yeah, I'm sure we'll be talking about this movie a lot this year later on. So, and Ashley, let us know what you thought about it when you see it.
Absolutely.
But I want to thank you so much, Ashley, for joining me for this first segment. It was so much fun learning about your top 5 of the year so far. Thank you so much for joining us, and you'll be back in a few hours for
I will be.
trivia.
Thank you so much for having me. And if you're
You're
still
welcome.
around then, I'll see y'all later.
Yeah. Bye.
Later.
Okay, and coming up in just a few minutes, and thank you again to Ashley for joining for the first segment. That was a ton of fun counting down the top 5, and I'm sure Sinners and a lot of those will be in my top 10 at the end of the year that we do. So stay tuned for that. But we are going to be here in just a few minutes, bringing on Nicole from Soundtrack Your Life to soundtrack our summer. Like the little play there. I was like, I thought of that this morning and I'm like, I did not put that in the schedule. I didn't word it that way. And I'm so disappointed in myself. So forgive me for that. But before I bring Nicole on, I do want to put in the show notes because she was very gracious enough to make this playlist on Spotify that basically is public. So I will share that here just a second in the comments here, a link to that playlist. So feel free to follow it, like it. If you have any questions on this playlist, when I bring her on, you can put them in the show notes and I will hopefully be sure to ask her. So let me just get the link to that playlist here. It's also on the schedule. If you download it, it should be. And I also created this playlist, which I forgot to send to you, Nicole. So I will put it in the backstage comments. But I'll reveal to you. You should have seen my list of stuff to do. It was like, oh my gosh, like just like the longest list of stuff to prepare for this. So yeah. And thank you so much to everyone watching. Remember, please feel free to ask any questions, comments, anything like that. We are here. If you have any like burning questions during our segments, please feel free to put them in there. And let me put the link to my playlist, which I called It's a Summer Playlist thing. So it's pretty close to the other one, but I put in playlist to kind of differentiate it just a little bit. And I'm sure people that know me, when you look at this, are going to be like, this is very much an Erin playlist, and you won't have any questions as to why anything is on this. So here you go. There's my playlist. And as a reminder, and you should be able to scroll up to it, if you are wondering what's on the schedule, what's coming up next, click there. You can download the PDF and you can have it in front of you at all times. So I'm just going to go ahead and we are going to get right to our playlist. So I'm very excited to have Nicole joining in just a second. So right after this brief little intro, I will be bringing Nicole on. I think we are all, or maybe it's just me, are going to have that little ditty, that little jam that I'm putting on all the intros stuck in our head after 12 hours. I will probably be singing it come the end of this whole thing. So without further ado, I am going to welcome to the stage one of the co-hosts from Soundtrack Your Life, Nicole. Hello, Nicole.
Hello, Aaron. I'm so happy to be here. I feel so fresh. I feel so new. I had one job, unlike you, had 50,000 jobs for this event. Thank you for having me.
Thank you for being here. I know you and Ashley and Meg, who's coming up after you, you're getting the fresh-faced me, the me, even though I'm still kind of like waking up, but still not the one that is going like, come at the end
Right.
of the, the end of
Right.
it.
I'm going to check in later to see your soul leave your body.
My soul leave my body. That's a very good way to put it. That's the way it can feel at times, is like, why did I do this? Why am I doing this?
It's ambitious, but I think you're here. I'm here for the ditty, personally. Not the ditty with two D's, the ditty with two T's, just to be clear. The intro ditty.
Yes, I figured that's what you meant. I'm like, okay. Thank you, Moth. Thank you. Because you will definitely get that later, and you'll be on one of those. Yeah.
Pull it out.
So I do want to get into your playlist. Now, I won't necessarily go over every song on here.
No, please don't.
And it does contain 22 songs. And I really, I listened to it all the way through and listened to a few things more than once. And I'm excited to know kind of like, when you put this together, what was like your process? Like, did you have like a list that you were dwindling down from, or how'd you do that?
I mean, I think the summer song challenge, or the idea of a summer song, truly is the epitome of soundtracking your own life. I think when you ruminate on this notion of summer, it's the end of something, it's the beginning of something. It's meeting you in this moment where you are poolside with a drink, where you are, on a road trip going to the beach. I am Californian, so I always think of things in terms of automotive travel. So for me, it's like, what are you going to do or play when the windows are down and you are headed to the ocean, even if you need SPF 165 like me? That is still sort of the dream, right? The idyllic summer is this idea of going somewhere, of being somewhere, of having a crush. So it's an emotional kind of thing, right? And I feel like you can divide it by genre. You can think about it as moments and events. And so I kind of tried to do a mix of things that I really love and that I have personally played in different summer seasons of my life. And then, things that I just think kind of give you a feeling. Like, don't you think it's just kind of like, it's about a feeling that you're trying to evoke, right? Or trying to match. What do I want to be listening to right now?
Yeah, it's that. And it's like, I don't know if you put together like playlists before, like mixtapes, I meant to say, but mixtapes before. I don't know if you used to do that when that was the big thing.
Yes, very much. But for me, mixtapes were mixed like CDs. Like, you would burn a CD for someone and then you would scroll across it in Sharpie. So, it was probably like whatever you illegally downloaded from LimeWire or like the Pirate Bay. that was the idea of soundtracking. And you only did that for the people that were, like the real ones, somebody you really had a massive crush on, or like really respected in some way and wanted to, you wanted them to think that you were extremely cool. And I still think of playlists as that way a little bit. It's like, no, I really want to give this to someone as like, it's a piece of you. Surf Wax America by Weezer, for example.
Which is what you start out with.
Weezer Blue album, right? To me is like, one of the ultimate summer songs. I feel like it never gets talked about when people talk about the Blue album, but I remember riding around in my 1991 hand-me-down Jeep Cherokee, and when Surf Wax America came on, you could not tell me shit. It was like it, right? Like, I don't surf, right? Much like the Beach Boys, like, I'm kind of faking it through this California aesthetic and life that I have. But this idea of, you'll take your car to work and I'll take my board, and this kind of like surf song in the midst of this like very geeky album is great. I absolutely love this song. It's a great jam. It's a great bop.
Yeah, it was a cool way to start it. And hi, Ryan. Nicole was not meant to live an uncomfortable life.
I was not. Pepper, no.
Yeah, and I did notice that a lot about your list, and it makes sense since you are from California. You grew up there, right? You grew up there, right? And
Yeah, I'm native.
yeah, so I think that makes sense that there are so many songs on here that are very California and mention California. Like you've got you've got the San Fernando Valley song by Nancy Sinatra. So you've got a mix of like newer and older and everything like that. And what is it about like some of these songs that are very California? Is it just because of the California thing? It's the nostalgia for you?
Yeah, I mean, there's something about California that is always going to epitomize summer, and maybe that's my native bias showing. But also I think there is this kind of, media idea of where summer lives, It's San Diego, right? It's Los Angeles. It's all the things that you see in movies, all the things that you can picture in that soundtrack, Strawberry Letter 23 by the Brothers Johnson, for example, used both in Jackie Brown and in Tarantino's Pulp Fiction. It's kind of the song that he goes to when he wants someone to feel and look cool walking down a hallway. And I think that's kind of the easy breezy, effortless, like I feel in my element thing that you want when you're listening to a summer song. It's not that serious, but you feel extremely cool. I think that's one way to look at summer. Again, I also think anything involving driving, like Left of the Dial by the Replacements, is it for me. Anything that has like just a great tempo that you want to roll the windows down to feels good. You can do that in California. You can roll down the windows in summer and you will not be hit by bugs necessarily, mosquitoes. Like it's actually quite nice. It's not that humid.
That's true. The humidity, you don't have that there. Yeah.
It's a dry heat.
Yeah, that's kind of what they say we have here too, although it keeps getting more humid every year, I think. But yeah. Try starting a ska band when it's cold and rainy.
You can't. It's just too many people in a ska band to keep comfortable.
That's true. But I do want to say that even though you've got that where you're rolling down the windows and you're driving, there are some songs on here that are not necessarily like super like pumped up, which I did that with mine too. And you've got like Bonnie and Clyde, which I think is a little bit more mellow. And then you've also got, I've got to point out because it's New Order, you've also got Age of Consent by New Order. So now, because it's New Order, I have to ask you about why you chose this particular song by New Order.
So I stand by the belief that Age of Consent is a great song to play at a wedding. I think this song gets people absolutely lit on the dance floor of a wedding. I think it's both a feel-good song and a song that just has this like consistent, persistent feeling of longing. It's one of my favorite songs of all time. I think it's just an absolutely wonderful track. I think it's just one of those songs that if I am somewhere great in a garden, this is where I want to be. It's almost like a little bit of an anti-summer song. I feel like Cemetery Gates by the Smiths is a little bit similar, right? It's like, hey, maybe you're feeling that summer bummer also, and you want something that's just a little bit edgier. Maybe you want more of a new wave summer. That's also valid, right? A new wave summer is valid. So there's so many directions that you can take it depending on your mood. And I think this is one choice.
Yeah, no, I agree. I of course have Depeche Mode on mine, and Depeche Mode is never necessarily like, I mean, just can't get enough. Yeah, whatever. But for the most part, it's not all like up, 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 up. So
right, totally. No, and I love that you have some stuff on your playlist that's Brand New Cadillac by The Clash. Yes, thank you for that. That's a wonderful choice. Riders on the Storm, also very LA and very Doors. I would actually love to hear more about your choice of Riders on the Storm. Doors are a very controversial band.
They're one of my favorite. We actually did an episode on the Doors last year because it's during my birthday month. And I'll get to that just a second. Let me just give Aaron I'm going on a road trip next month and I'm stealing both your playlists. Thank you. Thank you, Aaron. glad we could give you some music to listen to.
Yeah, I'm glad I didn't make it more depressing, actually, because that was one angle. I'm like, well, you chose like a very formerly emo person to make a summer playlist.
Well, I listen to a lot of depressing stuff too. The Doors for me, when I was a teenager, like 13 especially, became like everything, especially Jim Morrison and the poetry of Jim Morrison. I wrote poetry and I was really into that. And I chose Riders on the Storm because, well, first of all, I just think it's a beautiful song, and I love summertime storms, rainstorms and stuff, and the sound of them, and I love the sound of it in the song. I think it's a very dreamy song, but it's also kind of depressing. like most Doors music.
Sure. Yeah.
It's also very like out there, like most of Jim Morrison's lyrics. And I think not having the Doors on a playlist would have been really weird for me, because I was approaching this like creating something for driving, for going on a road trip. And so for me not to have Doors would have been weird, but the Doors were such an essential part of my youth and growing up, and had such an influence on me and who I am. And, you know, it was the Doors. It was also the Violent Femmes were a big one for me. So I was like, what Doors song am I going to choose? And that just was the one that popped into my head, was Riders on the Storm, because of how fitting it is for driving, I think, especially in a rainstorm.
Right.
Which are always fun, but
absolutely. And I think there's also something nice about going back to a nostalgic choice for a summer song, because it makes you maybe think of summers that have gone by that have been wonderful for you, and it conjures a memory. And so there's something very like deeply emotional, I think, about certain things, and bringing you back to those moments, then maybe finding your way through to something else that's incredible. That's another way to approach a summer playlist. I think you could do like an all nostalgia one, right? And then people do. It's like, okay, I want to like really relive or try to live through like the summer of '99. People are huge on nostalgia tours right now. You know, Creed and Three Doors Down, I think, are touring as like the summer of '99 mini festival. And as much as I spiritually disagree with that because I lived it, people are really into that idea, right? Of like capturing something that either happened to them and then for some god awful reason they would like to live again, or, you know, trying to experience something that they have idealized as like, oh shit, that Y2K experience that I missed. I would really like to see what that's like, you know?
That's true. It's the nostalgia glasses, the nostalgia stuff like that, where people, I think a lot of it also has to do with what's going on right now in the world, and people are looking back. There was a whole TikTok recently about how people are making the 80s seem so much better than they were. Right. And how as a kid, it was really terrifying growing up in the 80s, but people are romanticizing it now. And I think that happens a lot. And I think, like, I know for me growing up, and this probably goes into also why the Doors were so big, it seemed like my generation, when we were younger, we kind of had this romantic idea of the 60s and the political movements and stuff and the music. And so like I knew so many friends that were like hippies and got into like Led Zeppelin and you know, all sorts of band that not really necessarily the Beatles, but like stuff along that, like even like every name is escaping me now, but like Joni Mitchell too and stuff like that, or like other folk music, Bob Dylan and everything, and Jimi Hendrix, of course, and Janis Joplin, of course, and got into all this music that was like our parents' music, but we kind of had this nostalgic lens with it. And I don't know if it's also because we felt like our parents abandoned some of the ideals that they supposedly had for that time. So that's kind of a big part of it too.
What happened to boomers is probably another podcast, but I think you're right. I I think it's that 20-year principle. You know, the pop culture that's 20 years in your rear view tends to be the thing that you idealize and that you're really interested in, really fascinated by. You know, for me, it was the glam rock of the 70s. And as soon as I discovered
Yeah.
that, you know, I thought this is like a door to an entirely separate world that if I could transport myself somewhere, this is, you know, maybe where I would go. I think when it comes to summer soundtracking too, there's something really nice about songs that have a great sample, something with that, you know, vinyl quality of hiss and pop that feels very warm. I really love the Avalanches. They're like a British plunderphonics duo out of the UK. I put their song Since I Left You on my soundtrack list, and I think that one is it's just such a nice, breezy, melodic, beautiful song to listen to. You are floating in a pool with, you know, a margarita or your beverage of choice in your hand. I really highly recommend that. It's really nice and transportive and will feel good. The class of 99 appropriated the shit out of the 70s. I am the class of 99. Can confirm, Jen Owens. Can confirm. Like, that's the truest statement I've ever heard in my life. My wardrobe was straight up. Like, I would go, if anybody knows where Fullerton is, I would go to like the vintage shops in Fullerton and I would try to pick out like polyester mini dresses and go-go boots. And that's like what I was co-op. Was really embarrassing. But I thought it was cool at the time. Oh, they're Australian. Thank you. Ryan's like not even on this podcast. And he's like, the Avalanches are Australian, Nicole. So you know. They're not from this country, so you had that right. Thank you, Ryan. What would I do without your attention to detail?
Well, you know, and I think even before the class of 99, I'm the class of 95, and we had in my senior year, the beginning of my senior year, Dazed and Confused came out. And that was like, that to me is a Gen X movie, even though it takes place with people that I don't think they're technically Gen X or they're right when Gen X starts or whatever, but it felt very Gen X to me. And you know, I think that's Gen X identifies with that. I just recently saw you know, on the big screen. I saw it on the big screen again because they re-released it recently, and that was so much fun. But that, you know, that's the 70s right there, and that music is very, you know, in there is of course the 70s.
Every song on that soundtrack could be its own summer playlist. That's a fantastic soundtrack, fantastic movie. One of my favorite of all time. Richard Linklater is a genius. I had the good fortune of seeing that at Hollywood Forever Cemetery, where they do these summer movie nights. They have this thing called Cinespia here in LA, and wonderful experience if you can see it in like a picnic setting. It's such a great film, and it really is truly summer. Mm-hmm. It's a great film for summer.
Yeah. Yeah, and Jen blames Dazed and Confused. I don't know, Jen, I want to know if you said that before I mentioned Dazed and Confused or after, only because there's a little bit of a delay between us and YouTube, like a 10-second delay or something. And I just asked that because we're podcast brain twins. So I just think it'd be really funny if it was like before I said that. Hi, Meg. Hi. So Meg will be up next too. We'll be talking about shipping. But so I do want to know, you know, because there are so many great songs on here, and you have such a variety of genres and stuff. And like, you have stuff that can be very much like sitting back, sipping a cocktail, drinking a cocktail, that kind of thing. And I really wanted to single out Lovely Day by Bill Withers for a second, because I want to say that's the song on here. Yes, even more than New Order, probably because I listen to New Order constantly. That I rewound. Yes, I always say rewound still, more than any other song on this playlist. And I was so happy when it started playing. And it's one of those that I think sometimes we forget about.
Yes.
So why was that on there?
Well, I'm a really big fan of The Secret Life of Pets, and it is on that soundtrack. No, I'm just kidding. But it is on The Secret Life of Pets soundtrack. I actually think it is a song that makes you genuinely happy in a way that only Bill Withers can. I feel like it's a very singular sort of track that nothing else would fit that emotion, right? It's kind of It's the real Lou Reed's Perfect Day, because that
Mm.
song is, you know, about heroin and
Yeah.
probably a lot more depressing. Like, if you really want to have a lovely day outside at the park or the zoo, this is probably the song that you want to be thinking of or listening to on your way there. It truly is everything that it expresses. It's a wonderful song.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. It made me very happy to hear it.
Yeah.
I was like, this isn't in my liked songs, my master playlist
Yeah.
on Spotify. I'm like, what the heck? So I added it in there.
But you know what? It's sometimes when you forget about things, you bring them back for a
Yeah.
playlist like this, and you remember them again, and that's really the beauty of the exercise. Is that is a great song. I want to
Agree.
listen to it. It's June.
Yeah. Yeah. So Jen, I wore my dad's old 70s polyester shirts with the giant lapels and bell bottoms.
Respect. That sounds like that's a look. I got that.
That is a look.
Very sweaty is the problem with.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. The polyester.
I'm not meant to live an uncomfortable life, so I couldn't do it now.
I would love to see pictures of that if you have them somewhere, Jen.
Dig those up. Yeah.
Share those with us. So is there a song on this playlist that I'm not going to necessarily, well, yes, I am going to make you do it. And I know you probably won't be able to answer this. So if you can't, you can give me 3, but
ooh, I'll try.
What's your favorite song on here?
Ooh, my favorite song on this playlist. I mean, again, it's so hard because I really do think that there are sections of this that you could build out into larger playlists, right? It could be summer night, poolside, driving, going to the beach. Like, there's so many things here that you could pull out. So that's a very difficult question, and it probably depends on the day and what you're doing as well. You know, I would change my answer on maybe a different day, but I'm going to go with Surf Wax America by Weezer. I'm just going to be out here advocating for the Blue Album, apparently, because no one does that. I'm going to go with Le Temps de l'Amour by Francois Hardy. That is in the soundtrack to a great Wes Anderson movie called Moonrise Kingdom, which I'm sure most people are familiar with. Gets a really great hero moment on that soundtrack and in that film. I'm a really big fan of French pop from the 60s and 70s. I think it's very summer, and maybe that's because I don't understand it. So to me, you know, it just reads as like so summer and shimmering and beautiful and mysterious and wonderful because I don't speak French. So your mileage might vary if you do have French skills. And then I guess if I have to pick a third one, so hard.
I know.
Because the third one is always like you're leaving something behind, right? And that is really difficult. It's between Since I Left You by the Avalanches and Lovely Day by Bill Withers, but I think since we're giving Bill Withers his flowers today, let's go with Lovely Day. I think that would maybe round out the 3 for me.
Excellent. Yeah, I know everybody hates when I ask that question, but
because it's like what? I don't want to leave anything behind. There's 22 songs on this, Erin.
I know.
Clearly, I can't make a choice.
I know, but I had to do it. And then another one that might be probably pretty hard to answer, but for people who are listening to this, is there a song on here that you hope people will love so much that they will discover more stuff by the artist?
Ooh, that's a really, really good question. That is such a good question. I mean, there's a lot of things on here that, again, your mileage is going to vary. I don't know what the kids are listening to these days, Erin. Everyone has such different tastes, and it's so subjective. Ryan and I are really big fans of the band Spoon. Most people know the band Spoon, I think, even if they don't think that they do. But there's a really great older song on this playlist called Car Radio from a series of Sneaks, which is an early album by Spoon. It's just really fun, short. I don't know, really makes you want to drive. Again, it's kind of like akin to Left of the Dial by The Replacements, where it's just a great driving song. It has a great tempo. So that one's great. I think there's so much on here that people probably are familiar with, or they're familiar with the artist. But if you don't know Spoon, please get into it. There's such a great catalog. Replacements, the same thing. I know they're a huge band to a lot of people, but for those who don't know, such a great catalog of music. So yeah, maybe those would be like the 2 I know I was only supposed to pick one, but I can't make a decision, Erin.
I'll let you do it. I'll allow it. And your co-host agrees with the
Yeah, spoon with multiple O's.
With multiple O's. Yeah, you got to get that out there. Yeah, it's like, and it's not on my, I don't believe I put it on there unless I totally forgot. It's not on mine. I know none of their songs are on yours, but it's kind of like when we did Pretty in Pink. You and Ryan were on for Pretty in Pink, and also on for that week's pop culture and fandom news. And Pulp was mentioned, and I just remember by Ryan, and I just remember how excited I was by that, because that is a band that nobody talks about, and I love so much, and nobody talks about them, even though you know them. I mean, I really think everybody knows who they are.
Right.
They just don't listen to them. And so that made me so happy. So that is true. It's like, for me on mine would be the band, because that, to me, I've said this before, like, their songs, a lot of their songs are like basically speak everything in my soul. And This Is the Day is the one I chose on my playlist. And it's kind of like that. I mean, some of the lyrics, like, you didn't wake up this morning because you didn't go to bed. The whites of your eyes turned red. And so I just love all the lyrics in that. And that's one of those bands where it's like, I wish more people would give them their flowers. And I wish more people loved them. And I feel the same way about Pulp. So, yeah.
This is a great question, because I also think summer songs tend to be about, the conversation becomes about what's the song of the summer? Like, what's the pop hit that everybody's going to listen to? Because there's this notion that like a summer song maybe has to be a collective experience. It has to be one thing. We somehow we have to choose. But no, I think like your summer is really going to be what you want it to be. And there are so many fantastic interpretations of summer and moods that you can really like lean into. So I mean, older songs are great for cultivating, for curating a mood. You don't have to wait for whatever Sabrina Carpenter is going to do this summer. You can just get right into it. No shade to Sabrina Carpenter. Espresso is a great song, actually. It's a great pop album.
Yeah, but I know what you're saying, though. It's I understand what you're saying. So, are there any other songs that you want to talk about that you haven't mentioned on your list?
That I haven't mentioned on this list. I mean, again, there are so many things that you can listen to depending on the summer that you want to have. There's a song that I put on here. It's a version of Summertime Sadness. It's a remix of Summertime Sadness. So it's Lana Del Rey, but it's a remix by Cedric Gervais. And there's something nice about a remix or a DJ mix, which again kind of gives you that poolside feeling that, you're somewhere great, you're somewhere cool, you're in Palm Springs, you're in Las Vegas. It's a song that but it's just reinterpreted a little bit to be more vibey. I know that term is like very overused, right? But it's a really great version of Summertime Sadness if you just want something that's like slightly left. I think there's also stuff on here that you can just kind of like really groove out to. Like I'm a big fan of Doechii. I think Alligator Bites Never Heal is obviously the best hip hop album of the year. It was awarded as such, and it deserves it. Nissan Altima, such a great song to drive to. As much as Nicki Minaj is problematic today, there's some great summer Nicki Minaj songs. Beastie Boys, I think, are very valid for summer. And there's a lot of songs from Sure Shot to Sabotage, all the way down that you can get into that are just great, great jams. So yeah. Or if you want to be really depressed, you can listen to 405 by Death Cab for Cutie.
Yeah. Or a lot of these, some of the actual albums you could listen to if you wanted to be depressed during.
You really could, I mean, maybe the summer crush didn't work out. Which, sometimes it doesn't. And then by August, you're on the come down and you're going to need some Death Cab in your life.
Yeah. Well, I want to give you a chance, though, to tell everybody, if they don't know about Soundtrack Your Life, and any like upcoming episodes you want to just promo.
Absolutely. Ryan is here in the chat watching me like a stage parent, so I'm probably going to get all of this wrong. But Soundtrack Your Life is a podcast where we talk to a guest about soundtracks that they love and that mean something to them. We talk about soundtracks from film, from television, things that are nostalgic, things that are brand new. We're going to be recording episodes upcoming about A24's Legend of Ochi. We were fortunate enough to get an early screening of the Pavements movie, which is the experimental biopic about the band Pavement. So we're really excited to do that one. Of course, we have our Pretty in Pink episode coming up with you on your podcast.
That's already dropped too.
Oh, it already dropped. Oh, thank you. Well, there we go. See, we're live. We're live. You can find us at soundtrackyourlife.net. You can get Soundtrack Your Life anywhere where podcasts are found. We are on Instagram. We are on the thing that we still call Twitter, and we're on Blue Sky. So please check us out and drop us a line if you'd like to be a guest at any point. We're always looking for guests as well. And yeah, it's been a pleasure to be here. This has been scary and fun. I don't know how you do this for.
I know. I'm an hour in, everybody. I
don't know what I would say if you kept me on for this long, because nothing good would come of that. But I'm so thankful to be here. Thank you, Erin.
Well, thank you. Thank you so much for being here, Nicole. I really appreciate it. And thank you for creating your playlist and sharing it and making it public. I really appreciate it. And it was great having you on. And I was on Soundtrack Your Life talking about Natural Born Killers soundtrack. And that was the movie you couldn't finish, but
yes, please listen to that one if you want to see how weak I am. It was a fun episode though, and you're such a fun guest.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. So thank you so much, Nicole. And yeah, hopefully you have to come back for some of our other live events. We do, I know you're not a horror person necessarily, but we do horror trivia in October. So.
Sure, I would lose. So, whatever team you want to sabotage, put me on that team.
No, what you have to come back for though, Nicole, because I know you love Christian Bale.
Oh yeah, 100%.
So
love is an understatement.
Yeah, every January is Christian Bale month on this podcast. So you'll have to come and be on one of those. We do Christian Bale birthday trivia. So you'll have to come on that. If you're around and you're able to tune in, Carla and I are going to be counting down, like we're going to be doing a Bale off. We're going to be debating Christian Bale characters later to
Bale off. Twist my arm. I don't.
So you'll have to tune in to watch that. That's today at 5:30 your time. If you're able to tune in and watch it,
fantastic.
You can see what we end up deciding. Yeah. So
I'm so excited. I can't wait to interact with the two people in the world that have also seen the movie Metro. Yeah, anyway.
The Metroland one?
Yeah, Metroland. Yes, yeah, that's what it is. Thank you. Yeah, Metroland.
And I know you were excited to see that we talked about Velvet Goldmine earlier this
year, always. So. Yeah, we should talk about that more in general.
I agree. And as Moth said, we also have a Finn Whitrock crew, so we're going to be ranking Finn Whitrock's hair later on. Oh. Great. I am so looking forward to that at 3:00 your time. So 3:00 Pacific. When I'm saying your time to Nicole, that's Pacific, everybody. So, so thank you so much. And yes, Meg is also not a horror fan. I have my trusty Michael Myers with me today, my co-host back there. So
right, that's about the amount of horror that I can tolerate.
I understand. Well, thank you again, Nicole, and hopefully you can watch some of the rest of the streams. So talk to you later. Thank you, Ryan. Thank you. Bye. Okay, thank you again to Nicole. And coming up soon, it's going to be Meg to be talking about every possible ship. Not every possible ship, but lots of great ships. I know you're going to be hearing Meg talk about Buddy a lot, the ship from Buck and Eddie from 911. So we'll be hearing that. So if you have any questions for Meg, coming up in about 5 minutes. You're getting excited, Meg. You're getting excited. Meg says, oh God. But I know you're really just super, super excited. But while we're doing that, well, you know what? We have about a 4 minute here talking about Finn Crew. Some of my Finn Crew is tuned in. And so Aaron A. we'll do this as kind of a segue here before we start the next segment. Aaron A was very generous enough to create this amazing Best of Finn trivia video. So enjoy this. And when we come back, we will be talking with Meg.
I came to party.
Hi.
Hi. Hi. So I know you were up all night cramming.
Cramming as much Finn in as I could.
Boom, boom. That's what she said. I don't know what Finn's favorite color is. If anybody knows, let us know.
I don't know. My thought was blue because he's always pictured either in blue, around blue, or wearing something blue. And I was like,
That's
maybe
true.
he likes blue. Or it's just his color. Who knows?
It looks very good on him.
Brings out his hair.
His hair. It brings out his hair. Finn initially turned down an offer to attend this prestigious acting school in New York.
Juilliard?
Yep. Yep.
Okay.
Whoa,
Can't
it just
pronounce
says
it.
answer
Answer
one.
one.
I love it.
Oh my gosh. That's so funny.
Oh, we were so close to the end.
You can see why I didn't intend to proceed to school. Now, how do
Okay.
I?
Double click in the box anywhere.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Yay!
Yay! Okay, now if I can get your name on here. Sorry. This is
I
gonna
had
be
no
fun,
idea.
everybody.
Oh my gosh. I'm already
love
having
this.
such a good time.
Amazing. You're doing
Me
great.
too.
So good.
Yeah.
Oh, good. Oh, no. This is Susie now, right? It's Susie. Yes, Susie's turn. Jen, you picked that last one, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
No. Then it's Aaron A. Sorry.
Yeah, no, it's Aaron. We're doing
It's
so
the
good,
most
guys. We're doing
unhinged
so good.
trivia.
My God.
I love it.
I love it so much.
Oh my god! I went to go click on it. I'm like, I can't click. That's not my voice.
Oh my god, I can picture it. I can picture the cover. He's like standing in like a pool of water. He's got like his military stuff on. It's like
Yep.
it's not My Soldier Boy because that just sounds stupid, but it's what is it? It's that one.
I know what you're
described.
Yep. It is that one.
It's got his brother in it. And
Okay, your time's up.
oh, I should get a half point. Oh
my gosh, it says the name of the movie.
The Long Weekend.
No, I will not accept that for this.
Oh, look at him in those high-waisted pants. Serving.
And the way he stands.
And
there,
that
the way he
posture,
stands.
yeah.
I just-
posture. In
I
that
just
was
want
so
to
weird.
be like in the room in that conversation. I'd be like, yeah, so Finn will be playing Edmund, and also we would like him in the highest waisted pants with the tightest white shirt, please, if you will.
It's just like they just keep bringing shirts that are like smaller.
Yeah.
Tighter.
Ryan Murphy was like, it needs to be a wet t-shirt contest without the wetness.
That's a wet.
Yeah, the wet comes later.
Oh
Wow. He's got the best weird postures. What does that
again?
stand
Like the weird pants and the weird posture.
gosh.
He's so good.
It's
at
like
being
when they tell you
awkward.
stand with your
Yes.
shoulders back, and he goes, okay, and then puff out your chest, okay, but nothing settled, so he's just like,
Shoulders back,
yeah,
stomach
this is how
forward.
big boys stand. I'm a big
Yeah,
boy.
he's like doing it like how a little kid would imitate doing, like having that kind of posture, which is perfect
Mhm.
for Dandy. Yeah, he's such a good actor.
Mhm.
See, we appreciate him for everything. Thank you again, Aaron A, for putting that together. That was so much fun. We have a couple of other video clip segments that'll be played at certain various times, not sure when, but they'll be in there. But I'm very, very excited because we are going to be turning over to shipping here. So, Buddy fans, Destiel fans, Meg fans in general. That's the most important thing is Meg fans. Yes, I see you laughing back there, Meg. But there are tons of us out there. So I'm going to be introducing Meg in just a second. Woohoo! Let me play your little intro video here. See, I'm doing my little dance. I've been dancing while all of these play. So, welcome one of the co-hosts of Bedwetter Behead. I'm so happy that she's here. Meg! Hello, Meg!
Hello, Erin. How are you? Can you hear me? I've been having mic issues, so.
Yeah, it sounds like you're probably your computer mic. But
yeah, I can't get my
okay.
fancy one to work for some reason.
It's okay. You're here. That's the important thing is you are here and you're here to bring us all the shipping fun. And I know it's probably going to be dominated by Buddy. I'm assuming Buck
That
and
is
Eddie.
the one that's kind of going through my brain a lot these days. But like I have lists that I made, and then I have fic rec lists that I've made.
Yay! So, who do you want to start out talking about first? Do you want to start with Buddy or do you want to save that one for your last?
You know what? I'm okay with talking about other ships I have too, and we can kind of work up to it because I feel like when I kind of get on my like Destiel or Buddy kicks, they kind of go off and then that's the end of it. I did copy titles and links to all the fics I'm going to recommend, so I can put them somewhere in the world for people if they want to see it instead of just hearing me bleh stuff.
yeah, send that to me. And me or Erin A, one of us will make that public for people that are watching. If you're tuning in later, you can find that as well. So yeah, let's start with the one that maybe I don't want to say tame because but the one that maybe
the one tame one.
the one that doesn't dominate your heart in the same way, I guess. I don't know. Yes, that's true. That's true. Good point there, Moth.
My dear friend who actually wrote one of the fic recs, it's a kind of a famous Destiel fic rec, actually made that for me. But yeah, you can't see it, but the whole back of my wall is ships.
I love that.
I'm a normal person. A tame one. Oh, I don't really have good. I don't have great tame ones. I just spent a couple hours talking about Nick and Adeline from Grimm with Jen Owens because they're super toxic. But like big one is always Buffy. Like Spike and Buffy. Yeah. Do I care that they're toxic? Absolutely not.
No.
It does not matter. I do not care. Are they mean to each other? Yeah, and it's kind of hot.
Agree. That's one of mine too. So I agree.
I love it. I don't have I only really read fan fiction for Buddy and Destiel, so I don't have fic recs for other ones. Another one I'm really into, which I feel like is really, really tiny niche, is from Critical Role, which is a different YouTube. It's a tabletop D&D real action live play game or whatever. And two of the characters, it's adorable. It's Jester and Ford are two of the characters, and it's a husband and wife who are playing these characters. And the husband, his name is Travis, has always really been against doing romance in D&D. And his wife is like, I'm gonna romance you the next campaign. And you just get to watch this guy fall in love with his wife all over again in a totally different thing, and it's adorable. So yeah, that's what I like. I have weird ones too, but I don't know. Are you caught up with 911 or not?
I am. Yes, I am. We're keeping it positive. I'm keeping it positive. I mean, yes, I am caught up with 911.
Okay, because there's been a Oh yeah, I will try to not spoil anything like that for people who aren't caught up, because I know friends of ours or friends of mine aren't caught up quite yet, and I don't want to like ruin things for them, like their will to live.
Yeah.
But like overall, with season 8 has felt very buddy. Like it feels like that momentum is kind of going towards Buck and Eddie getting together, which is interesting to see, especially coming from Supernatural, where it's like there's the dream and the glimmer, and then they're like, Cass tells Dean, "I love you," and then spoiler alert, dies immediately after. So that was not traumatic at all. But
Yeah, not at all. Yeah, there's not the. It doesn't feel queer baity like
it
like
feels like a build up to a friends to lovers kind of relationship that you would see with straight couples on TV. Also, like it feels like there's a lot of those same tropes in season 8 in particular, when Buck's ex calls Eddie the competition, and Buck like spirals a little bit about it. And his big thing is like, he doesn't own this house, he rents it, and he's straight, and like that's normal. That's a normal reaction to have. Or the whole thing with him then having it in his head and denying it. That feels very like traditional is not really the right word, but it feels very much in line with the kind of rom-com trope situations that we see with straight couples, which, having read a lot of Oliver Stark interviews and how he really, really doesn't want to do any kind of queer baiting and stuff like that, it makes me think that. But I'm excited.
well, I'm very excited for everybody who are fans of them, because I think there is some crossover between that and Destiel, and so I'm very happy that it's not that it looks like it might not be the same as that. And at least what I will say is, at least with Buck, you have by Buck, and that was incredible. I couldn't believe they did that when they did that, honestly.
Oh, I was shocked in the best possible way.
Yeah.
My hair is so crazy. I've been doing yard work this morning, so
It's fine. You
No,
look great.
I was surprised and delighted. I'm not a big fan of like Tommy, but he's a good plot device. And I think there was potential there that was missed, and now it feels, I don't like him. I don't like Tommy. I think he's kind of a dipshit. Sorry to all the Buck Tommy fans out there. I know most of you guys already have me blocked, so.
So since we are talking about Buddy, then we're in that realm.
Here we are.
I want to
didn't take
know,
long.
and I don't know if it comes from a fic or because I know they're already kind of building up probably the way you would want them to get together, but like, how much longer would you want that build up to happen, and who would you want to make the first move, so to speak?
Well, so the season 8 finale is next week. I don't think there's going to be a like get together thing in the season finale. The title of it is Seismic Shift though, which feels like it could be like a seismic shift is a fundamental change in things. So I'm hoping maybe there's a feelings kind of realization for one of them, because it looks like there's some high stakes stuff that's going to be happening in the finale. It's a mass casualty event, and all the tension that has been building up between them, especially this past week's episode, I absolutely loved. I think they did a great job with a lot of that stuff. I know that's controversial, some of the scenes in there, but I don't care. I liked it. We can have that conversation at some other time, but I liked it. I'm glad we got to see. Nope, can't talk about it because that's spoilery stuff. But what I want to happen, honestly, is I want Eddie to choose Buck, because Buck deserves to be chosen. He deserves to have somebody choose him and stay. And Eddie deserves to make a choice, because I feel like so much of Eddie's life has been other people or conditions making decisions for him and not really getting to choose the path he really wants to go in life. And of course, being a 19-year-old parent, that's gonna definitely affect that. But I think between Buck always getting left behind and no one ever really choosing Buck and Eddie never really getting to choose, I think that would just be really beautiful. I have like sneaking suspicions that maybe Eddie already knows that he has feelings for Buck, but isn't quite ready to face it. There's a common phrase or whatever that the buddy shippers that like Buck doesn't mind being in love with. Oh, what was it? Sorry, Eddie wouldn't mind being in love with his best friend if his best friend wasn't a man, and Buck wouldn't mind being in love with a man if it was his best friend, and that kind of juxtaposition between the two of them because their own messed up upbringings, and so yeah, I'm willing to wait if we. I know a lot of people are like, well, it's been 8 years and da da da. Yeah, it's like, in fact, right? A lot of the people mad about it haven't been watching the show since the beginning of it. They started watching when Buy Buck became a thing, which is totally valid. I know a lot of people were like, I don't want to. A lot of people from Supernatural who started watching 911, I don't want to be treated like that again. They treated us Supernatural. That's totally fine. But I like a slow burn. I like angst, but I'm also really impatient. So I'm like, like if we get gay Eddie, then I'm content to wait for like watch it all through season 9. I don't want them to pull a Bones like they did, where it's like the thing we see is Booth and Brennan like hugging on a bed, and then the next episode she's pregnant. And then they do a time jump, and yes, we have burned so slow. But I like angst. I like the pining that happens. I just want them to be aware. I just want them to be. I want them to be aware of why they're acting so completely insane with each other. And why there's this feeling between the two of them, because these two do not act like normal friends act, and you can see on the show how normal best friends act, and it's not this. But like if we have a feelings realization from one of them, I think if Eddie has a realization that he's not straight, I'm content to wait longer because I want to watch it. I want to watch the beginning of it. I want to watch them get together and go through that. I don't want to have a time jump situation like we did with Bones, and I don't think Castle and Beckett had the same one, but it was still like end of season they get together and then there's a time jump before the next season, and they're 3 months into the. It pissed me off too, Jen. Bones made me so mad the way they did that, because I had been waiting for years and years and years for Bones to get together finally, Booth and Brennan, and we had so many close calls, and then when they do, we don't even like see any of it. They're already like, she's big pregnant, and they're already like really into a well-established relationship, and we didn't get to see any of the like beginnings, and I like that part. I don't read a lot of established relationship fix. There we go.
Because
I like the getting together, and I think a lot of it is a lot of shows do kind of mess up couples, but I've been like 911 has done a really good job of keeping the couple dynamic and keeping it not feel like it's. I think part of it's because it's an ensemble show, so there's not as much focus on each couple, but like Chim and Maddie are still fun and endearing to watch. And Hen and Karen have their stuff that we still kind of go through and see. And like in The Rookie, Chenford is another one of my favorites. Tim and Lucy on The Rookie. I'm hoping they get back together. I have so many. I could just. You gave me. So Erin's
I gave you
outline
free
that
reign.
she gave me. Yeah, Erin's outline that she gave me for this is one bullet point.
It is.
Let's just talk about your ships.
I just gave you free reign. I'm like, this is just going to be free reign.
Yes.
Yes.
Give me some foreplay, for the love of God. Give me some smooches. No, it's network. Come on.
Or they have smooched and they're getting together and it might be the night.
Mhm.
And then they get interrupted or something happens or,
Yeah.
you know, little, yeah. Yeah.
And the thing is like, I'm not mad about that entirely. Like, I wouldn't be mad if I saw Buck and Eddie, like, they're like, have that moment of tense. Like, I thought they were going to kiss in the last episode with some of the tension between them. Not really. Like, obviously not really. That was not the time or place. But I thought I could, like, I would have been not surprised had it happened, I guess. But like, have that thing where they're so close, and then yeah, they get interrupted, and then they're really awkward and weird around each other. I like all of that stuff. I like it. I don't like miscommunication if it goes on too long. I like two people being weird with each other.
Yeah.
And I would love to see some of that. I like the idea of them both thinking that they're into the other one and the other one's not into them. Like the unrequited requited. So I have all the feelings about Buck and Eddie these days. And yeah, like my other one I'm really into aside from Destiel is like this really weird niche thing that I think two people I know even know the characters. Carla listens to me talk about them. And she's just like, I don't know what you're talking about. Woohoo!
Who is that the Critical Role one that you're saying?
Yeah,
No.
Jester
Oh, it is
and Ford on Critical Role. Yeah, just a little tiefling and a half orc.
Well then just tell me, like, I know this will be impossible for you to answer, but like throw out a fic, a buddy fic that you think gets it like perfectly, like them coming together for the first. I know that's a big ask.
I think about that a little bit. I will give you, because I like really angsty fics. I just do. I like them in pain.
Yeah.
I think a fic writer, Songbird, but it's Songbvrd. She writes a lot of really, really good Buck and Eddie ships. She wrote one called "You're in My Blood Like Holy Wine," and it's a really angsty getting together thing where. No, Carla, I don't like happy ships. I like pain. As long as they end up happy, I am willing to deal with a lot of pain. But it's a specific one, and it's rewriting from the end of season 7. And Christopher finds out Buck is bi, and he tells him not to date his dad. And then Buck spirals because he doesn't understand why, and it's this whole thing. And I have read that multiple times, sobbed reading it because I felt like it was a really good characterization, and I could read how this would be Buck's brain. She writes a lot of really good ones. So there's this Bravery Game series where it's kind of an alternate to when Maddie got kidnapped, or it was before the Maddie kidnapping storyline played out. It's like an idea of how that would go. That's 2 fics. One a lot of people like, and I like it. It's not my favorite though. Is called Ice Cream Before Dinner, and a lot of people really think that that's a good one. A realistic one of Eddie not being a firefighter anymore for whatever reason. I can't remember off the top of my head, but becoming the babysitter of all the kids. And that's by Cloudy Daisies. That's one that a lot of people really, really like too. Those 2 firefighters was my first buddy fic that I read by Dark Fairy Tale, and that starts right after the botfly call, I think in season 2, where that woman was live streaming and she's a beauty influencer and she has a
Oh,
skin in
yeah.
her cheek.
Oh,
And you can
God, that's
see
so gross.
it's so gross. But you can like see on her live stream all these people talking about like how cute the firefighters were and they should be a couple and stuff, which was a little like wink wink to shippers. But those two firefighters winds up being in this fic. It's a hashtag on social media, and the whole fic is really like people observing Bucket Eddie on calls and stuff like that. And it's really fun, and it's like they become this unknown to them viral LA tweet and social media thing where people are using hashtag those two firefighters.
Huh.
And yeah, oh yeah, it's one of my favorites too. I absolutely love those two firefighters. It's not smutty, so don't worry. Most of my recs are smutty.
Yeah, most of the fic that I ever recommend is most of it is smutty too, but
It's mature or explicit, and I think it usually just, and not even because of the smut. I tend to find them more painful. I like long, painful, angst-ridden fic, basically. If it's under 10,000 words, I don't read it very often. It is an interesting show and have to clarify. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
yeah, there
Yeah,
are
just-
I don't know how many kidnappings have been on 911.
There's
but
more than one kidnapping in one couple. Like they
yeah,
each get
that's
kidnapped.
that too. Oh my
I guess
gosh.
he's not kidnapped so much as he just has encephalitis and is kind of losing his. Oh no, he gets kidnapped too though. That's
Yeah,
what
he does. Yeah. The couple that gets kidnapped, well, they don't get kidnapped together, so that doesn't work. But the couple that survives kidnappings stays together. I don't know. I was trying to do some clever play on
I
that.
don't know. They get stabbed and stuff together. Not together, but by the same person.
That's true. That whole throat. I was like, oh my
I wasn't
gosh,
even
they killed
talking
her.
about that one.
Oh, you weren't talking about that. That to me, I was like, I can't believe they just killed her. But oh, spoilers. Sorry, I won't say. Sorry, everybody.
I feel like that one was
You
long
get a
enough
kidnap. You
ago.
get a kidnap.
Everybody gets a kidnap. Yeah. Who hasn't been kidnapped in the show? Does Buck and Eddie get kidnapped by the Prison Break episode? Maddie gets kidnapped twice.
Maddie has everything happen to her.
Leave Chim and Maddie alone. Like, for the
Especially
love of God.
Chim. Chim more than Maddie, in my opinion. But yes,
Maddie just had her throat cut. Let's give her a break.
yes, I couldn't believe that. I just could not get over that she survived that. I was like, I really thought they killed her.
I knew that was going to happen as soon as that 911 call was like, you know that you can survive for 10 minutes after you get your jugular slashed. I was like, that's what they're going to do.
I forgot that part. So,
yeah. But I don't know. I have lots of feels about Buck and Eddie. I know there's a lot of people who are really impatient and really want it to happen, but I feel like once we get like if there's a confirmation that Eddie is not straight, then I feel like it's inevitable, and just enjoy the ride, I guess, at that point.
That impalement is good bonding for any relationship.
As long as it's not through your head, because that doesn't that ends relationships.
Unless they decide to go the zombie lover route. Which would be weird.
Remember Chim gets the rebar through his head.
Yeah. Oh my God, that's right.
And his girlfriend leaves him.
Oh my God.
This show's insane.
Well, I do want
that realism.
I do want to say for that slow burn and in defense of it. And I mean, if I felt like they were still doing queer baiting, I wouldn't be necessarily defending it. But you have a character in Buck who is still, his sexuality is still pretty new to him as far as him acknowledging it even. So I think if he were to acknowledge it and then the next second him and Eddie are together, that would make no sense, in my
Mhm.
opinion. I think because first of all, Eddie hasn't come out yet, but also just it would feel too rushed and might hurt their relationship, I think.
For sure. I think it's already been rough that Buck realizes he's bi or that he's into men. He hasn't put a label on himself yet, but we will label him as at least bi, not pan. Interested in men or interested in more than one gender. And he immediately hops into a relationship with someone right after. It's like he kisses a boy and he's like, I guess this is it. And then he does what Buck does and just dives headlong into it. Which I like. I know people got real mad about the whole "let Buck fuck" thing that Oliver Stark had talked about, but I think Buck deserves to date around a little bit. We haven't been seeing him doing that because he's been going through some other stuff, but I think they would only be better. Buck and Eddie would only be better if Buck has a chance to kind of explore himself a little bit more. I'm not saying like get back into a relationship. I was really annoyed that his one night stand was with his ex-boyfriend, and not even because it was Tommy, but because it was a backslide. I did love that Ravi was like, "Stop talking about Eddie. I'm gonna bring this man over here to get away from you, so I don't have to hear about Eddie's silver star and how he won't do anything illegal because Eddie has a silver star." And I love it so much. And I think Eddie just really needs to unpack all of his religious upbringing, the military stuff. Reformed rakes absolutely make the best husbands. Bridgerton is 100% correct about that. But like I feel like I like the slow burn. Like I said, if we get something where Eddie realizes, or we see a confirmation that Eddie realizes that his feelings for Buck are not platonic, and I do think we're kind of inching towards that, then I feel like they could take plenty of time doing it. I don't want to have like both of them get into other relationships with people and invest in other relationships with people, because I feel like that is just a tired trope that I'm not a fan of in anything. Like, if you guys both know that you have feelings for each other, why are you terrorizing all of these other people by dating them if you don't actually think that there's a future with them?
Yeah.
But I like slow burns, and if I felt like it was a queer baiting thing, then I agree. It's not a thing that I want, but I do think it's something that they're working towards on the show, and I would not have said that a year and a half ago, or even a year. Like, Bye Buck felt really seismic towards it, but before that, I'd probably be like, it's something I ship and I love it, and if it happens, great, but I don't expect it. Bye Bug really kind of made me perk up a little bit. And the stuff that we're seeing this season, just a lot of those common tropes that we see when couples on shows as stuff like that, as them getting together, makes me feel like it is a thing that they're working towards. Which makes me super excited because I ship it. Even though guys can't just be friends on TV anymore.
No, I am very, very happy for your fandom and for you in particular, just because I know how much you love this ship. It's the same way I feel about Destiel. Like, if Destiel had become canon, I would have been so happy for all of you, because I know how much that ship meant to people and how much queer baiting went on and still goes on to this day around that. And, you know, in a way you could even look at, frankly, you could look at what's happening with them being on The Boys. Almost, it plays into the queer baiting part too. Although I think some of that is the fans queer baiting themselves, to be quite frank. But
I think there's some of that. I think there was a lot of exploitation of fans and that going on while Supernatural was happening, and now to like try and get those fans, because Destiel fans and Supernatural fans were very loyal fans. We follow actors into other projects and stuff like that. And like with Supernatural, like especially in the beginning, like season 4 and 5 and stuff like that, the time, like the years it was on, it was not a thing that anyone thought was going to happen. But it felt really like we were being not just like queer-baited, but mocked at the same time, and it didn't feel good. It even when you're liking it, even when I was like, even before the whole cast saying "I love you" and going to the super hell, and then never being mentioned again. Not in heaven, or he's in heaven, but he's nowhere near. Like, why? That man would be there, ship or not. Cass would be there when Dean went to heaven. I'm sorry, Cass would have been there. They were best friends, but it felt like something you had to try and explain and be like, well, no, like I can da da da, and like justifies people. And Buddy feels a lot less tarnished, I guess. I don't know. It feels like, even if it doesn't necessarily happen how we would want it to happen, it doesn't feel like the people on the show are making fun of people for shipping it or like making people feel bad. Like Jensen has gotten much better, but he was really rough. That the Destiel doesn't exist and that stuff like that. And seeing like Ryan Guzman and Oliver Starr talk about Buddy and kind of the care they both take with it, and the fact that both of them are like, yeah, this is the way the show goes, we're great with it, instead of immediately shutting it down. It feels better. And I think it says a lot more about how queer relationships are perceived and received now versus even 5 years ago. I don't know. That felt really serious for this fun shipping thing.
No, because well, I mean, I turned it to kind of a serious note there, but no, that I think that's very true. That's kind of the difference I've seen here, because I remember, and it popped up in the memories when we did our 911 episode, and that was back when everybody thought it was still going to be queer baited. And I remember we had a whole segment talking about that. But I do remember I posted that clip on social media and got so much backlash. That's the most backlash I've ever gotten for anything, was when people were saying they were queer baiting. And people were like, oh, shut up. They're not doing any of that. And people were very angry. Like, really, like I had to turn.
Angry that we thought they were queer baiting?
Yeah.
Like because, okay, I guess I'm trying to remember. Like, I remember I've had this conversation a lot. But like the anger, I'm curious about like the anger that we thought they were going to be queer baiting because they said 911's not going to queer bait, or because they were like, why can't two dudes just be friends?
I think it was a combination, and I think it was that people are like, it's too early in the show to be saying this, and you shouldn't be saying this, and also people laughing, people saying, oh, these people are so stupid. Look at how silly and ridiculous they are. They don't understand what they're talking about. There's a lot of that, and I think it might.
Where are you now? Jerks. Huh?
That's what I kind of was curious to know, is those people how they're feeling now about it. But it was just interesting to me to watch, and it makes me very happy to watch the fact that at that point it was thought of that it was probably going to be queer baiting again, and then the fact that, at least for now, at least especially with Buck, that it's not, that you're not being queer baited, and that's a pretty remarkable thing. And I want to say with Buck, when he comes out and when he has his first kiss, that's not a kiss that's like a peck that you could excuse away. That's a real kiss. And I appreciated that too. I want to say, I think that was very essential and very important.
Yeah,
it was real.
Well, and I love how, and he was immediately just like, well, yeah, I check out a hot guy's ass. Doesn't every, like, I love the whole, I love.
Hi.
Speaking of Buddy, I talk about Buddy a lot with the Buddy System podcast. I attack them on a regular basis. But now I've lost my train of thought with the queer baiting thing. Dang it, I got excited.
Well, I was talking about Buck. Buck had like a real kiss, like a real
his real kiss for sure. Well, yeah, and I thought they did a really good job with that, and I do think the term queer bait gets thrown out there a lot, and I don't think it's always fairly done. Like, even if Buck and Eddie never get together, Buck is queer. Buck is not straight. That's not queer baiting necessarily for that. There's a difference between the couple you want getting together, not getting together, and them baiting you. I think but I do think at this point, if they don't have Buck and Eddie get together, I think it does fall into the queer baiting because of all the tropes that we were talking about happening, like I can't be in love with my best friend, he's straight. And Eddie telling everybody, I'm straight. Like, why? We don't have to hear that from any other characters to know one way or the other.
Yeah.
A priest sits down with you or asks if a seat's taken, and you're like, I'm straight. And the guy's like,
Yeah.
just all the tables are full, dude. Like, Eddie's like, why are you guys so obsessed with me?
Oh,
Yeah.
it's big if they don't follow through now. Yeah. And they brought it into the text dialogue.
Exactly. And that's kind of where I'm really feeling like it's going to happen because it's being brought into the universe of the show. It's being brought into the canon with Maddie asking Buck if he's in love with Eddie, with Tommy snorting at Buck saying Eddie is straight, and then calling Eddie the competition, which could be taken as no, it can't be taken as anything else. Like, yeah, they're best friends, but I genuinely believe Tommy was trying to date him. And Buck showed interest because, and then Tommy's like, yeah, I guess I'll go along with this.
Yeah.
But once it got brought into the show's universe, once it got on people's radars, verbalized rather than like looks from characters, I think it's kind of in a corner now. There's no going back.
Yeah. He wanted that.
Now are we talking about Eddie, the priest, Tommy, Buck?
Bye, Jen. We'll see you soon for trivia in like an hour.
Bye, Jen.
And then Carla said, I'm so glad they were unambiguous about Buck's first kiss with a guy being real and Buck being into it and not having me too, not having a homophobic freak out. I think that was really incredible. I remember watching that and going, whoa. I really appreciated that.
I think him not having that gay panic and just very much being like, oh, okay, this is something, not a new thing about me, but this is something I didn't quite realize. And it fits. It works. And then he just he goes with it. And there's no shame tied to it. There's no freak out or anything like that. And I thought that was fantastic.
Yeah.
I don't know if we're going to get that with Eddie.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, but I think that would kind of fit, to be honest. So,
yeah,
him saying "I'm free" always hits deep in the feels.
But there is a lot of like subtext that people that suggest that maybe Eddie already knows how he feels about Buck, and he just isn't ready yet to kind of put a name to it. But I always think that's an interesting. I don't know how I feel about that. Like, part of me likes it. Part of me also feels like that would be way too cool and way too chill and relaxed for Eddie, and he is neither of those things. Like, he is a repressed, angry, sad boy, Disney princess.
That's funny. Yeah.
Who overreacts all the
time. Well, we have just a minute basically left here. So, in conclusion, this was basically the buddy. Which is fine. I figured that's what it was going to turn into. I was like, it's going to be Buddy and Destiel is what it's going to turn into. So is there one last final thought you want to leave everybody with?
Final thought. Let boys kiss. Let Buck and Eddie kiss. That's it. No. I see what the buddy system is saying.
Yeah, I'm not going to go into the spoilers with that, but I do seriously about Bob. I'll put it up here though, but yeah.
Yeah, I think that might open that door for it. I don't know, like, I guess my last thought is quit being dicks to people who don't ship your ship or who don't like it. Like, not everything is going to be for everybody. This is all supposed to be fun. Unless you're
Yeah.
me and live for pain, and then it's supposed to be crying, anxiety, stress until they finally get together and then joy. Unless you're me reading a fan fiction.
It's pain with a happy ending.
It's pain. Yeah, it's the worst happy ending massage.
That was amazing.
Pain
That
with
was
a happy
amazing.
ending.
I loved that. That was so great.
That's my
Yes.
new category for fic.
Well, thank you so much, Meg. And you're more than welcome to stick around for our next pop culture. Our next segment is a mini pop culture and fandom news episode. We're just going to talk about briefly for a half an hour, a couple of things we're looking forward to in the new year. You're welcome to stick around for that. Or if you have to go, you have to go. But thank you so much.
Yeah. I gotta take the kid to work.
Okay.
She can't drive yet. But thank you so much for having
Of
me.
course.
And I might attack the link later. Since you gave me a link, you know. I know when Carla's gonna be on it, I might just piggyback.
Okay, well, hopefully we'll see you later. And then also make sure to tune in since you are one of our Patreon supporters. We have our giveaway at 9:50 p.m., 10:50 your time, Meg.
I
We're
will be
giving
in
away-
bed.
Okay. Well, you might win some prizes. So, hey, stay tuned.
You can't get rid of me either, Hannah. All right. Bye.
Bye.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Thank you. Thank you again to Meg for joining us. And I don't have an intro. This is the one segment I didn't do an intro video for because I had to do so many intro videos and I had so much to do that I was like, oh, forget it. This one, I'm just going to introduce my panelists. So we're going to do a brief mini pop culture and fandom news episode before I go on my first break for the day and Carla takes over. So I'm going to introduce my 3 lovely panelists. All of them will be back throughout the day. So first up, I want to introduce my producer, the one who put together that lovely Finwit Rock intro, put together, did the formatting for our schedule, did so many other things that you'll see later on throughout the event. Erin A. Hi, Erin.
Hi.
Hi.
So excited. Today's the day.
Yay, I'm so excited to have you here. So thank you so much for joining. And then one of my co-hosts of It's a Dean Thing, Moth. Hello, Moth.
Hi.
Hi. It's so good to see you too. We'll be seeing a lot of you, which I'm happy about. So hello.
You will. Y'all are gonna be sick of me.
It'll be awesome though. And next up, our other co-host of It's a Dean Thing, Paula. Hey, Paula.
Hey.
And let me change out the layout since there's 4 of us here. Let me edit this a little bit. But what we're basically going to be doing, this is going to be so totally a laid back version of our pop culture and fandom news. And we are just going to talk about some things that, we might be looking forward to in the upcoming year. Some movies, television shows, whatever it be. So I will do what I always do and go alphabetically here. So Erin A., name one thing coming out this year that you are just super duper excited about.
Okay, one thing is really hard because I have a very long list here. It was announced this year, but it's not coming out until next year. Well, there's a lot of Star Wars stuff. I know you guys are tired of me talking about Star Wars, but there's a lot of Star Wars stuff that was announced in the last past couple weeks at the Star Wars celebration in Japan. Something that came out last week that I haven't even had time to watch yet is there's a new Star Wars series called Tales of the Underworld, and I'm really excited about it. I know it features Cad Bane and Ventress, and I don't even know what else because I've been so busy. I haven't had time to even watch a trailer, and I don't care. I'm all in. And then they also announced that there's going to be a series featuring Darth Maul also that's going to come out next year, which is super exciting. yeah, it's all the Star Wars things. Oh, and then I think it's next year too, or maybe the year after, that's gonna come out a new movie with Ryan Gosling. It's called Starfighter. Ryan Gosling in Star Wars. You guys, like, I'm so excited. Yeah, I'm so excited. And I'm loving all of the memes about like Ken in space.
Ken in space. Yeah, I saw the little video segments of people talking about him being announced and him being at whatever that Star Wars. I don't know what the name of that convention is. What is it called? Celebration?
Yeah, they just call it Star Wars Celebration. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I saw that. So yeah.
Yeah, it was very exciting.
Yeah, I'm sure lots of Star Wars. You know, Star Wars was one of the first things we ever did on this podcast. Was we covered Star Wars with most of the people. Yeah, I've told her privately, Carla. Sorry.
I'm not even looking. I'm like all worked up about Star Wars now. Hold on.
I don't know if you saw that, Aaron A. in my in the private messages. Your mic is very quiet.
I'm yelling at you about Star Wars, so I'll try to fix it.
What?
Maybe that's better. Is that better?
No, it's the same.
No.
You're really quiet.
I'll talk really loud and I'll put it real close to my face.
That's probably what it is it's not close enough.
Okay. I'll try and talk loud.
Yeah, so that got me totally off track there, but
I'm so sorry.
no, it's okay.
Very distracting.
Yeah, but that was one of the first episodes we ever did with Star Wars, and it was with a bunch of people that most of them I don't even think are on the podcast very much ever. It's so interesting how podcasts kind of evolve. That's not putting them down at all. I'm just saying, you know, it was one of the first things we did. So maybe someday we'll revisit it. I don't know. Maybe. So Moth, what is one thing you're looking forward to?
Okay,
I'm super excited.
I'm super excited for this. Okay, I'm a big dragon person. I love dragons. I think they're so cool. Like every type. I love how every culture has like their own type of dragons and all kinds of fun stuff. Okay, so when How to Train Your Dragon came out, like the animated movies, I was locked in. They were my films, and you know, like the TV show came out and such. But I am also very cynical of live action remakes, but I'm willing to put that aside because of my love for dragons. And the How to Train Your Dragon live action film comes out on June 13th of this year, and you guys don't know like how excited I am. I'm so excited, guys. I've already started thinking about what outfit I'm gonna wear, what I'm gonna take with me, because I have various Toothless plushies that I can take to my cinematic viewing experience. I'm ready. I'm so excited.
I am really excited about that also. So it's gonna be great.
One day I will also make it to Universal, to the Epic Universe, Universal, to see them.
So cute. I love all those videos. They're so cute.
Oh, they're so adorable. I love them. Oh, and to also see the Universal Monsterland. I'm also really excited for that as a horror fan. You know, it's like good stuff.
Yeah, I didn't know anything about this, or maybe I did and just forgot about it. You might have mentioned it and I forgot about it. But one thing that was supposed to happen that they predicted was going to happen last year, and then they moved it to this year, was there was supposed dragons were supposed to be discovered in the Rocky Mountains, and that never happened.
I'm very disappointed about that.
Yeah, I bet Moth. I bet you're just.
We were promised.
Mhm.
It was predicted. Whomsoever predicted that, their predictive license needs to get taken because that.
Their predictive lies.
Whomsoever.
I love that.
Jail for you.
Jail for you. Your predictive license is revoked. Yeah, because somehow I got on this part of TikTok where it was like all these people that predict the future. And all these people were predicting that dragons would be found and that they spoke English and that they wanted to be our friends. And then, of course, we, in typical fashion, started trying to attack them and kill them. So and then it starts a battle, us versus dragons. I'm sure dragons would win, but
Oh.
The weirdest stuff
Yeah.
happens on TikTok. I love it.
yeah. So Paula, what's one thing you're looking forward to?
Oh, so also excited for new Star Wars content and How to Train Your Dragon. Like, I'm not on the whole live action remake train, but yes, also that one was a lot of fun, so I'm looking forward to that. But I'm also looking forward to the new Tron movie coming out in October, Tron Ares. Now, it does have Jared Leto in it, and I'm not a huge fan of Jared Leto, but Gillian Anderson's going to be in it, and Jeff Bridges is back. And the trailer that I've seen, it looks really good. So that's coming out in October, and I've loved Tron since the beginning, way back when, in the far back times when it first came out. So I'm not going to say how long ago.
The far back times.
The far back times.
That's how we should refer to them from now on. The far back times.
The far back times, because I am not going to put a number on that.
The 1900s.
Ah. Yeah.
Oh gosh, we don't say that because 1900s.
Oh, last century. Ouch.
Back when we were coexisting with the dinosaurs.
Right? So I'm despite Jared Leto, I'm very much looking forward to that movie.
Yeah, I saw the trailer for that when I went to go see the Mystery Machine showing at the Alamo. That was the Jane Austen Wrecked My Life or whatever. I'm not a Jane Austen person, so and I was really shocked that played before it. But I had heard about it, and I was like, the Jared Leto part of it, he should not be working, but that turned me off. But I do love the other cast members. I will say I didn't see the other Tron movie, the one that came out like, how long ago was that, Paula?
Yeah, that was a few years ago. I'm not sure exactly when.
Yeah.
It's been a bit.
Yeah. Were you pointing to something there, Moth?
I was signaling like the way back
Oh,
time.
okay.
Not
yeah, the
as far way back, like medium way back.
Yeah,
Medium way back.
like half,
This
like
century.
2 score and something years ago.
Right.
But I did love the original Tron a lot in the way back times. That was one of the ones that I really liked as a kid. I was only like 1, but I wish. That was only 5 years ago. Come on, everybody.
Right.
Okay, I'll give you 10.
Maybe 10. Maybe. Oh, and fun fact, there's an animated series and there's a video game, and Jensen Ackles, who plays our favorite character, Dean Winchester, does voice work in, I can't remember, I think he does it in the video game, not the animated series. But anyway, so a little little tie-in to Supernatural there for you.
Everything comes back to
Right?
We'll be talking about Dean Winchester coming up at 3:15 p.m. Mountain Standard Time.
Sure will.
So yeah, so that'll be fun. So mine are always going to be horror because, well, it's me. So, hey, would you expect anything less from me? I mean, come on. I know I've talked about this movie, and I will be talking about it until it comes out, whenever it comes out. But once again, that movie, Good Boy, that Shudder announced they picked it up. That was who I dreamed would pick it up, and that's the movie that is told entirely from the point of view of a dog. The dog actor name is Indy, and the dog, they move into a haunted house, and they move in with this human, and the dog, senses everything around and senses that the human is in danger. And I guess there's even a ghost dog that's not talking, but that is also interacting with him. And it's all about him trying to save his human. but it's told entirely from the point of view of the dog. And like that's where the camera angle is, everything. And they shot this movie over a full year because they had to teach the dog all sorts of tricks because it wasn't like a trained movie dog. And he's like making the rounds. Indy is. I'm obsessed with this dog. And he's won like the Howl something award from South by Southwest. And he's adorable. And I just think this is an idea that I cannot believe hasn't been done before, honestly, because animals, I think, always sense things that we don't sense. And I'm sure you've been in a room with your dog or your cat or some other animal, and they sense something that's not there. And I just like that they're making a whole movie about this. So, and people are like, it's very emotional and it's really well done. And people are saying this dog should, and they're being honest about this, be nominated for an award, that the performance is incredible. So I am super duper excited for that movie. And I hope it gets a release date soon. And I'm just happy that Shudder picked it up because that's why I wanted to pick it up. So I am so excited for that movie. Obsessed with that dog.
Yeah. Did you see the fun fact that it's also the director's dog
Yeah.
too?
Mhm.
I think
Oh,
it's
really?
so cute.
That's awesome.
Which probably made it easier to film, I would think, because the dog would be like really comfortable,
Mm.
you know? So
Yeah.
yeah, I did see that. I'm very excited about it. So, and apparently, I don't know this for a fact. I haven't seen it. So spoilers, because people get very, when a dog, everyone's like, this dog better not die. Apparently, supposedly, I cannot confirm this. Once again, spoilers. So if you have to mute for a second or turn away, supposedly the dog is okay. But I haven't seen it, so I can't confirm that. There is a ghost dog, though. So, that would not be an alive dog. So.
That's what that would be so stressful to watch. Like I'd be worried about the dog the whole time. I don't know if I could handle it.
But people have said it's so good and it's emotional and it really speaks to the real the bond between human and animal. So, yeah. Okay. Well, and there are
Tell me if I can watch it. You watch it first and then tell me if it's okay.
I will. And then also remember, you can always check doesthedogdie.com, not just for if the dog dies, but for any triggering topics on any movie show. They will spoil stuff for you and let you know, not just about animal deaths. It's for other triggering topics as well. And I do hear birds chirping in the background. So birds have joined in our live stream.
Oh, that reminds me. If you guys hear drumming, there's a guy in the park across the street from me that's been out there with the drum for like 2 hours with like the little like the bongos that sits on your lap and you hit him. Yeah, he's just out there drumming, like chilling in the park. So if you guys hear drumming, I'm really sorry too.
Okay, I do hear the birds chirping. So I don't know where that's coming from, but from one of you, I do hear the birds chirping. So what is another thing that you are looking forward to, Erin A?
So on a music side of things, that's very specific and probably not fair to bring up because most people cannot go. In a couple weeks, I'm gonna be going to Punk Rock Bowling. It's a music festival in Las Vegas, and I'm so excited. It's been on my bucket list for several years. This is the 25th year of Punk Rock Bowling. And it's just this big punk music festival. Some of my favorite bands are playing, so I picked a really good year to go. My favorite headliner is Social Distortion. They will be there. Erin, I'm sure you'll be happy to hear Peter Hook and the Light is going to be doing a Joy Division set. All sorts of people, the Interrupters, who I also love. I'm going to go through the list here and just a couple of them. Laura Jane Grace is going to be there. Who else? Bouncing Souls, Frank Turner. Looking at all of these things. Lambrini Girls, which is like kind of more of like a smaller band from the UK, but they are amazing. Look them up if you guys haven't heard them before. Riverboat Gamblers, like all kinds of like just really cool bands. And I'm so excited to go. one thing that they do that's really cool is there's 2 stages, but they alternate so that you don't have to miss anything. Because I've been to other festivals where there's multiple stages, but like you've got to pick which one you want to go to, and then you're going to miss out over here. But they don't overlap any of their shows, which is really cool. I don't know how good I'm going to do as a very adulty, grown-up adult person now, standing at a music festival for 3 days. But I'm going to do my best. Especially in Las Vegas, and it's probably going to be hot, but I'm so excited. And it's, check it out if you guys are into punk and want to go on like a punk vacation. It should be really cool.
Cool. Yeah, and then Jen said, I didn't know this. Bongo means fart in Korean. That's funny. Cool. Yeah. I know you've told me about this before, and I think that's really exciting. So I hope it's as fun as it sounds like it's going to be. So, yeah. So Moth, what's another thing you're into?
Okay, in the line of dinosaurs and dragons. In the line of dragons, these are like dragons without wings, so dinosaurs. Jurassic World Rebirth is coming out on July 2nd. And I am so ready because, again, dinosaurs. Fun fact, my favorite dinosaur is a T-Rex because they're so derpy looking. They've got the teeny little arms. And I just, big old heads, and I love them. But yes, it's going to be, I guess, like a different movie from the Crispy Rat Boy films. So very excited about that. Hopefully he doesn't make an appearance because I just don't like the man whatsoever. But I'm excited about the dinosaurs. Also, Jonathan Bailey is in it as, I guess, a paleontologist, and I'm very excited to see him in his studious fabulousness with his little glasses. Oh, it's gonna be, I'm excited to see what they do or what story they try to tell with this movie. So yeah.
Cool. So Paula, what is another thing you're into?
Yes, also Jonathan Bailey and Jurassic Park. Yes, very much so. So I'm also looking forward to Karate Kid Legends is coming out, I think this year. Yeah. That's gonna be really good. I can't wait to see that. They've got Ralph Macchio back, Jackie Chan's in it. I'm very much looking forward to more Karate Kid. So
Cool. And I think I figured out who the birds are. It's you, Paula.
I think so, yeah, because I know I've got a couple of trees right outside my window here, and they've decided they want to be on the podcast too, apparently. So
yeah, I was like, I know I hear those birds from somewhere. They're taking over the podcast.
The only sounds I have is a snoring dog, and he hasn't started yet. So.
So another horror movie that I am looking forward to is Zach Krieger's Weapons, because we really don't know what this is about. I mean, we know part of what it's about, but we don't know the full thing, at least. And it's, a bunch of kids go missing at the same time one night, and no one knows why or where they are or anything. And that's the basic premise. And the trailer looks wild. And if you don't know, Zach Krieger did Barbarian, wrote and directed Barbarian. And so this is the first film, that he has written and directed since Barbarian. So that's a big reason I'm looking forward to it. And also, if you didn't know, this script for Weapons was so like everybody said it was the best script they had read, a fantastic script. Jordan Peele, for his production company, Monkey Paw Productions, he wanted this script so badly that when he lost out on the bidding war, he fired a person who he held responsible for them losing out on the bidding war, because he wanted this script because he said the script was so good. So that should tell you something. That might be overhyping it. I don't know. I don't care. I am so excited for this movie. The trailer looks fantastic. I have watched it quite a few times. And they also release these things where you just see like footage, like camera footage, like from a security camera type thing of children just wandering out into the street kind of thing. And it just looks creepy and good. And I'm very, very excited for that one. Yeah. Probably more than like any other upcoming horror movie. I would say that's probably, well, Good Boy, but those are my two number ones. And of course, I'm excited to watch Final Destination. It's coming out next week. So, and it's actually getting really good reviews, and people are saying it's the best in the whole series. So I'm super excited. Plus, we get to see Tony Todd one last time, and that makes me very happy. Yeah. Yep. Okay. Well, we only have a few more minutes until my first break and until Carla takes over the stream. So it'll be just Carla, and everybody will have to be very nice to Carla when she takes over. So we don't really have time to necessarily go around for one other one. This is like the silliest thing I'm going to have you do. So like, to sum up in one word the things you're looking forward to, a word to describe them. Like, how does it fill you with? Does it fill you with happiness, joy, excitement, terror?
Oh man. Yeah.
I was just trying to think of a way to wrap it up. So
Oh, man. Yeah, I don't know if I can do one word, but yeah. Joy. Yeah.
yeah,
Things that make me happy.
cool. One word for you, Moth.
I'm gonna cheat and say two words: excited anticipation.
That goes well together. Paula.
I'm gonna say joy too, because everything that's coming out just makes me so happy. It's like Tron and Karate Kid. They're very nostalgic to me, so that just fills me with joy.
Yeah, I'm going to say thrilling. Thrilled. Yeah, I'm going to say that. Michael agrees. There hasn't been any news yet on your TV show, Michael, but that is what's supposed to happen next in the Halloween universe. So we shall see. There is going to be, of course, that Friday the 13th television show, the prequel, coming soon, all about Jason's mother, Pamela Voorhees. So I'm looking forward to that one. I think I'm really excited about that. I'm just excited that they actually are now at the point where they can do some new Friday the 13th content, because they couldn't for so long because of legality reasons. So yeah. Well, thank you all. All three of you will be back throughout the day. I will be seeing all of you. Well, no, except for Moth, but I will be seeing Aaron A. and Paula in about half an hour for pop culture trivia. Woohoo! So
Yay.
see you all soon. Thank you again so much. So I will be removing you all. I almost removed myself. Okay, so what's going to happen next is Carla is going to be taking over for a half an hour while I go eat, have a little bit of a break, stretch a little bit. You know, I took some breaks last time, but I decided this year it was really important to take as many breaks as I possibly could. So yeah, and now I've got it set up. You see a little bit more of my background here. You can see more of Michael. You can see my amazing, one of my favorite things, the artwork done by Neil Fraser Graphics of Michael and Jason and Freddie. You can see Freddie as well. And then some of my other cool stuff back there. I should have brought my new cereal killer bowl. I've eaten so much cereal in that bowl. But I do have later. You will be seeing this lit. Smells like she's watching scary movies again. The most accurate candle I've ever gotten in my life. So what's going to happen is I am going to be playing soon here an intro for Carla. And Carla is going to come on, be on here until about 1. I'll pop on about 5 minutes before just to do the transition. And Carla has a big announcement as well that I'm really excited for everybody to hear. And I'm very honored that she's making that announcement here. So thank you, Carla. And thank you for covering for me for half an hour too, most importantly. And Aaron A, just to let Aaron A is not going to be on here, but Aaron A is backstage to help Carla. So thank you, Aaron A, so much. And to let you know, Aaron A, I put under media assets and it's down on the very bottom, but don't play it yet. And it's down on the very bottom before where it says up above where it says add video clip. Don't play it until Carla tells you to. So that's very important. But if you don't mind doing that, so Aaron A will be here to help add comments, everything like that. So here is Carla's intro video. And then when that intro video disappears, to let you know, Carla will be on the stage and I will not be. So I will see you all in a little bit under a half an hour.
Presto changeo. Suddenly Erin is a brown suburban mom. How about that? The amazing things that technology can do for us and to us. But more importantly, the real Erin, the not me, Erin, who is the host of It's a Fandom Thing pod and all of its various offshoots, is resting, which is very good and very important and very happy for her. But you have me in the meantime. Aren't you excited? All right, so hi, Fandom Thingers. I'm here to give Erin a break. And also, I have an announcement for you. But before we get to the announcement, I have some things that I need to get off my chest. Because I think that having been given this space to just kind of go off a little bit, I'm going to do just that. And I hope you don't mind. If you do, though, you're kind of stuck with me. So, hi. Well, let me start off by saying that recently I started going back into movie theaters, which I had been avoiding since the start of the pandemic. And it actually ended up being a good thing, this break that I took from theaters, because I realized I don't like sticky floors. I don't like people. I don't like people talking next to me. I don't want people breathing near me. But I did enjoy the feeling of companionship of watching something in a movie theater with other people, because there are those moments when everybody gasps or everybody laughs at something that is something very special that you can't replicate, even if you kind of bolt everybody down at home and force them to watch what you want to watch. They don't take kindly to that, believe it or not. It turns out that it's better if there are people who paid money to be there at the same time as you, and then you get more of that feeling of camaraderie and less of that feeling of holding hostages. Who would have thought? But even with that enjoyment coming back into the movie theater, all of these years later, I still, okay, can we talk, please, can we talk for a second, just a quick second, about what is appropriate behavior and what is not appropriate behavior in a movie theater? Yes? Okay. I just want to tell you that I don't think anybody should be having their feet up on the seat in front of them, because feet are gross, and nobody should be putting their hair where your feet have been, and you shouldn't be putting your feet where hair is going to go. And I didn't think that that needed to be said aloud, and yet here we are, having learned no lessons apparently about germs after a pandemic. You know, whatever, can't win them all. But in addition to that, I think part of the thing of all of us enjoying movies in our own homes with our own chosen co-audience is that kind of just relaxing and letting your hair down and just treating it, you know, just being at home. But people treat movie theaters like it's their home too. And a movie theater is not your home. It's not. I know you kind of want to believe that, and you feel like, oh, it's cozy in here, especially with like the new fancy reclining chairs, which, by the way, a marvel of technology. What? I am so excited. Bigger cup holders, which is fantastic because when you smuggle in, when you carry in water that you forgot was in your purse already, and you put them in those cup holders, they actually fit now. You don't have to carry them in your lap and hope that you don't spill. Super cool. But I was at a movie theater a couple of days ago watching Thunderbolts, which, by the way, was a delight. But there was somebody talking above a whisper to their partner. And no, that's not okay. Don't do that ever. Just don't. If you have something to say to your person sitting next to you, wait until you get home. I imagine that if you're there with them on purpose, you'll probably see them after the movie too. And you can hold your thoughts until then, right? I mean, like, it's not a cooperative effort. Yes. Well, first of all, hi, Moth. I'm so excited that you're here. Meg, my wife. Jen, my dear. I'm so happy to have you all here. And yes, Meg, I also love that water is my big contraband. I love water. I love not paying for it. And it's not called being cheap. It's called water is a right. Access to water should be a right. And if I'm going to bring bottled water, I shouldn't pay $9 for it. I mean, okay, sorry. Backing up. Paula, hi, Paula. And Moth, yes, a movie theater is a communal space and should be treated as such. This is not your house, Greg. And it's always a Greg. It's always a Greg or a Joan. It's a Greg or a Joan. And they bring their child, McKaylee Hen, into this environment. And it's just absolutely trash people. But yes, so again, we're coming back from pandemic. People are being germy in public and not letting me enjoy my movie-going experience with my accidentally forgotten bottle of water and also accidentally forgotten bag of Raisinets that I just completely by coincidence happened to buy that day and put in my purse, not at all thinking that I was bringing it to a movie theater. Not at all. I would never do that. Never on purpose. I would bring a whole thing of Burger King though, which I have done. I have smuggled a full Burger King meal into a movie theater. And I have no regrets. It was extra tasty watching it with contraband. There's a life of crime. I wasn't made for it, and yet maybe I am. But yes, so movie people are still being rude people, and that is not acceptable. And when I take over when I am in charge of more things, I will make it illegal for people to be bad movie people. You're welcome in advance. I'm happy to do that for you. Another thing that I want to talk about is how much I enjoy the Reddit things of AITA. You know, am I the anus? Am I the posterior orifice? And all of its little offshoots. They're so enjoyable because I can't be the only one who likes gossip and drama, especially when it has nothing to do with you or anybody you know. It is so low stakes at that point. It's just people being messy, and you get to enjoy it just by reading it or by having it read to you, preferably by Shane Top from Smosh. But the people are really truly unhinged, and it's amazing to me. And I, you know, on the one hand, I'm like, why are people so unhinged? What is wrong with people? On the other hand, I'm like, thank God people are unhinged, because then what would I do with my bathroom breaks? Just sit there and like use the bathroom? I believe that God put phones in our hands specifically so that we could look at AITA and feel better about ourselves. And one thing that it's begun to trouble me, friends, is that the people on AITA are sometimes not people. AI has infiltrated our mess. There are messes on AITA that are not human messes, and that is unconscionable. At least when people are making up stories to post on Reddit, they're using their creativity. And that's, I think, a noble thing to do. It's you're using creative writing, you're putting, your grammar classes to good use, you're putting storytelling to good use. And I think that it's a good and noble thing to want to entertain the masses. So for AI to have taken that over too, when they're already taken over Duolingo, is one bridge too far. And I am here to tell you and to warn you, don't believe every chisme you hear, because sometimes it is fake chisme. And I know you're as heartbroken as I am. It is with tears in my eyes. Deep down past where you can see that you can't really see them because they're just way, way, way back there. Way, way back there. That I have to tell you, if you didn't know already, sometimes the chisme is bots. Sometimes it's AI. And it's getting harder and harder to tell, because at least it used to be that they would use some phrases that's like, no human would ever talk like that. Like, you sound like you may have actually gone to therapy, and that's not anybody on Reddit. So it's very disheartening to see the proliferation of AI getting even into our human mess, and not just cleaning up our human mess, which is really what robots should be there for. I mean, Rosie on the Jetsons was a maid, like literally a robot cleaning messes. And yet here we are allowing AI to take over and create messes where we should be making them. Nope. Not in my world. When I am a gentle future dictator, Goose, no, I'm not a dictator. I would not be a dictator. I would be a leader. Sometimes not so much by people's choice, but sometimes by people's need. And no, I will not be getting an orange tan for that. I don't have it. It wouldn't work with my complexion. Can you imagine? Like, no. Ugh. No, I can't really, no. But I would put an end to that. I would say, no more robots. Clean up our messes. Let us make them first, and only us make the messes. Let's bring humanity back into mess. And another thing that I want to complain about is parasocial relationships versus engagement with artists and creators. Now, okay, let's be very specific here. Parasocial relationships are when, for example, you know everything about your favorite artist, like down to their grade school pet, where they lived, everything that they've eaten in the past 12 hours. I don't know, maybe at that point you're just a stalker. Yeah, you're definitely in stalky territory, but parasocial relationships are not far from that. But I just want to make the distinction very clear, because a parasocial relationship is very different from engaging and from enjoying. So if you are enjoying somebody's content and just seeing somebody and saying, you know what, I really enjoy the way that this person presents things. I really enjoy the way that the point of view that they present. I enjoy the persona that they're allowing us to see. I think that's what it comes down to. Enjoy the persona, leave the person alone. Which is, it's important for you to know that, because I'm about to talk about my very normal thing about Shane Top from Smosh, and how I have said to you many, many times, he is my emotional support white guy. And you would think that would be my husband. No. That's not how marriages work. Grow up. But it is how entertainment works. And the way that I mean that is that I don't mean that Shane Top is my actual emotional support white guy. he is just somebody whose persona I enjoy very much. And the persona that he presents as he is reading Reddit stories, tying this back to my previous point. Yeah, I can do that. Can a bot? I don't think so. The way that he reads the Reddit stories and the opinions that he presents about those Reddit stories lead me to believe that he is an enlightened person who cares about other human beings and how other human beings interact. And I just find that very charming and very cool. And whether or not that is the actual person is a different story, but I'm not going to dig any further because I am not like that. And nobody should be. I think people should just let people be. Artists should be allowed to have their time to themselves. I really don't know why people feel the need to interrupt famous people when they're just eating a burger, when they're just strolling by. I remember very distinctly, there was a point where I was in a chat group with a lot of fans of a particular show that you may or may not be familiar with. And I won't name the show. I will just say that it is about things that are beyond natural. Things that are not natural, they're a step beyond. Yes, it's beyond natural. The show, yes. And one of the actors was at a convention and we were all in the chat group and a person in it said, because I happened to be at that convention, they said, oh, hey, they just walked by where I think you are. You should go and like sit closer. I'm like, he was going to the bathroom. Like, I'm not in the auditorium. And it's like, oh, why don't you sit closer so you can enjoy what he's saying? It's like, oh no, he's walking by you to go to the bathroom. Why don't you, like, no. And honestly, like, you know how sometimes you do something and like 5 years later, you're still thinking about it? Well, it's been about 10 years that I'm still thinking about it, and I didn't push back, and I didn't say you're being creepy. I was just like, oh no, no, I don't think I can walk there. I could have walked there. I just shouldn't have. Let's take a pause for me to cough. That's me choking on regret. Okay. I'm so sorry. I'm just overwhelmed with regret at steps not taken, but let's bring this back. And yes, Meg, Christian Bale has a parasocial relationship with me. He's obsessed. If you follow our Christian Bale month episodes, you'll know that. Just to be clear, I'm not talking about the actual Christian Bale. I'm talking about the Christian Bale that is the printouts of Christian Bale. I'm realizing that sounds very creepy. I didn't print out like a life-size Christian Bale. It's just headshots of Christian Bale. And I use them for the podcast, not for evil. I hope you get the point. That is, I don't have a parasocial. Okay, let's move on. Yeah, nothing to see here. So, now that we've talked about parasocial relationships and about AITA and about things that I like, things that I don't like, I think that, I think some of you may have thought to yourselves, I wish Carla would talk more. I wish I could hear more about Carla's thoughts. And I hear you. I really do. But even if the answer is no, the unfortunate truth is that I have so much to say. And I have so much to say, like so much. Unfortunately, sometimes the things that I want to say don't make it to this podcast or to Bedward or Behead, whose episodes you can find wherever you found this podcast. But they still live there and they nag at me, and I want to let them out. I want them out in that void so that if somebody happens upon them and says to themselves, you know what? I think that too. I've thought of that. I'm glad somebody's saying that. I'm glad somebody's speaking for the people who are the people who think like me. Yeah. Oh, Moth, I really appreciate that, especially because as a fellow tea drinker, I know the power and importance of tea. So to thank you for abandoning your enjoyment for tea, I will give you some tea myself and reveal, here's my announcement, that I am launching my own podcast. It's going to be a fun thing, just me talking about the things that I like, the things that I don't like, ideas that just float in my head, just basically anything that I want. It's going to be a mess. It's going to be a mess, but it's going to be fun. At least I think so. And if you enjoy fun messes, then you might enjoy my podcast. It's going to be called Okay Real Quick, because I often feel like as I'm trying to get things out, I'm just like, okay, real quick, just let me get one more thing out. So my podcast, Okay Real Quick, is going to be coming out very soon. My first episode, assuming I can get things going the way that I want them to, should be released on Friday of this week. And you can look for it wherever you find actually, I don't know where you can look for it yet, but just go look for it. Create a demand for it so that podcast streamers are like, hey, what's this Okay Real Quick? Let's find it. And then they'll start playing it. I mean, that's the hope. Just like, even if you just like put it on and walk away, just please. Aaron, let's roll the 5-second video, please. So there we go. That's the big announcement. The big announcement after 20 minutes of me talking is that I will be talking in chunks of 10 to 20 minutes until I get bored of it, which maybe never, because I like talking and I have a lot of thoughts. What kind of thoughts are you thinking, Carla? Well, I have so many of them. There are a lot of thoughts about TV and movies and books and music. And if you've heard me on any of my appearances on any podcast, you'll know that sometimes I have more to say than there is time for me to say them. And this is going to be partly me picking up on stray thoughts, partly me talking about things that I haven't talked to you about anyway. But I hope that you'll tune in. So for things that I'm thinking of talking about, why can't people act right? Like in movie theaters, for example. Do flowers have feelings? I don't know. Let's find out. By let's, I mean me, and then you can listen to me talk about finding out. And why are cats? Why are cats? I will tell you why are cats very soon. I also know that sometimes just talking about that kind of thing may not be enough to fill 10 minutes, 15 minutes, but I do want to tell you that there will be additional segments within my little show. There are segments such as Unhinged Movie and TV Theories, where I tell you about how I think that this is going to happen to this character and how it's going to happen and why it might happen and why I think that this person's going to murder that person. It's not always going to be about murder, just in case you're concerned. It won't always be about murder. But in that vein, if you go back and watch any of the live streams with the wild women of podcasting, which are Erin, Jen, and me, you'll see my unhinged theories about Dexter the first of the 4 sequels. Other things are going to be sighing about the news, or I talk about, and listen, it's not going to be like the heavy, hard news, simply because you can't just sigh about that. That is much more complicated than just sitting there and sighing about it. But, you know, the Academy tweeting about a horror movie being like, oh, look at this, and everybody being like, then recognize horror in your awards. What, like it's hard? That's going to be something that I tackle in my hard-hitting journalism. Let me make a playlist where I am going to create playlists and watch later lists on YouTube and Spotify that you can go and check out and see what I think is worth looking into this week or what's worth listening to. And it will not only be Yellowker, the amazing, fantastic artist that I found recently and with whom I am in love. But it might also be a lot of Yellowker. But not only, so only one way to find out is by listening, right? Right? Okay. One that is very near and dear to my heart called The Chisme Corner. Not The Chisme Corner, because that's silly. The Chisme Corner, where I will be talking about AITA, the ones that I think are real. And I will be talking about messy TikTok things. Because it's fun, okay? And soy chismosa, ¿qué quieren? O sea, this is just who I am. Accept me as I am. And things that are on my watch list and things on my to be read pile, both of which are extensive because I have a lot of aspirations for the imaginary free time that I do not have, but things that I want to watch. So what I will be doing is talking about those things that I want to eventually watch or read, what my theories about what they're supposed to be, what they might be about. And I might revisit that later and say, I was so wrong, or I was dead on, which is more likely than not, right? I mean, like, I have a good track record of being right about things. No, I don't. No, I just enjoy it, but don't quote me on anything. I want to take a moment to thank Moth for saying this is great because this is like an appetizer before we get the full meal. Yes, I'm just giving you a preview of the chaos and mess. There will be a lot less coughing though, because I will probably not still be recovering from a cold. So we're all clear. Erin, our wonderful host. My mom would definitely say flowers have feelings. I have a story about that she has shared with me. And I would like for you to share it with me at some point so that I can steal that story and talk about it on Okay Real Quick. Erin A. Cats plus murder 100. Yeah. Cats plus murder. That's what we all want, right? I mean, we don't want murder. We just want to talk about murder. So, yeah, just want to be very clear, FBI. Thank you so much for your enthusiasm and for your excitement in the comments. I really hope that you enjoy what you'll be listening to when the episodes start dropping, and that you might, I don't know, feel seen as a fellow unhinged person with a lot to say. Moth, I like that the churner sounds like a churner. Yes. Like you're going to churn out chisme like butter. You know what? I hadn't thought of that, but I am definitely into it. And Meg, please let Goose know that obviously text me the chisme, because I mean, they have my number. Text me the chisme. I want it all. So thank you all so much for listening to me go on at length while I give Erin a break. And thank you so much to Erin for letting me debut my podcast on her podcast, because I think that's very generous and it's very kind and very sweet. And I'm just very grateful. I'm very grateful to you all for putting aside your tea time or whatever else you might be doing to listen to me go on and on. I love you guys, and I'll see you on OK Real Quick. And also here, because I'm not going to not do this as well. I mean, like, that's how much I have to say. I have so much to say that I can cover this and OK Real Quick and any other podcast in which I'll be guesting, because I like guesting on podcasts and, again, talking about everything. And that's, yeah. Yes, that was a preview, by the way, totally on purpose, 100% planned way ahead of time, so that you know that the trivia event is coming right up. Just wanted to give you that preview that I did on purpose.
Hi, I'm here. I keep waiting for a moment to pop in. So, hi,
Hello.
yes, hi, Carla. So, congratulations again.
Thank you.
Yes, so you might have gotten spoiled for a few seconds there on the trivia category. Of course, I popped myself in without having the camera on. So, thank you, Carla. I see all my contestants backstage. Carla is one of them. So, we are going to continue on. Sorry to make it so quick here, but we are for time going to go to trivia. But again, congratulations, Carla. Thank you. So
Thank you.
here, and so I will go over rules too after I introduce everybody. But we are moving on to pop culture trivia, and Carla will be here in just a second as well to join us for that. So we'll be right back. Hi, I removed Carla for just a second so that I can introduce her again, since she is one of our contestants, because I'm going to introduce alphabetically. And Carla, amazingly enough, this rarely happens, is not number one in the alphabet for this. And my thing is being really like not letting me scroll down here. So hopefully I can, there we go. Okay. Okay. So first up, back from our first segment, giving our top 5 of the year so far, is Ashley Styles from Wizard Radio. Hi, welcome back.
Hey, thanks for having me back. Yeah, I strategically picked an alphabetically early name to get in ahead on these sorts of things.
You knew. You're like, Carla.
Yeah.
You can no longer be first as long as I'm here. Yes, so I'm very excited to have you on. Our trivia is always fun, I think. So hopefully you'll have fun and good luck. And I'll let everybody know how we're going to choose who goes first, because we're actually not going to go by alphabet necessarily. So we'll see. Okay, so next up, and you just spent a half hour with her exciting announcement. So Carla, hello, Carla.
Hello, everybody. I hope you missed me in the last 15 seconds.
I'm sure everybody did. So I'm happy to have you here too. And I'm going to introduce Aaron A last, since they are running the board for me as usual. Because except for when we do Finn Whitrock trivia, when I run it and everything goes amiss, as everybody could see in that one little clip show. Next up, my podcast brain twin, Jen. Hello, Jen.
Hello. Thanks for having me. And I'm going to go ahead and preemptively apologize in case my computer crashes, because it's already done that twice.
Keeping us on our toes.
Yeah. It'll just be when you're like, oh, yeah, I know the answer. Totally. Oops.
When I actually know the answer to one. Yeah.
Thank you so much for being here, Jen. And directly after trivia, pretty much Jen will be back for a little mini My Streaming Bubble. So thank you so much for being here. And the last of our contestants, one of my co-hosts of It's a Dean Thing, Paula. Hey, Paula.
Hello.
Welcome. I'm very excited for all of you to see the board. Some of you got a sneak peek of it, but for you to see all of the categories that we chose, which I think some of them are fun. One of them I'm going to be kind of, you'll see, I'm going to be kind of having fun, and you are all going to run screaming when I do it, but hey. And last is the person who puts together the trivia boards, because they look amazing, and without her, trivia falls apart. Aaron A. Whoa. And staticky sound from Aaron A.
Whoa.
Okay, we're going to have to mute you.
Applause.
That was applause.
Aaron A just has a big cheering section.
Thunderous
okay.
applause.
That's a better way of looking at it. I agree. So normally the way we choose who goes first in these is I have a trivia question, but this time I'm going to spin a wheel, which I will spin in just a second. But first, for people who are new to our trivia, like Ashley, like some of the viewers maybe, the way this works is we will have 5 categories, 8 questions apiece, ranging from 10 points to 40 points. So you have 2 questions in each point category. And we, instead of like buzzing in, everybody will get a turn to select a category. You go, you select, whichever one for as many points. I always encourage people to go for 40 points first. And then you'll get 30 seconds to answer. And please, if you are viewers, do not type in the response in the chat. And if you can't get it, then it's open to the other contestants. And if the other contestants can't get it, then it's open to viewers. And I might give you some stickers, some podcast merch, if you know it, in the comments. But we're going to have some fun. So before I spin the little wheel, I'm going to I have to spin the wheel first because, you know what? I'll just spin it. I want you all to know it. Sorry. Let me share my screen here. The wheel of the spin.
I'm excited to see this wheel.
Anticipation is building.
You gotta wait to work for it.
Okay, while she's doing that, am I standing again?
Yes.
Okay, I will hang for this.
I think she's actually frozen.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, she might be.
Oh, she was just very focused.
Okay, I froze.
Okay.
Well, whilst that's being worked out, I do have a
no!
question for the veterans here. Is it like Jeopardy? Since it sounds like it's laid out a bit, do I have to answer in the form of a question, or is it just straight answers?
No, you can just answer. You don't need to put it in the form of a question. Although I think that's kind of cool to do.
That's a bit of panache.
Yes, it's more flashy.
Yeah.
Yeah, so, okay, fellow trivia people. First of all, hi. Ashley, it's the first time I'm meeting you, so it's lovely to meet you. I enjoyed the segment earlier with Aaron. That was a lot of fun. Jen, I just wanted to let you know that your bangs are super cute. And your lipstick is fire.
Thank you. The bangs I did myself, and the lipstick I put it on by myself as well.
I'm so proud of you.
Very well done.
Yes, so we're gonna have like an offshoot podcast with you, like hair and makeup with Jen, right?
Yeah. Yep.
This
will be about it.
So weeks
real
and
quick.
weeks of bangs, and then weeks and weeks of lips. I am here for it.
Love it.
Okay, I don't know what's going on, and now everything's echoing, and I don't know why it's echoing. I was trying to spin the wheel, and it just does not want me to do that. I think it just kind of locked everything up, so I apologize, everyone. So yeah, I don't know what was going on, and I'm afraid to touch this wheel and spin it. So we're just going to go alphabetical, okay? Because I've
Yes.
heard
That works.
Ashley's like, yes, that's how I wanted it to go.
Yeah, I would have.
You
Excellent.
did this. You did this. You said like some juju there. Yeah. So let's bring on the trivia board, and we'll introduce the categories to you. So we have. It's a fandom name thing. So basically, we'll give you the fandom name, and you tell us what fandom that name is for.
Okay. We'll see.
Next up is TV jingles. So it's the theme song for a TV show. I will be like singing a little part of it. That's where you're all gonna go, oh my gosh, can we make her have technical difficulties again? And then my day job was, so I'm going to give you some day jobs, some original jobs that people had before they became famous. And then you get to tell me who you think that actor was. Old headshots. So some of these are really easy, some aren't. So you'll see an old headshot. Tell me who the actor was. And then last but not least, probably my favorite category I've put on here, sexiest man alive. So we will give you the year.
I honestly thought it was just all gonna be like Matt Bomer,
right? Matt Bomer, Christian Bale, Finn Whitrock.
You're forgetting my future husband, Colin Farrell.
I mean,
it's like poker. I got to play the person. I got to get in Erin's head and think, what's the sexiest man going to be for this one?
So yes, we will give you the year and a little bit of I tried to be clever with the answer, and then you say who that sexiest man was. So hopefully you all like the categories I chose for you. If you don't, well, it's too late now.
Oh no, computer difficulties.
So that I don't like confuse myself like I do sometimes, I'm going to order you all in alphabet here for myself on the screen, because you know me. So Ashley, which 40 question do you want to go for?
Yeah, well, I thought about going for a 40 to make a statement, make a splash at the beginning. I think, though, I want to feel this out. I need to get a register for the difficulty. So let's go. It's a fandom name thing for 20. Let's try and get some feelers in.
Pine nuts.
Oh God. This is already testing me. So the fandom for this show or movie or thing are called the Pine Nuts.
Or person, yeah.
Or person. Okay, I don't think it's a person. I'm getting rinsed here already. Okay, let's go for some show. It's going to have a tree in it. Gravity Falls?
Nope, that is wrong. So now it's open.
Yeah.
Christopher Pine?
Yes. Yes, I will let Carl. I know you raised your hand, Jen.
I'm locking in now. I'm locking in now. There he
I was
is.
trying to be nice. Like, wait, what do I do?
Oh no, jumping.
Yeah. Yes, I know. When you said it's not a person, I'm like,
No, now I've got it, because now I'm thinking like the
could
little
be a
monsters,
person.
the beehive. I'm zoning in.
yes. So good job, Carla. And Carla, since you are next in the alphabet, you get to pick next.
Well, you know me. I'm gonna go straight for a 40, and we're going to do TV jingles for 40, please. Yes, Erin, let's sing.
Hopefully I remember how all these go. Oh my gosh. Now I'm forgetting all the words. I should have had these pulled up. I just didn't have time. Okay. I would tell you all about my bad reputation. Oh my gosh, that was horrible. So that's all I'm doing.
And I just heard this jingle the other day with like a clip of the show, and I can't remember. I'm just going to guess Square Pegs. No, because that had its own thing.
What was your answer there? No.
There we go.
Facts of life.
That's an even more famous jingle.
I'm sorry. No, that is incorrect.
goodness.
Anybody else know? You can raise your hand. We'll do it that way.
No one knows.
Oh, no guesses?
Bad Girls Club is the only one that came to mind.
That's a good guess because of the bad reputation.
I know it's not.
Ashley or Paula?
The only thing that comes to mind, because I think it was on the soundtrack for the movie, was Shrek.
Well, no, it.
I know. I'm like, I know that's not right.
Nope.
I'm gonna swing for the bleachers and guess Riverdale. Is that correct?
No. So if anyone watching knows it, put it in the comments. And we
It was Ronda Rousey's walkout music for WWE, if that's worth any amount of points.
if we had the WWE category.
Izzy, the amount of times I listened to the Shrek soundtrack is ridiculous. That's the only reason I knew it was on there.
Okay, so Jen.
Yes. All right, let's go. You know what? We'll just keep going down. We'll do your day job was, and we'll do it for 30 because we've got a 20 and a 40. So needs to be even.
I love that no one has picked 10s yet. Before singing about the music of the night, this actor was practicing civil law.
This was a bad choice. I have no idea. I don't know. Martin Short, which is not correct, but that's I don't know why he came to mind, but final answer.
Oh my gosh, now I have to see Martin Short in Phantom of the Opera.
Amazing.
Nope, that's incorrect. Ashley?
Russell Crowe?
No, that's incorrect too. But
He was in
Carla?
Phantom of the Opera.
Gerard Butler.
Yes, Gerard Butler. I love watching people's reactions. Yes, yes. I just think it's so funny that he was practicing civil law. So I think he like quit or got fired like on day one.
He just really wanted to be shirtless among a sea of men. And frankly, why deny him of his dreams?
I mean,
That's true. That's true. That's true. Yeah. So Paula.
oh, is it my turn? Okay.
Yes.
Snuck up on me. Let's try old headshots for not quite brave enough for 40. Let's go for 30. Oh my gosh. I think I know who it is, but I'm not. Oh God, I can't think of her name. I hate when that happens.
1 second.
Names are escaping me right now. God, I'm gonna
Okay.
kick myself when I find out who this is too.
Other contestants? Carla.
Carrie Russell.
Nope.
It looks like Carrie Russell though.
It does. I see that. Yeah. Anyone else? Ashley? Jen?
It's gonna be incorrect. So I'm just gonna say like the first thing that comes to mind, and it was Kelly LeBrock.
Nope.
Mm-hmm.
Ashley, you have a guess?
Can't think of one that would be remotely close to right, so I'm not going to embarrass myself by swearing again.
It looks very 80s, but is it?
Okay. Well, if anyone knows that's watching, any of the viewers know, let us know. I love this. When you're the Phantom, you've got to know the legal in and outs of living in.
Oh my goodness.
Water
That's
rights.
very true.
Yes, quarters.
That's very true, Moth. Yes, that's very true. Okay, Ashley.
Oh, back up. All right, let's go. Well, nobody's picked sexiest man
know.
alive, right? I'm going to find that a difficult category. Let's go sexiest man alive for 30. Let's try and get on the board here.
1991. He dirty danced his way onto the cover.
Shit, who's the guy in Dirty Dancing? Is it? I'm trying to remember the guy. Is it Patrick Swayze?
Yes.
Yes! I have not seen that movie in years and years and years. Oh,
And there,
okay.
there he
I
is.
go on. I'm not gonna get away with 0.
You're on the board. Hey!
Roger Connor's been rinsing us.
Yeah. So, Carla, are you going to continue to dominate, or?
I don't know, Aaron. It depends on how well you sing the next jingle for 40.
Oh no. Okay, hanging out.
Well, it's a 70s show, and I'll spare
Yeah,
you from singing the rest.
You mean you'll spare everybody else? My dreams of being in Phantom of the Opera never would happen.
Oh my gosh, yes, please. Please
You should have taken up civil law.
Ooh. Okay, Jen.
All right. I'm gonna go. You know what? I will do. I don't know. It's a fandom name thing for 30. No, the other one. I'm just kidding.
Psychos.
The show Psych. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
I was like, is this too easy to be in here? But then the headshot one that was in the 30s, I was like, this is too easy, but I guess I was wrong. I'll be revealing those at the end if people don't put them in the answer, the ones that you didn't get right. So
I know who that Carrie Russell lookalike is.
you're gonna kick yourself when you see it.
I probably am.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Probably.
So Paula.
Let's do Sexiest Man Alive for 40.
Going for the 40. 2020. You're not a sinner if you were knocked out by this man's cover.
Michael B. Jordan.
Yeah, I know. I made that probably too easy.
Oh, like I hope, because I'm gonna feel really silly if I got that wrong.
This is my sister's number one crush, and when she found out that he plays twins in Sinners, she was beyond excited.
Oh.
I was thinking, what if it ended up being Bill Pullman, who was in the show Sinner?
Oh, that's true. Yeah,
I mean,
Could have gone either way, Paula.
could have been. I could have been trying to just.
it could have been a trick question.
Yes,
That's
yes.
been known to
See?
happen.
Okay, Ashley.
Let's do day job for 20. Start clearing off some of these other ones.
Before, oh my god.
Okay.
Before we reading this,
I don't imagine he looked quite like that, or maybe he did. He's Hugh Jackman, and
Yes.
seeing him in that getup would have been interesting.
That's hilarious.
Oh, that
Well, no, with the
picture.
wings on the collar, it's not a million miles away.
I know
Thank you.
he's doing the Wolverine thing, but I was like, why is he doing the Wakanda salute? I was very confused for a hot second.
That is the best picture in all of trivia, just so you guys know. I worked really hard for that.
That picture is amazing, Aaron. I'm so glad you chose that picture.
And I would love to see Hugh Jackman in those shorts. I'm just saying.
It's also very reminiscent of Dean Winchester in the after school special episode of Supernatural in the gym shorts.
Mm-hmm.
Not gonna lie, that's where my brain went, even though I knew it wasn't right. It's like red shorts, Dean Winchester, yes.
Yes, please.
So Carla.
Yes, thank you. It's my turn. I totally knew that. It was engaged with the board, which is why we're going to go with old headshots. We're gonna go for 10. I want to be
Whoa.
basic.
You're going to be basic.
Oh gosh, could that be the actor Denzel Washington?
Yes, that's why I said some of these are so
Still looks
easy.
exactly like that.
Yes, he does. He looks exactly like that.
That's from his glory days.
Oh, but overcome.
Oh.
Oh boy.
So yeah. Man, the Wisconsin came out in that one.
Oh, you betcha. Oh,
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
oh yeah, bud.
Oh yeah. Let's see now. Oh, let's do TV jingles for 30. There's 4 20s on there.
Yeah,
Or
there
3
is.
20s.
Yep.
3
Yeah.
There's a 20 in the day job as well, down at the bottom.
Oh,
Yeah.
there is. Man, Aaron, you messed it all up.
I'm such a mess. I'm so sorry, you guys.
Oh,
Now I
no,
broke
it's
this. Hold on. Wait, I
Mike's
broke
on
it all.
screen.
It won't even click. What did I do, you guys?
It won't
Okay,
even
hold
click. Go to the other
No.
30.
Nope, I can do it. Okay, wait. Yeah, you get the other 30.
Okay, that's the one I wanted.
There we go. Okay, great. Awesome.
What do we do, baby, without us?
Man, I didn't want this one. Oh man, I don't know. I'm trying to think. I don't know.
There's nothing.
I don't even have like a dumb guess. Like, okay, the first thing that came to mind, here's my dumb guess. Bosom Buddies.
No. Anyone else? Carla?
Family Ties.
Yep.
Yes.
Which I am currently watching before I go to bed every night.
Nice.
Listen, I just watched entirely too much stuff. Okay, like this isn't a flex.
So, Paula. Sorry, you're yawning, and I didn't mean to interrupt your yawning. You're bored.
Are you muted?
You're muted.
Sorry. Oh my gosh. So let's try day job for 40.
Before becoming a math man, this actor worked on a much more adult film set.
John Hamm?
Yes.
Did not know that about John Hamm.
I did not either.
Sure, yeah.
Wait, now I'm curious.
I like that. What
You're like-
exactly film? What exactly film was it? I can't think either.
Just for research, right?
Nah, he's just a key grip on the set.
A PA.
Yeah, I think it was actually behind the scenes. Unless you believe some of the things that are said about him. So, that's all I'm gonna say. Everybody's like, huh?
What?
More.
Tell us more, Aaron.
Gossip.
So, Ashley.
Okay. Let's go fandom name 30 and see how we do there.
Little Monsters.
Oh, Lady Gaga.
Yes. I was like, I'm not even gonna have to finish this one because you mentioned it earlier too.
Yeah. As a queer person, if I'd have got this wrong, I would have been crucified.
Man, look at the Carla 130, Ashley second, 80, and then 80 for Paula
Tied for
too.
Paula.
So Paula and Ashley are tied.
Hi.
Hi, Jen.
Hi, I'm here. I get participation points.
So Carla.
Well, we are going to go with old headshots for 20, please.
She's small. I loved how that yawn came in, like right.
Like it was a yawn. Was it a cough? I don't know what it was.
That's Leonardo DiCaprio
Yes.
before he was old enough to be creepy.
Mm.
Look at a cute baby he was before everything.
Mhm.
Wow. No, I know. So Jen.
All right, let's see. I'm fuck it. It's a fandom name thing for 40.
Trubies.
True Blood?
Yes.
Hey. Woo. I have peaked.
Very good. Okay, Paula.
I'm kind of feeling Sexiest Man Alive again. Let's take my chances.
For how much?
Oh, yeah, that would be helpful, wouldn't it?
We'll just take them all. It's fine.
Just 40.
2017. We all wanted a do-over when this voice judge and country singer was named the sexiest man alive.
I neither watched that show nor listened to that music, so I don't know.
Anyone else? Oh, both of you raised at the same time, pretty much.
I think Carla was first.
Okay, Carla.
Well, you want to say it at the same time? Split the points?
Oh, yep, yeah, okay.
Ready? 3,
Yep.
2, 1.
Garth
Blake
Brooks.
Shelton.
I named a country singer, and that was my guess. I've not watched The Voice.
That was so
That was awesome. Oh my goodness.
I loved how great and how much teamwork there was there too. Of like, we're gonna split these points.
Maybe 20 years ago. Not a good guess.
King Kong has friends in Lope. No, that he would have. Never mind.
That was awesome, though. I love it. So, Ashley.
Yeah, let's
would
go
you
with
like
something a
to-
little safer. No, let's go out there. Fandom name 40.
Ooh,
Hey, catch up.
I like it.
Backies.
Oh my god, what? Backies. Backstreet Boys?
No, but that's a good guess. Anyone? Carla.
Well, I'm just gonna say like the people who were fans of the back half of the plane and Lost.
I know fandom gets specific, but that's real specific.
No,
That's the thing with me overthinking things.
that is incorrect. As much as I love that.
Are you sure?
Hey, come on. That sounds legit.
Right?
I'm picturing like the fanfic. Oh my gosh. That is incorrect. So Jen or Paula?
I gotta guess.
Okay.
My original guess would have also been Backstreet Boys, but I'm gonna take a chance on Back to the Future.
Yep. That's correct.
Whoa.
That makes sense.
I was like, okay, what else has back in the name?
Wouldn't it have been just mind blowing if back had nothing to do with it?
Right? Some obscure reference in the show or movie that nobody would know of unless they watched it.
Yeah. Okay. Jen. No, wait. Carla? Is it Carla? Jen? Now I can't remember. Who would. No, oh, yes, Carla.
I just
Carla.
went first.
Thank you. Thank you, Ashley.
All right. So let's go with old headshots for 40, please. Oh my gosh. Oh. Andre Brower.
Yes.
Okay. I was like, I know Captain Holt, but he has a real name.
I loved watching the faces of your face, Ashley. You looked like, oh,
I was ready for the steal. I was so hoping you weren't going to get that.
Okay, Jen.
All right. Let's do TV jingles for 10, please.
I'll be there for you. I was gonna say more.
I think I need another line. Friends.
Yes, it's Friends.
That That was amazing, Aaron. That was.
Love it.
I love how you managed to create your own melody line.
Well, you
From
know.
scratch.
Oh yeah, I should have done the hand claps. There. Thanks, Mom. Okay, Paula.
Let's try day job for 40. Yeah.
So hesitant there.
I know. It's like, do I take the chance or not?
Oops.
No, I don't want that question.
Okay. Before playing Arnold Schwarzenegger's twin, this actor did the hair of dead people.
Danny DeVito?
Yes.
Huh. I didn't know that.
That's a
Lovely
fun
job,
fact.
huh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I want to see the Danny DeVito picture.
I've
If
broken
it's
it
too
so
hard,
bad.
it's too
I don't
hard.
know.
It's too hard. It's fine.
broke it.
Oh no.
Okay. Oh my gosh.
Oh, Mom, that's hilarious.
That's true. That's true.
I had the same thought. I didn't say it. I was like, I don't know if that's too dark.
Okay, Ashley.
Let's stay on day job and go for 30.
Before hogging that door and watching Jack drown, this actress made pastrami sandwiches.
It's Kate Winslet, isn't it?
Yes.
Yes, good. This is another one I haven't seen Titanic in ages, so I was really down myself.
I just love the hogging that
The
door.
strong
'cause
is
we're all so
specifically-
salty about it.
What?
I just love the hogging that door because we're all still salty about it.
What did you say, Ashley?
I was also confused. It was specifically pastrami sandwiches.
That's what I found was specifically pastrami sandwiches. I don't know why, but hey.
I think we all logically conclude that she worked at a sandwich shop and was terrible at all the other sandwiches, and they were just she's doing your pastrami duty.
Pastrami duty.
It's the only logical conclusion.
Yeah, I agree. So Carla.
Let's clear up these 40s with old headshots, please.
I think this is the hardest one I have on there.
This is very. Oh, is this Angelina Jolie?
Whoa, yes.
Good job.
Thank you. It's thankfully the lips haven't changed in
That's true. The
however many
lips.
years. So
The
thank God
lips
for
are-
that.
Yeah. Oh my gosh.
Ma.
Extra pastrami holds the iceberg lettuce. That was pretty good.
You're amazing. Please never change.
Love it.
Agreed.
So
All right.
Jen.
Let's see. I'm feeling really good about these 10s. So let's do another TV jingle for 10. Please and thank you.
Thank you for being a friend.
Travel down the road and back again.
Yeah.
Your heart is true. You're a pal and a confidant.
Let's all sing it.
I'm using a pen as a microphone as opposed to the actual microphone. Golden Girls.
Yes.
I was like, oh shit, the timer's going.
And if you threw a party, okay.
Everyone you knew.
Paula. Sorry, Jen. I didn't mean to cut you
No,
off.
that's
with
quite
your-
all right.
Let's try old headshots for 30. Yeah.
Maybe this is the hardest one.
Because I'm drawing a blank here. This is going to be another one that I'm going to kick myself when I find out who it is.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know.
No guess.
I don't know. No. Oh.
Okay. Anyone else?
Mm-mm. I feel like I know it though, but
Yeah.
I got nothing.
Okay. No one, huh? Okay. If anybody knows that, put that in the comment section. Because you all have gotten so many of them so far. Sorry.
I feel like this is the first time we've gotten this many this early.
That's true. Yeah. So okay. That was you, Paula. So Ashley.
Sexiest man for 30.
"1996. This two-time Oscar winner showed why he doesn't need a training day to win the glory."
I was in Training Day. Glory, Forrest Whitaker?
Nope.
No, wasn't he also in Glory? No.
Yes, Jen.
Denzel
Jen.
Washington.
Yes.
Denzel Washington.
I thought the glory part, because that was mentioned earlier with his headshot. So
Oh, I didn't hear that.
So here's me thinking this is a trick question going, no, it's not Denzel, is it?
Matthew Broderick. Okay,
Well.
Carla.
Aaron, how about you sing us a jingle for 30, please?
I should have looked up all these jingles beforehand. This was just something I decided on the last minute, and I just am like, I'm just gonna sing the title. I get by with little help from my friends. Oh, I get by with little help from. I get high with yeah. But this is the Joe Cocker version. I'm singing the Beatles version. So.
Yes. The years. The one from the 80s, not the recent one.
Yes. Did the recent one have the same? I can't remember because I watched a couple episodes of it. No.
No,
Okay.
but I just wanted to be very clear. But also, Joe Cocker's version of A Little Help from My Friends is infinitely the better version than the Beatles version.
I
It's
agree.
not just because I think the Beatles are overrated. It's just
I agree. Man, Carla, you are dominating.
Damn.
Holy smokes.
I am
320.
I'm just happy I got into the hundreds. I'm good there.
that's like me in bowling.
Yeah.
So, Jen.
All right. Let's do name thing for 10.
Oh, I'm like name thing. SPN family.
Supernatural.
Yes. We're all just really quiet watching us.
Very enthralled.
Paula.
No pressure.
Day job for 20.
Before asking us what's love got to do with it, this singer worked in a maternity ward.
Oh, Tina Turner.
Yes.
Well, she did leave a good job in the city then.
I had a split second of panic that the name just like flew out of my brain. I was like, no, I can't get this wrong.
Ashley.
So this is going to be my worst category because it's American TV, but I haven't picked one from TV jingles yet. So I'm going to be bold and pick TV jingles for 20. Let's go. It'll be maybe something I've seen.
I don't want to wait for my life to be over. I want to know just.
I know the song.
You know,
but I have
don't
no
know.
idea what show that's from. So this is just going to have to be a complete guess. Something from that era. This is not right, but 90210.
No, but that's a good guess.
It's in a similar vein.
It is in a similar vein, yeah. So who knows it? I'm assuming you do, Carla, because you just said that, Carla.
Yeah.
No, Jen raised her hand first.
Oh, okay. It looks like you.
Dawson's Creek?
Yes.
Oh, neat. I didn't watch that show.
I'm rewatching it right now. Pacey forever. Imagine pushing a baby out and you hear yourself. Oh my gosh, that was great.
That's a lucky baby.
Yeah. Carla.
Thank you, Erin. I will choose TV jingles because I love your dulcet tones.
Moving on up
Sorry.
to the east side. A deluxe apartment in the sky.
The Jeffersons.
Yes.
I got a piece of the pie. I'm hungry.
Okay, Jen.
All right, let's go Sexiest Man Alive, but for 20. Ooh.
It is going to be a scary one.
Oh.
2014. He might have used Thor's hammer to defeat the competition.
Chris Hemsworth.
Yes.
All of a sudden, I was like, shit, was that the right Hemsworth?
I'm sorry, but it could never be Liam.
No.
Oh,
But it could
buddy.
never.
Oh gosh, no.
So, Paula.
Let's go fandom name thing for 20.
Cumber bitches.
Benedict Cumberbatch.
Yes. This was the very first one that was on this list because Erin A found it and she messaged me and she's like, oh my gosh.
It's so stupid. Like, why?
Oh my goodness.
Okay, Ashley.
Okay. Oh boy, I'm drowning here. Let's go. Let's go. Day job for 10. Just get a little bit more something.
This rocker may have been living on a prayer while making Christmas decorations.
John Bon Jovi.
Yes.
Making Christmas decorations in a factory, I presume. Maybe not at the North Pole. Yeah, John Bon Jovi was an elf before he was a rock star.
Oh man. Oh, Bernadoodle cucumber. Very good. Carla.
Let's do sexy. Well, no, let's choose Sexy Men Alive. I don't want there to be any misunderstandings about what I mean. Oh, for 20. I don't know if I said that.
I think you did. 2024. We were all quietly wondering why this regular guy around the office took home the crown.
What's his face? John Krasinski.
Yes. I'm sorry to these men. It's just that was true. A lot of people were like, "This is who the sexiest man alive is this year."
That one was kind of like, really? No one else. 2024.
We couldn't think of anybody else. We could give you suggestions.
Poor Jim. So Jen.
All right, let's do day job for 10. Just close that one out.
Before she became Ross's Lobster, this actress sold timeshares in the Poconos.
Jennifer Aniston.
Yes.
Moss is saying all the right things.
Right?
Yeah. Pedro
Exactly.
Pascal was right there. It's true.
There would have been 0 objections, okay?
Yeah. Okay, so Paula.
Let's close out the 20s with old headshots. Oh, Winona Ryder.
Yes.
Look at the baby.
This little baby face.
Okay, Ashley.
Sexiest man for 10.
"2021. This clueless Ant-Man made hearts flutter when he took the cover."
Well, Paul Rudd, presumably.
Yes. Yes. Presumably.
I mean, I'm not anti Paul Rudd, but it's also another one where, like, really? No, no one else.
Could have done better.
Ashley.
Everybody's gonna fight now.
Paul Rudd bias is coming in strong.
Carla, yeah. Carla. Yeah, Carla.
Let's go with old headshots for 10, please. I'm sorry. Oh my god. Oh my god. It's George Clooney.
Yes.
The hair, not the hair.
Oh my god.
I know that hair, right?
Bouffant.
It's back to life days.
Yeah.
Yep.
Wow.
And he was also on another show called ER that was a comedy.
I remember watching that show.
Yep, I did too. Because that's been my longest celebrity crush. I've had a crush on him since Facts of Life days. Yes, even that hair.
That was
So
some good
Jen,
hair.
Fandom
let's-
name or sexiest
yeah.
man?
Fandom name,
Okay.
please. And
Clooney
thank
did
you.
have a mullet. Yes, it's true. Bale heads.
Christian Bale. Wouldn't that have been weird to
Yes.
get that one wrong?
Yeah, on this podcast especially, you would have been kicked out. And remember,
Picture.
what?
Look at that picture.
I know. I love Christian. And remember, Carla and I are having a bail off at 6:30 Mountain Standard Time. We're going to select who the best Christian Bale character is. And our answer will be conclusive. no
I
matter
don't know
what
how
you
you could
vote.
just pick one.
Well, we have the brackets. We're going on a bracket thing. So, yeah. Yeah. So tune in for that. Okay. So you have to take Sexiest Man Alive.
Oh, darn.
You gotta take him, Paula.
2006 and 1997, from working in ER to Oscar winner, this silver-haired fox is a 2-time winner.
George Clooney.
Yes.
Oh, what? No mullet in this one?
I have a theory.
You have a
that he said
theory?
He wasn't getting booked and then remedied the situation.
Okay, so for fun, we're going to go back to the ones that weren't answered, and I'm going to give one last shot to my contestants first before we reveal the answer. So we can go to the first one, which I don't know which one it is. Whichever one you want to choose, Aaron.
It was, yeah.
Okay, bad. I'm not going to sing it about bad. Tell you all about my bad reputation. I want to. Ashley.
Sex education, purely because it rhymes.
No, but I like that guess. I think they've actually had that song in the show, if I'm remembering correctly. Anybody else?
I don't give a damn about my reputation.
Okay, just saw it. I can't remember.
No one? Anyone in the comments? Okay. We did a special Patreon only episode on this show. Ran for 1 season. Freaks and Geeks. Excellent show, even though it features some people that are not so excellent anymore. Okay, next one. Oh, the headshot one.
I have another guess.
Okay.
Nicole Kidman.
Yep.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
It took me
Remember,
staring
she
at
said
it for a
really-
minute.
Yeah, she used to have the really, really curly hair, like in the Dead Calm days and stuff.
Yeah.
Forgot all
I was gonna
about
say Billy Zane there, Dead Calm,
Right?
Billy Zane. You know, see. I don't know if we have any others. Do we have others?
There was
I
one
think
other one, I think.
One more headshot one, I think.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Trying so hard not to give a hint here.
I'm just so distracted by the overalls. I'm so sorry.
Me too.
They are kind of distracting. I don't know who decided that was a good look for that.
Oh, the 90s.
Yeah, very
That's
much.
true. That's true.
At least she's got both of them hooked and not the one like was that crisscross
Or like the
yeah backwards.
Oh,
So no one. Kerry Washington.
Oh.
I know,
Yeah.
it's a hard one.
Yeah, I see it.
I really enjoy how all of these missed ones are the ones that I chose and didn't get.
Oh my gosh. I think that's it for the missed ones. It's very good. So final score. Well, Carla, 370 points. My gosh.
nicely done.
It would never pay off.
And coming in second, Paula, 260.
Yay.
Hey. And then third, Jen, 160. And then Ashley, 130.
Yay.
So
So
thank
now
you.
for the next one, Ashley. You just have to watch a lot of American TV.
I think I get a impression. Well, the older stuff as well. Like, yeah.
I know. I was even when I was putting this together, I'm like, okay, I wonder what ones would be good categories for Ashley. But we do trivia throughout. Oh, I have to go back to the other layout. Sorry, it doesn't go back to the other layout there. There we go. We do trivia throughout the year. So we start the year with Christian Bale trivia because we do Christian Bale month in January. He's our unofficial mascot. So we do Christian Bale trivia around his birthday. And then he's not here. I can say it.
You right now.
And then, of course, we do trivia during the marathon streaming event. And then we do horror trivia in October. And so that's all, it'd be probably really late for you, but I'll let you know, Ashley. And then we also do Finn Whitrock birthday trivia or unhinged trivia, basically. Because I control that board and that's like, it goes all sorts of places.
I mean, I didn't do much better today, so.
No, you were great. Seriously, thank you so much, Erin A, for running that and creating that, because it used to be I would have just like a card up there and I'd read the card and it wasn't as nice looking. So thank you very much. And it was harder keeping track of score. I remember one year, Paula, I had you backstage writing down the score.
Oh, yeah.
So thank you all so much. I know, of course, Carla, Paula, and Jen will be back. Jen will be back really soon. But I do, since we have some time here until Jen's, I do want to give everybody a moment to like promote anything. So Ashley, since this is the last time we'll see you today, hopefully you will be back on the regular podcast as well. I would love to have you back. So I'll be in touch about that too. I'll give you a link to our schedule. And if there's anything you want to be on, let me know. So, Ashley, tell everybody again where they can find you on Wizard Radio.
Well, thank you so much for having me, Aaron. Thanks, everybody, for hosting me. It's been an absolute blast. If you want to see me do some current affairs stuff and politics, you can listen to Ashley Styles live at 9 p.m. British time tomorrow. I'll be live talking about world news and current affairs, and that's where you can find me, wizardradio.co.uk or .com, and then just the listen live bit. That's where I am.
Awesome. Thank you so much. And I do have a link in the program to Ashley Styles' profile on Wizard Radio. So you can also go there. And of course, you can find Ashley Styles on Doing the Thing. Every once in a while, we've been on there together. So thank you again. I really appreciated you coming on, and I had a blast having you on. And I hope you had as much fun.
That's great.
Yeah, especially the trivia bit. So we'll have to have you back for sure. And the rest of you, we all know where to find you. You're going to be on for the rest of the time. You know. Oh my gosh, Aaron, you've still got 8 more hours to go. This is one of the points where I kind of start to drift a little bit. I thought the trivia would take longer. I was like, we will be here till at least 2:15. But no. So if people want to stay on and chit chat about any kind of pop culture stuff for a few minutes, if anyone needs to run, please feel free to run or leave. You don't have to run, but you know, you can leave. You can tiptoe.
Drift away.
Dance out. Do like a play. Not a play. What is that called? Pirouette.
Pirouette. Plie.
Plie. Thank you. That was the word I was trying to.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Twin.
You're welcome.
I have a burning question for everybody here. What was your favorite of Aaron's renditions of jingles? What was your favorite? I know that mine was the Friends one.
Yeah, mine was the Friends one, but specifically the clapping bit, because rather than 4 quick claps, it was 2, and then a pause, and then 2. Which that was the layer of layups.
Thank you.
Absolutely amazing. I also appreciated the Family Ties one because I love that you've been watching the show, so like it's like fresh in your head.
Yeah.
Which is why you got the tune exactly right. Exactly.
And even though I've been rewatching Dawson's Creek, when you rewatch it now, they replaced the theme song with something else.
What?
They had to for rights. Yeah. And it's awful. I mean, I'm not really a fan of the Paula Cole one either, but it is. I skip over it. So I fast forward because Hulu doesn't give you that option to skip intro. So yeah.
What song is it though? What's the new one?
Let's see if I can find it because I can't remember. You're asking me these hard questions, Paula. I mean, Paula. You're not Paula. You're Carla.
I was throwing my voice.
Yes. Threw it all the way to the other side of the country.
All the way from Colorado to Florida, I threw my voice.
It was a mimic.
I'm trying to find it. It's like this comes up with I don't want to wait. Theme song change. Does this have it? Sorry, everyone.
He said, "We'll have all the Cowboys gone." Also by Paula
No.
Cole.
That would be funny. Oh, I think it's this one. Yeah, it's this. It's Jane Arden, Run Like Mad.
What?
Yeah. I guess I shouldn't play too much of that.
You got 6 seconds before the copyright kicks.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
But it's even worse than what they had.
That doesn't evoke the same image in my head of Dawson just standing there with, the tears running down his face. It just doesn't evoke that same emotion. I don't like it.
Dawson's Tears, like the best mug I have in the world that says Dawson's Tears on it. Thanks again, Jackie, for buying me that mug, because that is like the best mug ever.
Love that.
Brilliant.
So anyone else have any burning things they want to say? Sorry, we're vamping for time here, but
Okay.
Go ahead.
Here's something kind of random. So I didn't know what to wear today. Like it fucking matters. So, but I was like, you know what? I'm gonna wear my T-shirt that says "Read the books they don't want you to read. That's where the good stuff is." It's a quote from LeVar Burton. And when I got the shirt and I took a selfie and posted it on Twitter, he retweeted it.
Oh,
Really?
that's amazing.
Nice.
I love it.
So that's all.
that's
That's
awesome.
I love
Isn't that a good
that.
feeling?
And I got this shirt from online called outofprint.com, Out of Print LLC. And it's all like t-shirts, tote bags, socks of all like literary classics. So like Poe and like they've got even some, I guess it's not a classic, but like Shadow and Bone, Piggy and Elephant, Madeline, and you can get all that stuff in all sizes from bebes to adults, hoodies, and then a portion of their sales do go to support public libraries. So do that.
Amazing.
That's awesome. And I love that he retweeted that.
I know, me too.
That is a great feeling though, when somebody you really love and admire, like it's that there's a dopamine hit to that, I think.
Mm-hmm.
when they
Dan Levy
acknowledge.
had liked a tweet of mine. And then I was super excited and I showed my friends like a screenshot and they printed it out for me and they framed it. And so it's hanging on my wall back there.
Aw.
Those are good
So-
friends.
That's incredible.
That's awesome.
That's
Aw.
so cool.
Anyone else have any cool stories like that?
Of celebrities like caring about what we say.
No.
My most quote unquote viral tweet ever was about when Jane the Virgin was still on the air. And I tweeted about how Jaime Camil is an international treasure. And he retweeted that. And so then that got retweeted into oblivion. And then I was like, how do I turn this off? And I couldn't handle the heat.
That's awesome though.
That was really cool. I'm like, Jaime Camil also thinks that he's an international treasure.
Anyone else?
Is my mic freaking out or can I talk?
It is still a little buzzy, but we can hear you.
I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
I'll tell you a story about Jo Martin being like the nicest person on the planet. She was in Doctor Who and I was at a Doctor Who convention and I had drawn like a portrait of her that I wanted her to sign and then I had a print that I was going to give to her. And so like I'm like go up there and I'm all like weird and nervous because like I love her and I'm being weird. And I'm like, she's like, oh my God, did you draw this? I'm like, yeah. So then I'm like, yeah, and I have one for you to keep too. And she's like, that's amazing. And she's like, hits her teenage son who's looking at his phone. She's like, look, she drew this. And he's like, yeah, whatever. And I'm like, but like, I need you to sign this one. And she's like, well, did you sign yours? And I'm like, no, because it's for you. And she's like, no, you always sign your work. And she like slapped down a pen and like handed me mine and we like signed together. It was so sweet. She was so cute. She was the nicest person ever. I love her.
Aw.
That's beautiful.
That's
love that story.
so sweet.
I love that.
Paul, wasn't it you who had a great interaction with like Carrie Elways?
Yeah.
Oh God, yeah. My favorite celebrity encounter ever. My sister and I went to was it Pop Culture Con here in Colorado, and my sister's deaf, and we got to the front of. We were at the front of the line. I don't know how that happened, but they took us in the room, and they had already, told everybody, please don't touch him, basically. No, so no hugs or anything like that. And I was explaining that to her. So we're standing there, and when they're in there, they take like test shots to make sure the lighting and everything is all good. So we're standing in there watching this happen. And there's like 2 other groups behind us there. We're all just standing there, and he comes over, as charming as you think he's gonna be. He comes over, he introduces himself to both of us, takes us by the hand, leads us over to where we're gonna get our picture, puts his arm around us so we get a hug, take the picture. We think, oh my God, this is it. No, then he walks us over to where we're going to leave and tells my sister, signs my sister, thank you, just the simple thank you, for coming, makes eye contact with her, gives her a hug. I'm like, okay, I love this man even more. Then he turns to me and also gives me a hug, and we walk out, and I'm like a puddle after that. Like, my sister's laughing at me. She's like, do I have to carry you? I'm like, pretty much, because I cannot, I will never survive this. And the people that were right behind us is like, next time we're coming with you, because apparently we were the only ones that got the hug.
That's awesome.
And I was just like, okay, I can die happy now. I was on cloud 9 for the rest of the day. Oh, yes. So he is absolutely just as charming, if not more so, than you think he is. And he's also a fantastic storyteller. He wrote a book about his time on the set of Princess Bride, and he narrates the audiobook version of it, and it's fantastic. So yeah.
Good.
Yeah.
Oh my God, I love that story so much.
That is the
Me
best.
too. It is. That's a great story. Yeah. Ashley, do you have any? I know I'm putting you on your spot, but
A celebrity interaction story. I have one that's not like a fandom celebrity. I did briefly meet Prince Philip, the late husband of the late Queen. So in the UK, there's this thing called the Duke of Edinburgh Award, which is like, it's like Scouts for older teenagers. You do a camping trip, you do like a charity thing, and then at the end of it, if you complete it, you go to one of the palaces, and one of the royals shakes your hand and does that. So I went to St. James's Palace in London, and I was like 18, 19 at this point, because I'd just finished school and like completed it. And it was about 2 hours of waiting, followed by 30 to 40 minutes of being told, and you're going to stand here in this line, in this formation. He's going to come in, and he's going to say this thing to you, and you do this exact way, for about 5 minutes of very, 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 very old, decrepit Prince Philip to come in. He shook my hand. He didn't ask me a question. He was only asking some people questions, but it was literally just going around, shook my hand, and then left. But I got to say I met him. I did. And that's it. I can't tell you if he was as nice or not, because I didn't really speak to him. That was, yeah.
But you can confirm that he was alive.
He was alive at the time, yeah. But he was, this was around the time, I don't know if this story made any waves over stateside, but he was getting into like car accidents because they were letting him drive his big Land Rover, and he was like 94 or something.
Oh,
so
geez.
he was alive at the time that I met him. But that was one of the last ones he did, because he stopped doing it for a while. And then, yeah. But yeah, well, it's not a everybody in that group got to say they met him, but yeah.
But you were part of
It's
that
awesome,
group, and
yeah.
I was part of the group, yeah. I did meet him.
Exactly. Yeah.
I have a fan interaction where, okay, I will let you put like the headline on this one, but basically I got peer pressured into getting an autograph from Misha Collins at one of the conventions for Supernatural, and I don't care about getting autographs. Like I all my friends like were on chatty terms with him at these cons, and they're like, come and chat with him. I was like, about what? I don't want to talk to this man. Like, like, no offense. I was like, I have nothing to say to him. And they're like, you have to do it. I was like, all right, cool. So I got peer pressured into it, and I get to the table, and I stand there, and I'm like, I froze, not out of like shyness, but just out of like, I sincerely have nothing to say to him. And I had bought a headshot from like one of the merch tables because I didn't have anything for him to sign, because again, I was not planning on speaking to this man in any capacity. So I get to the table, and I just stand there, and he like this really sweet smile, like, hi. I'm like, and he's just like trying to like ignore me because he had just talked to my friends. I knew that they were my friends. He's like, do you have something for me to sign? And I was like, so I grabbed the headshot, and like I slid it over to him, but I slid it like, I guess, aggressively, and like I just went flying off the table. And he's like, do you want me to like put your name on it. I was like, so he just and I was like, okay. And then I walked away.
Instead of like, you know how sometimes people say I had the celebrity was rude, they're gonna say, oh my gosh, this fan I had today.
I didn't want this fan even wanted the autograph.
The bonkers because I didn't.
Well, and that's what like Bex is saying. That's not a cheap peer pressuring.
No, it's not. Oh.
That's
I
funny.
think it was one of those things where like I had gotten a really cheap like upper package where it came with the autograph. Otherwise, I wouldn't have done that on purpose. Like, I'm not gonna spend money to like not know what to say to a guy that I don't want to talk to.
That's hilarious. Oh my gosh. It kind of reminds me of, and I've told this story before, but Chris Isaak, and I don't know if he still does this, at his concerts, he'd always stay after and sign autographs for people. You didn't have to buy anything. He'd stay for hours to make sure everybody got an autograph. He's really super shy in person. And the handlers are, you know, like, do not touch him. Don't touch him. Don't, you know, all of that, like making that very clear. So I get up there. I had my hand on the table and he put his hand on top of my hand. And all I could think was what that handler said. And I yanked my hand away. And I will always regret that to this day.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my gosh, Aaron, what a wicked game you played with him.
Very good.
One time he's coming out of his shell. He thinks I might make a connection here. This person, I sense they're a good person.
And then, like, nope. Yeah. Yeah, but I just love that Misha Collins story.
And it's true. I wouldn't have that amazing story about perseverance through peer pressure.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
That's true.
Like,
Yeah.
bro, I just didn't want to be there.
I just didn't want to be there.
I really wanted to be in my hotel room watching like something on my phone. Like,
no offense, but
because you know everything's okay if you just say like no offense, like that just
Right.
You
Yep.
can say anything and then no offense and you're fine.
Or it's just a joke.
It's just
No
a joke.
offense. It's just a joke.
Just kidding.
Oh my
Yeah.
god.
well, and remember, Finn Whitrock has a video on his Instagram that I shot of his question on pop culture trivia. I will never forget that. And he knows about this podcast and he knew about it before then. So there's a little bit there.
That's awesome.
Mhm.
Yeah. And we know that Christian Bale has all his friends listen to the podcast every January.
He sits around wherever he happens to be at that moment. And it's like, hang on, they're talking about me again. And he can't get enough.
Can't get enough.
I'm sure that you can certify that was a spot on accent.
Right, Ashley?
Yeah. I think so, because technically it's one of those ones. Christian Bale is actually from Wales, but he doesn't have a Welsh accent. So I think
Right.
you might as well be in the ballpark.
I said words in Asian that did not sound like the part of the world that I'm from. Therefore, it is an accent.
Yeah. Well, the fact that he doesn't have one of the hyper-specific regional accents in the UK, he's not from the black country like a lot of my family are, which is like the middle of the UK. It's kind of like I guess you'd say it's like the Detroit or like the Chicago of the UK. And people there have very specific accents, like come from the black country, and so Americans when they go there have a real trouble.
But now you've heard it. You've heard it verified that I did an accent. So
Yeah. Oh no, have I opened the floodgates here?
well, what you don't know, Ashley, is Carla does a Christian Bale impression on during our Christian Bale month. I mean, she even has like the headshot she puts in front of her face. I was gonna try and play just one clip of it, but I don't think I have just one clip I can play. It's in a whole thing.
There's so
of 'em.
many.
There's so many of them, but because I have a long best of Carla doing Christian, not sorry.
Oh,
Oh wow, okay. Is that kind of stream, huh?
Yeah, not that.
Of the very feasible notion that I could totally.
Nope. I was trying to find like just one little tiny clip of it, and it's just the long thing, but it's long, so I'm saving that for later. But
My very biased favorite one is when I impersonated Christian Bale impersonating John Bon Jovi. So
Always
it
layers
was
there.
impersonation.
I know I should have had this all prepared. I apologize, but
You couldn't have known I was going to talk about Christian Bale's accent.
I should have predicted it. Is that Patreon level content? And I'm afraid to like try and upload anything because I'm like, what if I freeze again? But I don't know what was going on there. I think it's because I had this in full screen and then I was trying to present something else and it was like, no, you know.
It had
So-
enough of you.
Yeah, I really want to show Ashley though before you go because I know you might not be. You'll probably be in sleep when we do the other one. So I am going to send myself a clip, but feel free to talk about any other interactions you have while I quickly send myself this clip because I will find it.
Well,
So
go ahead.
okay, this is gonna. I'll keep it kind of short. So when I was younger, my family sold, like my aunt and uncle sold Amway, and in doing so, they got like front row tickets for a very high profile artist at that time, and it included dinner and everything. So I made a little. I got like a little teddy bear. Took some like old cloth, some old jeans, and made like a little outfit for it. And when we got there and we were at the show, I got up, I got to throw it on stage, and I made eye contact and got a wave from Billy Ray Cyrus.
Sorry, I mean, wow.
I'm speechless.
That's right. The achy breaky heart
That's
man
right.
himself. I think it was like 13 or some shit. I don't remember, but yeah.
Well, that would have
happened.
made you very happy as a 13-year-old.
Yeah, it was pretty cool at the
You're like,
time.
well, I
yeah.
guess so.
Right?
Like, that's Hannah Montana's dad, okay?
Yeah. Okay, I did find a clip. Okay, and it features singing too. So here, just so you can get a little
Love it.
taste.
Little women dying of scarlet fever, little women give out their bread for free, little women. I can't believe it, and yet it's true. A role with singing for me so new. That was a bit of sarcasm. All right. If I must sing in a film, all right. Suppose I'll do just that. Hang on. I'll only do one kind of song. A Christmas song. Put in a Christmas carol for me. Yay, a little bitty carol for me. Oh, Little Women. Thank you. Oh, I am so glad I remembered all of those lyrics from so long ago.
Okay. Okay.
Right? Spot on, right?
Yeah, well, I heard a little bit more of it there, a little bit more of the impression. And I think I know what we need to do to take this impression to the next level. I'm gonna get some of my Welsh family on the blog. My mum's side of the family is Welsh. We're gonna teach you some Welsh, and then you could be more Christian Bale than Christian Bale because I don't know if he knows Welsh.
Oh, that's perfect.
Oh my gosh.
We're gonna get you.
Christian Bale.
And then we might even exceed the percentage of Christian Bale in his Christian. Because
Wait, so Carla would be the more authentic Christian Bale?
well, perhaps I'm not sure on the maths on this one. His parents might be more proud of Carl.
So when does the tutoring start? And like, should we set up a schedule? Do I send them for this training? Like,
Okay, well, let me learn Welsh first, and then I can teach.
fair. Fair.
Cymraeg am
I
five.
like a prepared teacher.
Oh man, so by
That was
January
right.
next year.
Oh,
That was amazing. Can you imagine you get better than Christian Bale at being Christian Bale?
I'm gonna have to legally change my name to the Bailey or Bale.
Christian Balist.
I love it. That's perfect.
You start being his stand-in, like in all of his movies.
Yes. Kids, fly in that suburban mom.
That's perfect.
Christian needs a break.
They call you to do any like audio re-records or anything. It's like, yeah, no
So
problem.
busy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we got her in for the reshoots. You can barely tell.
Barely tell. Yes, so every January you get tons of that content. We've had Christian teach us all about finance when we did The Big Short. That still is my favorite moment of Christian Bale. With the mom bucks.
Oh my goodness.
And then the audition for Christian's dream role is to play John Bon Jovi in the biopic.
100% verifiably true. No joke, no lie.
Yes, and of course Christian's favorite snack food is marshmallows. That's what we decided.
Like the mini
This is-
ones, regular or jumbo, doesn't matter. All of them.
No preference. Not a picky man when it comes to marshmallows.
The multicolored ones.
The multicolored
Not
ones. Yeah.
picky about marshmallows.
Yeah. Well, I mean, remember one of his earliest roles was, him there at Happy Ashley's
I'm get-
confused pause on the side.
I'm getting the deep lore. I'm getting the induction.
Yes, you'll have to first. Well, you have until January, Ashley, to train Carla.
Oh yeah.
Train yourself first, and then
yeah. Andy Kenny, I need you to teach me Welsh. Why? Just don't worry about it. This is a lot to explain.
Don't worry
There was
about it.
marshmallows and John Bon Jovi. It's just, you just need to get it. I'll come down to Brecon and we'll spend a week at the farm and you can teach me Welsh.
Oh my goodness.
Look at us making plans, improving ourselves through language.
Well, thank you all again for being here for trivia and for this little fun chit chat afterwards. It was so much fun. You all are cracking me up. So thank you so much. And thank you again, Ashley. We will definitely have to have you back. I mean, you have to be back because you have to teach Carla.
What do I tell? Okay. I'll come back when I've learned Welsh. But thank you again for having me. It's been an absolute
course.
pleasure.
Yes.
I would absolutely love to be back for anything you want to have me on.
Oh, yeah, definitely. I will be emailing you a link to our spreadsheet with the schedule. So,
Sponsor.
okay. Have a great rest of your night.
You too. All right. Take it easy, gang.
Bye.
Bye.
And get lost.
Thank you.
Well, no, it'll be Jen next. So yeah, get lost, everybody else. No,
Me!
thank you all so
My
much.
turn.
Let's go.
It's Jen's turn.
Okay.
Jen's turn.
You don't have to tell me twice.
I love you all. I am going to kick you out too, Jen. Though, 'cause
Oh, okay. Bye.
Thank you all so much. That was so much fun. Just as a little side note, I have to have my AC off when we're doing this, and it is so warm in my room right now. I am melting. So I'm glad after this I get a little 15-minute break of the AC. So thank you. That was so much fun, and everybody was absolutely cracking me up. So I love that. And thank you again to Ashley. I love when we add people to our roster of amazing people. So thank you. And I can't wait to see how Carla's Christian improves next year. That'll be hilarious. Holding you to that, Ashley. So coming up next is my podcast brain twin, Jen. You just saw her. You're going to see more of her later on too. But before that part happens, Jen has a mini bubble prepared. And, you know, we're podcast brain twins, so we'll also see wherever this leads. But first, I have my lovely introduction for Jen as well. So here's that, and then I will bring Jen on. Yep, I'm dancing backstage every time we play that. Just so everybody knows. Everybody knows. So let's bring on the person who got a shout out from Billy Ray Cyrus. Oh my gosh, can you believe that she is here in the building? Well, she's not really in the building, but you know, she's in her building. So my podcast brain twin, Jen from my streaming bubble. Hello, Jen. It's been so long.
Oh, I know. I hope you guys had enough time to miss me a lot, which I'm sure you did. So I'm back.
Yes, those seconds you were gone was just too much for my heart to bear.
That's what I like to hear. Thank you.
You're welcome. So I'm so glad you're here for a mini streaming bubble.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I said. I don't know. I'm sorry. I'm going to stop with the accents. It's not my department. So that's Carla's department.
But I love them.
Yeah.
Okay.
So Jen, tell everybody about my streaming bubble first. I'm sure everybody should know about it, but if you don't, tell everybody about that.
So that's a podcast. That's the one that I host. And I talk endlessly with friends about various streaming shows and movies. So we go on and on and on. And then we play like the 6 Degrees of Nicolas Cage, where we have to connect that title to Nicolas Cage in 6 steps or less based on the 6 Degrees of Kevin Bacon. And just because why not? It's just a fun, dumb thing to do. But yeah, you can find that podcast on a podcast player near you. Aaron has been on plenty of times. I know, thank you. And and yeah.
And yeah.
Oh my God. I thought I was so much more prepared for this.
I know. I threw you a spot. One place you will not find Jen's podcast is Pandora. You'll find me on Pandora.
They're like, oh, we need to verify your email. Oh, but we can't. But you could. Anyway.
So Jen asks everybody at the end of her podcast, what's streaming in your bubble? So Jen, what's streaming in your bubble?
Oh, well,
Unless
let's
you had
see.
something
I
else
got
prepared, sorry.
Oh, no, no, no. I got a couple of things. So, first of all, real quick, I just finished Mid-Century Modern, and the laugh track is a little rough, but I love the actors, I love these characters, and so I can deal with it. And it's just kind of funny and sweet, and when I watch it, I'm just kind of smiling almost like the whole episode, unless it gets to like a sad part or something, then that's sad, and then I have a sad face. But I thought it was just delightful, and Matt Bomer as like the pretty dumb one is just got to be the best fucking thing ever. He's so funny. It's so cute. But I recommend it. It's only like 10 episodes and I think
Yeah,
like 30 minutes or so. So it's a feel good one if you kind of need a little something positive in your life, TV wise.
Yeah.
Because the other thing that I watched was the latest season of Black Mirror. And here's what I have to say, and I'll try and keep it spoiler free. Also on my podcast, when I introduce the show or movie, I read off the IMDb synopsis and then I give my own kind of synopsis. So that's what I've got mostly for you folks today. So, yeah, so Black Mirror came back. And I admit I wasn't as excited as I have been in the past. So I kind of went into this season just kind of like, we'll see what you got. So the first episode is called Common People. And what I says about it, I says it's the streaming service, but for your brain. I did enjoy this episode. I loved the cast. The performances, Chris O'Dowd, Rashida Jones, and Tracy Ellis Ross. All fantastic in this. The ending is a downer, which that's what I love about Black Mirror are the downer endings. There was one point where shit could have gotten like really freaking weird and icky, like National Anthem with Roy Kinnear episode, icky-ish. But it didn't go there, and I was very thankful for that because I was like, gross. So that one I ended up liking. I was like, okay, not too bad, a pretty good start. And then we get into episode 2. I'm not going to be able to pronounce that first word because it's got a thingy over one of the vowels, but it's the anti-bullying episode. So this one I thought was just kind of predictable. There was a moment where the two characters kind of have like a slap fight, and I thought that was kind of funny. But overall, this one was not a favorite. That's all I got to say about that. Like that after school special of like, don't be mean to like the super nerds because they'll come back and like fuck up your world. And then episode 3, Hotel Reverie. So this is the one with Issa Rae, and I was really, really excited because I really like her. I enjoyed Insecure like a lot. So I was very looking forward to seeing her in a Black Mirror episode. This has got to be like the weakest one for me. The technology in it I thought was cool. Oh, and my synopsis is this is a pro-con list of AI and films. So the technology I thought was really kind of interesting. A terrible idea, obviously. So I expect Hollywood to be rolling that out by 2027. But this one, I didn't care for it. It felt like it was trying to capture a bit too much of like how much people love San Junipero or Juniper, whatever it's called, where the women, they fall in love and blah blah blah, and that's more or less kind of what happens in this episode. And I thought the ending was kind of dumb. So but it was, yeah, that's all. That one, I was very, very disappointed in that one. I had like I said, Issa Rae, I was maybe had higher hopes, but is what it is. Episode 4 called Plaything, and this one it's a Tamagotchi gone wild. So it's got Peter Capaldi in it, and I love him. He was the 12th Doctor of Doctor Who, and I think he doesn't get enough love and credit for being the Doctor. So right away, I was just like, okay, so this is what happens when the Doctor's alone for too long, and he starts to kind of like lose his mind a little bit. But this one I really liked. It had ties to Bandersnatch, which was kind of the choose your own adventure Black Mirror movie. And so I kind of liked that callback and everything. And I just thought Peter Capaldi did a really great job. He kind of plays like he's done this, his character has done acid for like the last 40 years or some shit, like every single day or whatever. So he's a little loopy. But I liked, I didn't really find anything like super surprising or like a big major twist. And that was fine because I still enjoyed it. The ending kind of cuts off, so you're not entirely sure what happens from that point on. So you can kind of make up in your own head. And I like that. That's a lot of fun. And I think I know that part of the reason why I enjoyed this episode was because of Peter Capaldi. He kind of narrates what happened in the past and everything and what leads him to that moment of he's being interrogated. So that one was fun. I enjoyed that one.
Sorry, I just have to add this one really quick. I can't stop thinking of Bath and Body Works Juniper Breeze scent whenever someone mentions San Junipero. I'm sorry.
Oh, now that's what I'm going to think about. All right. And then episode 5, Eulogy. And this one has Paul Giamatti. Paul Giamatti, I love him. He's fantastic. And this one was okay. I did kind of like the technology in it. So it's eulogy. So someone has died. And I thought out of all the episodes Black Mirror has done dealing with grief and the technology that they use in that episode, I thought this was kind of one of the better ones. And basically what the technology is you put on like one of the little bean things on your brain and you can look at a picture and it generates memories. And then that is used for like the eulogy or the picture slideshow at the funeral or whatever. So he's trying to remember an old flame and looking at the pictures. And then you go into the photos and you can kind of walk around in this still of a memory. And he just gives such a great performance. But initially I called this one another man blaming a woman for his shitty life because he kind of does that. But he does get called out, and I enjoyed that. And out of all the grieving episodes, this I think had one of the better technology pieces to it. I feel like could be a lot more cathartic and not as dangerous, not as much of like a slippery slope as the one with Agent Carter. I can't think of the name of that episode, but this one much, much better. So I did like that one. Nothing too wild and crazy happens in that, but Paul Giamatti gives a fantastic performance, and better technology. And then the last one was episode 6, USS Callister Into Infinity. And my little synopsis for this was double your pleasure, double your fun. This one, at first going into it, because I really like the USS Callister episode from the previous seasons. And so this is kind of taking on like the sequel to that, or kind of where are they now or whatever. And I really enjoyed it. I thought this one was the better episode. At first, I was a little skeptical because I'm like, we're going back to the USS Callister. What are we doing here? We're just kind of rehashing, plots, storylines, whatever. But this one, no, I liked what they did with it. And so there's like clones, and then like the real people meet the clones. And so then they're all kind of like there together, and some might be trying to kill the others and whatnot. And this one was like an hour and a half. And I thought it was a good hour and a half. I kind of like the longer episodes of Black Mirror for whatever silly reason I do. So, but by far, I thought, in my opinion, the best one. So, and then that's coming from, again, someone who was like, I don't know about this one. It's it was like fun, kind of funny. Oh, and then like one of the characters gets hit by a car by like my new favorite way, because they're like walking away from someone backwards into the street and they get nailed by the car. And I was like, how did I not know that was coming? I loved it. It was so great. It's like my new favorite bit. It's fantastic. So I felt a little silly not realizing that was gonna happen, but and then by the end of the episode, hopefully this isn't too much of a spoiler. I'm afraid I don't want to say it, but I do like how the series as a whole kind of, because it all takes place in the same universe. So there's like technology that's featured in one episode that kind of comes back in a couple other episodes. And so they did that in this one. And I thought it was a hoot. And it made me laugh, and it was a really, really, really good one, I thought. So overall, for season 7 of Black Mirror, probably give it like a 6.8. Yeah.
I still haven't watched Black Mirror, which is so weird for me because it's totally something that's like totally up my alley. I don't know why I haven't yet. It's weird. I don't know. It's on my long list.
Yeah, that is kind of weird, but that's all right. No.
I've got to cover it sometime, and then that's how I will eventually talk about it.
Mm-hmm. And I can always talk about Black Mirror. That was one of the first series that I covered when I started the podcast, and my brother and I did a season by season review recap of, I think, all of them that were out at the time. And then we also did Bandersnatch, and have not done season 6 or 7. So if anyone wants to come on and want to be tolerated for that, please let me know, Erin. And then, yeah. So definitely and I rewatch Black Mirror every year, at least once a year. And I start with my favorite episode, which is Playtest. And I think that was season 3. But that's the one that's got Kurt Russell's son in it. And it's got a lot of like horror aspects to it. I mean, it's kind of like its own little mini horror movie. It's got a Wumney. I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing that right. And I'm blanking on her last name, but she was in
Sinners.
Probably she was in Lovecraft Country, because I haven't seen Sinners yet.
Yeah,
so I think so. And then there's like another horror movie that she was in, His House or something, that was really, really good.
That is such an underrated horror movie. Nobody ever talks about that movie. It's on Netflix, by the way, everybody. That's such an underrated horror movie.
That is a good one. I think that one, I talked about that one with Sheree and Trent from Nightmare on Fear Street. And oh yes, completely agree. If you haven't watched it, you guys need to go watch it, because it's completely agree. Totally underrated.
Yeah. Carla's saying tolerate me. Sorry.
Of course. Always and forever. So yeah, because then Yumi and Carla together, we are the Wild Women of Podcasting, and we do have a recording coming up. Abigail, I think that's what we finally decided.
That's what you both decided. Yeah, I was just like, okay.
Yeah.
My feelings on that movie went so down. So I'm like, okay.
I'm excited. I cannot wait to talk about that one with you folks. So that'll be coming out at some point, because right now I am doing episode by episode reviews of The Last of Us season 2. So any episodes that I'm recording while season 2 is running will be aired when the season's over. So you'll have to wait a few weeks for that one, but even though we haven't recorded it, it's going to be worth it, because we're amazing.
It's true. We're recording that this coming Friday.
Yes.
That's what I have on I'm like, okay, right?
Yes.
This is a suggestion. We couldn't do that on Friday, but
No.
but yeah, that's an idea. Yeah, we still have to do the live streams talking about every episode of Rock of Love. I'm not even kidding about
That's
that.
right.
I'm not joking
I
either.
forgot about that. Oh my god. I was obsessed with that fucking show. All
Me
that
too. I've watched it more than
VH1.
once.
Yeah. And then
More
didn't
than
he come back
twice.
with like a bus season or something?
Yeah, there's
Rock of
3
Love bus?
seasons. There's
Okay.
Rock of Love 1, Rock of Love 2, which are both in the mansion, which is not his mansion, of course, and then the bus. So then they blow up. They literally start the season blowing up the mansion. See?
Yeah.
I'm eagerly awaiting the opportunity to be publicly trashy about Rock of Love.
Oh my god. We definitely need to do that. You know what'd be kind of fun to do is like crossover, like we do like a season on your podcast, and then we could do like a season on my podcast, and then we could do a season on the Twin It to Win It podcast. Because that's apparently a monthly podcast.
So Tiff wants to join the Wild Women of Podcasting for the Black Mirror episode.
Yes. Oh my god. Yes.
Hi, Tiff, by the way.
Yes. Hello. Just gonna get excited and make weird happy noises. But
yeah, I'm like, what's so funny? Sorry, this is totally an aside here, but I'm like, oh yeah, we're recording that on Friday. Then I'm recording a guest spot on another podcast talking about John Waters. And then Carla and I are recording a news radio podcast on Sunday. So I'm recording a lot next weekend. I was like,
wow. Busy. We still got to figure out our next movie for our Twin It to Win It. So I didn't want to bother you with that before today because I was like, she's gonna be too busy to even like think about it, and I respect that. So
yeah, I mean, we could try and talk about that now. So we have to do, unless you had something else you want to talk about. Sorry, I didn't mean to.
No, not really. I got through my Black Mirror stuff really fast. I think I felt kind of manic all of a sudden, and
no, that was great. Yeah, because what we're doing in the next one is it's one that we either have both seen or both haven't seen, and we haven't even decided what we would choose between. Is there any, for the people watching, is there anything you want Jen and I to do? Like, it has to be horror related though.
Yeah.
So that's the only criteria. And it has to be a movie, not a show.
Yes. Yes.
By the way.
No show. Yeah. I don't have time for that.
Yeah, that's too hard to do for that one. It's like, no. I mean, we can do episodes of television, but I would think that's kind of hard to do.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah. I don't know. I was looking at the list the other day and I'm just like, how can I pick?
I know, I was having a hard time with that too. The Magnificent Trainwreck Anaconda. There's that one. I'm assuming that was a recommendation. That is. I don't know how Jen feels about that one. Do you know?
And I don't know how you feel about that one. I haven't watched it in a couple of years, lots of years, many years.
Yeah, I haven't watched it in lots of years either. So yeah,
that could be interesting.
Yeah. On the historical context and artistic motifs. So I can't wait to see Clown in a Cornfield. I just want to say, I guess like some of the snobs in the horror fandom and the horror community are like really like annoyed that people love this movie because they're like, I haven't seen it, but they're like, it's so tame. It's so this, it's so that. And a lot of other people are like, okay, we need horror to stay around, so this is a great entry into horror, is this movie, I guess. It's supposed to be really fun and really good, but then the snobby people in the horror community are like, no, this isn't. It's for young people. I'm like, what the hell are you talking about?
What? Okay. And weirdos. You know, I'm really starting to question the horror And this is a broad stroke statement. No horror community's taste on some of the movies, especially some of the ones we've covered, because I do believe that they are wrong on, well, at least one of them.
Yeah.
And yeah. So yeah, I'm just kind of looking at our lists. I don't know. My brain is going.
Yeah. Well, we could do Anaconda.
We could. Let's do Anaconda.
We'll do Anaconda. Thank you.
We'll do
Tiff.
Anaconda. Thank you.
Yeah.
I like when other people my decision.
Yeah. Heaven forbid people enjoy a low stakes horror movie just for fun. Yeah. I shared some TikToks where some people in the horror community are talking about this and how people need to not be such snobs sometimes in horror. It happens in every fandom, but it's like, just because it's not like, once again, I haven't seen the movie. I want to see it because it's from the same people that made Tucker and Dale versus Evil.
Yes.
So, and it's supposed to be really funny, and especially it's supposed to be like so unique for the slasher genre. That's my favorite subgenre in horror, right, Michael? So, Michael had to start somewhere.
Right.
He started when he was a child. He was a child. He was young. See?
Yeah.
He had an entryway into horror when he was just a child. And he was wearing a clown.
I was just going to say.
Yeah. See, it all comes together. See?
Exactly. Full circle. Comes all the way around like a pumpkin. I know.
Oh my gosh. Jen, did you know I have 7 more hours of this?
Yeah, I do. I can't wait.
So anything else you want to say before we wrap it up with you? Wrap it, you know what I mean?
Yep, I got you. Let's see. I mean, other than just make sure you support my podcast and Aaron's podcast and everyone's podcasts. Do all of those things. Support your public library. Just go in, get a library card, even if you don't really plan on using it, but you should, because there's a lot of stuff you can get digitally. And some of the bigger libraries you can check out like cookware, artwork, and tools and like shit like that. So, but yeah, just at the very, very fucking least, people go in and get your library card. That's good for the library. Good numbers, because everything has to keep track of statistics and foot traffic and all of that. So the more you support your public library, the better that your community will be, and you.
Yes. No, I agree. Yes. Support we try to say that in support of you on the podcast as much as we can. So yes, especially right now, I think it's even more important right now to support your public library.
Absolutely.
In any way you can.
Absolutely. And summer is around the corner, and almost every single library participates in the summer reading program. And so that's 3 months at least of libraries doing some intense programming for all ages, performers, fun crafts. We do tie-dye. We've got snake discovery, so they're bringing reptiles this year. We've had read to a dog, so people had a Humane Society bring in a dog so the little kids could sit and practice reading, and they loved that. All sorts of that kind of stuff for teens. Tie-dye is what we've got for teens, some escape room stuff. I do adult programming, so we got some crafts and shit coming up. Yeah, so take a look at your local library, look at what their summer programs are, if they have them out yet. We plan shit months in advance. So our stuff has been done since February. Kind of bonkers, but it's all right. But yeah, go take a look, call them, ask them hey, do you have your summer library stuff available yet? There's reading challenges. We do adult bingo. And then when you meet your reading challenge, you get to pick a free book, a book of your choice. And the library buys that for you because they like you and they want you to come back. Okay.
No, that's awesome. I loved that. That's awesome. And the reptile thing, I'm sure they don't bring in an anaconda, but
I'm not sure what they've brought in the past. The last couple of years it was snakes, but I think this year they're going to focus more on like turtles and like lizards, bearded dragons, stuff like that. So, but that one is always a big hit because me and the my boss, we go to the elementary schools and we do like a dumb little skit to kind of promote the summer reading program to all the kids. And every single year we've mentioned Snake Discovery, all the kids are just like very excited. Maybe a couple are just like, no, that's not for me. I don't like snakes, but for the most part, and I know we've been at capacity for that program in the past. At the end, I think they'll even let you like hold the snake or the turtle or whatever. So very, very cool, very hands-on. And as silly as it is, I love going to the schools and doing the dumb skits. So this year I'm going to be a dragon.
Aww.
Yeah. So,
Aw. Well, I love that. And thank you so much for
course.
joining me for this segment. In my first downward slump, but thank you.
Yes. I'm so glad I was here for that.
And Jen will be returning really soon in like an hour. Oh my gosh, that's in an hour. Holy crap. Sorry. It will be the halfway point. And we will be doing one thing that I'm so excited for. It's the Finn crew will be here and we will be playing a screenshot game. And then we're going to be ranking Finn's hair. So you don't want to miss out on the Finn hair ranking. That's going to be the most important part of that.
The best hair. It's so good.
Yes, but maybe it hasn't always been good. We shall
Well,
see.
true.
Yeah. So, yep. Okay. Well, thank you so much, Jen. And I'll see you in an hour.
Yep. Thank you. Bye.
Bye. Okay, so coming up next, I'm going to take a quick 15-minute break, turn on my AC for a bit, stretch a little bit. And once this little promo is done playing, my co-hosts from It's a Dean Thing are taking over for 15 minutes for me. So it'll be Paula and Moth taking over. So I will see you all in 15 minutes. I won't be on as long on this one, but I'll see you all soon.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi.
I realized I was muted. I went, wait. Oh my goodness. Oh, it's so good to see you this soon again.
Yay, this is gonna be fun. I have no idea what we're gonna do, but we're
Here do
here.
I. Yeah.
And it's all about us now.
The Apollo and Moth show. Welcome everyone. The PM, so to speak.
Ooh.
Yeah, I know. You did send me a message going, hey, do you have any ideas? And I went, no.
Which is great because neither did I. I'm like, all right, well, we'll
Yeah.
just chat. Hi, how are you?
Yeah,
How
we'll
you doing?
just swing it. Yeah. I'm good. How are you? Ooh, let me try not to break my microphone in the process of my excitement.
Oh no.
Okay, yeah. Sounds good. So it should be okay.
So, I guess we could do like a little like what are we into right now kind of thing. Are you gonna be doing any fun like cons or anything like that this summer?
Oh, so the big con that happens here in Denver, unfortunately, I can't afford to go to it this year because I think this time it's 4 days, which is
Yeah.
insane for a con. I've done a 4-day con previously, and it was rough on the body and the soul.
It is so much.
It's a lot of con. Yeah, I don't think I could handle 4 days, especially if it's a big con, because
Mhm.
the one that I went to was a smaller con, more kind of local, and so it was a lot easier to get. Oh, thank you, Carla.
Oh, thank
this
you.
is sweet. So it was a lot easier because I had a hotel room in the same hotel where the con was at, so I could take periodic breaks after to, like, whenever I got really overwhelmed, I could go retreat to the room,
Yeah.
cocoon myself, and then descend back when I felt a little more human. But doing one that big, it's just too much for me. But I will be doing a lot of fun gothy events this
Oh,
summer, which I'm
excellent.
very excited about. Just in this month, there are about like 4, which
Oh,
I
wow.
think was kind of great that our podcast took a break when it did, because then I can go be chaotic and do
Right.
some of those, and then just spend the days that I'm not doing things just melting from the heat.
Right. Oh, yeah. We're getting into it's going to start melting our faces soon.
It's gonna get warm.
It's gonna get
really
warm.
Yeah. What about you? You have any fun summer plans?
I haven't decided yet because it's Pop Culture Con is the one that we're talking about, and they're still announcing guests, and there's a lot of cool guests that are going to be there, but there's not like anyone that's like, oh my god, I have to go see them. So I'm still kind of on the fence if I'm going to go or not, and even if I do, it'll probably only be maybe like one day because I'm the same with the overwhelming crowds. But the nice thing about our con here now is they have kind of like a quiet room that you can go and get away, which all cons should do things like that for people that can sometimes you just got to get away from the crowd. But the other thing that I'm doing this year that I'm really looking forward to, I've talked about it before, AJR is like one of my favorite bands, and they are coming back. They're going to be playing at Fiddler's Green this summer in July, which for those of you that are not here, it's not Red Rocks quality, but it's still an outdoor amphitheater, and so it's always fun to get to go listen to music outside. So
yeah,
and they're bringing some. It's almost like they're doing kind of their own little like mini music festival because they're bringing a bunch of different artists that I haven't heard of. So I'm looking forward to hearing new artists that I haven't heard before and discover new music. So that's always fun. So yeah. And I love those guys so much. So I'm really looking forward to that. So yeah.
Yeah. Do you have seats like on, because the Fiddler's Green, for those that don't know, is half kind of like seated kind of concert space, and the other half is like a big green grassy space. So do you have seats in kind of like the seated or in the grass?
We actually have seats because, again, I'm taking my sister and my best friend, and my sister is deaf. So she wanted to be able to sit close enough because obviously she can't hear the music, but if we're close enough to speakers, she can feel it.
Yeah.
So we're sitting about 8 rows back. I managed to get like pretty close tickets. So yeah, that's one of the cool things though about Fiddler's Green is because they have that grassy area, it's like general seating. But I think at least they used to, I don't know if you still can, but you used to like be able to take like picnics in and hang out and do that kind of thing. I don't know if you can still do that anymore, but you're literally like sitting on the grass and just kind of chilling, hanging out, watching the show. But yeah, so that's going to be a lot of fun. So
yeah, last time I was there was about like I think 3 years ago, and I did see, I had like seated like seats, but I did walking by like the green grassy area, I did see a lot of kind of like picnic blankets out, and I don't know if people had food or not, because security was like really on it that day.
Yeah, they probably don't allow that anymore. And
but I do remember the blankets.
Last time I was there was like 20 years ago. When I was a wee little,
a wee bear,
little one,
little lad.
we're not gonna say, but yeah, most of my concert going experience now has been the indoor variety, so I haven't been there in so long. But yeah, what else?
Yeah. All right. So I just want to talk about something that I saw recently on a TikTok, and I need to know if I'm just insane or if anyone else thinks it's also just what the crap is going on. Okay. So on my For You page, I got this video of this restaurant in Dubai that apparently offer $1,000 steak. And you order the steak, and this is how it's presented to you. Some guys in army fatigues storm the restaurant with little fake toy guns.
What?
And they have like kind of lights going off, and they storm the restaurant area, and they kind of like fan out. There's like 3 of them. They fan out and just protect the
steak.
The server comes in with a briefcase that they're protecting him. So he comes in with the briefcase, and then they open up the briefcase, and there it is, your $1,000 gold leafed steak.
See, I wondered if there was going to be gold on it, which I think is just ridiculous.
No, and here's the best thing. It opens like the suitcase from Pulp Fiction. So it has like lights on the inside.
Oh my god.
And I think smoke too. So you open it and it's just like, smoke, which I'm guessing is dry ice. It's smoke and
Probably.
lights, and then your golden steak is in the middle of this briefcase that they then serve to you. And I think that's insane.
That is I have more money than sense levels of
stuff, right?
stuff,
like
yeah.
This is I don't know if you've seen the menu, but this is like the menu type stuff where it's like, oh yeah, we just $1,000 steak that we're gonna cover in gold and put in a briefcase and do a whole skit to present it to you. Yeah. And I need to know, am I crazy, or does anyone else I think that's like excessive. Am I insane? Does anyone else think that's like normal?
That is completely, and Carla, you're right. Somebody is kicking themselves.
You are very right. Yeah. Some chef who watched that on their TikTok is going,
why didn't I think of this? Oh my gosh. See, when you started talking about this $1,000 steak, I'm like, they're definitely putting gold on that, but the fake paramilitary thing, I was not expecting that. And what?
Yeah, the thing is, when I first watched this, I had no idea this was a steak, because I just saw the military at first, and I went, oh, so this is like, what is going on? And then he just rolls up with the briefcase, and I go, what is in it? And then I read the caption that said, we ordered a $1,000 steak at this restaurant in Dubai, and blah blah blah. And I went, why?
What? Like was it completely encased in gold leaf?
It was completely encased in gold leaf.
But
like a slab. It looked like about this big. So for like comparison, I think a little bit bigger than an iPhone.
Because there's no flavor to that. It's to the gold leaf. I mean, you might as well. Yeah,
I'm assuming
so many
there would be some digestive problems because of you are eating gold. Yeah, see, there's so many better things you could do with $1,000. Absolutely.
That boggles my mind.
The potatoes you could get with $1,000,
right?
And you could get them done so many different ways. You could have a potato feast.
Potatoes are delicious. Now, I also am a major lover of steaks, Carla. But yes, I agree. You could be spending the time eating the steak and buying more steak, and I can't imagine that steak tastes good, because where's the seasoning? Is gold the only seasoning? What? I
don't know. And what happens if you ask for it bloody? Like, rare?
Yeah. So then it's soggy gold?
Like a soggy It's just gold flakes just swimming inside. Yeah, and then that reminded me of this thing I saw of just restaurants, of some high-end restaurants just charging the most obscene prices for the most kind of like tasteless things.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, say what you will about McDonald's, but for like $10 you could get a whole meal of chicken nuggets and fries with a drink.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's McDonald's fries are just They're delicious. Okay.
They hit, but
I'm
you gotta
sorry.
eat them when they're hot. Because if you get them when they're cold,
Yes.
it's not.
Like if it's like by the time they hand them to you, you better already be eating them. Because if you sit
absolutely,
down or
yeah.
you drive away, it's already too late. You
Yeah,
know,
if you
for-
wait more than like 5 minutes,
forget
it's a
it.
wash. Just
Forget
forget
it.
about it.
Forget
Yeah.
it.
Who
But
needs solid gold when you can have soggy gold? Yeah, exactly. That's that. Like, can I?
I just don't. I don't. And I've seen these videos too on YouTube where they charge outrageous amounts of money for food, and the distinguishing thing is they put gold flakes or gold
Yeah.
leafing on it. It's like it's.
But what about the flavor?
Yeah, exactly. Does it taste good? Because it doesn't look like it tastes good. It doesn't. I don't. Rich people, I'm telling you.
And then they tell you, "Oh, it's so good. If you're in the area, try to get it." And it's like, I don't know if I want to trust your tastes.
I don't trust your opinions.
Yeah, it's no. Because listen, if someone tells me like, "Oh, the Frosties from Wendy's, if you have them with the fries, they're so delicious," I'm gonna go, "Yeah," because you're a you're an eater of the people's. Like you eat kind of the common man's food, so you would know.
Yeah.
But if that same person tells me like, "Oh, you should eat $1,000 steak," I'm gonna go, "No," because this is not open to all tax brackets.
No. Look, if you give me a choice, we're gonna take you to this fancy high-end Michelin star restaurant, or we're gonna take you to this greasy mom and pop diner. I'm taking the diner.
I'm taking the diner
because you know that food's gonna taste good.
Whoever's back there,
they know what they're doing.
They know what they're doing.
Yeah.
Which is like, and this falls into the whole kind of Dean thing that Dean would absolutely, like we mentioned it in a previous episode where he would have a food blog, he would absolutely know all the good like hidden eats. Like that is a food blogger I would trust.
Yeah. That man has traveled everywhere. He knows where the best burgers are. He knows where the best pie is.
Yeah, he knows where to get the most delicious fries. Well, maybe the fries is debatable, because of the one episode. But he would know where most of the good stuff is in continental America.
Absolutely.
Oh! Hi. Surprise. I was like trying to think of the best way, and I was like, that's a good way to
kind of just segue into, oh yeah, it is 3:15. Oh my gosh.
Yeah. I was like, I don't think they saw my comment in the backstage that I was gonna hop on, so I'll just surprise them. No, it's fine. Hi. Surprise, I'm back. Everybody's like, oh man, more Aaron. Because we are gonna segue to an It's a Dean Thing segment, but I do have an intro for that. So first, I'm going to thank both Paula and Moth for giving me another little quick break. I was able to stand over my AC, and I also had a little bit of a change. So I'm wearing my It's a Dean Thing shirt, which you can pick up in our Redbubble store. You go to it'safandomthingpod.com, click the Support Us tab, and you can get one of these. If you become a Patreon supporter, you could potentially get one for free as part of your Patreon support if you join by 9 p.m. Mountain Standard Time today, because I'm going to be giving away prize packs from our Redbubble store. So I'm going to say goodbye to both of you for just a second, play the intro, and then I'll bring you both back on. So thank you again to both of you for covering for me for 15 minutes. Okay. I'll see you in a couple of seconds.
All right.
Okay, thank you again to both of you. So I'm going to play a little intro video, and then I'll come back and introduce my lovely co-hosts, Moth and Paula. So just a couple seconds of them being gone, and then they'll return. Really, I need to just put that as a jam somewhere, and we can just jam out to it, because it is a longer song than what's on these ones. I think it's like a 2-minute song or something, which seems ridiculous to me, but I'll have to like make a little jam And somehow I wonder if it's on a Spotify somewhere. I don't know. I found it on Canva, so who knows. But let me bring back to the stage because I know everybody misses them already. They've been gone for so long. So welcome back to the stage. Moth. Hello.
Hello.
And Paula.
We missed you. Hi.
It's been so long. So long. Yes, but I did put in the comments that last Friday I went to this restaurant I've never been to in Old Town Littleton in Colorado. And and I had like the best filet mignon I have had in like forever. I was in love with this steak. And so I just, oh my gosh. I mean, they were hyping up the glazed carrots that came with it that I had to wait for. They were nothing. They were just like, they were just carrots.
Nothing compared to the steak.
Nobody goes to a restaurant to get the glazed carrots. But, okay, I mean, I will, unless you're a vegetarian and you really love carrots. But if you're going to get a steak, you're not hyped about the carrots. Okay, I'm just saying.
Yeah, exactly. No, it's true. It's true. So Moth, you came up with the idea that we were doing today. So do you want to tell everybody what we are going to be doing?
Yeah, I'm really super excited to kind of share all this stuff with y'all and have everyone else kind of hear. But so today's segment, we are from It's a Dean Thing, all three of us. Hello.
All three of us. Sorry, it just sounded like there's usually more of us or something.
So it's myself, Paula, and Aaron. We are the hosts of It's a Dean Thing, which is a Dean-centric podcast where we talk about fiction's greatest character, Dean Winchester. No argument. But to today's segment, my idea for it was that we would kind of share some of our favorite kind of Dean-centered fan works. So this could be fan edits, fan art, fan merch, anything of the type, but mainly kind of the theme is Dean. So yeah. And well, we kind of compiled like a little list of some of our faves that we want to share with y'all, and so that we can share the Dean love also with the Dean love that we have for these pieces and for the artists that have made them. So yeah, and we're gonna kind of go alphabetical order, sorta. So Aaron, we're gonna start off with you.
Sorta. Here, I'll sort us. There we go. We're sorted.
Hey!
I do that every time we record, and It's a Dean Thing episode, by the way. And I know people are sad, but we are taking the month of May off. There are many reasons for that, but we will be back in June to finish up season 3, and then we're going to be starting season 4 really soon. So I have a bunch of YouTube edits, and I was going to try and share these, but I'm worried we'll get like copyright but I mean, we're going to get them anyway for certain things we're playing. So I don't know. Maybe I should play some of these, but I don't know for time if we'll be able to. But we'll have a link. What we'll do is I'll put together a link for all of these where you can go and watch them. So I'll just kind of go over why I selected this one. So the first one I have it's called Wolf in Your Darkest Room, which is the name of the song. And the fan video is done by Stevie Michael. And there are so many great Dean Winchester fan vids that came out around the time of the Mark of Cain story arc and Demon Dean story arc. There's so many, like, I think some of the best fan vids came out around that time. And so most of the ones I'm going to recommend are from that time period. And so this is very much focused around like Dean's alcoholism and the Mark of Cain and his own self-hatred. Plus, I also want to just say all of them are very, very, very dark and depressing, except for one that I'm recommending of the fan vids. So that one I've watched tons of times. And the Wolf in Your Darkest Room, I can't play much of the song also, but it is, I don't know, are either of you familiar with that song or this fan vid?
I'm not familiar. See, here's like the fun thing that I thought about when we were doing this is that like some of the stuff we might put in here that other of us haven't heard about. So this is also broadening our horizons.
Yeah. And what I'll do is I'll put these while we're talking about this, I'll put the links in the comments here. But here's a link to that. Yeah. It's a very stark, depressing song already. And so it's really heavy and it just kind of fits the mood of Dean at that time, I think. So that's why I chose it. I've watched it like since it first came around, like I think like it's been around for like 7 years or longer than that. And it's just it's a good one, but it's heavy. Content warning for all of mine: alcoholism, self-harm, all of that stuff, just to let you know. So there you go. There's my first.
Yay. Great. And Paula, what's your first one?
Okay, so my first one is a song called 67 Winchester by Raina Roberts. And this was awesome because I was listening to Spotify one day and the playlist that I was listening to ended, and they just kind of will start playing other things that they think you might like. And I couldn't even tell you what playlist I was originally listening to, but this was like completely out of left field. But I'm listening to the lyrics and I'm like, and I was doing something else, so I didn't see the name of the title or anything. And I'm listening to the lyrics and I'm like, this sounds like Dean. It sounds so much like Dean. And then I looked at the because she's basically talking about Dean throughout the entire song. And she calls out the Impala, it's just your 67 ride. And I was like, oh, that's Baby. And I go and I stopped what I was doing. I was like, I got to find out who and what this is. And as soon as I saw the title, I'm like, oh yeah, she's a Supernatural fan. She's a Dean girl. And yeah, she, it's a great song. And she's got some other music that's really good too. But I think this is her at least the only one that I found that is specifically written about the show and about Dean. So yeah, if you have not listened to it, I highly recommend it. It's so good. And yeah, I mean, like I said, without even knowing anything about the song, as soon as I started listening to it, I'm like, even if it wasn't intentionally written about Dean, it's Dean.
Yeah, we'll have to add that to we'll have to make like someday we'll have to, as a group, I think, make a Spotify Dean Winchester playlist.
Oh yes, that would be amazing.
Yeah, like songs that remind us about Dean, or yeah.
Ooh, special episode.
Oh, that's a good.
Yep.
Someone write this down.
Where's
I
my
know.
list?
If not, we'll forget it.
I'm gonna write it down right now.
Yeah, I was gonna say because my notebook is off on the other side of the room, so I can't write it down. Yeah, no, I think I remember you mentioning this song, in the past.
Yeah,
one of the kind of earlier, I think either earlier episodes or when we did the Dean episode for its fandom thing.
Yeah, I know I've mentioned it somewhere at some point, but it was time to bring it back and tell people about it again.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, because before that I had never, because before you'd mentioned it, I've never heard of this song. So when you told us about it, I went to go listen to it after recording and I was like, oh, this is really good.
Yeah.
I really enjoyed it. Yeah, all right. So my kind of like first thing, it's a piece of kind of fan art turn merch sort of thing. So it's a pin. So it's a Dean with let me see if I can get it to kind of focus pretty well with the I'm gonna do what the beauty influencers do. So this is my pin.
Love it. Oh, that's so cool.
So it's Dean with the first blade, and I love it so much because I just found the artist purely by chance. Their name is Dean Draws. You can find them on Instagram or Etsy or whatnot, and they have they no longer sell that pin, unfortunately, but they do a lot of really beautiful designs, and there's just a lot of really cool stuff in their Etsy store, and it's just a really good. It's if you're a Dean fan or just a Supernatural fan in general, it doesn't have to be Dean. You can find a lot of really good pins on their Etsy, and they're really like the designs are really nice. And it's not just Dean. You can also find other kind of Jensen characters on there as well, like Soldier Boy and such. So yeah. There's that.
Awesome.
Yeah. All right. So, Aaron, what's your next one?
My next one is another fan vid. And since I put so many things on this list, everybody, so I'm trying to pick the ones that I most want to highlight. I'll go to a lighter one. This is by Workshop, and it's to the song X's and O's. And it's just basically like it's a lot more happy than the other stuff I've recommended. And it's basically going through all of these people that are just basically just in love with Dean Winchester in some form. And it's taking clips. And yes, they show, stuff with Sam. But I don't like Wincest. Don't ship it. Don't, it icks me. But this fan vid, even if that icks you, I don't think this will ick you because it's not like, I don't know, it's handled in such a really fun way. I think this is a fun one, and they time it perfectly. Like the song is timed perfectly to like moments when Dean will wink or smirk or something. And it's just really basically a tribute to the undeniable charm of Dean Winchester and the undeniable sexual magnetism of Dean Winchester, and how everybody wants to fuck Dean Winchester. I mean, that's really what it comes down to in this video, I think. So that's a fun one if you just want to drool over Dean Winchester, which who doesn't, right?
I was gonna say, who doesn't?
Yeah. Respectfully, but yes.
Yeah.
Very.
All right. Paula, what's your next one?
So my next one is an artist. He's a sculptor.
Oh.
His name is HR Sculptor. His handle on Instagram and YouTube is HR Zone 2. And I actually got to meet him in Vegas at the convention briefly because he sculpts figurines of a lot of the characters from Supernatural and also The Boys. And he is fantastic. And it was really cool because I got to see the figurines up close because he brought them and was taking photos with the actor of the figurine that he had made. And he has videos on YouTube of how he does them. And just seeing him, because he's done several sets of them, so you can kind of see his progression as an artist. And I mean, seriously, just phenomenal. Check out, every once in a while he'll do like a limited run of, how people will kind of do like memes or something where they'll do like Cass is a cat or things like that. Well, he did little figurines, because Cass is a cat, Sam is a moose, Dean is a squirrel, and he did little figurines, so they're kind of like an animated type style, and they were adorable. And he's done a couple of runs where he will sell those. He doesn't do it very often in their very limited run, but he's a really talented guy. And yeah, everybody should check out, because his work is, even better, I think, than some of the commissioned stuff from Warner Brothers that they've done of like official merchandise figurines. Yeah, he's really good. So.
Wow.
He is. And I want to just quickly add that in the book, Soups Ain't Always Heroes, his artwork is that's all about superheroes aren't always heroes. Sorry. Soups, I'm sorry, my brain just totally died there. But the one that's co-edited by Lynn Zubernis, who is oh my gosh, we love Lynn. Lynn's been on our show. Lynn's been on here. Why am I forgetting the name of her account? Begins with an F.
Yes. Fangasm. Yes, thank you.
I am so sorry, Lynn. It's totally just my brain dying. And that book that she did about the boys, and their stuff is throughout that book, is highlighted in that book. And yeah, fantastic work. So yeah.
Okay. So the other stuff I have is kind of like a mix between kind of angsty and sweet. So everyone who's listened to the podcast knows that we are all Dean and Cassie shippers. We love them. And it's the one that I have next is a fanfic recommendation. It's on AO3. It's called Leave a Bad Taste in Your Mouth by Fitz_in_frames. And it is a very angsty fic about Dean kind of leaving Cassie the first time around. And it is very sad. Because he's just kind of the premise of this fic is that he's just kind of reminiscing of what could be and how he kind of wants to stay with her, but he has to go, and how he's just sad. And, again, don't read this if you're in a good mood. Or maybe do. I don't know what your processing state could be like, but it is very angsty. You just feel really bad for him. We know what happens, but anytime I read it, I just go back to her, go back. And we all know he doesn't. But yeah, it's a really fun fic, and I really recommend it. Well, not fun, but you know.
It's fun if you're into angsty.
Yeah.
It's fun if you're into angst. Yeah, that's a good.
Which we know Meg is very into angst.
Paula would love this. Or
Meg. Well, I like the angst too.
Paula would also love
I like the angst, but I like a little happy in there as well. So, but I do like the angst. Meg loves the angst. So yeah.
Yeah, and we do. We love Cassie, and the three of us still think to this day that should have been Cassie, not Lisa.
Mm-hmm.
Hands down, Lisa made no sense. Cassie made perfect sense because Dean was in love with her. Yeah, but you know, it's supernatural. So
if you go to It's a Fandom Thing Discord server in the can't remember if it's in the Dean Thing channel or the fanfic channel, but I've got a link in there to a fanfic that and I can't remember the name of it off the top of my head, but it is Dean went to Cassie after instead of Lisa, and it's just a short one chapter fic, but yeah, I thought it was really good, and yeah, I won't spoil anything about it, but it's a kid fic as well. So other than I'm not going to spoil it. So yeah.
Yeah, but Erin, your next thing.
Well, I'll go ahead and I'm going to do self promo for myself, okay? And I'll do one that has Cassie in it, and it's not really as much about their relationship, but it's called Hold Back the River, and it's one I did for Dean Winchester Big Bang, and it's an AU. There's no smut in it. Most of my fics have that in it, but this one doesn't. And it's all about Dean Winchester coming home and saying goodbye to his father who's dying. So it's very angst, very heavy. Lots of him coming to terms with his dad, and his dad was very mentally abusive to them as children, and his dad is supposedly changing, but is he? Bobby's in it. I will say Sam is hardly in this fic. Very, very little Sam. And then also one of my other ships, my three main ships in Supernatural are, of course, my main one is Donna. I love Donna. And then I love Cassie. And then I also really love Tina from the About a Boy episode. She was only there, adult Tina, let me specify that. She was only there for a little bit, but their scene in the bar together, to me, is one of the most natural scenes Dean has ever had with a woman. And their chemistry, I think, was great. So I do have Tina in this. So it's a very rare pairing. And Cass isn't in this at all. I'm sorry. Benny is, though. Benny's in it because I love Benny so much. Mm-hmm. And you've also got Bobby, and you've got oh my gosh, ran the Roadhouse.
Ellen.
Thank you. How in the world could I forget Ellen? And so Ellen's in it as well. And then you've also got Paul. No, her name's not Paula. Barnes. Is her name Paula?
Pamela.
Gosh.
Well, like,
for everyone.
I would have remembered if there was a.
I know. I'm like, wait. And Pamela is in there a little bit briefly. So I'm really super proud of that fic. And Carla, shout out to Carla. Carla was my beta on that one. So thank you, Carla, as well. So you can check that out. It's very angsty, heavy angst.
Awesome.
Yeah. That could be what's happening to
I don't
me.
know, could be. You
I don't
never know.
I've still got
The-
6 hours and 20 minutes to go. Oh my god. It's okay. I'll have another little, phew. Anyway, sorry. I'm done. I'm gonna shut up now.
Numbers. Right, Paula, which is your
Okay, so so I'm also gonna highlight a fan fiction. This one is called Talk Some Sense to Me, Camposia. I think that's how you pronounce it, by I'm Your Honeybee. And I'm just gonna read a little bit of the summary from her. Death brings back Cass and Eileen, and the four of them hit the road with Miracle, because Dean has a dog now, okay? Driving around the country, opening decommissioned Men of Letters chapter houses to be used by hunters, while trying to give a human perspective on Jack's plan to restructure the afterlife system. Meanwhile, Dean copes with being a flustered lump of a man because somewhere along the way, Castiel learned how to flirt. And it's I haven't finished it yet. I don't know what happened. I got sidetracked and I haven't finished it yet, but it's really good. Like, there was a scene where they're gonna go to the beach and Cass comes out in a swimsuit and Dean's brain just shuts down and he doesn't know how to react, and it's hilarious. It was great. But there's this whole thing, I don't want to spoil a bunch, but there's like this whole restructuring of the afterlife with, purgatory and heaven and hell that's being done, and it's really interesting because they're just going around to all these different chapter houses, and it's like this progression of Dean and Cass finally getting together, and it's really good. So, and one of these days I'll actually go back and reread it and finish it.
I'll have to go read it because I love reading
Yeah.
Destiel fanfic. So
Yeah, I'm curious though. Is it so the swimsuit? Is it like swim trunks, the
No,
speedo?
no. I think it's a little more form fitting.
Oh, so speedo then. Okay.
Yeah, if I remember right, yeah. But I just remember Cass just walking out and Dean just like blue screens. He just doesn't know how to respond, and it cracked me up.
Oh, that sounds really fun. Okay, so this next one is also very angsty. My part. It's a fan edit on YouTube. It's called Broken. It's done by the Nika production, and it is okay. So the editor doesn't even kiss the brick before throwing it at you, and
Okay.
I don't think there's been a time that I've watched this edit where I haven't cried, because it's very, very sad, very, very angst, and it's basically kind of just Dean and how he's just, because we all know he has a lot of self-loathing. It's Dean, his self-loathing, and then kind of there's a little bit of a part in the edit where he's like screaming how unfair it is that he got all this weight put onto him by everyone else, and it's very sad. But it's so good.
We love to hurt. Okay.
Yeah,
we love to
it's-
be hurt.
It's like a Sour Patch
True.
Kid, it's very sour, but also the afterwards is very sweet, kind of in a way. But I remember the first time I watched it, I thought, dang, you didn't even kiss the brick before throwing it. You just threw it. Just full force. All right. I see where we're at. But Erin, which is your next kind of.
Well, I mean, you have to really like angst and sorrow and depression if your favorite character is Dean Winchester.
You're right.
Yeah, you're not
So-
wrong.
It's kind of it just kind of comes with the territory that you're going to be like loving angst because you're going to have to deal with so much angst. So, yeah. Because I'm looking at the time here. I'm like, should I do? Okay, I'll do this other fan video. This Night by Volta. It's probably my favorite fan video, and it's another one that is in the Mark of Cain universe. They use other older ones too, but it's kind of in that kind of timeline, that story arc. And it's another one that is super uber depressing, involves a lot of alcoholism, self-hatred, self-harm, all that kind of good stuff that comes with Dean Winchester. And it's just a lot of making you cry. So if you want to cry while watching some clips of Dean in season 9 and season 10 and some other things thrown in there, I recommend this fan video. Plus the song is perfect for Dean as well.
Alrighty, so Paula, you're
Okay. So I'm going to go with another fanfic. And one of the things I love so much about fanfic is being able to explore so many different things. And, you know, you've got the AUs, you got the case fics, you've got, you know, you can explore different situations. And so this one is called Give Me a Sign by Mal Muses. And literally anything that Mal Muses writes is just phenomenal. But this particular one, Dean is actually deaf. And he's an adult. He's decided to go back to college after, you know, stubbornness and angst and all that. And and he agrees to have an interpreter assist him with classes, because he's not going to like a deaf college, he's going to a hearing college. And Cass is his ASL interpreter. And it's fun to just kind of see people explore different situations like that. And again, having a personal connection to the deaf community with my sister, it's nice to see, you know, things like that explored in fanfic and done really well, I think. So if you want to see something a little different, Dean is still Dean. Dean is still very much Dean. He does, and I believe, if it's been a while since I've read it, I believe he lost his hearing as a young child to meningitis, I believe, and that's how he became deaf, and then had to learn how to cope with that throughout his life. So that kind of adds another level of angst and difficulty for him. So yeah, still angst. So
yeah, wow, that's really nice. Yeah, I'll have to check it out because it sounds really interesting.
Yeah.
Oh, Carla's read it. This is Give Me a Sign was
yes,
so good.
It was so good. I loved it so much. That's definitely one of my favorites.
All right. So let me see. I'm going to do my last one, and then we can kind of get into some of our Discord submitted stuff. So I'm trying. Okay. So this edit I find is it's based around a song that I feel is very Dean coded, maybe not so much in the lyrics, but in just like the general vibes, which is House of the Rising Sun by VicU 1904. And it's not the song used isn't the version done by the Animals. It's a different cover, but I find it really good. It's a good watch. It's not as like sorrowful as my previous one. But it's just good, and it's 2 minutes. It's like really quick, but it's a fun watch. Definitely kind of recommend. All right, so before we scuttle away, let's dive into some of the Discord ones. Let me see. Let me pull up here. All right, so one that we did have submitted. So I think I'm just gonna like say their screen names because I don't want to completely out people. So on Discord, one of our users on the It's a Dean Thing channel, Blind Walker, submitted one. They submitted it yesterday, actually, which I thought was really interesting. It's a piece of fan art, and I'm just gonna kind of describe it for people. It's kind of a picture of Dean cutting Sam's hair, and I think it's such a beautiful piece of art because that is like something that probably Dean had very much had to do growing up, and probably not just take care of his own hair, but also just take care of Sam's. And a funny thought that I had was that, he probably would let it grow until Sam was like, we got to cut this because I can't deal with the long hair anymore. And then Dean would go, okay, we're going to, you say when. And just kind of the thought of these two just children in the bathroom going, all right, let's mess around with scissors and see what happens. But yeah, and then let me go back here.
Yeah, and I just was looking at that. That's a beautiful picture. And once again, if you are watching, I'm putting all the links in. I'm sure you're seeing these, but
Yeah.
I'm putting all these links in the comments so you can go to them. And for some of the fanfics, just the name of them too and who they by. So
Yeah, so folks, like, check out the links, check them out, look through all the stuff. There was another one that we had submitted by the very lovely Carla. And this one it's a Reddit link, and it's Dean Winchester fan art created by Roro Arts 2007 on Instagram. You can find them there. But it's a very beautiful piece where Dean is just kind of standing in a rainy road with rain and like lights all around him, and it's a very, very nice piece. And I can see why Carla really likes it, and also just why anyone would like it, because it's really well done.
yeah, it's really cool.
Very nice. I'm looking at it right now. It's
That's
really,
really
good.
cool.
You know, if I didn't have such an affinity for Mothman, I would change it to be my background. But me and Mothman, we go way back. So I can't change my
Can't
phone
do it.
wallpaper that
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, my other option is to boot Benny off of my like home screen, and no, that is my
You
baby.
can't do
I
that.
can't boot it.
No.
You can't do that.
And here's another one, also by Blind Walker. They call it the Perfect Brain Scratch Dean Edit, and it's Rebel Just for Kicks by Live Like Heroes, I believe was the user that made it. Available on the YouTubes. So yeah, I don't know if there's any other kind of fun edits and stuff that we had submitted that you guys want to highlight, but just any stuff that we've mentioned and from either ourselves or from our Discord, please check them out. Spread all the love to all these wonderful artists who kind of take this time and share these pieces of themselves with the world, and like give them all the loves and all the things.
Yeah.
For sure.
Yeah. And I'm gonna just add in that also Blind Walker shared a bunch of like fanfics as well.
Oh,
and
yeah,
I'll
they
just
did.
put this, and I'll just put this one, and this Your Living Kiss by Opal Bullets. And I'm gonna say this one because I know that Paula, you've mentioned this one a
Mhm.
lot.
It's
So
so
yeah.
good. Dean's a poet. And I love a fic where like Dean is like a poet or a writer, and this is just one where again he's an adult, and some things happen. I think he was taking care of John for a while. John finally passed away, and now he goes to the East Coast where Sam is living with Eileen, and Jack is in it, but Jack's a little kid. I think they adopted Jack, and he decides to go back to college as an adult, and Missouri's in it. Missouri is the dean of the college, I believe, and like there's only like 2 people that know that Dean was a poet, and Missouri is one, and Charlie is the other one because I think she was his editor. And there's a professor at the college, it's Cassiel, and he teaches poetry, and he does an entire section on Dean's poetry, but Dean writes under a pseudonym, so they don't know it's him. And it's so good. It's really, really well done. Highly recommend that one as well. I've read that one a couple of times. I really like it.
Yeah, I think I haven't finished it yet because my time, but yeah, I definitely will have to. I want to finish it and read that one. Yes, I'm glad we are. And hello, hi, Scooter, hi. Yes, pushing my browser to see how many tabs I have before it crashes. Yes, I know. I'm like really trying to be cautious with that because I'm like I don't want to have that freeze that I did for trivia. But yeah.
Oh, and just a quick little thing. If you like hearing the fanfics read. Making It Up As We Go is a podfic anthology podcast, and she actually reads that fanfic, and that's how I actually first was exposed to that fanfic. And she does a lot of Destiel fanfics. She only does Destiel fanfics, and she also, because she gets permission from the writers before she posts them on the podcast, if she's given permission to record them but not put them on the podcast, she puts them on her AO3 page. And I'm trying to remember off the top of my head who that is. But I can put a link to the podcast in the It's a Dean Thing channel on the Discord server.
Yeah.
And here's a link to that channel, by the way. And this link shouldn't expire because sometimes links on Discord expire after 7 days. But I just changed it, so this one shouldn't. This is a link to that channel, or at least it's the link to our It's a Fandom Thing. And we have a separate It's a Dean Thing channel. And you can find, like, because Blind Walker gave us so many. And thank you so much. I know you thought you were spamming us, but that's what we asked for and we wanted it. That's the good kind of spam. So thank you for doing that. So you can definitely find more because there's tons we didn't mention there.
Yeah.
And something we'll also do is that with all the ones we've mentioned and ones we didn't get a chance to mention, put them all in a doc and have it available on the It's a Dean Thing channel on the It's a Fandom Thing Discord. So check it out there.
Yeah. And then if I can, since it is my show, and because I always like to give it, I know I tried. I know it's like self-plug time again, but I do want to give another shout out quickly to my Dean in Therapy fic series. It's a series. It is eventually Dean and Donna, but it isn't how it starts, and it's basically Dean is pretty much forced, but he goes into therapy and he starts therapy because I always wanted Dean to have therapy because he deserved therapy. And he deserved the gift of therapy. And so that's what the series explores, is him going through therapy. So I'm very proud of it. I finally finished it. It took me like almost 10 years to finish this fanfic. So yeah.
Oh, and the host of the Making Up As We Go, it's Nerdy Nerdenstein. And I believe that's Nerdy Nerdenstein. Yeah.
Is it all one word, Paula?
Yes. Yeah.
Nerdy. I don't know if I'm spelling this right, but I'm assuming this is right. Can you see if that's right? Oh no, that's probably not right.
No, it's not. But like I said, we'll put a link in the It's a Dean Thing channel.
Okay. Cool. And then also, if you want to get merch with the It's a Dean Thing logo on it, you can go to the It's a Fandom Thing Redbubble store and you can get it. This link will just take you to the sticker, but you can get it on cups, mugs, a hat. You could get it on a like mouse pad, all sorts of stuff. It's like available on like basically everything you can think of. And so I will send that link here too. So there's that. Aw, thank you, Carla. Dean in Therapy is one of the best out there because the depiction of Dean is so true to the canon character, but expands on it in a very believable way. Thank you. That means so much to me because one of my biggest nitpicks is how Dean is portrayed in fanfics. So thank you. Thank you so much, Carla. I really do appreciate that. Thank you. Anything else, Moth? We have a couple minutes.
Okay, yeah, I wasn't sure. I was like, oh, I want to make sure we get done in time so we don't run over. I kept looking at the time every couple of minutes, being like, like, well, not really. Just again, you know, folks share stuff, like stuff. Follow the It's a Fandom Thing Discord channel. Join it. Join us. Share with us your Dean Rex for stuff.
Please.
If you have any Dean Thing channel.
Yeah.
Especially if you have any fun ones. Any more angsty edits, send them our way.
Yes, we love the angst.
Love angst. Yeah, I feel like someone should make like, you know, those old timey, like the commercials in the 50s were like, if you like this, well, then maybe you'll like this. Do you have,
Oh my
do
goodness.
you enjoy angst? And do you have depression? Well, you might like Dean Winchester. Like something like that. Just, like, I need someone to make
It's so
commercial
accurate.
of that sort.
Okay, Moth, from now on, you have to talk in that voice like once a day.
No, it's sustainable.
That's true. But oh my gosh, that was amazing.
I'm gonna
I love
consume
it.
so much transatlantic accent videos so that I can really nail it.
That was amazing.
Right?
And then you and Carla can do an episode where Carla does, once Carla's got that Welsh training from Ashley done, and then you and Carla can have like an accented off. That was amazing.
That would be fun, yeah. Oh, that's something that I would do a lot with my friends growing up because we were all neurodivergent. We would get into accent offs with each other. Well, the most random things.
That's awesome. Okay, well, you both are still going to be here, man. You're doing like. Thank you so much, because I know you're doing a lot. I mean, I know I'm doing a lot, but still,
You're
doing
you're doing a lot.
I think you win on that front.
Yeah, just a little bit. Yeah, yeah. I'm almost at the halfway mark. I've reached basically the halfway mark. Everybody, woo! Just 6 more hours to go.
You're almost there.
Yeah, I'm so close. I can see the finish line. Not even. No, but I love doing this. I do have fun, and mainly because of all of you watching and all of you joining me. So yeah, but you all will be returning in a minute, and to play a amazing Finn Whitrock game. So we're turning our attention to Finn. Our Finn crew will be here. I don't know how well Paula will do on this, because whatever, but
I'm getting there slowly. I did watch a Finn movie this week.
I did see that.
Yes, I did.
Yes, you did. But still.
One of these days I will be a contender.
Yep. So true. How much do you relate to Dean Winchester? Should be a question on depression screenings.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah. Like on those forums, you know, when you fill it out, it's one of the things should be, which fictional character do you relate to the most?
On a scale of 1 to Dean Winchester.
Yeah. Okay, so I am going to just remove you both for just a minute so I can play our intro video for our next segment. It's a Finn thing with the Finn crew. I'm hoping Jen's coming. I'm going to message her in a second too, if she's not on in a minute, and see, but we will be back in just a second, or you both will be back in just a second, and I will too. Yeah. Sorry, everyone. Okay, so here is the next little intro video. Okay, so I have the Finn crew. I don't see Jen yet. So Jen, if you're watching, let me know if you are coming or not. So we have an amazing game coming up where we're going to have screenshots. Then we have little clips. So this is where we'll probably get all the copyright flags, but little clips from the performances after people guess. And then we are going to rank Finn's hair. So it should be a ton of fun. Let me introduce some of the Finn crew. So first up, and fingers crossed, Aaron A, like you said backstage, Aaron A.
Hi.
It's working.
It's a miracle. My computer doesn't hate me at this moment. It was fine this morning at like 9, and then at 10 it decided to freak out. So we'll see how this goes. I might have to mute myself again.
Okay. And next up is Moth. Hi. Hi. And then Jen said, before I introduce you, Paula, I'll be there as soon as I can, finishing dinner for the kids because hubby's not home yet. Okay. Okay. So we will see you soon, Jen. We might, we can vamp for a few minutes. Maybe we'll play the little Finn, and for people that didn't see it in the morning, I'll play the little Finn Whitrock thing first, give a couple of minutes there. I'll play that again. But also coming to stage is the person. Let's all shame her. No.
Shame.
Oh, no.
Paula.
Hey.
Paula.
We shame because we love.
I know.
Because Paula, not too long ago, we had a conversation and I was going to quiz you, but I already know you only watched one movie.
Oh, no.
So yeah. So we'll see how well you do at this screen.
We'll see.
She might be really good from just like watching us. It's just
I
That's
Yeah.
true.
You know, I've done
Osmosis.
the trivias before, so it's not like I haven't been exposed to any of it.
That's true. We have exposed you to a lot of Finn. You've been exposed.
I have.
You've been finsposed.
Well, to give Jen a little bit of time, and before we bring on the board, is we'll replay. It's about 4 minutes long. We'll replay the best of the Finn thing, and then we'll start it because Jen's saying to go ahead and start it. But we will do the little Finn best of trivia unhinged thing. Sorry, I did that intro bad, but it's a funny little clip show.
I came to party.
But hi. Hello.
Hi. Hi. So I know you were up all night cramming.
Cramming as much Finn in as I could.
Boom, boom. That's what she said. I don't know what Finn's favorite color is. If anybody knows, let us know.
I don't know. My thought was blue because he's always pictured either in blue, around blue, or wearing something blue. And I was like,
That's
maybe
true.
he likes blue. Or it's just his color. Who knows?
It looks very good on him.
Brings out his hair.
His hair. It brings out his hair. Finn initially turned down an offer to attend this prestigious acting school in New York.
Juilliard?
Yep.
Okay.
Whoa,
Can't
it just
pronounce
says
it.
answer
Answer
one.
one.
I love it.
Oh my gosh. That's so funny.
Oh, we were so close to the end.
You can see why I didn't attend the prestigious school. Now, how do I?
Double click in the box anywhere.
Oh, okay.
Yay!
Yay! Okay, now if I can get your name on here. Sorry.
I had no idea.
Everybody.
Oh my gosh. I'm already
love
having
this.
such a good time.
Amazing. You're doing
Me
great.
too.
So good.
Oh, good. Oh, no, this is Susie now, right? That's Susie. Yes, Susie's turn. Jen, you picked that last one, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
No, then it's Aaron A. Sorry.
No, it's Aaron.
We're doing
so
the
good,
most
guys. We're doing
unhinged
so good.
trivia.
My God.
I love it.
I love it so much.
Oh my god! I went to go click on it. I'm like, I can't click. That's not my voice.
Oh my God. I can picture it. I can picture the cover. He's like standing in like a pool of water. He's got like his military stuff on. It's like,
Yep.
it's not My Soldier Boy because that just sounds stupid, but it's what is it? It's that one.
I know what you're
described.
talking. Yep, it is that one.
It's got his brother in it. And
Okay, your time's up.
oh, I should get a half point. Oh
my gosh, it says the name of the movie.
The Long Weekend.
No, I will not accept that for this.
Oh, look at him in those high-waisted pants. Serving.
And the way he stands.
And
there,
that
the way he
posture,
walks.
yeah.
I
just-
posture. And
I
that
just
was
want
so
to
weird.
be like in the room in that conversation. I'd be like, yeah, so Finn will be playing Edmund, and also we would like him in the highest waisted pants with the tightest white shirt, please, if you will.
It's just like they just keep bringing shirts that are like smaller.
Yeah.
Tighter.
Ryan Murphy was like, it needs to be a wet t-shirt contest without the wetness.
That's a wet.
Yeah, the wet comes later.
Oh
Wow. He's got the best weird postures.
His
What is that
pants, again?
stand?
Like the weird pants and the weird posture.
It's,
He's so good.
it's
at
like
being
when they tell you
awkward.
stand with your shoulders back, and he goes, okay, and then puff out your chest, okay, but nothing settled, so he's just like,
Shoulders back,
yeah,
stomach
this is how
forward.
big boys stand. I'm a big
Yeah,
boy.
he's like doing it like how a little kid would imitate doing, like having that kind of posture, which is perfect
Mhm.
for Dandy. Yeah, he's such a good actor.
Mhm.
See, we appreciate him for everything. Okay. So Jen did say to go ahead. So we are going to go ahead and start. I can share mine if you want me to, Aaron A, because I've got it set up to be on
Yeah, I've got it. I know. Don't share too soon because it doesn't go in the background. It puts it straight on the screen. But I can share mine now if you want it.
Well, do you have it viewed as a slideshow? Because that's what I'm doing, and then it's just okay. Okay, go ahead then.
Yeah, don't do it too early because it doesn't put it in the background. Oh, let's see. Oh my God. Okay, there you go. I was like, where to go? I can't do this.
Okay, so are we ready, contestants, to play the best screenshot game you will ever play? And some of the answers were given away in that little video, by the way.
I was paying.
And
I'm like, okay.
I don't even have an order for this. I'm just like, whatever. People can just raise your hand and I'll call on you.
we're
Okay.
gonna go.
Yes, we're ready.
Number one. Okay. Can we go?
And then after you guess, then you'll see a clip.
We get rewarded with a video.
Yes. Okay,
I feel like I'm
raise
not
your
gonna guess
hand.
because I know.
Oh,
It's
do we go now?
too.
Yeah, raise your hand if you know.
can't.
Oh.
Okay, Moth.
So I would guess that it's Tristan in American Horror Story Hotel.
Yes.
Beautiful.
And now your reward.
Yay!
Oh, well, we can't hear the volume. Oh, you probably have to say share.
Oh, can you not hear it? I can hear it.
No, you can't hear
Oh,
it at
dear.
all.
Oh,
Yeah,
man.
you've got to
Okay, hold on.
you probably didn't click share audio when you shared the screen. So
Oh,
pause.
okay.
So let's
So pretty.
Hold on.
let's remove it.
Do you want to? Okay. Do you want to stop it then? Okay, hold on.
I did.
I swear I clicked that. Oh man, I broke it.
You wouldn't have broken it. It's just it might
good.
not have been like you're good.
No. Hold on a second. Let's try again. Never. It is to what? Oh, interesting. Yeah, you might have to do it then. It's like grayed
is
out. To share audio, mine's grayed out. So I've broken my
Okay.
computer once again.
Well, maybe I won't be able to do it either. We will see. We shall see.
Who knew my 7-year-old computer wasn't going to cooperate?
Okay, mine is not grayed out. It says sharing the audio.
Nice.
So let's see here. Let me get to that one.
My friends don't walk their run.
Beautiful.
Dip rabbit holes for fun.
I got this.
Poppin' balloons.
I'll show you when it's showing.
Getting high off helium. We paint white roses red. Each shade from a different person said this dream is a killer. Getting drunk with a blue caterpillar. I'm peeling the skin
Pause
off my face.
Killing is awesome. High five.
How much, baby, you're mad. The craziest friend that you've ever
happening?
had. You think I'm psycho, you think I'm blonde. Tell the psychiatrist something is wrong.
You wanna say that to my
Over
face?
the bed, entire
Just that.
bonkers. You like me best when I'm off my rocker. Tell you a secret, I'm not alarmed. So what if I'm crazy?
Man,
the
it is
best
me.
people are. You think I'm crazy?
Call the cops, man. I don't give a shit.
You think I'm gone?
I'm not here to be a deposit in your spank bank.
Best people are. Baby, you're mad. The craziest run that you've ever had. You think I'm psycho, you think I'm blonde. Tell the psychiatrist something is wrong. Over the
Sorry,
bed,
man. Bondage really
bonkers.
cool.
You like me best when I'm
Me
off
too.
my rocker. Tell you a secret, I'm not
It's exhilarating. I'm crazy. Another time.
Okay.
I feel like we should all clap.
Yeah. I can't tell because it's not showing me. I don't know. Can you see Aaron A? Is Jen backstage?
Not yet.
Okay. Okay. I didn't think so, but there's another box down there, so I just didn't know if that was that. So yes, I'm glad that I'm able to play the sound so that everybody can get the treat of also
Full effects.
seeing Finn in that character. This is my favorite, in case you don't know, this is my favorite Finn character in the American Horror Story universe, Tristan Duffy. He is a vampire. Plus, he's part of my one and only ship in the American Horror Story universe, and that is Tristan and Liz, who are just the best, absolute best. You don't see any of that in these clips, but I just wanted to show the sexierness. So the sexierness, you know what I mean?
Yes.
Okay. So next screenshot. Raise your hand if you know it. Yes. Yes, Moth.
I don't remember the character name, but it's in the
It's fine.
Snailaganda film. Dark Water.
Yes, Deep Water. Yes, we will
Deep
take that.
Water.
The snail propaganda film. In our very first, and I'm not going to play this whole clip because it's kind of long, but in our very first, for our very first marathon streaming event, we reviewed this movie and none of us liked it. So spoiler, we did
We were
like
so
Finn.
edged.
And you can still get It's a Snail Thing in our Redbubble store if you want that. And if Jen was here, Jen would tell you that snails haunt her.
Yeah.
Ever since this movie. So yeah.
Mocked the snails.
Yep.
Hi. There you are. Hi. Wow. It's great to see you.
Hola.
Hola.
Hi.
Oh, stop.
I can't believe you're here.
I know.
It's
It's been a while.
crazy. I know. How are you?
I'm great. I'm great. Great.
You hungry?
Yeah, actually, I'm starving. I'm starving. Wow, that's why I came over, obviously.
Sounds good.
Yeah. Here you go. Thank you. Can I help?
No?
No.
No.
All right.
It's being nice.
It's very nice. Very nice. I was just telling him how we reconnected. I was working in the state legislature here, and we started just chatting on Facebook.
I think what you're doing is very inspiring.
Well, thank you.
If that counts,
Thank you.
right?
I'm just very admirable.
Yeah.
I'm happy it gives me a chance to reconnect with old friends.
Fun fact. Tony was the first American I fucked.
I think that's the perfect place to
I think that's the
stop.
perfect place to stop
I
it.
love it. Fun, and he looks thrilled about it. I love it.
Oh my god. I won.
This is my life now. Okay.
Oh, whoops. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to scroll ahead right away, but hey, there we go. Okay, this is the next one. Oh, come on.
Apparently, I'm just here for the clips. So.
I mean, I know what it is. I just don't remember the name of the season.
Do you remember the name of the character?
Harry?
Yes.
Oh.
Nice.
American Horror Story, the first half with the Nosferatu glampires before it got weird with Alien Mpreg.
That's exactly what, that's the perfect way to describe it. Yeah, the double feature one. We did
Double
live.
feature.
Yeah, we
Before
did
it got
live streams
weird.
discussing this. So Paula is not doing well because Paula didn't do her homework.
I didn't do enough
I like
of my
Tim's
homework.
comment.
Oh,
So
poor
dusty on the
Paula.
Paula watches Finn movies Discord channel. Coughs.
Because it is. Yes.
It
yes.
is. It is.
Yep. Okay. So here's your reward. Moth and
Yay.
only moth. No, I'm just kidding.
Everyone else, close your eyes.
I know I always said this family was the most important thing to me. More important than anything, more important than my work. But I think I used to say that because it made me feel better about how unimpressive my work life was. I even talked myself into believing it. It didn't matter that I never hit it in Hollywood. I was a family man first. But I wasn't. And I should have been honest with you about that. I love you, and I'm so sorry this has happened. But the truth is, Alma and Ursula are right. I've outgrown you. I know it sounds like a cliche, but we would have broken up one way or another, and maybe this way is actually, in some ways, less painful for you. I can't imagine you having to tolerate seeing me on TV and all the award shows, in magazines, dating this starlet or that. It would have destroyed you. And think about how complicated it would have been for Alma and the baby.
Kind of a
I
jerk.
just, yeah, kind of a jerk. I just remembered watching that about like the creepy little girl vampire. I totally forgot about that. That was so disturbing.
Yes, creepy little girl vampire. Yeah, lots of. I really I liked that part of the season, except for the end. I thought the end kind of ruined it, but I think for the most part it was good. It was one of the few seasons where I love Evan Peters in it. I thought he was pretty funny, so yeah, I like that one. Okay, here
Top-notch
comes
Finn hair.
the Finn hair. Oh my god!
Yeah. The whole time I was like, oh, the swoop.
This is what started it all, by the way. Was this season of American Horror Story created the Finn crew, started all. Okay, so here's the next one.
What in the world?
Noah?
Yes.
Oh my god.
See,
Talk
and here's
about-
the thing. I thought I was like, oh, I'm not going to do that well because I don't remember character names and such. And,
You're doing really well. You've
but
gotten them
I'm
all.
doing great. Give myself some chocolate after this.
And Jen, if you want to try and answer some in because you're supposed to be a contestant, so
Yeah.
if you want to, you can. You definitely. I hope you can help us with the ranking of the hair
The comments.
when we get to that part. So I probably won't play most of this because this clip kind of annoys me. So I'll just play a little bit of it, to be honest.
This is the Creator's land. What are you doing? The Creator. My mind's run dry. My city withers and must be fed. And what has he done? He cursed us to struggle by the sweat of our brow to survive. Damned if I don't do everything it takes to do just that. Damned if I don't take what I want. This relic belongs to the descendants of Cain now. The line of Seth ends here. It is ours. Now dig!
Wow.
I'm so confused.
I love
Yeah.
that, like in the thing at the top, you see it says Noah, best scene, Turner, Aronofsky, and then all the other names.
Best scene, of course.
Best scene, of course.
Yeah, I have not seen this movie. It's by Darren Aronofsky. I haven't seen it, but this hair will never not crack me up. Because Finn generally has great hair, so I'm spoiling what I think is some of the worst hair, but hey.
See, now I want to watch this just to see how bad it is, because that's.
Yeah. Is this like a new or movie? How old is this
No,
movie?
it's old.
How have I never heard of this? Like, I don't understand.
I don't remember when it came out,
Russell
but it's old.
Crowe in it?
Yeah, Russell Crowe's the main person in it.
Yeah, he's Noah, right?
I think so.
Yeah.
Title character.
Yeah,
That's
you
kind
said
of
main
important,
person.
right?
The film is called Noah. I'm just taking a shot at the
I'm
dark.
just- Plot twist. He's
Noah,
not
right?
Noah.
Noah doesn't show up.
Yeah, no, it doesn't even show up.
Like, oh, we've been bamboozled.
Yep. Yeah, it is 2014. Yep. So it's
Oh,
over
wow.
10 years old. So
Wow.
yeah.
Yeah, I need to find this.
Okay, ready for the next one? Okay. It's blank. Where's the
Oh,
Oh
where's the
no.
photo?
projects we haven't heard of yet.
Ooh.
What?
It's number 10.
I literally just went through everything right before.
I've gone through this a couple times and it worked.
Oh, I can see it on mine when I click through what I have open on mine.
Huh, it doesn't want to display it.
Describe it to me.
He's got really nice hair.
Okay. So anyone of his
Man,
projects.
should I?
What's he
hold
wearing?
on.
Well, no, don't try to
This is
share it in there,
wild.
but
Okay.
we'll just go to we'll just say
Yeah.
you got it. And here's the clip. Oh, there, now it's
Is it
playing. I don't know what it
Oh.
did to me. So
Found
here,
it.
what's this one?
Hey.
Well,
If you were paying attention to the trivia, you might yeah.
Yeah.
Paula, do you want to take this? Or
Was that the long weekend?
Yes. Very good.
Nice.
And
I
I
was
really
paying attention.
Paula, I think you would really like this movie. I really like this movie. Jen and I live tweeted this movie a long time ago. I think you'd really like this movie.
Cool. I'll call you sometime.
Yeah, please do. Bye.
Bye. Good night.
Okay, good night. What's wrong with you? You have to kiss her. In this situation, you have to kiss her. How many chances do you get like that?
Hi, just a quick question. Is now too soon?
I love that movie. It's such a great, different, unique twist. I don't want to give the twist away of this movie because there is a big twist in this movie on a romantic comedy. And I think Finn does a fantastic job. Trigger warnings for depression and stuff. So, and like suicidal ideation, but it's such a good movie. It's so good. And their chemistry is fantastic. So I recommend that one. Okay, ready for the next one?
I'm scared now.
Okay, this is another one that was given away.
Okay, Paula, do you want to take this?
Okay, I don't remember.
Okay.
So my guess would be Edmund Tolson from Ratchet.
Yep.
Ratchet.
Yep, in those high-waisted jeans
In
or
them
pants or whatever.
high-waisted
Yeah,
jeans.
Yeah.
Tight t-shirt.
The tight t-shirt. Ooh. Yeah.
These pants have the tightest shirts.
Yeah, the funny thing is that when those clips were playing, I thought, man, they must have added like a dart or something to really pull the shirt across his pecs. They wanted to have that tight.
They're like, let's get it as tight as possible.
T-shirts.
Yep. Okay.
You know I could grab you by the throat and snap your pretty little neck like a twig. I don't want to do that. Not to you.
What do you want to do to me?
Not that either. I just want to kiss you. It's been a long time since I kissed a woman. Is that okay?
I don't know why this is at the end of this video, but
I love that we get the kissing scene and then the really sexy music afterwards.
David Black with music.
Yeah, this show in general is a mess. We did a whole episode talking about this show, but I love watching Finn in this show. And I mean, he plays a murderer. He's not necessarily a good person. He brutally murders a bunch of people in the beginning, but you know, it's all about Nurse Ratched, played by Sarah Paulson, and the early years before One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest takes place. And they were going to do it as a series. It kind of ends on kind of a cliffhanger, but then they never brought it back, which is fine. I know some people are upset about that. Are any of us upset about that? Well, Paula doesn't count because, you know, this is one of millions of things Paula hasn't watched.
The list of things I have to watch is growing every day.
I remember initially being kind of disappointed because I just had so many questions. And then I think after like the first or second year, I went, no, they're never going to do it. So,
yeah, I'm pretty indifferent to it now. Like, yeah, I wouldn't have minded. I wouldn't have been mad about it. But like now it's like, whatever. Moved on with my life.
Yeah. Yeah, it's I mean, like, I know, Moth, you came up with like the best, I don't even remember what it was, but you came up with the best scenario of what they could have done on the road. I wish I could remember.
Yeah. I also do not remember, but if you say it was good, then it was good because I never have a bad idea.
It's true. I wish I could remember what it was, but you'll have to, everybody out there, you can watch that on YouTube, that episode as well, or you can go and listen to just the podcast version too.
And then comment in the Discord what it was.
Yeah.
When the update
None of us remember. We just knew it was good.
Yep. Okay, ready for the next one? I can't even remember how these go, except for I know what the last one is. That's the only one I remember for sure. Okay.
That's some hair.
I think actually Paula has watched this movie.
I was gonna say I'm gonna take a stab at this one. Was this Judy?
Yes.
Okay. I was like, I think I know this, but I'm not sure. But I think I do, but I'm not sure. But I'm gonna say it anyway.
Yes, because he played her last husband.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
To the happy couple.
Cheers. Cheers.
It's our present to you, so you just trust me, okay? Judy, you go to the front. It's a surprise. It's a surprise. Bert, are you ready?
I think the bloody matches are down.
Matches? Oh, I'm a little terrified. This way, you could say you've had an English church wedding.
Here we go!
Once in my life, I have someone who needs me. Someone I've needed so long. Once in my life, I can go where life leads me. And somehow I know I'll be strong. Once I can touch.
Okay, I'm actually just going to pause it there just because it goes on and we probably don't want to play too much more of that one. But yeah, the way Judy Garland was treated by Hollywood was so absolutely reprehensible. And I mean, I don't think the movie overall, I think the movie's so-so, but I think her performance, Renee Zellweger's performance is so good.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, she was fantastic in this.
Yeah. And you've seen this one, Paula.
I have. So I was looking at it, I was like, I know I've seen that one.
Okay. Hopefully, Jen, I hope you can join us at least for the hair ranking. We've only got a few more left. So I hope you can join us for the hair ranking because that's the most important part of this whole thing. I just heard her. I can't go to that part. Aaron A, do you mind adding
I
in?
can. Oh yeah,
Thank you.
Jenna's here.
Hi, Jen. Yay. Sorry I'm late, but you know.
It's okay. I'm glad you're here. I'm glad you're here. That's the important part. It doesn't matter that you were late. You had mom duties. So, hey.
I know. But not tomorrow I won't because that's the only thing I ask for on Mother's Day is to do absolutely no momming.
Good.
So I figured
Good.
get it all in tonight.
Good. You deserve it. Good. Well, I'm glad you are here to help us, especially because we only have a few more left. So to get to the okay. Sorry, I went to it. So never mind.
Perfect.
Okay, so Jen or Susie or Paula, guess for this one what it's from?
Locating Silver Lake?
Yes.
Just also really quick,
I'm sorry,
I want
Mom.
to mention
Did I say
how
wrong? Did I say wrong?
you did, but it's okay.
I'm sorry.
I just also want to mention how kind of funny it is that we are in an Aaron sandwich.
It's true.
We
huh?
are. I like it. It's so
Love it.
cozy.
Now, Moth, have you watched this movie yet? Because I want you to do some cosplaying stuff, like make costumes from this one.
Mhm. Yes. Well, actually, I threw on some glitter as an homage to Locating Silver Lake. You might see it shimmer in my thing, but I threw some on because I was like, oh, it's a fun little thing.
Yeah. Okay.
Pierre, my darling. 1, 2, 3, 4, double for me. 6 kamikaze shots. Got it.
Kamikaze shots, you cheeky bastard.
Hush. Okay. Gather round, my beauties. Okay, raise them. To fate. Andrew Jackson. Martin Van Buren again, Pierre, again, my pretty. Oh, fucking Lord, I am so happy right now. Are you happy, Daniel?
Yes. Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
The third, yeah. I believe the third, yeah. Keep working in there.
Finn is the best part of this whole movie, by the way. He's the main reason to watch it. I don't want to give spoilers away, but he's a very interesting character. And you did say you saw it, Moth, and that's why you did the glitter, right? Okay.
Yeah.
Because when I watched this, my first thought was of you because of the costumes. And I just thought, oh my gosh, I would just love to see your take on some of the stuff that Finn, his character Seth, wears and does, and like just the outfits are just amazing and the makeup and everything.
And I was looking at that jacket, I was like, oh, I should make
You should. I want to see it. Okay, ready for the second to last one? Yes, Jen. And Jen raised her hand so quick.
Submarine Kid.
Yes, the movie that you were describing in that.
Oh, yeah, I was like, I feel like Jen should get this for like redemption.
Oh, like,
thank you.
Like I was watching that clip and I was like, I know this one.
Yes, this was a movie also that Finn co-wrote, by the way.
You are so.
Come on in. I'm just closing up. So what?
I don't know. I don't know what you are.
I don't know what you are.
No. No, you really don't.
Fuck.
What? Just a little bit of weather?
I'm supposed to go to a party.
Oh, don't let me keep you.
It's at a mansion, apparently.
Sounds fun.
Could be. The Texan will be in top form.
The Texan.
You'll meet him.
Good night, Spencer.
Do you want to meet him now?
What about your...
We're on a break.
So that means you can take other girls to parties?
Thank you guys.
Thank you guys.
Nice. You're welcome.
So do you mean the link to the movie or the link to what? I think you can find, I mean, it's the Submarine Kid. I'm not sure where you can find that, but yeah. So are we ready for the very, very last one?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh.
Oh, sorry. Go. I was just looking at the comments. I don't know who. I don't know who that is. Who's asking for a StreamYard link? So I'm not gonna.
I love it.
Send it. So I don't know who that is. So
Identify yourself.
So Moth.
Yes. So Dandy Mott, American Horror Story Freak Show.
Yes. Okay.
I was destined to be the greatest actor of all time. Monty Clift. If I had been in the place in the sun, George Stevens would have had me do the walk to the electric chair shirtless. I mailed away for one of those Charles Atlas exercise routines they advertise in the back of the Superman comics, and I practiced acting faces in front of the mirror, sad, happy, moody. But Mother wouldn't let me. But she can't keep my greatness in the slips. One door closes, another opens. And this body is America. Strong, violent, and full of limitless potential. My arms will hold them down when they struggle. My legs will run them down when they flee. I will be the U.S. Steel of murder. My body holds a heart that cannot love. When Dora died, she looked right into my eyes, and I felt nothing. The clown was put on Earth to show me the way, to introduce me to the sweet language of murder. But I am no clown. I am perfection. I am greatness. I am the future, and the future starts tonight.
That
is-
always gets me that he has a full horse just in his playroom.
I know. So yeah, Michael, I'm not sure if you are under a different account, but if you are someone who's part of our any one of our upcoming things for the StreamYard link, I can't post it here because this is a live stream on YouTube. Yeah, so I can't post it there. But if you are part of any segment upcoming, because we are doing the next segment is at 5:30. That's different than this one. 5:30 Mountain Standard Time. Sorry. It will be in the calendar invites I sent to everybody or the emails I sent to everybody. So it'll be in there. So that's the link you would click to join, just to let you know. So yeah. So just to let you know. Sorry, I just can't put it in there because I don't want just random people to come back. I mean, I can kick them out, of course, but you know.
The bots, maybe.
Right.
Yeah. Remember when we had
the bots
porn
in.
bots?
Yeah, let the
Like
bots in. I could get
Ben
it
Kemp's
interesting.
Yes,
Kemp's
like
or
Ben. Yeah, I don't know. We had like a whole like best of that too, but yeah. So it is time to play the Finn Whitrock hair ranking game, and since I've got control of this will be very interesting how this goes. So thank you, Aaron A, for designing this. So
I think you're gonna have to take it out of presentation mode for this though, because you can't move the pictures if you wanted to drag them.
oh,
into the
that's right.
boxes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So let me just stop sharing this for just a minute here. And let me just, oh, you know what I can do? I know what I can do. I know how I can do this. It'll be very easy to do. Sorry, everybody. Go ahead, talk amongst yourselves.
All right. It's like when teacher tells you, talk amongst yourselves. I'm busy setting up the projector.
Yeah.
And then we're all just like, wait.
Just like,
I forgot about anything to talk about.
Right.
Is it a collective ranking or individual? Like, do we have to agree where to place the hair?
Yes, we
or-
have to
or-
agree.
Oh, we all
Yeah,
have to agree.
This is
Open
gonna get
conversation.
violent.
It's gonna get
Change
This
my
is
mind.
our monopoly. This is how friendships die.
This is
Ben's
gonna
ready
get
to go to
violent.
battle.
Okay, so hopefully I'll be able to move this. I don't know. We will see. If not, I'll have to present it a
Yeah.
different way. We'll see.
This is a good, like, really quick, like, through the hair.
Quick
so you know
review.
we can play.
Yeah, no, I guess I can't. Dang it. Okay, so I'll have to exit this. So yes, we will have to all eventually agree, you know, how we want to rank this. So, yep. Okay. So now let me share my screen again. Let me first delete this. Sorry, everybody.
But yes,
So-
snails have haunted me since the snail propaganda movie.
Oh, right.
Like,
yeah.
I've got,
Did-
and I've
snail pets?
embraced it.
You've wronged them. They know.
You did snail
They
pets,
know what
right?
you did.
We
Still
did. We did, and it died. And then we tried fish, and those died. But yeah, but snails everywhere. So I have a pair of really cute snail socks. Anyway,
You got socks out of it.
yeah.
So I guess how we can kind of do this is we'll go through each one and then we'll go around and everybody just really quickly can hold up a number on their hands of, if we can see them, I don't know if we'll be able to see them very well, of where we think those will rank. So, and I'll go back to the big picture of them. So first up is Tristan. So out of the 10, because there's 10 of them, where would you rank Tristan's hair? I guess it's kind of hard when you don't see them all together.
I think it's good.
But
It's pretty close to the top for me. I
I-
feel like, right? That's like
I would
number
agree.
1 or 2.
Top 3.
Yeah, for
top
sure.
3. Let's do 3.
Yeah.
I'm good with 3.
3's good.
okay, I'm good with 3 too. Say maybe we won't be arguing. Well, that won't be any fun.
Yeah, no, we're done in 5
No.
minutes.
Okay, so
Noah here
you're
needs to be number 1.
you're 3. Okay, and next up is the snail propaganda movie that Jen loves the most.
So much.
Number 10 out of principle for the snails.
I'm going to argue that no, this does not belong in 10.
Oh, I
No.
don't
Yeah, I
think
would
it-
also
No.
argue this does not belong in 10. I don't know. It's kind of like middle of the road for me.
Like
I would go
It's
middle.
not-
Not
maybe 5 or 6.
Like 5 or
Yeah.
6.
Yeah, it's not great,
Yeah.
but it's like it's okay.
It's not great, but
like,
it's not bad.
it's kind of
it's like
it's
a
mid.
solid,
just kinda
yeah,
like
it's
the
a solid
movie,
good
mid.
Chris haircut.
Yeah, 5, 6. So we do have, remember, we do have 8 other characters after this one. So is 5 good, or do you think it should be lower?
This is hard. Wait, yeah, this is hard to remember the other ones. We're not looking.
Okay, well, I can go back to the
So you go back
the
to
master.
the master screen.
If you can see it that well, though, it's not like
Oh man.
I think I'm good with like 5, 6.
Yeah, 5.
Yeah, 5.
I see some that are worse.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'd say
Well, there are
5.
definitely
Let's see
some that are
worse.
worse.
Mhm.
Okay.
They're 5 worse.
Well, yeah, that's the one thing I was wondering is are there 5 worse than
We might
this?
have to
though?
rearrange once it starts getting tighter.
Yep. Okay,
Yeah.
so next up,
Oh well, like, do we even need to scroll?
I feel
I mean,
Harry's
yeah,
number 1.
just because I want to
like
see,
that's
yes,
one.
this has to be
Because I wanna
one.
see it
This
big.
has
I
to
mean,
be
I would-
one.
we devoted
Yeah.
entire live streams to talking about his hair.
There's no
It's the
way.
Very
hair
hard
that
part.
started it all.
It is the
It
hair
is.
that started all. So like
Yeah.
anything other than one is a travesty.
Yes,
A
I
very large
agree.
part of our life is
100%.
dedicated to this hair.
Yes. Paula, do you have a rebuttal?
Oh no, because I was gonna fight you all if it wasn't one.
If it was Paul said, I'm ready.
I mean, this is the hair that it feels. It feels. I wish I knew how it felt, but it looks so good that you imagine it feels amazing to
That's
run your
so
fingers
soft.
through it.
Oh my
Exactly.
God.
It's like
It's
that
soft,
is
yeah.
that is, you know, yes.
It's
Yes.
not just the right length.
Yep.
Not a
Exactly.
tangle and sight. Just ugh.
Yeah. Yeah. And then people watching, let us know where you would rank some of these hair. If you were like, how could you put Harry at 1? Let us know who you would put at 1 for Finn's hair. So next up is this lovely mane of hair.
That has to be 2, right? Like
2?
Yeah.
Moth, I will
Yeah.
I
fight
say
you.
10. I say
Thank
10.
you, 10.
Oh,
no,
man.
Aaron,
Ugh.
this is a
Yeah,
travesty.
Are you
Number 2.
serious about 2, Mom?
No.
Okay.
I
I
saw
was
that
getting
hair and
worried.
immediately I went, no, that's number 10. That's
That's a
not.
10. That's a 10.
That's a
And
10.
not
Yeah.
a good 10. That's the
Yeah.
bad
Yeah.
10.
What's the bad
Yeah.
10?
Jen and
Yeah.
Aaron
Is there
A
like
agree.
negative numbers we can go here?
Yeah, I'd take that. Just like throw 'em down at the bottom. You get nothing.
Yeah.
Negative, like you don't even get to be on the board.
God.
We'd rather have nothing in 10.
I'd rather have
Yeah. Good. I when you said that, I'm like, wait a minute, are you for real?
I was like,
I was
let
a
me see
little
how
like,
long I can
what?
keep the bit going before I get asked. Are you for real?
Okay. Next up, it's kind of hard to see it in this picture, but the hair from the
Yeah.
long weekend.
Yeah.
It was decent too. It was not bad.
Yeah.
It was like pretty like standard normal.
Yeah.
hair.
Like I'd be good with like 4 or 6. Still kind of somewhere in that
Yeah.
middle range.
4 or 6. Kind of
Okay, so
middle.
you think it's below the deep water one, or do you think deep
Oh.
water's below it?
I don't know, because it looks like he
Everybody.
has a little bit more length on top, and I feel like that
Mhm.
helps it a little bit more against the
Mhm.
deep water
Yeah.
one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
deep
It's
water
not
should go.
quite
Yeah, I think
one
that's
good
good.
Yeah,
cut.
and then we
That
can maybe
works.
put that at 5.
Yeah.
I would actually rank this a lot higher. I would have put it at 2, but I will let everybody go with this one.
Okay.
I'm not going to argue too much for it because I think it's beautiful, beautiful hair. I would have put it at 2 or 4,
Oh wow.
or I would have swapped and put Tristan at 2 and put this at 3. But that's just me, so we won't argue too much about it. I know doesn't make for exciting viewing. I should be throwing down and arguing.
Let's fight.
Okay.
That's a 7.
Man.
That's
Yeah.
Seven.
It's
I can't.
Like I can't see the hair without the weird posturing, so yeah, I'm good with like 7.
Yeah, because that hair comes with like the supremest, highest of rise genes, and I don't have enough strength in me to deal with that.
Don't have the strength. Yeah, the prison haircut.
Prison haircut? Is that what you said?
Yeah, that's like he's a prison, right?
That's well, he was in the psychiatric facility, but yeah. So 7, and once we rank these all, we're gonna go through, and I'm gonna argue for moving some around, probably.
You're just being polite now, and then you're gonna fight us later.
Yeah, I'm like, we're being way too polite about all of this. So, okay. This lovely do.
Oh man,
8?
that's
an
rough.
8.
I'm gonna a 9. Like I'm gonna say.
I was gonna say 9, but 8.
What is worse than?
Because
I mean,
I would say
would you put
Dandy's is a
9 then?
9.
Yeah, I would agree. I agree, Moth.
Yeah.
This at 8, Dandy at 9.
Yeah. See, we
But
can
Dandy
sort
has,
Dandy
like-
now too.
Like that's just if it was styled a little better, it would be fine.
It's the bangs. The bangs
it's
is too much for me.
Yeah.
I can't.
And the little flip in the back there, you see, like right
Like if I put my
around
thumb
here.
on him, he looks like season 1 Sam, and I can't.
Oh.
Like this hair is giving season 1 Sam.
Actually,
Oh,
now
I'm
that you think
not
about
gonna be
it.
able to unsee that now. Thank you so much for that, Mom.
You're welcome.
That is
I'm
so
here
true.
providing curse.
So it.
Oh, yeah.
But like, okay, so like, hear me out. But Dandy at least like cares and puts some effort into his hairstyle. That guy just woke up and got out of bed and put on his.
But it's
his velvet
Dandy
suit.
hair. Like this isn't even the picture where he has the stupid little curls in front.
Exactly.
That's true.
The
He
curls
does curls
are
in front.
significantly more effort.
I forgot about the curls in
Like
front.
just this specific picture's hair, or like this character's overall hair. As what are we doing?
The character's overall hair.
Okay, I feel like Dandy takes a lot of pride in his hair.
I mean,
Well,
he's
yeah.
But it doesn't make it good.
But yeah, exactly. It doesn't mean it's
But he
good.
tried.
This is where we're throwing down.
I don't know. Yeah. Okay. Fine.
These two are the ones we're fighting the most over.
so funny.
I should have known Dandy would be the
In
problem
defense of
child.
Dandy, who knew?
I actually am on the errands are agreeing on this. I would put this at 9, but for right now we'll put it at 8, and then we're gonna argue about these all. And then since we've already said, we'll go ahead and put Dandy at 9. So then we have 2 more people. So we have Seth in Locating Silver Lake, which this one his hair is pulled back a little bit more in this picture. I should have chosen a different picture. But usually
Yeah,
it's very similar to Harry in a way, except for not as fluffy,
in the
but
in the
similar.
video clip, it's nice.
Mhm.
I do appreciate that.
Yeah, I would put this at 2.
I would also put this at
That's what I was
2.
thinking. Yeah.
Everyone.
I'm good with that. Yeah.
I'm good with 2.
Yeah.
And then the submarine kid automatically goes to 4.
Okay.
Okay, so this is how we've Aaron.
Okay, I can accept that. I'm okay. I'm torn over 2 and 3 now though, because I feel like Tristan's hair is nicer. Honestly.
Tristan's hair is a wig, so I don't know.
I mean, but like it's the character's hair, it's not Finn's hair, right? Or rating. I
Well,
mean,
no, I
you
know,
can't
I'm
tell me
just
number
saying.
10's not a wig.
Well,
No, that's his real hair. He grew it out just for that.
The beard too.
well, I know. I'm just saying. I don't know if we counted against it. Is what I just.
Yeah, that's good.
If people
Good
want
point.
to. So I personally want to argue for putting the character from Long Weekend
Zeus has opinions as well. Apparently.
It's odd.
They're trying to reach back and like
My
move
goodness.
him.
But I want to argue for switching 5 and 4 at least. I mean, I'm fine with the top
Yeah.
3.
I'm
Yeah,
good
that's
with
my
switching
argument.
5 and 4. Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. 'Cause at least
Wow, we're all so nice. Like no arguments. Okay. Are we good with 6 and 7 being where they are?
yes.
Yeah.
I am good at least.
I'm fine with that.
Aaron A? I feel
Yeah,
there's some
no, I think it's
hesitation.
okay. Yeah. They're both like pretty bad. Like number 6, it just like that guy didn't try. Right? He was just like, this is a haircut.
He went into Supercuts and said, "Give me the number 1."
Right.
Give me the
Give me your
number 1.
1995 special.
Okay. I am going to make an argument for 8 and 9 being switched. And I know Aaron A is on the same page with me because
I'm on the same page too.
I just don't think on Finn, I mean, yes, I know in Harry it's a little bit longer, but that's more longer in the front and the top. But I think on Finn, shorter hair looks better on him. And I think any length that is like, I mean, look at this. It's a mess. It's disheveled. It's a mess. That little flip in the back is so annoying. It makes me just want to scream.
Just like lick your hand and like
products. It's like the best he could do at the time.
Yeah.
doing his best.
Really good.
He's
I don't
doing his
hate
best.
it. The bangs are a little
It's
whatever,
a
but
little
like I can
egregious.
run my hands. I feel like I want to play with that.
You
It's
run
like-
your hands
it's
through
like
and it
you-
would fall off.
Like the fact that his hair does that little curly thing at the back makes me think that he probably has curls that aren't being maintained well. And if we got him in a good like curl routine, this hair would be amazing.
It would just
He
be
needs some
really
products.
curly, you mean?
It would be like maybe like a nice
Like wavy.
wave.
Yeah.
Yeah. But not necessarily curly, but like a nice wave.
Yeah.
But see, that's what I was saying is he's not trying. At least Danny was trying, so they should.
But
they should
Right.
flip.
Danny's hair is evil hair. I can't get past the stupid little curls in front. It's not even in this picture. Aaron chose a
He
good
tries
picture.
too hard.
This is
There's evil in his
sabotage.
hair.
It's because of me. Is that what you're saying? Because I chose a good picture of
You
Danny.
chose a good picture.
Oh,
You chosen
subconscious
the
sabotage.
dumb little antenna curls one. No, they would have been over.
Because yeah, when I think of Dandy, I think of the curls. Oh.
Well,
Evil
God.
curls.
if someone wants to Google a picture of Dandy and curls, you can send it to me. I'll upload it. I'll download it. I'll upload it. I'll put it as an overlay, and people can judge that way. Meanwhile, you're doing that. I just want to argue my case that these should be switched by doing this.
Just the shirtless thing.
I was destined to be the greatest actor of all time.
The underpants and
Clift,
the Converse.
if I had been in the
can't
place in
get
the
over
sun,
it.
George Stevens would have had me do the walk to the electric chair shirtless. I mailed away for one of those Charles Atlas exercise routines they advertise in the back of the Superman comics, and I practiced acting
I mean,
faces
it's
in
like
front of
the
the mirror,
perfect
sad,
way.
happy, moody. But Mother
Yeah,
wouldn't
it, like,
let me.
he's got-
She can't keep my greatness in the slips.
It's too like
One door closes,
pushed down
another
whenever he's not
opens.
working out, but now it's all like.
And this body is America.
This is fine, but
Strong,
that's not how Dandy wears
violent,
his
and
hair.
full of limitless potential.
When
one was
My
never
arms will
like
hold them down when they struggle.
Give it
My
to you
legs
on
will run them
Instagram.
down when they flee.
Instagram.
I
I'm
will
gonna
be
give it to you on
the
Discord.
U.S. steel of murder. My body holds a heart that cannot love. When Dora died, she looked right into my eyes, and I felt nothing. The clown was put on Earth to show me the way, to introduce me to the sweet language of murder. But I am no clown. I am perfection.
You see how
I am
very-
greatness. I am the future, and the future starts tonight.
Okay, I see you've sent it in the Discord. I will Moth, thank you. I still am holding on even after I upload these, but I will upload them. I think this clip that I chose makes the argument that me, Aaron A, and Paula are correct, and Moth and Jen are incorrect. And that we should switch 8 and 9. But I will be somewhat fair, and even though it's 3-2, and I will save these, forward them to my email. Actually, I should open this on Discord, but then it's gonna, no, it won't share that part. I'm just worried it'll screw up everything I'm doing. So let me just email these, and I should have found a different clip that I could keep playing. But I mean, look at this. Just keep looking at this and realize how wrong you are. About
I can also find other pictures of the Judy movie where his hair looks better than in that one you showed.
I
will
flood you with
find you
pictures.
on this.
We should have done a compilation of each character of every single hairdo, so that we could have a more informed decision.
Well, did you want to do that
collage.
then, Aaron A? When I thought you were on my side, Aaron A.
I'm just yes, okay. No, I agree with
Because
him, but
I had no time to do that, so let's just say
And-
okay. I'm just
How
going to
dare you
argue
not
for
find us 20
myself
pictures
here.
of every character.
I know. I'm like, if you want to do that, let me see if it's going to let me. Oh, is it not going to let me download this from here? I'm
I
trying
don't
to.
know if everyone can see this, but his hair looks a lot better in this picture from that Judy movie versus the one that was picked.
Oh, here, wait. I've got.
No, I'm saving this right. I'm saving these right now, and I will upload them in just a second. Here, I'm just saving these images that are used just to try and sway people, even though his hair rarely looks like this. I think you're all exaggerating.
I just remember the demon hair, and I
Girl.
can't let go of the fact that he has demon hair in this show.
demon hair. Oh, these are web pictures. It's not letting me download them.
Oh, dang.
Let me try and find them on the Google here. Yeah, it could be because you shared them in Discord, but let me just see.
Here, I'm gonna just share with everyone.
See, that's makes me
Oh, here, I think-
uncomfortable.
See, no,
I don't like that. I don't. Okay.
Here, okay. So I will put this up here.
Supreme ick.
That's what is that? That's
how
not
do you even get
okay.
your hair to do that?
Like hairpins and
really?
products.
Hair
I don't
products.
know.
I'm guessing he has like 2 designated hair curlers for his little hair horns and just curls them at night.
Sleeping with 2 little curlers.
2 little curlers in his hair.
2 little, the pink foam ones, like the old timey pink foam
Yeah.
ones, like my grandma had, and sleeping all night like that.
Where
Carefully
the
unrolling them
what's
in
it,
the morning.
You know how they sometimes wear like a little scarf or something to keep it in place. First one takes them out, takes gel specifically for the curls, and just shapes them.
Okay, well,
so much.
I want to turn it to the viewers. So would you choose this hair, which it's rarely like that. I mean, come on, it's mainly like this, okay?
Right.
Don't listen to the others that are trying to sway you.
It's about the
Those are the
character, and the curls are part of the character.
Or do you think this stupid dumb haircut is
Except he does look like Sam Winchester.
Yes, he does look like Sam
Look at
Winchester.
this hair. Look at this
Now that
hair.
you
Here's
say
my
it.
counter argument. It doesn't look that bad in other pictures.
That's from that's not actually him. That's a lie. Ah,
I
Okay.
love that this is the thing that we're fighting about. is
Right?
his hair. We're not even one of the top spots. It's for 8 or 9.
that's true. It's not even for. We don't even like either one, so
It's
it's
not even in the top 3. It's one of the bottom 3.
How is it worse? How much worse is it? See, that's
I'm getting jump scared each time I look at my screen.
Okay, so let's take a final vote. We aren't getting any help from the audience.
Audience, come on, guys.
Nobody wants to fight us?
Apparently not.
They're like, who cares? These
We
are
win.
two horrible looks. Just why would you be arguing over these ones? So final vote. What number do you put this one at? 8 or 9?
8.
8.
9.
Erin,
I'm gonna say 9. Yeah.
9. Moth, that does not count. That's you talking.
I don't know who this mock SC person is, but they have the right idea.
100% correct.
Right? I don't know them, but they seem cool.
They have correct
Oh,
opinions on
my
things.
goodness.
They do.
Well, that moth is you. That's you, Moth. So
That's mothist.
we're switching.
Not all moths know each other.
So I'm sorry, but Jen and Moth, you lost this one. It's okay though. So
As
our
long as
final-
Harry's number 1, that's
Yeah,
fine.
as long as
And
yeah.
whatever that travesty was
We
is at
just-
number 10.
We've just agreed that you guys are wrong, but we're correct in everything else.
Right. Just
Like,
one.
me and Jen know what's up.
Like in the Sam Winchester thread,
Five.
10 is almost as bad as Old Man Sam Winchester wig.
Now, see here, we're gonna fight about that because no hair in this world is gonna be as bad as
I said
Old Man
almost.
Sam.
I said almost. It's pretty
That
bad.
Was Party City? That wig was the reason why Party City went out of business. This is just a mistake. The other one, a travesty.
It is hilarious though that we only had one argument and it was about 2 of the worst haircuts. So yeah, so our final ranking, and you know, Jen and Moth are just gonna have to deal.
You'll be redeemed when it comes to trivia time, Finn trivia time later.
I
Later
do
in
not
the year.
endorse views 8 and 9. Everything else I'm okay with. I would just like that to be known.
Ditto.
Ditto. No, I'm sorry. So 1, we have Harry. 2, we have Seth from Locating Silver Lake. 3, we have Tristan. 4, we have Bart, which it's a horrible character name.
I always forget that's his name.
I know.
Why?
From Long Weekend. 5, we have, I can't remember his character's name. See, I don't even have a cheat sheet for this. I just
I don't
put
even
these in
remember.
there. We have this character from the Submarine
guy.
Kid, which actually the Submarine Kid is good, but yeah. And then
Oh, Spencer. That's Spencer.
Spencer.
That's-
Okay,
yep,
thank
yep.
you. And then number 6, I don't remember this character's name either. Even though they said it in the clip, but the character
no.
from the Snail propaganda movie, Deepwater.
That was. Hold on. I'm looking. I don't know. I got lost. Oh, Tony.
Tony? Yeah.
Tony.
Tony? Was it Tony? Why don't I remember that?
He doesn't look like a Tony.
He was
No.
the first American she slept with. So
Yeah.
first American lay.
Number 7 is Edmund from Ratchet. Number 8 is Dandy Mont. I know. I see the eye rolls right now. Number 9 is Judy Garland's last husband. And number 10 is the character from Noah. 10 is where it should be, and 1 is where it should be. All of these are where they should be, frankly. So
Almost all of them. but yes.
No, let's not.
it's the definitive Finn hair ranking. I know I could have done more. I actually guess we would have had time to do more, and it would have even been more complicated, but I still think that was a lot of fun, even though we only argued over 2 of the worst ones. But thank you all so much for playing along. And we do have some time here until the next segment doesn't start till 5:30. And that's going to be Bex and Kim from Big Reputations Pod are going to do a mini rep. So we have some time to vamp. I do have a couple videos. I can play one of those towards the end. But let's talk a little bit more about are there any other Finn roles with his hair that you want to call out that I didn't put in our game?
Ooh, good question.
On a different note, can we talk about his hair during the Judy press tour? Because his hair looked really great during the press tour as well.
Really?
Yeah. Here, let me see if I can get it on my phone to show y'all. It's nice. It's got
nice.
that. Like my favorite thing about his hair is the little swoop it does. I love it when it does the swoop.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he generally has like nice hair. Like personally, like he's got like a top
As a
notch
human,
stylist.
yeah.
Yes. He knows how to like use his product. I bet he has a routine. It's good job. Very nice.
Yeah, I'm going to share then thinking of that. Well, everyone can keep talking, of course, but I'm going to share the best picture he's ever shared of himself. So keep talking. I have to find it first, though. I have it uploaded somewhere, but I don't know where I have it uploaded. So
I think his hair was pretty okay too in Midsummer Night's Dream. I remember it also looking pretty nice there.
Oh man,
What do you
I
think
just
of
found-
the-
What else? I'm looking through his like the history.
Oh, there it is.
here.
like when he shared this, he knew what he was doing, kind of thing. Like he's like, "Oh, this will be funny. People will just." It's very, and
Oh,
it looks
nice.
even better on his Instagram. But it's very, and he's like, "I just came back from a walk in the rain with my dog."
Yeah. Yeah. He knew
There's a dog in this
exactly what he was
picture.
Don't ask me the color of anything.
So yeah, I love
Let's
that
see.
picture.
Well, and it's not like a huge difference from a lot of other roles, but he had kind of the quintessential like boy style for during the classic Halloween Town High. Where he's clearly a teenager, but
Amazing. Yes. Nailed
You've
it.
seen that one, Paula.
I have. Yes. Yes.
Oh my gosh, he's such a dork.
His hair also did that fun swoopy thing in The Big Short too. It had the
Yeah. I should
Yeah, I was
use
gonna
it.
say also like the like perfect little swoosh is like kind of his signature. Like
Yeah.
I'm looking at pictures from Unbroken too. He's got like kind of like when he's like lost in the middle of the ocean and he's got like this little beautiful swoosh.
beautiful swoosh.
The Finn swoosh. Trademark that right now, Finn. Start a hair product company talking about the Finn swoosh. The swoosh. Swoosh. Oh my gosh. Whoa. Was that your dog?
Sorry, there is a demon in my house.
grab the salt.
Oh my
He's very
goodness.
angry and not amused with what we're doing.
Oh. I love the bombastic side eye from
Yeah, no,
that we
he
just
hates
got.
me.
Instead of him looking over his shoulder.
Yeah, this isn't like normal. This is like this is what it's like to own a Frenchie. Don't do it. They have a lot of attitude and it's very bad.
Don't do it.
You're like, I love him, but don't do it.
Yeah, don't do that to yourself unless you want attitude 24/7.
Any other hair or any other Finn? We should have played some 6 Degrees of Finn is what we should have done towards the end here.
Man.
Well, I'll throw it. I just watched the other night. I watched Don't Move, and I gotta say, I did not mind the hair in that one.
True. Yes.
Yeah.
That's the one on I'm finding the hair so I can try and share some of the hair.
Trying to remember where I watched it. I think it was on Netflix.
Yeah,
I
it's
don't remember
Netflix. It's
now.
a Netflix movie.
Yeah, like
I love it.
he's mad. This is the sounds he makes when he's mad because he can breathe just fine. He's just being
Oh, so
difficult.
he's just being sassy on purpose.
Yes,
That's
it's
super
funny.
dramatic.
He's so dramatic. And if I kick him out, he'll scratch and cry at the door. So at least you're not listening to scratching like there's something trying to get in.
So that's one
Yeah.
picture from Don't
Yeah,
Move.
yeah.
And then
It's
this
also
picture. Whoa, that
very-
took up all of us. That took up all
Oh,
of us.
It's
Classic
also,
thin hair.
Yeah,
Mhm.
it's
Got
also
that
very
swoop.
good for running your fingers through.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, he's got
Do you
very
think-
good hair for running your fingers. through.
Yeah. Do you think like casting directors are like, I need someone with perfect hair, and they're like, I got you.
Yep.
Perfect
Yeah.
person.
That's how he gets all of his jobs.
Right.
No, he's a
Yeah.
good actor too. We just that's what puts him over the top is his hair.
Amazing
Right.
hair.
That's like, yeah, that's his one step above everyone else's. Like, there's like these 5 dudes, they're good actors, but look at his hair.
Oh
I
man.
don't recognize this one, but you can
That's
see
my
that.
all American, I think.
So preppy.
Oh, that would
Very
make sense.
preppy, yeah.
Yeah.
That one I
which
did not
almost put in
finish.
here.
We were
Yeah,
doing our
the-
Finn episode.
That football movie.
Mhm.
Yeah, it is. It's my all American. Yeah, that football movie.
Yep.
That, oh my gosh. They had a part in there that takes place in Wheat Ridge, Colorado. And let me just
Oh,
tell
wow.
you, it is not Wheat Ridge, Colorado.
I'm shocked.
What Colorado looks like.
Let me guess. It was a very mountainous area.
I can't remember. I think it was actually more like the boonies or something like that. I don't know. I don't remember. But
The country living in Wheat Ridge.
Out in the boonies of Wheat Ridge, amongst the wheat fields, because that's why we call it Wheat Ridge, right?
I wonder though if maybe Wheat
Could
Ridge
be.
was filled with wheat fields before.
It might have been.
And that's why it is
Genius
called Wheat Ridge.
naming.
Wheat Ridge is also in the Black Phone. That's also but that looks like Wheat Ridge.
Forgot about that.
I just
Oh.
remember watching Supernatural where they had an episode where Cass ends up in Longmont, Colorado. Okay,
Oh yeah,
I work in
know.
Longmont. I lived in Longmont for a while. Longmont is not in the mountains.
I know. I
It's
remember
east
that. I
of
was
the mountains.
They didn't even try.
It is not that green.
No, I was screaming. I'm like, Longmont is a suburb of Boulder, basically. I mean, Boulder's kind
Yeah.
of mountains, but still, it's like a suburb of Boulder.
Yeah, it's east of Boulder. And I saw that and I just started laughing. I'm like, you guys did not even try. The whole state is not in the mountains, people.
They Googled town in Colorado, and that was the first result, and then they didn't go any further.
Yep.
It's like, didn't look at pictures, nothing. Nope.
Yeah, I remember watching one movie that took place in Denver, and they got off the plane and got into an airport that had pictures of mountains, walked out of the airport, and they were in the mountains, and it was the main airport. DIA is out on the plains, everybody.
Like it's
You can't
almost in
even see the
Kansas,
mountains.
people.
Like you see fields of nothingness before you see mountains.
Yeah, you can barely see the mountains from there.
Right.
I know. Jen's like, yep.
Yeah.
She's like, yeah,
Sounds
mountains,
I'm
right.
still looking at Finn pictures.
Yeah, you guys want to
Occupying
see
herself at
one
times.
that belongs in number 10?
Oh,
Oh.
there can't be
Uh-oh.
anything more number 10. Oh yeah, no, that was
Oh,
You mean
that's
the one on the
right.
right? You mean the one on the
What was
right, right?
The one on the right, yeah. Not,
I was gonna say,
always
yeah.
good. That one's good. I remember the one on the right.
I always
Yeah, that's
forget
from
he's
American
in
I forget he was in Roanoke
Yeah.
too.
Yes,
the-
because he's so
bad
unrecognizable,
one, yeah.
and he's only in like maybe a couple of episodes.
Yeah,
he doesn't.
but
He's not a
this is-
big part in it, but
This is
that
Troll
Oh,
Under the
is-
Bridge. No,
yeah,
that's bad.
That's big. That's
I should have
so
chosen
big.
that one.
That's
I'm
next
sorry,
time
I
just
said-
choose like the worst ones you can find, and we have to rank his
Yeah.
bad
You
hair
have
from
to-
bad.
you have
Bad
to
hair
pick
days.
Number one
Yeah.
of the worst.
Yeah, that one just moved everybody up a notch on that ranking. So there
Yeah.
you go. You guys got number 8.
Yes.
We win.
Keep looking till you find one.
To the Battle of Roanoke. We've done it.
Oh,
Man.
my goodness.
Yeah.
This is from his Instagram.
Oh,
Oh, I like that.
no, nice.
It's messy.
Ooh,
Fun.
very
Very
When sweat-
swoopy.
Yeah, someone gifted this man a Dyson Air thingy, and he makes good use of it.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Oh, he's just so handsome.
Yeah. Well, maybe we'll have him on next to rank his own hair.
There we go.
I want to see if he agrees with me and Jen. I feel like he will.
I think so.
Oh man.
No.
Yeah, that would be.
See, Finn, how would you rank these?
How would you rank this hair?
I need you to fill out the survey real quick.
Fill out the survey.
Before you come on as a guest, please.
Fill out this Google form.
Let us know how you would rank your hair. Whew. Sorry, everybody. I have to have my AC off while we're doing this, and it is so blowing on my room. I'm dying. I'm like, oh no, gosh. Why couldn't it stay cool?
78, and I'm like, ooh. I'm very happy I have a fan.
Yeah, I'm like,
Yeah.
we're all quiet. This is the best content you have come for.
This is what we tune into the stream for.
Welcome to hour 7.
Now, like, what is happening?
7.5 years. All right. My goodness.
I do have one video. I'll probably play the video. So I just want to say goodbye to my lovely Finn crew. Aaron A, Moth, and Paula will be back. Jen, thank you so much.
Of course.
For everything.
Thank you.
So yeah.
Thank you.
Love you. And I will talk to you soon, and we'll work on scheduling Anaconda.
Yes. I'm excited. Okay.
Okay, and then bye to Moth, Paula, and Aaron A for now. And of course, my dinner break is coming up in a half an hour or so, 36 minutes. But I am going to play, and I'm going to put this in here, and then you all will be gone by the time it's done. But I'm going to play the best of streaming video right now. So I'll be right back. Corn or flour tortillas?
No, we're not having this discussion again. Let me explain something to you. No. We will not be blaspheming on my time. My time is precious. You will not talk about flour tortillas in comparison to corn. Corn is clearly superior, always has been, always will be. Keep your flour porquerías out of my face, unless for its very specific uses, which is quesadillas, sincronizadas, tus malditos burritos que me chocan. Detesto los malditos burritos. Esas son unas porquerías. Quien sea que come burritos es un burrito. Eso es lo único que tengo que decir. So yes, clearly corn tortillas are infinitely better.
So Henry Golding is in the Ministry of Ungentlemanly Warfare, which is a movie that I want to go see because it sounds very dumb, silly spy movie. And those are like my brain popcorn. And he was in it with Henry Cavill, who just happened to be in Hellraiser Hellworld. Hey, with the fabulous Doug Bradley, who plays the iconic Pinhead. And he was also in Ideal Husband with Rupert Everett, who surprisingly was in Slender Man with The Smoke Show. Javier Botet, I am looking respectfully, sir. He was in The Conjuring 2 with Vera Farmiga, also looking respectfully, who was in Origin with Finn Woodrock.
Christian auditioned for the role of Jack Dawson in this 1997 film, but people felt that it wouldn't be fair having two Brits playing two Americans.
I think it's just hilarious. Sorry, go ahead. Because
I'm just gonna say maybe she would have let him on the door in the Titanic if he had. I mean, just throwing that out there.
Yes, you are correct. You didn't even have to say the movie.
Are you ready, Paula?
Yes.
1, 2, 3, high five. Yeah.
Yeah. Go team.
Go team indeed. I would like Christian's co-stars for 30, please.
I'd like some of his co-stars too.
Oh, it's perfect.
And it's perfect for this. Aaron's future husband co-starred with Christian in this Terrence Malick film. There's my future husband, Colin Farrell.
This is from Shaq. Look what he looks like, a baby, but he also looks like a bad guy.
Yes,
a bad guy baby.
Did you say Shaq?
Sorry, Shaft. That was not right on.
Oh my goodness.
What the hell is Shaq?
I'm sorry. I was just talking about that bad mother. Shaq.
Was that the straight to video sequel?
Yes. Yes, it's when Shaft goes to hand over the reins to Shaq.
I was just
gonna go retire.
That makes sense. That makes sense.
Okay, so the reason I'm late is that I just spent all this time running downstairs to find Christian. Okay. Couldn't find him where he was supposed to be, where we had agreed that was his home. So I go, I look in his home away from home. He's not there. So I am like tearing stuff apart downstairs. Couldn't find him anywhere. I'm like, okay, it's getting really late. I need to be on. So I have my minions, aka my family, continuing to tear apart my office, looking for Christian. I get up here and I'm like, okay, let me look one last place. Christian has been upstairs the entire time. The entire time.
Fine,
so I got winded for nothing. I am a fragile person who cannot stand, like physically, my body is no longer capable of excess movement. All that was for nothing. So thanks, Christian.
Man, Christian.
So inconsiderate.
You're going to hear it from me. Wow. I thought you were going to find him in the marshmallows.
Oh, God. Well, I would if you had left me any. But
oh, man.
Not buying him anymore if I can't have any either.
I hate it when I lose my Christian. Misplaced Christian. Okay. Are you ready? Okay. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 5, 4. I'm going through puberty. 5. Okay, so we are going to be bringing up the hosts of Big Reputations Pod, Bex and Kim, to have a mini rep. And here's the introduction, and then I'll be bringing them on in just 17 seconds. Okay, so help me welcome to the stage for the first time tonight, and the only time tonight. Yes, it is still it's evening there too. So welcome first, Bex. Hello, Bex.
Hello. Happy to be
happy
here.
to have you on. Thank you, and thank you for watching. I've seen you watch.
Yeah,
and then
I've been cleaning my house today, so it was a perfect thing to have going.
While you're cleaning, yes. And then also joining me is your co-host, Kim. Hello, Kim.
Hi.
Hi. So was it you? I'm curious. Was that you asking for the StreamYard link in the YouTube comments? Was that you?
No.
Nope.
I was very
Someone.
prepared.
Yes, I thought you would be, but I'm like, that's the only person I've seen that isn't going to be on today. That is, I wonder. Oh, it could be one other person. So
must
that
have been
hasn't been on
them.
yet. Because I was like, maybe that's her husband's account.
Oh, I don't know. No, I
trying to
didn't
figure out who that
recognize the
was.
name because I was
Okay.
on when that comment came.
Yeah, I was like, okay, maybe that's wrong. Maybe it's just some random person and they just really want to be on the stream.
Maybe. The more
Let
the
me
play the trivia.
So welcome to both of you. I'm going to put myself in the third position here. because you both are the hosts, and I'm going to make you both on the top here. And actually, you're supposed to be like this, but oh gosh, that's a horrible layout. Let me switch the layout here. Sorry, but welcome to all of you. I'm so happy to have all of you on joining me. So yeah, we're going to have it on this because it's cutting off the top. Sorry. So you both have brought us a mini rep. If you want to just tell us what your podcast does and then take it away.
I'll jump in. Sorry, I'm like weirdly nervous. I've never done a live stream. I'm like,
oh, you
something's gonna
haven't?
explode in the background or something. No, I've never done a live stream. So I was texting Rebecca. I was like, I'm nervous. What's gonna happen? Yeah, our episodes are recorded like pretty far in advance, and I've never done a live with you. No, so here you go.
Yes. Sorry, I'm all honored. I'm all
yeah, I like hate live, but this is good. I'm like a bad public speaker, but it's like I'm just talking to you guys. I like you guys. So our podcast, Big Reputations, it's about women that we judge too harshly. We started it how many years ago? Now?
2021.
2021. We wanted to
yeah.
start a podcast, and we were like, what do we talk about all the time? We're like, oh, how people are always talking so much crap about women. And the idea like kind of formed from there. So like our first episode was Monica Lewinsky. So it kind of tells you like what we're all about.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And then about a year into it, we decided to start a Patreon, and we were like, well, we want to give them something different, some other content. So we started doing what we called Little Reps, which were just episodes about women that we thought were cool. Sometimes society judged them harshly. Sometimes we just wanted to talk about them. And so they became sort of mini episodes that we would record and release. And so that's what we brought with us today.
Sorry, I had myself muted, but yay! So take it away with your mini, and I love who you chose. So
yeah. So who we chose today, and just Erin, if you've got something to say in the middle of it, jump in. We are scripted, but we are also like ad-libby, so that's kind of how our flow works. Yeah. Today we are talking about Jasmine Felicia Crockett. She was born March 29th, 1981. Literally 1 month to the day before me, so she's pretty cool. Good time to be born, I guess.
What sign is that? What sign is that?
March 29th is Aries.
Yeah,
Aries.
Yeah, because it's not Pisces.
I wonder if she's as stubborn as you.
No, they're fiery.
They're fiery. She is fiery. So Jasmine was born in St. Louis, Missouri. Her parents are George and Gwen Crockett. Her dad is a preacher, and her mom is a teacher. She credits them with giving her a sense of service.
Yeah, she so we talking about her early life. She attended the independent Mary Institute and the St. Louis Country Day School until high school. And then she went to this place called Rosati Kane. It's an all-girls Catholic high school. I was like, oh, I don't know if that's like a chain of Catholic schools. Is that a thing? Do you have chains of Catholic schools?
If the boss is God, then I guess they're all chains of Catholic schools.
You know, you've got a point. After that, she attended Rhodes College, which is in Memphis, Tennessee.
I just want to give a heads up. I live in like the loudest part of Brooklyn, and there's some kind of motorcycle race happening. I just keep hearing motorcycles like revving their engines. It's been like that for the last 2 hours. So if you hear it, I'm fine, but it's just very loud here.
You're not being surrounded. It's not the purge. You're coming.
That's what it feels like. It feels like there's going to be like chains around me in a second or something. It's very loud. So I do apologize. All right, so it was at Rhodes College in Memphis, Tennessee, where Jasmine decided that she wanted to practice law. At first, she was looking to become an anesthesiologist because they make lots of money, so that makes sense. But after receiving harassment in the form of hate mail delivered to her campus inbox, she changed focus. Crockett was assisted by a Black female lawyer. This woman became her advocate and stood by her. Sadly, we don't know her name. We looked all over the internet and could not find it. But we can see her impact. Jasmine says she was inspired to become a lawyer just like her Shiro, who helped her. She wanted to help others facing injustice and racism. Jasmine graduated with a BA in Business Administration in 2003, and 3 years later, in 2006, she earned her JD from the University of Houston Law Center.
After passing the bar, Crockett became a public defender in Bowie County, Texas. It's about 2 hours outside of Dallas. Just for people who know Texas geography, you can kind of place it, I guess. She later formed a law firm that took pro bono cases for Black Lives Matter activists. And currently, she is licensed to practice law in Texas, Arkansas, and in the federal courts, which I think that part's pretty cool.
Yeah, that kind of is bigger than all the other ones, I feel like.
Yeah, exactly. In 2020, she ran against a woman named Lorraine Birabil. We're going to assume that's how she pronounces her last name. I tried looking for her saying her own name, and that's those kind of things are hard to come across. Anyway, she ran against her in the Democratic primary for the Texas State House of Representatives, and they had a runoff election, and she won by a narrow margin in that runoff election. Like literally 90 votes was the difference. And then she ran unopposed in the general election. So obviously she won. And she served in that position from 2021 to 2023, when, of course, in January of 2023, she became the Democratic representative for Texas's 30th congressional district in the U.S. House of Representatives.
And that's when most people, at least most of us, got to know her. Crockett began serving in the U.S. House as a member of the 118th Congress. She was reelected in 2024 and began her second term as a member of the 119th Congress. So what is she known for? She is known as, the Texas Tribune calls it, uncensored barbs and musings. I love that. I think we should say musings more. Musings.
Yeah, and we should have more uncensored barbs.
We
Like when I
should.
listen to her talking, I'm just like, yes, say what we're all thinking. Thank you very
Mhm.
much.
Especially when like there are just lies being spread and she's like, actually, I'm gonna have to stop you because you're lying about stuff. Like,
Yeah, we need more women saying actually. back at
actually,
men.
just push up their glasses. Actually, even if you don't have glasses, just push them up. So Crockett says what a lot of people are thinking. They might not necessarily have the platform to say these things, but she does, and she uses it. She also speaks directly to the people and uses humor in a way that makes people listen. She's got a really unique approach in how she communicates with her constituents and with members of Congress. She speaks up and has since day one.
Yeah, and that catches people off guard, right? Like
Mhm.
especially the people who've been in Congress forever. They're just like, oh.
They're like, you
What do you
talk to your
mean?
people, you explain things to your people,
And you
you
speak
care
up
about
here?
them.
Crockett, like AOC, uses social media to meet constituents where they're at in order to better educate them as voters. Both of these women talk to the people and not at them. And I think that makes a huge difference.
It
Right? Like we get
does.
it.
And this is like we're big AOC fans, like huge. Hence, like,
Kim met
woohoo, whenever I
AOC
hear
at
her, like,
Costco.
I met her at Costco. She is a
Really?
woman of the people. I met her 2 days before Christmas at Costco, doing her shopping by herself. Amazing. She
Wow.
let me like ramble on at her face because we had just covered her on an episode. So I was fangirling hard. I just read all about her life. So I felt like I knew her. And she let me do that and took a picture with me. No, it was before New Year's because I was going to get champagne. It was right before New Year's. But she was just at Costco by herself shopping in her like pea coat. She's awesome.
And
She's a woman of the people. I love her.
I just got this picture on my phone all of a sudden. I was like, wait, what? What is happening? Where are you?
I like waited 2 hours and then just text blasted it to everyone I knew because you could see like Costco in the background. So I was like, let her get her shopping done before I share this with people. She was so nice.
Yeah, she seems awesome. Even with all the jabs at Republicans, Crockett's expertise as a lawyer shines through. Representative Jamie Raskin, who's a Democrat from Maryland, notes Crockett's sharp analysis and lucid exposition, but how that combines with what he calls a Texan's folksy and intimate manner. So she's sharp, she's lucid, but she's folksy and she's intimate. I mean, those words by themselves seem kind of weird, but I think he meant it as a compliment.
Yeah, as I don't like folksy. I feel like folksy sounds like dumb or something. I don't
Oh,
know.
yeah.
Like small-minded. I don't know. Maybe
Folksy,
altogether.
I'm feeling like it's more like local and like of like her community, right? When I think of like folk
Okay.
music and folk art, it's like very local.
Well,
I don't
I
know.
guess, yeah, because it's Texan folk and not like I do picture like prairie dresses, but like that's because I'm
Kim has
from
lived
New
her whole
York.
life in New York City, everyone. Just FYI.
It's in my New York City elitism is showing, yes, because folksy just sounds like you're wearing like
Prairie
no
dresses.
shoes and you've got a prairie dress, but maybe
Prairie
it's good.
As a representative, Crockett's stated goals include serving justice and ensuring equality for all.
Even with her folksiness and intimate manner, she's not just talk. In her first legislative session, she filed 75 solo bills and co-authored another 110 bills. Only 3 became a law, but honestly, in this climate, that's a really big deal.
And also, like, as I was thinking that, I'm like, it made me think of I'm Just a Bill from Schoolhouse Rock, right? So I'm just a bill. Yes, I'm only a bill. And I'm sitting here on Capitol Hill.
I think it's illegal to sing that now.
Okay, well. Yeah. I think wasn't there an SNL skit where they're like, "This is how bills don't get passed," and it was like a spoof on the Schoolhouse Rock.
Yes,
Probably, yeah.
yes, I can't remember. I can kind of picture.
I think it was with
like,
Keenan.
the bill getting kicked down a set of stairs for some reason. I can picture that.
Yeah, it was dark, and that was from like 10 years ago too. So it wasn't just like a brand new thing.
Yeah.
Good times, good
talk-
times.
Let's talk a little bit about some of her achievements. So during Crockett's time in the Texas House of Representatives, she was a founding member of the Texas Progressive Caucus and the Texas Caucus on Climate, Energy, and the Environment. In 2024, Crockett was named the co-chair of the Harris Walz campaign. In this role, she was in talks with organizers. She traveled to speak at rallies all over the country, and she also worked with the fundraising team.
Where is she now? Well, she's still here. We have this section in our notes that's called date of death / current whereabouts, because we realized after we covered a couple people, we're like, wait, not everybody's dead here. We gotta adjust this. But her current whereabouts include having offices in both Texas and Washington. She's obviously still a U.S. Congresswoman. She most recently spoke at Tougaloo's College 2025 commencement ceremony. That was just last weekend on May 4th. And of course, because the United States, there were death threats, but the event did go off without a hitch. So
yeah, they just had some extra security, and she like noted it in the speech itself. But like, she's resilient. Like, that's not gonna slow her down. She's not gonna not show up because someone threatened to put a bomb under the stage.
Do you remember the first time you heard about Tougaloo College? We did some episode. I think it was on like the women of women of the civil
Women of
rights
the Civil Rights
movement.
Movement.
And
Did I make
had
fun of it?
Tougaloo. You were like, that sounds fake.
While you
does.
read it, in my head, I was like, that sounds fucking fake. But like, this just happened, so it can't be. Tougaloo. It sounds fake. I need to leave.
I
I
love
was gonna say I need to leave my state more often, but I do. It's
No, you
Tougaloo.
do.
Like, that
You
sounds
do.
crazy. I'm traveled. I know things.
Mhm,
I've
just
been to
not
Chattanooga,
Tougaloo.
Tennessee. Not Tougaloo.
Okay, see Chattanooga, Tougaloo, like they kind of go together. Anyway,
I'm sure it means something like really respectful that we're making fun of. Like, I'm sure it means something like deep, and we're just like, haha, double O, you know? Like, I want to look it up.
Yeah, do that. Crockett is currently serving on a number of committees. She's on the Committee on the Judiciary, the Subcommittee on Oversight, and the Subcommittee on Delivering on Government Efficiency, which I had a panic attack over, like a panic moment. I was like, wait, what? I texted Kim. I was like, she's on Doge? No.
I didn't
this
know who
is
you were
not-
talking about. And I was like, who's on Doge? And was so confused. And I was like, we have to like be live in a second. I don't know what is happening to Rebecca. I don't know who's on Doge. Yeah, it
Not
does sound
Crockett.
very it sounds very familiar, like almost the same.
Right, so she's on the Delivering on Government Efficiency Subcommittee, which is not to be confused with the Department of Government
Mhm.
Efficiency. She's super critical of that because it's ridiculous and she should be.
So, Tougaloo means between two streams or where two rivers meet.
That's right. I remember now. Now that you're
That's
saying that,
kinda
we did look
pretty.
it up
I like
last
it.
time.
Did we? What is my
Yes.
memory? How do I not remember doing that? Everything is new when you're old, I guess. All these new experiences. I don't remember looking it up at all. Like, I'll take your word for it.
Yeah. Yep.
So
All right,
back
your
to Crockett. So when I tried to look up more information, I found numerous places. Information regarding Jasmine Crockett's marital status or any children is undisclosed. She's private. I wish I
Yeah.
knew how private she was before we picked her, because I would like to have more like little stories, but we're not gonna get them.
No, that's all right. You know, she keeps her personal life personal. And honestly, maybe more politicians should take a page out of her book. I don't know. Think that could help some of them.
True. So she's a member, things we could find. She's a member of the Delta Sigma Theta sorority, along with Shirley Chisholm, Keisha Lance Bottoms, and Aretha Franklin, who was made an honorary society member back in 1992.
Yes, and if anybody's interested in checking out our episode on Shirley Chisholm, it's a really good one. That's a big
Also-
reps.
Aretha Franklin.
Oh yeah, also Aretha
Yes.
Franklin. See, what is my memory?
Wait, there's somebody
This
else
is why we have
also-
notes.
We did Harris 2 episodes ago.
Yep.
Yeah, you
Yeah.
did.
Crockett was the first African American graduate of the University of Houston Law Center to serve in the House, and that's in the school's 75-year history. She was the first one.
That feels like too long, but you know.
Mm.
So in June of 2023, Crockett made history when she became the very first Black female Democrat to play in the annual congressional baseball game. The first game was played 114 years ago, so that also feels way too long. So normally when we do like this was the first person to do this, I always like get on my high horse and I'm like, how dare she be the first person? And Rebecca will be like, this thing was started 2 years ago. So like that's why she's like the second. It was something with like Oprah in the last
It was
episode.
Oprah was the first Black woman on the cover of some magazine, and kids like,
She was on the list for the most like influential entertainers for Entertainment Weekly, and she was like in 1991, and I was like, that's ridiculous, blah blah blah. And Rebecca's like, yeah, the magazine started in 1990, and I'm like, oh, okay, fair. But 114 years, and they couldn't get like one Black woman to play baseball. I get. Personal opinion, baseball is boring as fuck to me, so I would also be like, no, I don't want to do that. But like, just to be the first person to play it, I would have done it, you know, in the first 50 years. I'm like, when were women allowed to be in the government? So maybe there just wasn't any women. There weren't any women.
well, yeah,
The first 100
Shirley
years.
Chisholm, the first 60 almost, right? Because it was 56 years ago when Shirley Chisholm became the first Black woman in Congress, and that was
She
shortly after
really
the
wasn't
civil
playing
rights
baseball.
movement. No, could you imagine though? You know who did probably play baseball? Conrad Q. Chisholm.
Oh my God, her
That's
husband.
her husband.
I don't
I
know.
just love his
This,
name.
we need to listen. Everyone should go listen to all our episodes, but that episode particularly, like, I just like lost my mind over her husband's name. I think that's such a cool name. Like, and I just kept saying it. I still think it's cool. But yeah, she definitely wasn't playing baseball. I feel like she would just like roll her eyes if she was asked to like, hey, like what shirt size are you? So we can like get you a jersey. She'd be like, I have laws to pass. I have business to do. Baseball? She would be so mad.
Yeah. Yeah. Crockett is currently serving her second term in Congress, as we mentioned, but she said that she does not plan to make this a lifelong career. We are looking at you, cough, cough, Hal Rogers from Kentucky, who's been serving for over 44 years, and Nancy Pelosi from California, who's been serving for almost 38 years now. Like, go, be done.
Retire.
And that's I really respect that from her.
She's like, no, I'm gonna do other things. Like maybe she'll go on to like bigger things, or maybe like a private industry where she can be more influential or more, you know, she can get more things done. Sometimes it's hard to get things done in the public industry. So this is the section where we do quotes by the person. So we pick like our favorites and we ramble them off. So one of my favorites was, I tell people all the time, you may not do politics, but politics will do you. I like hear it in her voice and it just sounds so good.
Yeah.
Not folksy at all to me.
Another one is, when you decide that Black history is not a part of American history, or when you decide that any book that talks about LGBTQIA relationships or LGBTQIA people because you don't understand them should just be deleted. Well, the reality is you cannot delete a people.
Big facts. Our last one is, I cannot accept being silent in the face of injustice. And she's
All great
not.
ones.
Like she sticks to her guns. I really do admire that about her. Like, it's not going to be, oh, I heard she said this thing. No, she told you. She told it to her face. She told you loud on your cameras. Like, you know when she says something.
Yeah. If you want more information, you can visit the website crockett.house.gov. That'll show you all the things that she stands for. One of the articles that we used for our notes for today was Dallas Congresswoman Jasmine Crockett is going viral just the way she wants it. It was written by Grace Yarrow for the Texas Tribune.
She's on Instagram. She's got one for a congressional post, and that's Rep Jasmine. And then she has one that's for personal posts, which is Jasmine for Us. I actually did find another one when I was looking for a picture of her husband. And it's another woman from Texas named Jasmine Crockett, who is not her. And people
Yes,
are
I
always
saw
like, congratulations on like 8 years of marriage. And people will put political things in this comment section. This girl, I don't know why she hasn't turned the comments off. Maybe because she thinks it's funny. And then underneath the comment, it'll be like, this is not the representative Jasmine Crockett. Like, this is not her. They don't look alike. They're both Black, but they do not look alike. So I think that that's kind of funny too.
Yeah.
So if you're looking for more information about us, you can follow us at Big Reputations Pod on Instagram, or you can send us an email at bigreputationspod@gmail.com. No one's ever done it. That's not true. There was that weird guy.
In the first year or two. Oh yeah.
You had a
He
weird
wanted us to be
guy?
on some Manosphere podcast.
No, he wanted to like, he's like, oh, I've been listening to, it was definitely like some kind of like robo script or probably some AI script. And it was like, I've been listening to episodes and I think that I would be a really good fit to talk about the following subjects. And it was like just random things. And I'm just like, well, you wouldn't be a fit because you are a man. So like, full stop. Why are
There's
you
literally
emailing us?
we have one episode out with men in it. It was an April Fool's episode that our husbands did on Keanu Reeves. So that was pretty fun.
That was fun. They had so much fun doing that episode.
Yeah, they did.
Yeah. But like, we will never talk about a man.
No.
Why?
That's not
They
the
don't need
podcast.
redemption in the same way at all. No.
No, absolutely not. So that's a little rep for y'all. If you enjoyed it, please go listen. We've got 73 episodes of Big Reputations out and a handful of little reps we've released to the wider audience, and a few special bonus episodes, bloopers and fun things like that.
We went a little crazy and we did some movie episodes, which were basically just a movie that one of us didn't see. And like, Rebecca's like seen 5 movies in her whole life. So it was really fun to do it. And I think that one is coming out soon. It's Practical Magic, right?
Practical Magic, because that is
We're
the
kind of insane
funny-
on that episode. I was drinking and like
were both
Rebecca was
drinking.
just making fun of witchcraft so badly. And I was trying
I'm
to
sorry, I
defend it
feel
with
like-
my whole heart.
If you watched that movie when it came out, I'm sure it was wonderful, and I'm sure you all hold it near and dear to your heart. But watching it in your 40s for the first time ever, I was like, why are they singing this song about the margaritas? What's Midnight Margaritas? Where did this come from?
Why would you even question Midnight Margaritas is my thing. But
Exactly.
like, exactly. Just
Because
tell
I
me
want to
question 'em.
sleep.
It's one of the best scenes in ever is the margarita scene. Yes.
It's so
It just
fun.
doesn't make any sense.
So
That's so
The
funny.
alliteration and tequila. Makes plenty of sense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that episode is coming out later this year. We're going to release that out to the general public. So that's us.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much, Bex and Kim. I really enjoyed that. I learned a lot, and I really appreciate you both being on. And Kim, I hope that this was painless for you. For you being your live. Okay, good.
Yeah, I'm like, let's do more lives. Maybe.
She always
Let's see.
she has like this barrier to entry, and then once she gets in, she's like, "All right, I'm in. I'm
That's
fully
it. I
in."
need to like do it once, prove that I didn't
Yeah.
die, and then I'll be good to do it again.
Well, you can come in. You're a horror fan, so you
I
can
know, I'm
come
like-
in October and play horror trivia.
Yes. Every time you've done it, it's fallen on something else. Like one time I was literally having a Halloween party, and then like a friend of mine had a baby. Like every time it like did not work. And I'm just like, I want to. Because I just plan on like being on every episode in October. I love horror.
Yeah, so
She
you
does.
Yeah, I mean, and we do them usually over more than one night. So hopefully not all 4 of them fall on a night. Well, there'll probably be 4 this year on a night that you can't come. So hopefully we can plan it on a night
Yeah.
that you can come for at least one of them. I try to do them a mixture between a weekend and a weeknight. So
Yeah. The big thing is it's got to be after the kiddo's bedtime.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
That
But
happened
we're 2
then,
hours
too.
ahead of you, so it
yeah,
shouldn't
you're
be
2
a
hours
big
ahead,
issue.
so it's not as big of a deal. But
Yeah.
yeah. Well, thank you
We're
both.
doing like math calculations to be like, wait, what time do we have to be here? Let's make sure. She's texting me. This is kind of late, but like, are we on at 7:30? I'm like, yes, girl.
I texted her at like 7:01. We're on at 7:30, right? And I was like, this is a terrible time to ask this. And then like my calendar notification popped up, and I was like, all I had to do was wait. I had the answer all along.
Well, thank you both again for being on. And yes, Kim, you'll have to come back for some more live streams in the future for sure. And hopefully we can work out a date like for the horror trivia. So yeah. And to everyone watching, please go and listen to Big Reputations Pod and give them a follow and give them support. So thank you both so much. And thank you for being a part of the event. Hopefully you can tune in to some of the things going on. So yeah, so thank you both.
Thank
And I'll
you.
talk to you both later. So thank you. Bye. Okay, so it is time for my dinner break, and it's coming just in time because I am fading and I've still got 4 more hours to go. But I'm also going to be able to turn on my AC for a half an hour. So Tanya is graciously taking over for me for a half an hour. I'm so excited for I won't be watching the whole thing. I'll try and tune in for part of it. But Tanya, I see what you are wearing backstage, and you are all in for such an incredible treat. Seriously, I'm just so thrilled for everybody. So I'm going to play Tanya's little intro, and then when it comes back on, Tanya will be here. I will be gone. So gone. Like, yes, I get a little bit of a break. So I will see all of you in a half an hour, and Tanya will be here in just 16 seconds.
Hello, beautiful people. I am coming to you. I'm Tanya, and I'm here with my Marxist Corner, and I have no plans for this little mini break other than to be here and wear this amazing costume. I don't know if you can tell, my earrings are ships, and I did not think through the earrings and the headphones. So that's okay. Aaron gets to eat and take a break, and that's the point. And I don't know, does anyone know the character that I am dressed as? Is anyone watching? Are you alive? Are you still awake? I think I can see the I don't know if anyone's here. Cool. So no worries. I'm going to give you all a minute to guess the costume. Some of you know this. So I wanted to come to you with a big old beard like Karl Marx has, because I really do think you need to have a beard to really talk Marxism. And I could not find the beard. So I don't know where that is. That said, I'm here to talk to you about all things Karl Marx and Marxism more specifically. I have some jokes, but I'm going to start with more general take on this. So this is a little bit half serious, half not. If anybody is watching and can post what they are into right now. So what are folks into pop culture? I have a couple of things that I will talk about if I don't hear from anybody, but let me give you a couple minutes for that. So first of all, let me just give you a little bit of backstory on myself. I'm Tanya Cook. I teach sociology at a community college here in the Denver area. And I know Erin way back. I think we met through Supernatural. We both loved the TV show Supernatural, and we met through that community, and then have kind of just gotten to be friends from that. Like a lot of folks here, I think that's the kind of the common denominator. I, unlike half of the duo before me, I think it's Kimberly, I am not a horror person. I'm not a horror fan. I appreciate it. I like a lot about it, but it is not my genre. So it's really funny because occasionally I do write about fandom and fan culture. And I know this is such a popular genre that people that I write with will literally black out parts, like redacted parts of the writing so that I can't see it. Like, don't let Tanya see this. She'll have nightmares. And that's true. So some of my nightmares, like Karl Marx, are about people who might have too much money, which is kind of the whole deal with Marxism. So I don't see any comments, which cool. That means everyone else took a break too. And that's okay. That's all right. Maybe not. Okay, cool. So if I see comments, I will jump in with your feedback. But I'm going to talk about just the general vibe and then a couple of shows that I'm into lately that I think exemplify this. So obviously, as a sociology teacher, I teach theory. I haven't read Marx in a really, really long time. And I just want to preface by saying I am not necessarily a Marxist. That was an interesting conversation that I had with folks as I was getting ready for this little segment. But I do think some of the ideas were really interesting. And as a sociology person, you have to, in graduate school, read Marx. And I almost learned German. I didn't. But I thought about trying to learn German to read Marx in the original because, as you can imagine, there's a lot of things that are lost in translation. And the big languages in Soc were German and French. I speak neither of those. So I'm just going from what somebody somewhere thought was good. Okay. So Marx is often one of the first theorists that sociologists or sociology students learn about. And the reason why he's significant is he had really different ideas about where is society going. So the thing you have to remember about all of these, I like to call them the super old dead white European guys that we talk about. We talk about three of them, and Marx is one. And the thing you need to remember about them is they're all sort of trying to explain why and how does order come out of chaos, right? Like, why do we cohere? Why do I not just run amok and do whatever I want in society? And the answer to that is different depending on who you are. But they're really fascinated with the development of society from one sort of type of functional, that's a different theorist, but then one sort of economic and social system into another. So Marx was looking, if you look at the time he was living, which was the early 1800s to the late 1800s, he was really interested in explaining how does society go from like a feudal arrangement to what he saw as a modern arrangement, which is capitalism, and then where will it go beyond that? So for my nerds who are watching, I would say, how do we go from like a Game of Thrones situation to a Mad Men situation to a, well, back Charles Dickens situation to a Mad Men situation to maybe Severance. If anybody watches Severance, that's what I want to spend the most time talking about, because I really think there's so much sociology in this show. In fact, I'm actually working on a chapter about it at this time, but I digress. So before I get there, so he's really trying to explain that. And by the way, no society in history has ever fully implemented Marxism or socialism for that matter. So I'm not necessarily trying to like uphold Russia or China or any other Russia's not communist, but USSR, right? Any other communist societies. I'm not trying to say one is better than another. Just want to put that out there first before we go into this. Okay. So Marx thought that what would happen eventually is under capitalism, you have the exploitation of the working class or the proletariat by the bourgeoisie. So if you've ever heard the term bougie, that comes from the bourgeoisie. It comes from this concept of the owning class, or the class that owns the means of production, right? And they determine the relations of production. So not to go too far into a lecture on you, but that's what I do during my day job. So that's kind of where that comes from. And Marx said eventually there's this tension or this dialectic in capitalism that people will rise up and we'll all get sick of this and we will become unionized and we will overthrow the capitalists or the bourgeoisie and we will take over the means of production, right? And we will establish socialism. Socialism would be if everyone owns a stake in something happening. It's not so much private ownership. It's not so much this profit incentive. And then eventually that will transition into what Marx called communism. Under communism, human beings like us would be free to essentially do whatever we want because, and I'm not kidding about this, Marx thought all of the jobs that we would not want to do would be done by robots. So you can think about in what cases is that true? In what cases has that come to pass? And I think looking at things like generative AI, it really makes you consider, right, whether or not this is eventually going to come to pass. But the point would be that would free us up to spend all day pursuing, whatever our heart desires. So things like writing or art, never mind that generative AI does some of that, right? Kind of fascinating. Okay, so let's just see if anybody chatted any things that we're interested in. Otherwise, I will talk about Severance and how I think the show Severance exemplifies Marxism to the extreme and where I see that in here. And then I'm going to say some jokes because, why not? And if this is when you all took a break because you're not doing trivia and you're not getting, treats and whatever, that's totally cool. I will say I did get myself this very bougie drink from a local coffee chain that's very popular. And lately, even though I'm supposed to be on the paleo diet, which is where you eat you don't eat dairy and you don't eat gluten, and you don't really eat sugar, you don't eat grains. It's just everything tastes like dirt. Everything just has that little hint of dirt. And I think it's the coconut. Personally, I think coconuts taste like dirt. Okay, so anyway, but this is grading hell week for yours truly, meaning I love my job. I love teaching. I wouldn't volunteer to talk to captive audiences about Karl Marx if I didn't. That said, grading for us is just like a marathon, much like Erin is doing today with the streaming marathon. I will be sequestering in my office, grading tomorrow and Monday and Tuesday in order to finish. And every day that I'm not done, black smoke will come out. And then when I am done in my conclave, white smoke will come out. And that's how you know I have finished the assessment process. But anyway, why did I say that? Oh, because I was like, you know what? Mama's going to have sugar. Mama is going to have sugar this week. If Mama can't have dairy, I'm Mama. And Mama can't have gluten. Mama's having sugar. Just in case you couldn't tell. Okay, cool. Yay, I have a viewer because I was just like, geez, this is crickets. Cool. All right, if you want to type in what I know you know my costume, despite the pink hair, and I know you're going to get it. I'm going to stand up. I didn't put the hose on because I was like, that's a lot. So you're getting this cosplay, which I pulled out of my closet instead of a beard. I couldn't grow a beard in time for this show, and I could not find a beard. So here's my costume. You've got the beautiful vest and oh God, where's the camera? Here we go. And the fancy jabot, however you say that. I don't know. Man, old people's clothes, old people, not old people. I mean like back in the day, clothes were nuts, y'all. They like had layers and okay. So if you know what my costume is, you can type that in the chat. You can also type in a show that you're into lately, and then I will try to bring it about. Yes, thank you. I'm supposed to be Stede Bonnet. I also am very into pirates, as we know. And whenever you tell someone that, they're like, "Oh, cool. You love the the Johnny Depp Pirates of the Caribbean franchise." And I go, "Not those pirates. Nope, not a fan of that. That's not what I mean. Our Flag's Death." And my watch is fading, but I like One Piece. It's goofy anime that has 1,000, 1,500 episodes, something wild. Bax's husband could tell you how many episodes. And then I love Black Sails. And one of my favorite things about Black Sails is that it is basically Treasure Island fan fiction. If you've not seen that, it is on let's see, what is it on now? It's on Netflix. If you haven't seen not One Piece, which I think you can also catch on Netflix, but Black Sails. Okay, back to Karl Marx though. Thank you. Okay, man, you've seen more than me. If you've seen 800, I'm like, they're in Skypiea, and here's the deal. Okay, they had to get to Skypiea. This is now I'm talking about One Piece. Okay, for folks who are like just tuning in and like this is nothing, like what you said you were doing, lady. And don't worry, I'm getting there. So I'm watching One Piece, and they just went to Sky Island. And the way that you get to Sky Island, so there's like the Great Blue, and there's all these different areas, right? But the way you get to Sky Island is by something that I'm not shitting you, is called the knock-up stream. The knock-up stream. So they had to get the knock-up stream to erupt and ride it to Sky Island. This is a family show, right? Not this. So being a 12-year-old inside, I was like, and so yeah, it is interesting. You have to just kind of, the thing about anime is you have to go with it. Okay. So why do I think pirates and Marx belong in the same segment? Because I think pirates were really, I'm not saying they were good humans, but they were all about telling society to hell with it, right? I reject your norms. I reject your structure. I reject the idea that I have to fit this role and do this for the rest of my life. So I love that they tried, and this is true, they actually tried to establish their own kind of governance and their own colonies to some extent. And it was not perfect, but I do believe they were more egalitarian with respect to gender, race, and sexual orientation than was the rest of quote unquote society at the time. So I think that being nonconformist, being a little bit deviant, is part of why I find piracy so interesting and find that so attractive. So why do I think Severance? Why do I make everything about Marx? Well, inevitably I'll be on a show with Aaron, and I'll say, this reminds me of this and that and whatever social concept. And often it's Marx. And part of why we love shows like this is because it gives us a glimpse into imagining different, right? Imagining how society was different, how it will be different in the future. So right now, one that I've been thinking a lot about is the show Severance. And I don't want to spoil big things in Severance for you, so I'll hold off from that. But I will say what I find fascinating about it, what is Marxist, is it is taking the idea of the workplace and the corporation controlling your life, it's dialing that up to 1,000,000, right? So that people literally go through a severance procedure where they separate their brain into an innie and an outie. The innies are their work versions. I won't spoil it. Don't worry, I won't spoil it. I think everything I'm going to tell you, you got it from the description of the show, okay? So their innies are their work selves and their outies are their non-work selves. And by bifurcating that consciousness, they do not remember what happens at work. So it's almost like it's same body, separate person, right? So everything that it's not that they're not themselves, but they're really not acting in a way that is conscious, or with the Audi's full cognition, if that makes sense. And then the Audi does not remember either. And that sounds like hell to me, but the reason they do that in the show is multifaceted, we'll just say. So to me, this exemplifies Marx's concepts of alienation. So alienation is feeling separate from, estranged from, alienated from various things. And Marx meant this, like all good, sociologists and social thinkers, in a maybe 5-part definition. I don't know that I remember all of them, but I'm going to do my best. Okay. So he said part of what's crushing to our souls about capitalism is that we're alienated from the product. We're alienated from the process. I got to do fingers because I'm not going to remember. We're alienated from each other. We're alienated from our species being. So I can remember 4 right now. So alienation under capitalism from the product means I don't decide what I'm making. I go to my job, and keep in mind that Marx is really talking about factories. A lot of us are intellectual workers at this point, or work in offices, but imagine you're making, some part of a Ford engine on an assembly line. Oh, let's not even talk about Ford. Another whole thing, right? And you don't decide what you're producing. So you're alienated from the product. You're alienated from the process. You don't decide when you show up and when you work, versus prior to capitalism, if you are kind of a cobbler, which is a person who makes shoes, or if you make a chair, or you make sewing, if you sew clothing, you maybe one day you don't work until 10 a.m. and another day you work at 8 a.m., right? But under a capitalist structure, you have to get up when they tell you to get up. You got to be there when they tell you to be there. Okay. You're alienated from each other, meaning often you don't have the chance to interact with your fellow workers. This is what I think we really like about pop culture, because inevitably you start to form relationships with your workers, and you see this with your colleagues, with your coworkers. You see this on Severance too, in various formats that I won't go into. And then you're alienated from your species being. So everything that Marx would say makes us, who we are as humans, which is our creativity, which is our passion for knowledge or writing or expression or something like that, you're alienated from that, meaning you don't have the opportunity to engage in that because you're too busy turning yourself into the commodity. You're too busy turning yourself into something that can be bought and sold and traded on the market, frankly. So when most of us go to work, we don't work for chickens, right? We don't barter. We don't live in that system. We work for money. And it doesn't even make sense to think about being paid not in money. So it's not really an option to not be a part of capitalism, right? Capitalism is a part of you, whether you want to be or not, right? It pulls you in with those tethers. So I think Severance is interesting because they take that idea and say, well, what if we could really separate all of those parts that would be ideal for the company? And then they're kind of making fun of that work-life balance, very tongue-in-cheek, right? Idea. And what if we could kind of separate all of that out from your personality? Would you still be you? Is it possible to still be the version of yourself if you don't know what you did all day? So it is a mind twist if you really think about Severance. Fan theories are fun, but I've avoided them just like you because I do not want spoilers. I have finished season 2, but yeah, it's a good one. So that one for me really, really fits that. Let's see, where are we at? Is it time for jokes yet? I had 10 minutes. Okay, any other ones you want to know? What is Marxist about this movie? What is Marxist about this show? If anybody is listening, and then I'm going to tell you jokes. By the way, jokes about capitalism aren't funny unless everyone gets them. That's the level we're at. That is the level we're at, folks. Silo. Oh my God. You're talking about okay, Silo. First of all, I'm going to go off on you. What season of Silo are you on? I want to know what I can say. So Silo, if I know the show that Bex is referencing, it's good. I think it's very, very well produced. It's on Apple Plus. It is sci-fi dystopian future, right? And there's 2 seasons. Oh, have you? You definitely know the first season was very good. I will give you that. Second season to me was like stuff I really liked, stuff I got annoyed with. So these books came out. There are 3 books about 10, 15 years ago. I read the first book. And so I knew the first season stops about halfway into the first book, and then the second season I think is the second half of the first book. So there's 2 seasons, 1 book, basically, from what I remember. They go through a lot of that, but they've changed a few things in the second season. Okay. My tagline about Silo is how to make people running upstairs exciting. It's just like 600 scenes of people running up and down stairs. But it is interesting because yeah, I think you could. I read the book a while ago, so you might have a better sense of that than me. I will say I think Solo was very, very well cast, and I really liked Juliet and Solo's interactions. Okay, but what is the premise of this? What does it have to do with socialism? This one is wild, this show, because it's dystopian. So any dystopia is inevitably going to involve structure and inequality. The Hunger Games, oh gosh, Silo, Fallout, right? Fallout came out at a really similar time to the first season of this, so they remind me of each other. But anything like that, the Maze Runner even, there's always going to be some commentary on what would happen if corporations had some kind of power, right? That everyday people did not have. So the thing about Silo I like is you can really see that they're trying to, there's a really strong hierarchy, no pun intended with the stairs. There's a really strong hierarchy, and they're trying to emulate what they think they should be doing to maintain control. So it's all about how do you maintain control in the absence of like freedom of information. So without full information, and this is very Marxist, it's very cultural Marxist. If I control the information, I control people. And that's the whole idea of Silo. So this goes back to Gramsci, right? If you folks who are listening know any cultural Marxism, like if I dominate people ideologically, that makes it easier to dominate them economically, politically, every other kind of domination. So I think that is this turned up to 1,000,000 without too many spoilers. And then it's just, if you think about what is it like to not have freedom of information, to not have experienced, the outside world. So what they're essentially trying to do is they're all living in a bunker underground. And by all, I mean, it's about 10,000 people in a silo. So it's like a small town. And they're completely, as far as we know, self-sufficient. They're self-sufficient because they grow their own food. I think all of the stuff they recycle, they're really good at all of that. But they don't, as far as I can tell, they don't really have new media. That's one thing that I thought was weird, like entertainment and media. I could be wrong about that. They don't have elevators, and that's intentional because they want to establish control. So elevators are not allowed. People in charge have control that way, and you can't go outside. If you go outside, it's basically a death sentence because the air is poison. So that's how they maintain that, right? Without going too much more into that. Yeah, it's a good one. I don't know if you want to comment more on where you see like some of that that idea of control. That's really interesting. I think even I'm thinking of the mayor of the silo in the original season. If you are a certain level, you have access to certain things. Like you either have more information or you have nicer things. And if you are at a different level, you don't have access to that. So people at the top of the silo literally have more and better lifestyle, like larger rooms, larger apartments. And then people down at the bottom are lower on the hierarchy, literally. But the people who are lower are actually just as vital, maybe more vitally important than the people who are higher, because the lower levels are engineering and mechanical and everything that would keep this system operating and from like poisoning itself. So that's kind of, I think, a real metaphor for society that when we think about the pandemic, right? We think about how our essential workers were some of those jobs that we consider to be lower paid or, not as important or not as intellectual, and they were actually vital and crucial. And we didn't even necessarily realize how important that was until that hit us. So I think there's a very apt metaphor here for that. Yeah. They hold the most important power, and those in the middle don't realize it. So that's kind of fascinating too, as you think about that. But okay, well, I have 3 minutes left. If anybody wants to chat more, Marks, we can. Otherwise, I'm going to literally read you jokes that I looked up that I thought I think are funny. So you can tell me if you think this is funny or not, and that's okay. I'm just going to say them to myself. Yay, jokes. Okay, a lot of people know the name Karl Marx, right? But did you know he had a sister? He had a less famous sister. Her name was Anya. She invented the starter pistol for races. Ramshat, Anya Marx. Okay. I've been to London, and I actually thought about going to see Karl Marx's grave. But I didn't because I decided, it's just a communist plot. That's not good. Okay. Don't worry. I'm saving the worst, the best, the worst for last. I'm not done. Okay. But why does Karl Marx hate Earl Grey? Because all tea is theft. Okay. Let's see. I got a couple more. All right. A rich man once visited Karl Marx as he was writing the Communist Manifesto. And he asked Marx, "So what's in that book of yours, Mr. Marx?" And Marx answered and said, "None of your business." Okay. You all have been doing this for a while. If you think these are good, you've been on here too long. I probably should have called this something like I just tell you about massages I've had recently, because they're weird. That sounded apropos of nothing. Marx, by the way, you may not know this, he hated snow days. He hated them because it meant that class is canceled.
Hi.
Yeah, I have one more, and then I will get the hell out of here.
No, please do. I'm gonna let you say goodbye too, but I wanted to hop in.
Oh,
and
yay.
say they're
Did you
really
get to
funny.
eat? Yay,
Yes,
good.
I did. Thank you.
Unlike 6 out of 9 of Karl Marx's children, you got to eat. That's one I made up that is awful. I am so sorry. I was like, oh. And I told my class this week, I was like, yeah, Engels was basically Marx's sugar daddy. And I said, I don't even know if it was that kind of relationship, but if Patreon was a thing, that he was the Patreon. Okay, but one more joke, and this one's a little risque, Aaron. Okay, wait. Let me look at it because I'm fucked it up already. I'm gonna pretend to hit on you. Okay. Hey, Aaron, is your name Karl Marx?
No, why?
Because you're starting an uprising in my lower classes.
That was awesome.
No, that's what I was like. Oh, I screwed it up. All right. Yay. You. I don't know.
Thank you.
Rambled. I just talked. So I don't know how you do this. Props to you, because I realized, like, I like an audio. I like to see people, and this reminded me of Zoom and going, okay, I don't know. Or I mean, the pandemic. Like, I hope is
Yeah.
this working? Is this on? Yeah.
Well, thank you. I didn't get to hear a lot of it, so I'm gonna have to go back and watch some of it. But thank you so much for doing that. You look incredible. I just want to say
Thank you. Yeah, I showed them all the full bonnet, as you were. I couldn't find my beard.
That's amazing.
So you got this instead. And don't listen to it. Please don't, because the last 5 minutes were definitely the best. Although thank God Bex was here to ask questions. So I was like, I don't know.
Thank you. Yeah, I know. I saw people watching. I'm like, ask questions. But sometimes people just watch and they get so into it that they don't.
Yeah.
But thank you again, and we'll have to have you back. And yeah, I still got 5.5 hours to go. So
Oh, well, enjoy. I hope you had a big old coffee.
oh no,
and
no, not
and
5.5 hours. Sorry, I've got 3.5 hours. Whew, yay, good.
like, because I'm gonna grade and go to bed. But cool. Enjoy, everybody. Bye.
Bye.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you again so much to Tanya for taking over for me for a half an hour. I really needed that desperately. I desperately needed the AC is what I really needed. It's so hot. It's still really hot in here, but I cranked it, so cooled down a little bit. So thank you so much. But we are going to move on to a bail off. We have been hyping this up. Carla and I are going to determine the best Christian Bale character. We've got some brackets, some stuff to go over. But first, here is a 25-second intro, and then I'll introduce Carla. Hi. See, I just do a jam every time that song is playing. It's my new jam, my new hype jam. I should just play that because I play music really loudly before I start podcasting. Little behind the scenes thing there. And so I should just play that really loud in my headphones to get me going. But let me bring up my unofficial co-host for the month of January. And well, she's on a lot of episodes, but for the month of January, she's my unofficial co-host as we celebrate Christian fucking Bale, our unofficial mascot. So Carla, hello, welcome back.
Thank you. Hello. I'm very excited to bail off with you.
Ooh. Sounds a little dirty.
I don't know what you mean.
So we're starting. This is how we're doing it. Okay. So both of us, there's a master ballot, and we'll get to that in just a second. I actually don't know if I'll share that because I have a little slideshow that we're going to share. And then we're going to determine. So each of us filled out our own ballot. And then we also have a master one that we will determine, like, if we have different choices, which I wonder if this is going to be more intense than the Finn hair debate of 8 and 9, number 8 and 9 were, or this will be the same. I am not going to look at Carla's because I don't want to know, but we'll determine, and then we will dwindle it down from 16 characters to 1. So we're starting with 16. So the way we did it is we have a side A that has 8 characters, so 4 sets, and then a side B that had 8 characters, so 4 sets, and so forth. So without further ado, let me add into here the Google Slides of Mr. Christian Bale. Sorry. It's not him. He's not coming. Maybe he is coming. I don't know. But I mean, he's not coming right now. So let me just, sorry. This was supposed to be in there already. And hey, you know, where they are. It's processing. It's processing, Christian.
Your computer's also tired.
Yeah, it could be. My computer could very well be tired. Okay. So here we are with our, let's see how this one looks. Okay. So this is going to be our big, huge sets, and we're going to determine from there, and then we'll have them facing off in different ways. We'll have to just kind of debate it because I didn't know what the results would be, so I don't have those slides. So first up is, and this is on the side is Dieter Dingler from Rescue Dawn versus Chris Myers from The Promise. Now, before we debate, we'll just each say what we selected. So, Carla, out of these two, who did you select?
I selected Chris Myers from The Promise.
I knew that's who you were going to select. I selected Dieter, but this is one I will not argue or fight over. I just kind of randomly just decided who I was going to select.
Yeah, I feel like they were just kind of an even match.
Yeah, they were very even for me. So I just kind of went, okay, I'm feeling a D thing. So
wow. Okay.
But I am fine with switching this to Chris Myers. So on our master one, I will select Chris Myers. And please, people watching, if you have a different opinion, please feel free to put it in there. It doesn't mean it'll sway us at all, but just feel free to put it in there. And we'll at least acknowledge it. So for round one on side A, we are giving this to Chris Myers from The Promise. We did cover this movie this year. So please go and see, I should have done the thing that Aaron A did with like the bracket of Finn's hair, but I didn't even think about it. So sorry, I had like 50,000 things to do. So I apologize. Just a little busy. Okay, so we've got that one as Chris Myers. We've still got tons to go though in this to dwindle it down. So our next matchup is, and I had to pick the scary picture of Michael Burry. So it's Dickie Eklund from The Fighter and Michael Burry from The Big Short. Carla, who did you choose?
This one was tough because I love both performances. They were both fantastic. But in the end, I had to give the edge to Dickie.
Me too.
Yay!
This was an easy one.
Yeah. Well, for you, like for me, I agonized over it for a bit. I went back and forth a lot.
No, I meant like it wasn't easy for me to choose either, but it was easy for both of us. We both were on the same page for this one.
We're not fighting. Got it.
We're not yet fighting. I don't know if we are going to fight. We shall see.
I don't know, Aaron. I don't know. We both have some very strong opinions.
That's true. But so far, like the ones so far that we've been choosing between, I'm not like so heavily invested in one that I'm like, no way can you choose that character. So, okay. So the third grouping, and you might argue with me that they are not different characters, but they are different characters. It's Batman versus Bruce Wayne. I mean, they're different characters.
Yes. They are different characters. However, they have... Okay. This was tough, not because of anything, big and high-minded. It's just because of the idea of, okay, do I like the guy who is enforcing kind of like class superiority through violence, or the one who's enforcing it through money? And I had to think about it a lot, and I decided in the end I'm gonna go with the one I think is hotter, so I chose Bruce Wayne.
I went with Batman. I went with Batman because I think Bruce Wayne, although Bruce Wayne is the hotter one, of course, because you actually get to see the face and everything, and it's not just in rubber. But that could, I don't know, some people might like that. But I went ultimately with Batman because I actually really like Batman. I like this superhero. I understand the problems, but I think Batman is the more honest version in a way of Bruce Wayne. So that's a big reason I went with Batman.
I can see that. I guess in my mind, it's the more honest version of the inner part of Bruce Wayne. But I also feel like Batman is, in a way, is a lie.
Yeah.
because it's a barrier that he puts between himself and the world. It's kind of like it's the inverse of Tony Stark in the first Iron Man movie, where, and I'm sorry to spoil this 20-something-year-old movie, but at the end of the first movie, he just kind of like stands on a podium and is like, yeah, I'm Iron Man. You know, he was like, yeah, this is like the thing that facilitates me being able to do these things that are good for the greater good, and Bruce Wayne never really does that. So I just feel like it's a similar thing of like two rich people who use their money for things great and not so great, but then one of them is more directly honest about it.
Yeah. No, that's a really good point, because I mean that is one thing that I really loved about the Iron Man movie, is that there was no like, and it also fit because of his ego. It was also part of his ego, but I liked that character anyway. But I liked the fact that there was no pretense and no BS and no hiding and no hiding his identity. It was just like, yep, I'm just going to be upfront about it. This is who I am. So I totally get what you're saying. And it's a very close between these two, because like I said, this is honestly my favorite superhero. And like I said, I understand the problems with this superhero, believe me. And for me, Christian Bale is my favorite of the portrayals of it. I will say, I do think Michael Keaton is a very close second. And Michael Keaton would probably be number one for Bruce Wayne. Honestly, he might top Bruce Wayne a little bit for me, between Christian Bale and him. But I'm not I love George, but I'm not a fan of George Clooney's one.
I'm sorry, no.
No. And I love you, George, but you're not even a fan of it. So what am I talking about?
Exactly. It's like, sorry, no. Like,
No.
honestly, like, that one and the Val Kilmer one are both versions that I just very willingly put in the very back of my brain, where things are kept under lock and key. Like that didn't really happen. Shut that away.
Yeah, exactly. So since I love this character, don't worry, there are ones on here that I will fight for.
Oh, I'm sure.
This one I will give it to Bruce Wayne. So I will go ahead and give this one to Bruce Wayne. Okay. If we don't agree on this next one, I'm going to be absolutely shocked. So okay, and I know this might be a weird face-off that I chose. This is not the weirdest one that I chose. The weirdest one is the very last one, is the weirdest face-off, but it kind of just didn't know where to put them, so they just kind of ended up together.
It's miscellaneous is the category.
Yeah. So we have Arthur Stort from Velvet Goldmine versus Jack Kelly from Newsies.
Well, Aaron, I think that you and I both know that Jack Kelly is the superior performance here. It's not every movie that you get to see Christian Bale half-heartedly dance his way around the stage and feign interest in singing songs. So clearly it has to be it's Arthur. Please, it's Arthur.
Yeah, I'm like, I would buy that for only like 2 seconds, because
for a second, like, your face fell, and I was like, oh my god, I can't believe that I'm saying this on purpose.
No, I'm like, there's no way that Carla, after our, oh really, huh? Well, Aaron A is like, yeah, whatever.
You just can't get enough of him singing and dancing. I understand. None of us can.
Yeah, including Christian. He's like, oh my gosh, I love singing and dancing so much.
So excited for it.
Yeah, that's why he gives all of his heart just completely and totally to the role. It's not that he's horrible in it. It's just you can tell he doesn't want to be there.
Yeah.
He's like, I don't want to do this. Okay, so that's side one of the bracket, and we'll move on to the different matches between all those people later. But first, we're going to go to the other side of the bracket.
The fighting side.
This will be the fighting side. It honestly will be. I predict, unless we agree on these two. I don't know. You never know. So on side B, first matchup is Dan Evans from 3:10 to Yuma. I'm like, what is that movie again? Sorry, I've been streaming for a long time, everybody. Versus Augustus Landor from The Pale Blue Eye. So who did you choose, Carla?
I think, I was going to pick Dan Evans. Like that's not even a question for me. Dan Evans is that was like one of the easiest picks for me.
That's who I picked too.
Yes. I didn't want to have to fight about Dan Evans. I'm like, no.
Well, and what's funny, I will tell you the only reason I put these two against each other is because of the beards.
I mean, it's a solid and a reason as any.
Yeah, I had them. I had like Augustus Landor, I think, was against a character I'll say when we get to it that's in the weirdest match. And I went, no, this doesn't feel right to me. I want the two beards to be.
We're having a beard off within the bail off.
Exactly. See, yes. And I had a feeling this would be the easiest one of this side. Now it's the next. It's this next one that I think might be a little bit harder. And that is John Preston from Equilibrium versus Trevor Resnick from The Machinist.
This was incredibly difficult. Like, I'm still kind of, am I sure about this? And I'm going to go with it just because it's what I already put down. And I'm going to select John Preston.
I selected Trevor Resnick.
What a shock. Yeah, that one I knew. That one was like an absolute, I know what Aaron's going with in this one.
Yeah, and I actually got mad at myself when I started doing this. I'm like, I should have put another pairing on the other side so that I could get my ultimate matchup, even though it might not have happened. But I screwed it up. That's fine. So a lot of this is.
Yeah, go ahead.
I do love the character of John Preston, and I think actually both of these characters in an interesting way, because at first I was like, why am I pitting these two? I think they actually are kind of similar in some respects, which really shocked me when I started really thinking about it, because John Preston, of course, isn't like, skin and bones, but they're both in a state of trauma. It's just a different kind of state of trauma and the way they handle it. And I just think Trevor Resnick is a lot more interesting, developed, complex character than John Preston. And I think that, not that Christian isn't fantastic in both of them, because he is, especially the scene in Equilibrium when he listens to music and hears it and starts crying. One of the best scenes ever. But for me, it's just his performance as Trevor Resnick is one of the best performances I've ever seen on screen. And I just think the character is so interesting, and your feelings on him are not just like love, hate. They're, at least for me, they're very complex feelings. So I had to choose him. I just couldn't not. And I love John Preston. I just couldn't not choose Trevor Resnick because
totally understand, because for all of the reasons I just said, it's a fantastic character, played so well in a movie that is overall, first of all, just criminally underrated, but also so good from start to end. It's a fantastic movie. And Equilibrium, the reason that I chose John Preston is it's partly because it's one of those movies where it could have been really kind of crappy, but Christian Bale's performance really elevates the entire movie. I think that the movie wouldn't have been as interesting and as enjoyable as it was without his performance. And I think that a lesser actor would have made John very kind of one note, either just complete blank face the entire time, not really, even in the parts where he's supposed to start feeling emotions, maybe they wouldn't have connected to it the same way. There are just so many things that Christian Bale does in that movie that I think are so special and so unique for that character and for the role and then the entire story of the movie. It's not the best movie in the world. Like we talked about Equilibrium and how it's like, it's not the best movie ever made, but it is incredibly enjoyable, even despite the weird choices that his co-star and your nemesis
Taye
made in
Diggs.
the film.
That conversation is what started that.
Yes.
I still have a beef with you, Taye Diggs.
I was gonna say, like, I don't know that conversation's what started it. I think it's the fact that he didn't follow you back.
Yes, but it came up during that conversation.
And it took it from a moment of like, aw, to a moment of like,
Yeah. I will never forgive you, Taye Diggs. And I will never not say your full name.
yes, absolutely. I mean, isn't it the way we treat all of our nemesis? It's first name, last name the entire time, forever.
Yep.
So I think, though, that you make a very compelling argument. And I like I said, they were super close. And it was just like, it's little things that put John Preston over the top for me, but everything that you said really resonates. And I think I'm okay with going with Trevor for this one.
Yay! Yay! Okay, so the next one features the character that I wanted to go against someone on another side. But anyway, so we have Patrick Bateman from American Psycho versus Walter Wade Jr. looking so full of himself in Shaft.
What I appreciate is that you picked the two, like, really truly villainous characters.
Yep.
Like, so villainous. And the thing, okay, so Patrick Bateman, iconic performance. Walter Wade, I don't discount him right off the bat, simply because, first of all, Christian Bale did a really good job in a silly action movie, but also he was just a really despicable person in this movie in ways that even Patrick Bateman isn't, because Patrick Bateman, you can kind of like argue that, like, well, did he do all of the things that we see, like the entire theory of, I don't know that this really happened, maybe it was just in his imagination, I don't know. Whereas this other guy, he clearly did the things that he did, and he did really awful things. But Patrick Bateman, because he's an unreliable narrator, and I'm a sucker for stories of unreliable narrators, and it's played in a way where you don't really know for sure where that crack starts to happen, and you don't know how deep the crack goes, but you know that it's there. And then the facade that he puts on for everybody in his life, where deep down inside, like, he's just an oozing pile of misogyny, racism, and hatred. I just gotta give it to him for that. I mean, it's a great performance.
Yeah, so you're going with Patrick Bateman.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, this was the easiest choice for me in the world, so it really was. This is my favorite performance of Christian's. So even though the character is not a good person, but neither is Walter Wade Jr., but this is my favorite performance of Christian. It's in my top 10 performances of all time. And yeah, you will hear me rage about the upcoming remake of this movie in next week's Pop Culture and Fandom News episode. So yeah.
I'm already mad about it.
I'm so mad about that. It's so stupid. So stupid. And of course, Christian being Christian, he won't give a crap, but I care.
What about the fans, Christian?
Okay, so now the oddest matchup you could possibly ever do in this. We've got Gore from Thor: Love and Thunder up against Lori, who looks so like, ooh.
Look at me. I'm a wee lad. Just having wee lad fun.
Yep. And then there's Gore, who kills gods. So I know. And this was originally who I was gonna. Sorry, I was just gonna say I was gonna originally put Gore against Augustus Landor, and then I'm like, no.
Well, I will tell you who I picked in this run, and I will save my comments for after you tell us who you picked. I went with Gore.
Oh, interesting.
That was my choice on that one.
I went with Lori because Lori is one of the only things I like about that stupid movie. I'm sorry. Yes, you're right, Paula. He looks like he's hiding from Gore.
I called him back to look at him.
You're so
This
right.
tiny book will not cover my eyes, but I shall try.
Yep, you're so right, Paula. That is exactly the way he looks. So I'm glad I positioned them that way too. Yeah, that's really the reason I chose Lori, because frankly, these two characters, I don't really care much about. I mean, I do want to say, I do think Christian is very good in Thor: Love and Thunder, and I loved seeing him as a villain in a superhero universe, and I liked that. And, you know, although there's been the argument made that he's so out of place for the feeling of the rest of the movie, but I really liked him in it. Lori, like I said, I just chose him because he was the best part of that movie for me, because I hated that movie. I'm sorry, I know people love it, but
We have issues with that movie. Go back and listen to the episode that we did this year about Little Women, and you'll understand so much more about our stance on the movie.
yeah. But this one I'm fine switching. So we only had one. So we've switched, but we haven't really had
to
like.
argue about my reasoning for why I like. Okay, you know
Oh,
what,
I'm
maybe
sorry.
next one.
I'm sorry. No, go for it. No, go for it. I'm sorry.
All
Go
right.
for it.
So my reasoning for choosing Gore is that, first of all, Lori, and understand that he's a very young guy in the movie, so he's bound to make young guy mistakes, and he falls in love, and kids. But Lori is also like really kind of pushy and wishy-washy, and then he marries the sister of the girl who rejected him, which I just think is a little sus. Who, by the way, was like a tiny baby when, okay, not quite a baby, but she was like this tiny little thing when they met, and that just, I don't know, I didn't enjoy that. But Gore, it's not just that. Gore, I think, the claims about his part in that movie feeling off from the rest of the tone of the movie, absolutely, that's 100% on Taika, though. Taika Waititi, who directed Thor: Love and Thunder, I think kind of was trying to do too many things in one movie, and I don't think that all of the different things he was trying to do really gelled together the way that he envisioned it. Because I think Gore really, in a better movie, would have stood out. Because he's one of those villains that has a very good reason to have become a villain and to reach the conclusions that he did. Put it that way. And it's a very gutting performance, really, if you think about it. Especially as a parent, you think about what he went through in that movie, and it's hard to not feel his pain. So that was my reasoning for that. Of just very silly characters in two very silly movies. But I had a very strong attachment to things about Gore.
Yeah, no, and I totally agree with all of that. I mean, really, honestly, this was like the quick pick I did where I was like, this is the weirdest combination here. I'll just pick the more innocent one. But yeah, I totally agree with everything you've said. That's why I said this isn't going to be that difficult of one that I wouldn't have cared, which I wouldn't have cared. I care, but I would have been fine to switch either one.
Thank you for letting me argue about it anyway.
No, thank you for doing that. Thank you for calling that out. Once again, my brain is like it's up and down right now. So I'm like, and I'm so
You're
bummed.
hanging in there, but not by a strong thread.
And I'm so bummed that I didn't design this where I could then be like this person versus this person. So I'm just going to remove this, and then you'll be able to see us in a bigger light anyway. And I will just let me go to the regular. Okay. And so what I will do is I'll go back to the master bracket. And since now it's going to be a little bit different for some of these, well, not totally, not for you, it won't be for the first side, but
Right.
for me, it will be. So our first face off is Chris Myers versus Dickie Eklund. So since you chose both of those and your other one, who did you choose between those two?
I chose on that one Chris Myers, which I know might be like, what? But yeah, that's what I went with.
I went with Dickie when I had Dieter versus Dickie. I chose Dickie.
Mm-hmm.
This is a little bit more interesting for me. Even though I didn't choose Chris the last time, so why would it be more interesting for me? That makes no sense, Aaron. You'd think you'd still choose Dickie. I think Chris Myers as a human being is a better person. Dickie Eklund as an all-around character to watch and to get into is a lot more enjoyable for me than Chris Myers. Chris Myers is a very forgettable character for me, honestly, versus Dickie Eklund. Dickie sticks in my mind, scenes from him stick in my mind, things he did, stuff he went through. The last little like bit that was totally improvised by Christian Bale when they're sitting on that couch together.
Mm-hmm.
And just the emotion that he shows is such a, sorry. There's a reason he won the Academy Award for this performance. And it's not just the physical transformation, even though once again, the director of this is a complete and total scumbag. And so is Mark Wahlberg. But I just think this is a more interesting character for me. While I think The Promise, there's a lot to that is Carla and I talked about it and how it's really a hidden gem of a film that deserves a lot more attention, especially right now in our climate. I just think for me, Dickie is a much more memorable character and more profound in the whole catalog of Christian Bale's work than Chris Myers is for me.
You know, Aaron, when I make a choice and then you make a very compelling argument against it, I hate that. I don't enjoy it. I don't enjoy you making good points when the points are not the exact same points that I would have, that refute something that I've already decided. So before I just decide to just go ahead and change my mind because you're clearly right, I'm just going to say that that for me, I thought that his character was very compelling in The Promise, despite the whole, like white savior thing. He does something with that role. He doesn't just stand there and be white and heroic. He is there in an actual helping role. He's not there to take away the spotlight from the people actually going through a genocide. He's there to really assist and really put his body on the line to do the work of doing the right thing in a human sense, which I think is a very important thing. Like you said, we're witnessing a genocide right now against the Palestinian people. And yeah, absolutely. The parallels could not be more clear. That said, yes, he is a small character, and his performance is great, but Dickie Eklund is just a greater performance. I think that there's just he brings a lot of nuance to a character who could just be seen as just really gross, as a really like icky person, and that's not the result because it's Christian Bale. And other than Jack Kelly, he's just so good in all of his roles.
So then I've convinced you then to change your mind.
Yes, you have, Aaron. Yes, you have. Okay, we don't need to gloat about it. We can just move on. We get it, Aaron. You're convincing.
Well, hey, you convinced me 3 times to change my mind. Okay, so our next matchup is Bruce Wayne versus Arthur Stewart from Velvet Goldmine.
So for this one, I chose Arthur Stewart. Here's the big reason why. Because the story of Bruce Wayne, the story of Arthur Stewart, both of them are about people finding their way through life and kind of how they approach certain moments in their life and what that leads to. But what I like so much about Arthur is that his story is a lot more, I think, optimistic and certainly more grounded in a very like a more real thing. And to me that resonates with me more than a billionaire who slaps around a lot of people and has enough money for a giant cave filled with gadgets. Like, I don't know about you, but I don't have like billions to throw around on little punchy side projects.
You don't have gadget money.
I don't have gadget money. No, I don't even have like Inspector Gadget money. Like I can't even buy the Inspector Gadget like DVDs if they became available. But I think those things that Arthur goes through and what he feels and his, going back through his youth and looking at it from a perspective of a person who has grown from that is very relatable. And I think that the performance is also really good.
Yeah, that's who I chose against Batman, and that's who I choose against Bruce Wayne. So yeah, it's a fantastic character in a movie filled with fantastic characters. If you haven't watched Velvet Goldmine, please go watch Velvet Goldmine. It's so good. It's such a good film. It's so underrated, especially when you're looking at the catalog of Christian Bale movies. And he's very young, but he has so many beautiful moments. Like the moment when, because he's also someone who's, he's struggling with sexuality, struggling with who he is. He's living in a very conservative family. And that scene where he is watching TV and he's on there, he's like, that's me. And it's this fantastical scene where he's like trying to just be like, look at how great and wonderful I am to his parents. And it's done in such this innocent boy way that is just so beautiful. It's just a really beautiful performance and a beautiful film. It's heartbreaking at times too, but yeah, and the music is fantastic as well.
Yeah, so good.
Ewan McGregor is so good in it too. I mean, everybody's great, but yeah, and there's a great clip of Ewan McGregor on the oh my gosh, I can't remember his name. He's the British
Graham Norton.
interview. Thank you. Yes, Graham Norton. Where he's talking about, he's talking to Ewan McGregor and he's like, you have lots of sex scenes in the movies you do. And it's a great interview also because Ewan McGregor says, they started giving me younger women and he was like, this is kind of uncomfortable. How are you doing? Are you okay doing this or something? And I'm like, this is why we love you, Ewan McGregor. And then he talks about his sex scene with Christian Bale. And it's really an interesting conversation.
I'm so glad you're bringing this up because I desperately wanted it brought up.
That's funny. And he's talking about how the cameras were like far away because they have, spoiler for this movie, and it's really old, but they have sex on top of like on a rooftop. and he's just going and going. It never cut, and he just kind of he leans over to Christian and he's like, I think I would have come by now. And then they had already yelled cut and they were off doing something else.
And the crew was like packing up and they're still going at it on the roof.
I love that story so much.
Oh my god.
We need to have both of those actors on screen again together. I think that's the only thing they've done together.
Yes, they're both so good and they had such good chemistry.
Yes, they did. Okay, so we're moving to the other side now. So first up, this is going to probably get heated, maybe.
It's going to get heated, Aaron. It's going to get heated.
Oh, actually, it probably won't. Because I forgot what I chose. So we have Dan Evans from 3:10 to Yuma versus Trevor Resnick from The Machinist.
Yeah, totally. Yeah. Very easy. Very easy. Okay. All right. I'm sticking with Dan.
That's actually who I chose too.
Is it really? Oh my god. Hang on a second. I need a second to recover because I'm kind of shocked.
I shocked myself because I forgot that's who I chose. And I'm like, oh, here we go. Oh, wait. I chose Dan Evans.
Because I need the people to know that Dan Evans is probably my favorite Christian Bale character. I just... Okay. I love 3:10 to Yuma more than anybody should. And if you go back and listen to the episode, you can hear me go on at length about that. And also on the episode of Bedwetter Behead where we talk about Christian Bale characters. And I talk at length about why I love Dan Evans.
Yeah. Yeah, and it really surprises me just because, like, honestly, now that he's out, it doesn't matter. My dream matchup for this that I'm surprised I didn't get it down to was Trevor Resnick and Patrick Bateman. And that's only because those are my two favorite performances. So it's not necessarily even like they would be characters I'd want to hang out with ever. I wouldn't want to hang out with either of them ever, never. But when I was looking at this as character-wise, I was like, not just performance-wise, I'm looking at this as character-wise. I think Dan Evans is, as far as like a character that Christian Bale plays in his whole catalog of characters, is the most, how do I put this? But like, the most genuine and the most the person that I want to give a hug to the most out of every character he plays. That's how I can simply put it, is I want to give him a hug. And I also want I want him to not, spoilers for 3:10 to Yuma. His death is one of the most heartbreaking things I've ever seen. Yeah. And you know, Westerns can be very touchy. And it can be very hard to sympathize sometimes with the white characters in Westerns. But he's such a honest person. And I don't know why it's making me want to cry talking about this character. But
can I tell you why?
Yeah, go ahead.
Because of all of Christian Bale's characters, Dan Evans is the Dean Winchester.
Oh my gosh, that's exactly what it is. Holy crap.
I just had the realization as you were talking. I was like, oh my God, he's the Dean Winchester of all of the characters. No wonder. Yes.
Holy crap. That is so true. Oh my gosh, Paula, let us know if you agree, because I know you were on that episode with us. So
everything, the way that he takes care of his family, the way that he pushes past his own pain, the way that he tries to hide the things that he's going through just to put food on the table for his family. He is also somebody who is who sees something as the right thing to do, and he decides to see it through to the end, to the detriment of himself. And he is taking care of somebody younger who is very dear to him and wants his approval and his love and appreciation, and doesn't feel like at the same time that he really deserves it. All of those things are so Dean Winchester. Like I really feel that they are very similar in a lot of ways.
Yeah, and like Paula just said, well, that explains
Yeah.
yeah, I mean, and the self-loathing even and all of that. Yeah, that's oh my gosh, I didn't even think of that, but that's so true. And that must be why I chose because I was just like, because I was like, when I first was looking at this list, I'm like, I know I'm gonna choose Trevor Resnick is gonna win a bunch of these for me. And then, you know, the first one was easy for me to actually choose him. But then this one, I was like, whoa, I want to choose Dan Evans. And it really kind of surprised me. Not because I didn't think, of course, Dan Evans is a better person, but it just kind of shocked me just because of The Machinist. And I've watched The Machinist more and all of that. But
it's a better performance. Yeah. I don't know that it's a better character.
Yeah. Yeah, I think Trevor Resnick is the better performance of the two, personally.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Okay.
Yeah, Trevor Resnick is the better performance, but I think Dan Evans is a better character.
Oh yeah, and that's how I kind of decided that. That's how I did that with a lot of these, actually. With some of them, I mean, not all of them, but some of them is by determining that. So yeah. Mm-hmm. Okay, so our next matchup, this is actually, I like the fact that it switched to Gore now because I think this is an interesting matchup. Is Patrick Bateman from American Psycho versus Gore from Thor: Love and Thunder.
I sound silly, but I was very torn on this one because I have very strong reasons for really liking Gore and really liking what Patrick Bateman did with a performance that, you know, again, this is one of those things where somebody else could have made it so two-dimensional and just very Marvel, where it's just, you know, silly people in tights doing silly things. But I think what really elevates that is that very grounded feeling of grief that Gore has, that it permeates everything that he does, the way that he walks, the way that he interacts with the world. I just think that it's better than the movie deserved. But I'm still going to go with Patrick Bateman because these are objectively two terrible people at the end of the day. But I think this for me came down to, okay, I think both performances are really good, but I think overall the way that the story develops with American Psycho, it makes for a more interesting character.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure no one is shocked that I picked Patrick Bateman. And I like what you're saying about Gore because now I really want to go watch it again. I've only watched Thor: Love and Thunder once, so I've watched American Psycho a lot more than once.
Just skip through the parts that don't have Christian Bale in it.
Yeah, I want to point out though, it was really funny when you were talking. You said Patrick Bateman brings something to the character.
And I feel like maybe I did. I was like, did I? Yeah, probably not.
But I didn't want to interrupt you. But I was laughing on the inside because I'm like, Patrick Bateman would be like playing. I've just been trying to picture Patrick Bateman playing this character now.
Yeah, no, Patrick Bateman, the only thing that he brings is a knife. Like,
yeah. And for me, you know, once again, Patrick Bateman is the most iconic character for me out of those two. And that film would not work without Mary Harron as the director, and it would not work without Christian Bale as Patrick Bateman, because that's a very tricky character to play. And like Christian Bale was asked in an interview during that time, they're like, what do you like about Patrick Bateman? And he's like, I don't like anything about Patrick Bateman. So he didn't do that thing where actors are like, you've got to empathize with the character you're playing. And I understand that as someone who's acted a lot in their life. I understand that. But that's not a character you can find any empathy with. And Christian understood that. And that's why it's still hilarious that Wall Street bros think it's like pro and positive them. And like Mary Harron was recently interviewed by that. And she's like, did they even watch his performance? He's clearly making fun of them.
Yes. Oh my gosh. But you know what? Like, people like that will only see what they want to see.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, I mean, there was no way I was not going to choose Patrick Bateman
Yeah.
between those two. Okay, we are nearing the end here, so we're going back to the other side, and the last face-off on the other side is between Dickie Eklund from The Fighter and Arthur Stort from Velvet Goldmine.
Okay. Well, I chose Arthur. And again, this is one of those things where it's like, who do I enjoy more overall? And I think that there's also like a big part of the fact that Arthur, yeah, Dickie Eklund is a fascinating character, played in a very interesting way. Christian Bale brings so much just wow to that performance. But I think in the end, the reason that I chose Arthur is because, first of all, it's a character who's not straight and who is not played in the way that I think a lot of actors who are, what's the word? A lot of actors who are inferred to be straight, where it's kind of like playing them, but as like Jane Goodall being among the chimps, you know. I think he really gets into the performance and the character, and it's not that he doesn't do that with Dickie. I just think that this particular performance, I think, was more needed in the world. Like it just needed to exist more in the world. And that's my reasoning for picking Arthur.
Well, you've convinced me to change my mind, but before you did, you convinced me. Because I think I sold him a little short when I was looking at this, and I was basically going, oh my gosh, how could anything beat Dickie between this matchup here? So I originally picked Dickie because, and this was the matchup I had on my mind too. And I originally picked Dickie because, again, it was going to that thing of that memorable character that he added so many layers to it. But realizing, especially when you're talking about that, I was choosing it for the performance, not the character. If I were to spend more than 5 minutes with Dickie Eklund, I would want to pull all my hair out. No offense to the real Dickie Eklund, but that would just be too much for me. I couldn't be around a person like that for a long time. On the other hand, Arthur, I could. Arthur, I would want to once again give a hug, shelter, help them with, finding someone that could be like a big sister for them or something like that, where they didn't feel so alone during their process of coming out and coming to terms with who they were, and being authentic as well, and dealing with trauma, because he dealt with some trauma as well.
Yeah.
And so I think it's funny because Arthur Stort isn't really like Dan Evans, but he's like Dan Evans only in the way of like these two people that are dealing with traumas in different aspects of their life, and they both don't see how beautiful they are.
Yeah.
So you convinced me to change my mind, because character-wise, Arthur Stort is definitely the better character. Performance-wise, I'd give it to Dickie Eklund, but character-wise, Arthur Stort for sure. For sure. Yeah, so you convinced me completely.
That's pretty exciting.
Okay, so now the last one on the other side, which will determine who will be up against Arthur. So I already know who you've picked.
Yeah.
So go ahead.
I picked Dan. Dan's the man.
And once again, I surprised myself until we talked about this, but I picked Dan too. And I shocked the hell out of me, because I was like, there's no way I'm not going to have Patrick Bateman being the last two. But I was like, why would you pick Patrick Bateman as a character, not as a performance, as a character over Dan? And you couldn't, unless there's some, I don't know, a character wise, there's no way So yeah, so surprise, surprise.
Look at us having revelations, big and small tonight.
Yes. So, it's amazing to me for an actor that has played so many complex characters, morally complex characters that are like, like Trevor Resnick, Dickie Eklund. You could even say Bruce Wayne in Batman, Patrick Bateman, of course, Gore, all these characters, even Arthur Landor, all these characters that he's played that are very complex and also not necessarily, they have a lot of morally gray areas. I mean, some aren't gray, like Patrick Bateman and Gore and stuff. But it's interesting to me that it comes down to two characters that have the most heart and are the sweetest.
Yeah.
Yes, I hear you, Jack fans out there. I don't know, Aaron A. So our final matchup.
We don't care about papes.
Papes. The papes.
The papes.
The papes. So many papes.
So many papes.
And tell us in the comments who you would choose, because this is our final showdown here. Is Arthur Stort from This Is Not At All How I Thought This Would Go when you first suggested this, Carla, and then when I came up with all the characters, this is not how I thought this would end. I just want to say.
I had no idea, to be honest.
I did not think Arthur Stort would make it this long. So Arthur Stort from Velvet Goldmine or Dan Evans from 3:10 to Yuma?
It's going to be Dan. Guess what? It's going to be Dan. Because look, we have Wounded Bird against Wounded Bird, but we also have, if you really think about it, Sam Winchester versus Dean Winchester. What you were saying before about Sam, it's about Arthur. He's this young guy that you want to nurture, that he has gone through a lot. And I'm talking about Sam in season 1, okay? Like, screw Sam the rest of the show. But very, very, very early Sam. He's somebody who, he's just trying to live his life, and then life happens to him. There are things that happen beyond his control that he's just trying to get through. But when that character is pitted against Dan Evans, I think, they're both noble in their own ways, but I think that thing of, wanting to protect the protector and wanting to care for somebody who has given so much and cared so much and just really gone above and beyond to do the right thing at great risk to himself when he didn't need to do that. And you can argue that yes, he needed to because he needed the money for his family, but he also, if that were his only motivation, he would have accepted the deal that was being offered to him towards the end. And the fact that not only did he not do it, but when he really didn't have to complete the journey, he could have bailed. And people were telling him, you're off the hook, don't worry about it, we'll forgive you your debt. You don't have to escort him the rest of the way. He said, I made a commitment and I made a promise, and this is important. And that, I think, and it's partly because he wanted to give a good example to his son of like, you give your word, you follow through. You have to do the right thing, even under the worst circumstances. And sure, Arthur being a smaller character in Velvet Goldmine, you could argue that you don't get the chance to see what he may have done under extraordinary circumstances. But we got what we got. And frankly, at the end of the day, I just think Dan is, of all of these amazing characters, he's the most extraordinary.
Yeah, I mean, I really didn't know until we had this conversation that the reason I was leaning towards Dan Evans was the Dean Winchester thing. And that Sam thing about Arthur is really interesting because, doing the It's a Dean Thing podcast, I have it's been really interesting to me. The part about that journey, I could say interesting like 20,000 more times, Aaron, it's been fascinating to me that Sam Winchester, a character I have so many issues with, I have grown to appreciate that character so much more. And granted, we're only in season 3, so that could season 4 is the real test where it really starts to test that. But I have grown to appreciate him, and like I will have my Sam Winchester moment of like, let me praise this character like all the time when we record. And so I like that Arthur thing because I can see that. Plus Sam, the early season Sam is so young.
Yeah.
Just so young. And not just in age, he's just very young. And because he's been, away, but he's also been taken care of so much by his older brother.
Yeah. He's been so sheltered. You don't think so because like of what they've had to face, but he has been very sheltered his entire life. He hasn't had to do the things that Dean has had to do because Dean has done them for the both of them.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And Dan Evans being the Dean Winchester, that just blew my mind when you said that because it I need that GIF. Because it's true, because I didn't even think that because I was so blown away that I kept choosing Dan Evans, and now when you say that, it makes complete sense. And I wasn't blown away because I don't like the character, of course, but it was just more my preference and performances and all that kind of stuff.
Right. It helps make it click.
Yeah, but I think having these two be the showdown when you have so many incredible performances from Christian that didn't make the top 2 here for us says a lot about this man's talent and his wide array of characters and how different and unique so many of them are. And why I love covering this man every year. I am still so upset that we're not getting The Bride this year. I am so bummed. I am just like, I was so excited that we were going to cover an additional Christian movie in October, and I was just excited to see the movie. It looks so different, a different take on the story, very punk rock looking, and he looks incredible in the shots, and I'm so flipping bummed.
It was a real letdown. It really was. But I mean, I guess it is what it is. But that's also, it also goes to show how much we care about his performances, that we're so eager for something like this, that it's like such a downer when we don't get to see it for a few more months.
Yeah, because even though he doesn't want to work that much, we want him to work. I think he would be.
To work, Christian, do it for us.
Yeah, I think, and he's probably also doing this so he can make money for his family and all that. Because he lives, I think, a pretty modest life. I don't know what his house looks like, but I mean, he's driven the same car for 20 years, the same truck. He dresses like dad clothes is the best way.
Dad, oh my God.
His fashion sense is not really there. When he looks really fashionable, I'm like, oh, his wife must have helped me. Oh, we love you, Christian. So I think he Go ahead.
No, just this is a man who doesn't, travel around with a stylist at his beck and call.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And I think if it wasn't for the fact that, he has a family he wants to take care of course, and he also has, he started the that foster home to help with foster children. That was his passion project, him and his wife. And in California now, I can't remember where it was in California. Oh my God. And so he probably wants money to go towards that too, and other things that he does. So I'm sure though, if it was up to him, he would retire, and he probably, honestly, I don't foresee him doing much, in 10 years from now, I can see him retiring because I think he likes acting, but he also, I think, would much rather not do anything. Like there's that video of him talking about when Scott, oh my gosh, He's the one who directed The Pale Blue Eye, and he also directed him in a couple other things that I can't wait for us to talk about that we haven't.
Some dude.
Yeah, Scott Cooper. Scott Cooper, I believe. He was like, he's a racehorse. I don't remember what it was exactly, and I'm a sloth. No, he's a cheetah, and I'm a sloth. Yes, Tiff. Arthur is a sweet, precious marshmallow. Maybe that's why Christian loves marshmallows.
Oh my God. Yes, it just brings him back to his days of playing Arthur. It just tracks so much. I understand so much more now.
So many revelations in this episode.
I know.
They're never
I
ending.
just came here to play a game, and here we are, revealing so much to ourselves.
Yep. And about you, Christian. But yeah, it does say something, and it says something, I think, I really hope this means what I think it means. Yay, Christian! Hi, I was getting so worried we weren't going to see you. So hello.
I am so happy to see you. I have missed you. I have missed being here in Carla's house. And it is wonderful to be here for the marathon.
It's wonderful to have you. And I love how I want to say, Christian, this is not an insult at all, but sometimes when you lean forward, your forehead is so big. It's interesting.
I do that sometimes because although I am known as an actor, which of course means you see my face a lot. Hello, this is my face. I also want to know that I have a brain. I have thoughts, and they are often big. And I don't want you to forget that for looking at this face.
Because it would be easy to forget how smart and amazing you are.
I don't want to toot my own horn. However, if you must do it, then I can't deny you the joy.
Thank you, Christian. And so I don't know if you were watching the whole time. Were you?
I was watching a good part of the time.
So what do you think about our choice of picking Dan Evans?
Well, Ellen, I've given this much thought. And I don't know. I was of 2 minds, and then I was of 4 minds. And then I was of 8 minds, and then I brought it back to 2, and now I'm back at 1. And don't get me wrong, I do think that there were many, many interesting choices that you made for many, many interesting reasons. But in the end, I did have to think, well, I'm very excited about this.
The screaming Christian is my favorite.
She picked Dan. Oh, I do love Dan. And then that excitement gave me a bit of a headache, so I calmed down and just took a deep breath. And now I'm happy again. It's just
oh my God.
Thinking big thoughts about your big thoughts.
Oh man, I've so missed you. It's been so long since we've seen you. I'm so happy to see you again. I'm so bummed we won't be able to get to see you in October.
I am as well. Unfortunately, I do not have a great repertoire of horror films for you to include into your month-long celebration of horror. I will endeavor to do better. However, if that Bon Jovi biopic comes across, I can't make any promises.
Yeah, we're still keeping our fingers crossed for that, Christian.
Me too.
We need that. And I hear I don't know if you've heard this, if Carla told you, but there may be some changes coming in January to the way you sound.
Oh yes, I have worked with many a dialect coach over my time, and as one does when they are taking on so many different dialects and accents, sometimes they stick, and sometimes part of that sticking means that you lose some of your accent from before, from the before times, and I have lost much of my Welsh accent, but I am glad that I shall be perhaps working with Ashley, the dialect coach, also a podcaster, however, mostly as far as I'm concerned, my dialect coach, to bring me back to my Welsh roots.
Wonder how Ashley's going to feel about this new title of dialect coach.
Oh, I am sure that we will get along swimmingly, which is a phrase that I only say because I am a British man, and only we say silly things like getting along swimmingly.
Oh my gosh. Christian, it's been so great seeing you. And, I did want to ask you. So Tiff brought up this point that Arthur Stewart, from your character from Velvet Goldmine, is a sweet, precious marshmallow. So is this why you love marshmallows so much?
Well, Ellen, I can neither confirm nor deny. However, I can confirm.
Oh my gosh, that was great.
I'm so glad that you were tickled. Oh.
Oh man. Okay, well, thank you so much, Christian, for stopping by. I'm so glad we got to see you.
And also with you. Good night, Ellen.
Good night, ta-ta.
Ta-ta.
Oh my gosh, I love that man. Thank you again, Carla, for bringing that into all of our lives.
It's my pleasure.
Just think, if we had never recorded Girlfriends.
That is one of the kookiest things. If we had never recorded Girlfriends, we never would have gotten Kristen Bale.
Oh man, that's why I would love it. That would be another question I'd have to ask him is, did you ever watch the show Girlfriends?
Write it down for January so you can make sure to ask him.
Oh yeah, because I will never remember that by that time. Thank you, because I will forget that completely.
Yeah, between now and then, it's gone.
Especially right now, how gone my brain already is.
But yes, I would love to know which Black sitcoms he was most into in the early 2000s.
Yeah, because he does strike me as someone that watches all the sitcoms anyway. So
I'm sure that he does. He's probably like a big time fan of Friends and enjoys that so much. I'm sure that he, despite the laugh track on One Day at a Time, he was very enthusiastic about it and very upset when it got canceled. I just know this in my heart.
yeah, I mean, he did love video games.
So there you go.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure though that this, just because I love that I still have this in here, and I think it's one of the, I'm sure maybe this Christian mail. The best.
Okay, I know that we've talked a few times about that, but can you please bring it back for a second?
Yes.
I just want to give a shout out to his co-stars.
Yes.
Because they also look shocked at how fascinated they themselves are with the cereal. It comes across despite the giant glasses. Those performances, man. Top notch.
Top notch, yes, for sure. Yes, so we do have a little bit of time. I do have one video that I will play at like the 7:54 mark. But I know you and I can vamp for 9 minutes.
We got this. It's
Yes.
fine.
As I fall silent.
Well, I have burning questions for you, Erin.
Oh. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah.
You may have told us this before, but never on the live stream. Erin, how do you feel about marshmallows?
I don't think I ever have answered this before.
Oh, even better.
I love marshmallows. I actually really do love marshmallows. I finished off the box, so I would show him one of my favorite sweet treats from Trader Joe's, and I have a lot of them. Like right now, I even have these sitting to the side, these sour Scandinavian swimmers, super sour from Trader Joe's. I love sour candy, and those are pretty sour. I also have the little mini milk chocolate peanut butter cups, which I love too. For some reason, I don't know where they went. They don't have the dark chocolate covered caramels. I could not find them anywhere when I went there yesterday. And my sister said she had the same problem like a week or so ago. So if they discontinued those, I am going to be so pissed because those are some of the best things in the world. They're dangerous as hell, but they're so good. But anyway, back to marshmallows. So Trader Joe's has these chocolate covered marshmallows. I don't know if you've ever had them. Dark chocolate covered.
No, but I'm gonna have to look for them.
They're pillowy soft. And I haven't tried this, but it says on there that you can try it like a s'mores, like a cold s'mores. They said don't melt it, but get graham crackers and put them in between and put it in between there and eat it like that. I haven't tried that.
You have to for science.
I know. I was like, after I read that on the box, I don't know why. Don't ask me why I was reading the box, but
was your phone like powered off?
Yeah, I had nothing else to look at. So like, and I read that and I was like, I'll have to try that next time I get them, and I'll have to get some graham crackers. So yes, I do. I love s'mores. Love s'mores. I haven't had a s'mores in like, I don't know, 20, 30 years, but I love them. I think they're so good. I do not, however, I am not a fan of the small colored marshmallows because they taste like nothing. Don't like them. How about you, Carla?
I love marshmallows. I'm a marshmallow fanatic. And in Mexico growing up, we had those little colored marshmallows, but they had a flavor. And I don't know if the flavor was just like, I don't know, extra sugar. What do I know? But they were kind of tasty. Like I'm trying to like pin down what it was. May have been lead for all I know. But but they tasted like fruity. Like they specifically said on the back like something fruit, I believe. But they had a different flavor from the regular marshmallows. And then okay, so I stayed at an Airbnb once, and it was really cute because they had a little backyard set up where you could go in like a little fire pit, and inside they had all the fixings for s'mores. But they had these gigantic marshmallows, these massive, massive marshmallow things. It was basically like, it's not just like the regular kind, it's like a huge thing where if it would melt in your s'more, you would have like goo all over your hands. I never got that far because I just ate them because I was just like, oh my god, these look amazing, so I just ate them. Like, I was totally gonna make myself s'mores, and then I was like, I just really want the marshmallows, and they were so good, Erin. They were so good.
I'm gonna have to find those. Yeah, and I
looking for them, and I've never found them.
I'm gonna have to search for them. And I just remembered one Christmas. This was years and years ago. My sister made for all of us and put them in packages, marshmallows. She made different flavored marshmallows. So she made like peppermint ones, chocolate ones. Now I'm going to forget all the other ones, regular marshmallows, and just tons of marshmallows. And they were so good. If you've never had like a homemade marshmallow, and I guess they were pretty easy to make, but if you've never had a homemade marshmallow, you are missing out because they're on a different level than a regular marshmallow. So,
oh my god! Oh no! Now I have a new mission.
I have a mission to find those marshmallows you were describing.
They were so good and they were gigantic. They were good, gigantic marshmallows, pillows of sweet.
And now I also have a mission to have some s'mores.
Yeah, like we're coming out of s'more season, unfortunately.
I know.
It's getting so warm, and yet the marshmallows, they call to me. They say, melt me, preferably between crackers and some chocolate.
Although the s'more season could also be in summer if you go camping. But I don't like I don't really like camping, to be quite honest, even though I'm from Colorado. I'm not a big camper. Cabins are fine, but
I like hiking. I don't really like camping. I have a strong aversion to possibly being eaten by bears. And I think that laying yourself out overnight in your most vulnerable state is not something that I'm interested in doing as somebody who, again, does not want to be eaten by a bear.
yeah, mountain lions scare me more than bears, but I know what you're saying. Yeah. I remember once when I lived in New Mexico and I worked at Angel Fire Resort, which is a ski resort there, even though I don't ski. I hate skiing. I know I'm from Colorado, blah, blah, whatever.
The tourists can stay out there.
Yeah. But anyway, there was this time when someone came in and said, "Oh, there's a bear up in the tree with its cubs." And so we, like a bunch of moronic idiots, we all go out there and we're standing under the tree with the bear up there, and the bear's hissing at us like, "Go the fuck away." If we had all died, it would have been our fault. We were fine, but we were standing there, and then I'm like, "What are we doing?" This bear is and it's pissed. It's scared for its babies. And we're there like, "Hi, bear. Look at you. You're so pretty."
Just chatting with a bear.
Yep. Like, oh God, you're so stupid.
That reminds me of, scary, dangerous things, being in places and people. Okay, this didn't have people involved, but there was this video that I think Tiff may have sent me on Instagram, like whatever, Instagram. However, this video was about these two alligators that showed up to somebody's door and one of them rang the bell. Yes, one of them. And of course, it's not like it just got up there and just said, "Oh, I must ring the bell. Ding dong." I think they were just like slapping the door, and they just, hit the Ring camera. And it was terrifying. It was terrifying. I was like, oh my God, can you imagine? You're just minding your own business. You're waiting for a package and you're like, "My package is here." Oh, wait. So I guess the lesson here is always look out your peephole before you open the door in case it's alligators and not the delivery person.
Yes. Or watch your Ring camera
Yes.
first. Because as Carla and I have established, we love watching. We love being nosy.
What's going on out in the world? I'm not going out there, but I need to know.
I know. I love looking at that camera and going, "Oh," and trying to listen in on other.
Yes.
And it's never interesting. And also sometimes you can't hear it. It's like muffled a little bit. And you're like, "What did they say? What?"
Speak more distinctly, people.
We should yell into the thing. "Can you please speak up?" Scare the crap out of them.
What are you talking about?
I almost did that. Well, my mom kept getting freaked out because she was here watching Fergie while we were in Ireland, and she was watching Fergie, and she didn't understand the Ring camera. Doesn't, bless my mom, but technology and her just know. And she'd get so freaked out because we talk and go, "Oh, you just took Fergie out. How the hell did you know that?" And so there was a part of me that almost wanted to talk into the microphone and say, "Hi, Mom." She would have been so scared, but that probably would not be a good idea. But
The temptation.
yeah.
Marshmallows and Ring cams.
Because unlike me, my mom hates horror movies. Like, she still does not understand why I like them. I've tried forever to explain to her, and she's just like, "Nope, that's wrong. You shouldn't be liking them." So, yeah. Well, I do have one Best of Christian Bale video that I wanted to play at the end of this. So I'm going to play that. But thank you so much, Carla, and be seeing you in a little bit less under an hour for It's a Horror Thing. So thank you so much, Carla, for counting down.
I am so excited to be back, and I'm so excited to have been here already.
Yep. So thank you. I'll see you soon. Bye.
Bye.
my
Okay,
brain.
Please go take some Robitussin. Take it the way that it is done among my circles, which is you combine the appropriate serving for an adult of Robitussin along with a roughly, I would say, a cup of whiskey.
Oh my God.
Okay.
Oh, Christian.
It is only for medicinal purposes. I want to make very clear, this year of our Lord 2025, although we all hope for wonderful good things, we all, I believe, have the collective feeling of
Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God, Christian.
And now that I have gotten that off my chest,
Wow. If you had a bail-a-thon and you were like offering a sale on something, what would it be that you would want to sell?
oh, well, you know, Eden, you know how I am. I am a very modest man. I am not someone who really is very materialistic, as you know. In fact, I'm just thinking back. I'm harkening back to the days when I built my truck, which is now about 20 years old. It is older than many of your listeners, in fact. And I would never part with it, except if it was for a very charitable endeavor. But I might be convinced to bail off perhaps some souvenirs from one of my movies. Would that bring you joy?
Yes, I love that answer. Yes, that's a great answer, Christian.
Well, fantastic. I have a vial of water from the movie The Prestige, from one of the many, many tanks in which I was submerged for many, many hours. I had some of it bottled for posterity. Some has evaporated, unfortunately, because apparently that's what water does. Who would have known? But I did manage to retain some of them for funsies.
Okay. I did want to ask you though, I don't know if you didn't, did you do a 6 degrees of Fenway Rock?
Of course I did. I do that all the time. It is all I think of and dream of.
Colin Farrell.
And you know, because I did not have many scenes with the delightful Toni Collette. However, I did absolutely do this ahead of time, and I'm not currently doing it now. Oh, Carlos desk. I can positively aver that Toni Collette was in the movie Let's Dance with Julia Roberts, who was in The Normal Heart with Fenway Rock.
Very good, Christian.
Thank you. I planned this so far in advance, and I worked so hard at it.
You did. That was great, Christian.
Thank you.
You have been in the same movie as my future husband, Colin Farrell.
Why, yes, that is accurate. And don't worry, I am talking you up to Colin frequently. He blocked me on one number, but I think that was an accident. It's okay. I am testing him on a different number. He's so pleased to be hearing from me again.
He blocked you.
Again, I believe it was an accident. Let's not make specious claims here. Colin and I are good friends. I only text him every half hour or so.
Oh my gosh.
And yes, so there's a Welsh half hour, which is actually about 15 minutes, but that's neither here nor there. Little women dying of scarlet fever, little women give out their bread for free, little women. I can't believe it, and yet it's true. A role with singing for me so new. That was a bit of sarcasm. All right. If I'm a singing a film, all right. Suppose I'll do just that. Hang on. I'll only do one kind of song. A Christmas song. Put in a Christmas carol for me. Yay, a little bitty carol for me. Oh, little women. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, I am so glad I remembered all of those lyrics from so long ago.
Thank you again, Carla. I love that watching you backstage laughing at that too. So thank you again for that. And now we are going to bring on, I have an intro, and I'm so excited for Tiff to see this intro. But going to bring on here in just a second, Tiff, to talk about some of our hidden gems, shows you should have been watching, things you should have been watching that Tiff and I were watching. So watch this 17-second thing, and then I'll be right back to introduce Tiff. That's the wrong one. That's for the next segment. I am sorry. I've been on here for a long time. Okay. So here is for the correct one. I apologize. Yes, I went through, Tiff, and I bookmarked all of our past tweets and screenshot most of them. So let me bring on to the stage Tiff. Hello, Tiff.
Hi. I'm dying. I'm dying because I so miss all of those brilliant tweets that we had.
I know, and so many of them started out with, "Hey, Erin," or "Hey, Tiff, have you seen the latest episode of Bates Motel or The Path?" That was all it was. And just tons of those like, "Oh my gosh, oh my gosh,
oh my gosh, oh my goodness, oh my goodness." Erin. No, sorry. At April Beauty, I need you to watch this. Did you see it? Yeah. That was it.
Yeah. So I had so much fun looking through those and our
Amazing.
reactions.
Amazing.
And so many times when we would be like, we're the only ones. I have no one to talk to about this.
We legitimately were yelling into the ether. We were in the vacuum of space and
Yep.
just trying our darndest to get it out there. And like they say in space,
So we did find Jen was our other Bates
Yes.
Motel person, because we did do a Bates Motel episode on this podcast. If you haven't heard it, go back and listen. But at the time, it was just you and I, Tiff, with that and The Path. I think more than anything, The Path, to be honest, was the one we were
Yes.
really shouting into the
so-
void about.
we're so passionate. We're so passionate though. Our passion really, really rang true, which everybody could see from those phenomenal tweets that we had.
Yes.
Which I loved.
I did too. So I was so happy when I had someone to talk about those shows with, because no one I knew watched those anyway. I was always like, these shows are so good. People should be watching these. And everybody's like, okay, sure.
I know.
I'll watch them at some point. And The
I
Path is
know.
hard. Sorry, go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, I know exactly what you're gonna say. So I'm gonna let you take the reins on that, because I know exactly what you're gonna say about that.
The Path is so hard because I want to recommend it to people, but it ended on such a huge cliffhanger and it wasn't renewed because of you people not watching it, that it's hard to recommend it because oh my gosh.
I know. It sticks in my craw about how good that show was, how epic that's what ended up being the series finale was, and that we just were left hanging. That we were just like, just dangling. Just, can we get confirmation if it's coming back? Can you let us know? And then, and you know how Hulu is. Like, a lot of these streamers are kind of like that. I think, well, Netflix maybe not as much, because Netflix will tell you, hey, you know what? No, your show got canceled. It's not coming back. But Hulu and Prime They are a little bit more non-communicative, very incommunicado when it comes to confirming or denying whether or not something's coming back. Even when they renew something, it's very like, oh, yeah, it's coming back on this date. It's like, what? Like, can we get some promo for it? Can we?
Yeah.
Can we know what's happening here? Can I get a date?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah,
So,
but that,
yes,
yeah,
but our taste
that,
was impeccable. It
I
was
know.
so good, and nobody listened to us.
I know some of those tweets were like us saying that, like, we have the best taste of anybody out there.
Best taste. We have the best taste, and nobody wants to pay attention to us. But okay, fine, whatever.
Yeah. And, because what was so interesting, and, I don't know, we want to spoil shows that we want people to go watch. So it's hard to say, let's spoil this. But it was so interesting, the way the path ended, because you had a character that at the beginning was on a totally different path. But Aaron Paul's character, was going on this path of a different way. And then
Yes.
all of a sudden to see him change and almost do not a complete 360, but kind of like going back to where he started almost, except for almost becoming the things that he was claiming to not like, and that we got robbed of being able to explore, that was so infuriating.
Yeah. His character and then his wife, Sarah, played by Michelle Monaghan. So here's Sarah, right? Where's my hand? My
It's
hand
way
is
down
not
over there.
I don't know where my hand is. There we go. I'm like, where's my hand? So here's Sarah, right? And she's like, uber into, it's called Meyerism, if you guys are wondering. And it's this, it's fake. Let's keep it a buck. It's fake. It's a cult. And it's a cult as much as Scientology is. In fact, it has a lot of parallels to Scientology. So here's Sarah. She's been raised in it. She's like, whatever, an elder, essentially, in Meyerism. And then here's her husband, Eddie, played by Aaron Paul, right? And he is like, but he's back here because he's not really down with it. He's kind of just going along because Sarah is like so gung-ho, right? And he's kind of like getting dragged along. And as it goes on, here he comes, and there she goes, right? Because she gets so disillusioned with what we later find out is definitely that we know it's all fake, and then how she figures out and is confirmed that this is definitely fake. And not only is it fake, there was a lot of abuse that happened to get to that level of fakeness, right? To get to that, the light, this whatever ether high place that their prophet or whatever will get to. So that to me was like the most intricate part of storytelling, was like what ends up becoming, it's a spoiler. Okay, I won't say what it is. Just like a freaking 9-year-old show. I should spoil it because you people have no taste.
The show got canceled. It's all your fault, so we're going to spoil it.
It's all
for
your
you.
fault. So guess what? So we're going to spoil it. So what ends up becoming a breakdown of their marriage? Okay, their marriage breaks down. What ends up becoming the disillusionment of their son, Hawk, played by Kyle Allen, and who has the most fabulous cheekbones, y'all.
He does. He really
this
does.
Guy now, he's in his 30s. His cheekbones are just chef's kiss. Kyle, I don't know if you have contour going on or what, but just drop the knowledge. Is it natural or is it contour? Okay, but so how his faith is shaken over what, over what his mother finds out and eventually what he finds out too. It's so good. It's so good. And that's it. That final episode. Why?
I know.
Why can't they let us be great? Hulu can't let us be great. Fine.
I know the way Eddie walks out in that lot. It's just like it's almost terrifying just because of what you imagine he would have become. And it's very terrifying, that last little scene of him just walking out.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
You're almost gobsmacked at the way
Mhm.
he has embraced being like supreme leader, essentially. You're like, what kind of drugs are you on, Eddie? Like, what is happening? What is happening? It's so good.
It is so
They got
good.
3 seasons of it. I think they could have. I mean, that legitimately needed at minimum a 4th season, but I think honestly they could have pushed it to 5, because giving us the reaction to Cal becoming supreme leader and the fallout from that, and remember he was trying to legitimize that church, Myerism, by getting status as a religious organization, which what comes with that, tax exemption. So, which was a big part of season 3 from the beginning, when Hugh Dancy's character, why don't I remember his name? It just flew out of my head.
It's that's Cal. That's Cal. Is Hugh Dancy's character is Cal.
I'm sorry, Cal. I'm sorry, Eddie. So
Mhm.
Cal, yeah, I was saying Cal the whole time. I meant Eddie. How Eddie became supreme leader and was what he took over from Cal, because Cal had that breakdown, remember? And was going to unalive himself and got talked out of it, essentially. So that would have been interesting, because the whole thing about them getting that tax exemption status would have been a big part of them legitimizing themselves in the eyes of everybody. Because if you have that money to spend, you can promote. And the more people you have, the more legitimate you seem, right? A big part of Scientology is the fact that they have all this money to advertise, essentially. They have this giant center, and I don't know if they play these, these commercials throughout the country, but I know they get played here in California. Occasionally you'll see them, and they've got, all of these smiling faces of, people from around the world walking through the center and, learning about themselves and learning about upright living and things like that. And it's like, y'all, this is a cult. This is a cult, but it's the legitimacy that they've been granted because of the money. And that's how the path it was going on, right? That's what Eddie was taking over from Cal, and I could see that season 4, a big part of that, becoming that, trying to get that congressman going along with it, and he was the one that was kind of standing in the way. And then the further fallout from Sarah, being like, no. To see whether or not he could bring her back around to the fold, because she was very key to the running of everything, how everything ran smoothly. But man, season 4 had so much potential. It had so much potential. Yes, it is. Thank you, Carla.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, and so much of in this show, so much of it was inspired by Scientology, and you can very clearly see that. Like the tax exempt thing, that's what Scientology fought for, especially David Miscavige. He fought for that, and as rumors have it, like blackmailed IRS agents and all sorts of stuff to get that tax exempt status. Because once they did, they can claim that they're actually a religion and they're not a cult, but they are very
Yes.
much a cult.
Oh yes, and then there's the chitter chatter that's not really chitter chatter. That's actually probably true. Allegedly, Miss Cabbage has unalived his wife, and because nobody's seen that woman, nobody's seen that woman in 20 plus years. Where'd she go? He says she ran off. Yeah, really? Really? The secrets and lies. The secrets and lies. There's so many ties to what the path does and says and its beginnings, and then what we see with Scientology presently. Yeah. I mean, come on. L. Ron Hubbard, really? I know you all remember those commercials too, like back from the 80s.
Yeah. The
Yeah,
Dianetics commercials and stuff.
Dianetics. Like with the super bursts of like you're learning so much knowledge. Dianetics. It's like, come on, man. This is fake. This is fake. But so many people get sucked up into it. So many people do because they're looking for connection. And that's what that show was about. It was about, they promoted the family highly in the past. It was a family. They lived in this community, a compound, if you will. You know what? Who else had a compound? David Koresh, Jim Jones.
Yep.
He had a compound too. They both did. Look how what turned out with that. Just look up look up Jonestown for all of you youngins out there. Look up Jonestown. That was in the 70s. And then if you're interested in what happened with Waco and David Koresh, that happened in the 90s. So let's see. Maybe people will watch it now. Because we have the best test.
We do. Yeah, because the path was, it was so, and Cal was a creepy character too. Cal was like, oh my gosh, Hugh Dancy did such a great job. The cast in this show was so phenomenal. And I think one of the most interesting characters in the whole show was Hawk, who was the son, who was the child of Sarah and Eddie. And he was struggling so much with his own identity within the cult. And watching his character through the seasons was just, he was so good. Kyle Allen did such a great job.
He really did.
With that.
He was a really young actor
Yeah.
at the time. He was in his probably like late teens.
Maybe early 20s.
Early 20s. Yeah. But he's got a young face. So he could play because he was playing 15, I think, in the show. And he's got a baby face. He even still has a baby face now. He does not look like he's 30 or 30. He doesn't at all. He looks like a babe. He
definitely does.
Yeah. So,
yeah.
But he did an amazing job. His struggle with his sexuality and how he kind of navigated through that. And he actually navigated a little bit more smoothly than a lot of kids at that age do, I think. So that was I think that was a really nice segue from the religious piece and whether or not it was a religion actually being focused on a nice little kind of side storyline that we got with that.
Yeah.
And you see how he had his interests, his love interests being sent to a conversion camp. That was intense. That was really intense because those, unfortunately, they are out there and they take their work, air quotes, very seriously. There's a lot of electroshock therapy that goes on in there. Like if you scramble somebody's brains enough, they can change who they are intrinsically. Doesn't work like that. Does not work like that. So that was interesting that they took on that story for sure.
Yeah. And it would have been interesting to explore it even further. And
absolutely.
Yeah. That's why I would say it was like, all of you failed Tiff and I. Carla said, I was super interested in those books, the Dianetic ones, through the infomercials when I was a lonely kid, and I'm so glad I couldn't afford them. Yeah, we are
Absolutely.
glad to.
Yes. Thank you that we don't have to yank you out of. We never would have met you, Carla.
That's true. We probably
If
wouldn't
you
have.
were stuck behind the Scientology wall, we
Yeah,
never would have met you.
if you had signed one of those lifelong contracts, you know, the whatever it is you have to commit basically for your life to
Yeah.
beyond
Yeah.
your life, because it's like what
Beyond, yeah.
thousands of years.
Whatever it is past. I don't know what what the belief system is, like what comes after the physical plane. I'm not sure. Don't want to know. I all I know is that Leah Remini, she says she was blacklisted from Hollywood once she got out. She had a very tight friendship with John Travolta, who is still in, and that friendship blew up. They no longer speak. So,
Yeah.
a billion years, yes, Carla. Yes, a billion years. So, yeah, it is what it is, I guess. The path. I miss it.
Yeah.
I don't
do
even want to go
too.
back and watch it because it's like,
I know.
man, you
Because I'd
just
be too depressed.
I get so sad. It's just like I know this greatness is coming in season 3 in the final episode. It's episode 18, and I'm like, I get no more goodness. I get nothing else. It sucks. This really sucks.
Yeah. I agree. And I was gonna say, what was I gonna say? Oh, I do, on the subject of Scientology, I think one of the best documentaries about Scientology is one on HBO called Going Clear. And it looks at the history, the start of Scientology. And it's interesting when they talk about because they talk to a lot of people that aren't the celebrities, because celebrities became the face of Scientology to give them more legitimacy and to cover up for a lot of the horrible things they've done to people. Allegedly, I should say, allegedly, because they are sue happy. They love to sue
Very
people.
yes.
They're
yes,
very they have
much
so many lawyers. But it's interesting watching that and hearing from people about what allegedly is the truth behind John Travolta and why John Travolta is still in there. And if that is the truth, it's absolutely heartbreaking. And it makes you feel really sad for John Travolta, honestly. And it makes you feel like he is kind of a bit of a victim himself, and not at all excusing anything he would have done. I'm just saying that if that's true, it really is heartbreaking, because of what allegedly, with him. The stuff with Tom Cruise, though, allegedly, Tom Cruise is so high up in that organization, like, at the very top of the organization, pretty much, like right under David Miscavige, almost, it seems like. And yeah. Sorry, I have a thing about cults, so I find them so fascinating.
It is fascinating, and he's one that is Tom Cruise is untouchable, essentially. He's not going to be. He's untouchable. I mean, this man came on Oprah, jumped on the couch, looked legitimately like he was having a mental health breakdown. And everybody was like, oh, he's so happy. He's just so in love. Right? Wrong.
Well, I do think, though, I will say, though, during that time, and then when he went on the Today Show, and even though Matt Lauer is a horrible person for the alleged stuff that he did, but when he went on there, this is before we knew that stuff, when he went on there and he was talking about Brooke Shields and postpartum and all of that stuff, and he was talking about how he knows more than anyone else knows about that kind of stuff. About mental health and all of that. Because if you don't know, Scientology doesn't believe that they don't think mental illness is real. And so he was talking about that. And I think actually what's interesting about the whole Tom Cruise thing with Katie Holmes and everything is I think even though people were like, oh, he's so in love, a lot of people actually turned on Tom Cruise. Like the public did. They made fun of him. A lot of people were very angry with the Brooke Shields thing, really pissed a lot of people off. I remember watching that and being furious. So I think that was an interesting thing. But then Tom Cruise, like, kind of was, kind of like backed off from being quote unquote crazy, which I'm just using that as the word of the way people were describing him. And I think what happened is he had a team behind him because he's got a lot of money. And the team came in and said, you've got to pull this back because you are going to lose people. And so then I think that's what happened, because War of the Worlds failed. And a lot of the reason people think it failed is because of the way Tom Cruise was doing, because that was around the War of the Worlds time. So yeah, even though I know
a pretty solid movie too. It was
I
pretty
agree.
solid. The lack of connection that he had with his kids, which I honestly think is a weirdly honest parallel to what he has currently with his children, especially his daughter with Katie Holmes, Suri. So that was interesting to me. And generally speaking, a big production like that, you're going to get people going because, it's Tom Cruise and it's got some fabulous stunt work and, lots of explosions and pew, 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 and aliens. The fact that it didn't get that real push, and this was the height of movie going, this was the early or the mid 00s. So people were still interested in going to the theater immensely. And so that was his team. Definitely, you're right though, because he went kind of quiet for a little bit, even with all the hoopla surrounding that wedding to Katie Holmes and all of that, and her having Suri. There were a lot of rumors about that too, about how pregnant people are allowed to give birth in Scientology, and that's not going to work. No sound.
Huh.
Yes. Yeah. They call it like a silent room, and they can't make sound when they give birth. Giving birth twice, and there's gonna be sounds. Yeah. Even if you have the quickest birth on record.
Yeah. I mean, it is all kind of ridiculous, but sorry, just for time, we are going to wrap up. So and I understand I'm part of the problem because I still watch Tom Cruise movies. I'm Mission Impossible is my favorite action franchise, and I know he's not a good person, but I actually really think he's a fantastic actor. So I understand the hypocrisy there. I own up to that.
It's good.
But I am going to now turn the reins over to Tiff. So if you want to continue talking about Scientology and talking about Tom Cruise, you can. But first, I am going to play a little intro, which you got a sneak peek of because I accidentally selected that one. And I'm going to take my last break of the evening, and then Tiff will be here for 15 minutes. If you didn't see the message, you have help backstage from the other Erin A. So just so you know. So I will be back in 15, and then after this 17-second video, Tiff will be back by herself. So be kind,
Enjoy
everybody.
your
I know
break.
you will. Thank you.
Don't hate.
Thank you.
Hi. Hey. Hello. It's me. at Newest Tip is me, aka Tiff, one of the sexy ladies. Hi, Carla. Hi, Meg, if you're still watching. And Erin's backstage, probably lubricating those vocal cords because she's been going strong for 10 and a half hours right now, which is amazing. So give her her flowers, y'all. Give her her flowers. Let's clap it out. Let's go clap it out. Anywho, I'm here to talk to you today and this evening about some theater. And look, I have a boatload of notes. You can't see it because my screen is like, no, I'm not going to tell you. I'm not going to show you. But I have a whole page full of notes so you all can know what's going on in the theater at this time. So making their Broadway debut, which is always exciting, Amanda Reed is going to be replacing Jade Milan as Allie in Hell's Kitchen on May the 27th. And if you don't know what Hell's Kitchen is, it's loosely based on Alicia Keys' life growing up in the same area, how she got her start in music, how she used her experiences in the area, in the city, to really write that first album, Songs in A Minor, which is a classic. If you've never listened to it, go and listen to it, stream it, buy a CD. You probably can still find it somewhere. And it's a beautifully written homage, I think, to how her city impressed upon her writing and her musicianship. And it's got original music written by her. And it sounds like a blast to see. I hope sometime when I'm back that way in New York that I get a chance to see it, or maybe when it goes out on national tour, I get to take a look at it. Titus Burgess is going to be reprising his role as Mary Todd Lincoln in Oh Mary, and that's going to run from June 23rd to August 2nd. And if you're wondering about Oh Mary, the play, it's nominated for 5 Tonys, and it is including Best Play, so must be pretty good. Also another one that's going to be on my list. Mamma Mia is coming back, and everybody loves Mamma Mia. Who doesn't love the music for ABBA? And who doesn't love Meryl Streep? Ugh, just wonderful woman, wonderful actor. And it's returning for 6 months at the Winter Garden Theater starting in August the 2nd, and then it's going to run through February of 2026. It originally ran for 14 years from 2001 to 2015, which is a fantastic run. It's actually the 9th longest running production in Broadway history. So great that it's coming back for another 6 months. So if you're there once more, go take a look and sing along, because I'm sure I hope they encourage it, because it's, hello, Songs of ABBA. They're way too good to not sing, right? Erin's nemesis, Taye Diggs, and comedian Wayne Brady are going to be returning to Broadway in Moulin Rouge. They're going to be playing the Duke of Monmouth and Harold Zidler, respectively, starting July 22nd at the Hirschfeld Theater. Taye's run is going to be until September 28th, and Wayne's until November the 9th. Taye's theater credits, of course, he originated the role of Benjamin in Rent. He's been in Chicago, which he's also in the film version of Chicago as well. He's been in Wicked, and Hedwig and the Angry Inch. Wayne, who is a 5-time Emmy winner, if you didn't know, very talented guy, singer as well. His credits include The Wiz, Chicago also, and Kiki Boots. So good time seeing them probably in Moulin Rouge. And then the great Leslie Odom Jr., Tony Award winner. Leslie Odom Jr. is returning as Aaron Burr in Hamilton. His last performance was in July 2016. He's coming back for a very limited engagement. September 9th through November 23rd at the Richard Rodgers Theater. I had the just blessed time to see him as Aaron Burr at the Richard Rodgers before he took his final bow. I saw him in April of 2016. He was incredible. Just a huge presence on stage. His dynamism, his voice, his athleticism, honestly, because his dancing, even though the movements in Hamilton are they're not huge and they're not majorly big, but his are. He just does incredible work. So that's exciting. Dear daughter actually looked up ticket prices because she's bugging me to actually go because we haven't seen it together on Broadway. We saw it in Chicago. We saw a national tour in Chicago, and she's been bugging me about going to see it. And she looked up ticket prices, and I'm like, yeah, I don't think that's going to happen. So tickets are very expensive. So save your ducats if you're trying to go September 9th through November 23rd. Leslie Odom Jr. reprising his role as Aaron Burr. So there's a couple of national tours, not just a couple, a lot actually. So this is a great way for fans of the theater, if you're not around the tri-state area, to actually, of course, see these productions. And these folks who get cast in these national runs are incredible actors, incredible dancers. So support these national runs as well as support your local theater, because they count on butts in the seats in order to make these things happen and to continue to make them happen. I'm pretty lucky living in the LA area that I get to see a lot of things. The Pantages Theater, which is a huge theater in LA, actually has Broadway at the Pantages. So they get a run of about usually 5 to 6 productions of national shows coming through from about, I think, August to about February. So I actually got to see a national run of Wicked back in, goodness, I think it was last fall. And awesome, as usual. It's my 3rd time seeing it, and I will never get tired of seeing it. I will always see it, essentially. But some of the national tours that are coming up, you'll have to look and see if it's going to be in your area or close to it. There's a play called Anne Juliet, and that's coming through August the 2nd of 2026. So you have plenty of time to see this one. And the premise of that is, what happens next if Juliet didn't end it all over Romeo? So it's what's going on with Juliet after the fact. So that sounds really cool and interesting. So I'm definitely putting that one on my list. Ain't Too Proud, which is the story of the Temptations, probably in my estimation, Motown's greatest group. That's running through July 27th of 2025. I had the chance to see that, and it was really good. The music was really solid in that. Back to the Future is running through August 31st, 2025, of course, based off of the movie of the same name, starting my first crush, and I believe Aaron's first crush too, one of them, the great Michael J. Fox. And of course, Marty McFly and Doc Brown. Marty gets sent back in the DeLorean back to the 1950s to right some possible wrongs and get his parents together in a different way. So sounds fun. I heard that the production quality on that for the staging is just crazy great. That the actual DeLorean looks really good on stage, and that the special effects that go into it are just out of this world. So it sounds really interesting. Give it a try if you can see it. That'd be awesome. What else is coming up? Let's see. A Beautiful Noise, the Neil Diamond musical, is running through November 30th of 2025. And it's essentially, how did a poor kid from a Jewish family rise to stardom in the 1960s? And I'm sure people know, I'm assuming you know who Neil Diamond is. Just a great singer-songwriter, fantastic musician. Beetlejuice is running through July 20th of this year. The Book of Mormon is running through August the 17th of this year. We've got Hamilton, of course, running through September 7th this year as well. This sounds really interesting, and I had never heard of this, but this play called Kimberly Akimbo is running through November 30th of this year. And it's essentially how a Jersey teenager goes through life looking like she's 72 years old. So it sounds really interesting, like almost like kind of Benjamin Button-like, but she's not reverse aging. As she gets older, she's not looking younger like Benjamin Button. She just looks like she's 72, which is wild if you're a teenager. But her personality is still, of course, very much a teenager. So it sounds really interesting. They have a good review like on Playbill if you want to take a look at that to see what else it actually involves. Les Miserables is playing through August 10th of this year. The Life of Pi is playing through August 24th of this year. The Lion King is playing through September 14th, and production quality, of course, on that is just incredible as well. MJ the Musical is playing through August the 3rd of this year. If you haven't had a chance to see it, this show is awesome. I saw it last summer, and it is an amazing show. A lot of energy. The dancing and choreography are spectacular. The MJ that we had on stage was just it was uncanny the way that he was able to do a lot of these same smooth movements that Michael Jackson had. And his voice was really, really good too. Really good. So if you get a chance to see it, go see MJ the Musical. I think you will like it very much. Moulin Rouge, which I talked about the Broadway production, the national show is still running through August 10th of this year. Wicked, still running through October 26th of this year. I've had a chance to see it 3 times. As long as it keeps coming to my area, I'm going to keep on seeing it. So if you've never seen it on stage, the staging is just spectacular. And I've never seen, in 3 times seeing it, I have never seen an Elphaba or a Glinda that I did not like. Everybody, the casting directors just know what they're doing when it comes to these national shows. I've never seen one that I didn't like. They've all had great voices. They've all got the energy down pat. Of course, singing in theaters was an experience in and of itself, but seeing it on stage is something a little bit different. You can always go see the clips on YouTube of the original cast with Idina Menzel and Kristen Chenoweth, who are just the standard. But if you get a chance, take a look at the others who have played the Elphabas and Glindas on stage, because them on stage as well, there have been some great people who have covered those roles. Just amazing. And the singing is just chef's kiss. And then Some Like It Hot, which is the story about 2 musicians on the run from the mob in the Windy City, is running through August 17th of this year. And this sounds really interesting. This show called Shucked, which is running through September 7th of this year on its national run. And it's literally about corn, y'all. It's about corn, about how people in the U.S. love corn and how it can bring us together. Now, I don't know about you, but I like corn. I don't know if it's going to bring me together with somebody who has like a problem with me as a person, though. So I think it might be a little bit of a, you say one thing, but I don't think this is really what happens. So we'll see what's going on with that. So that's my list of Broadway notes. Going back to what Aaron and I were talking about regarding some of the hidden gems. We only talked about The Path, but we had so many others that we were watching too. If you don't know, Aaron has known several of us for over a decade. We started off as, Mindy Project fans. We call ourselves Mindians. And Aaron and I, we have a lot of similar tastes. So the only thing that she loves that I don't love is body horror. She knows that it creeps me out. She's trying to get me into it still, slowly but surely. I'm working on it. It's a work in progress still. But I had a couple of others that ran really, really under the radar that nobody was watching and that were just amazing. There was Homeland, which was on Showtime. That was Claire Danes. Now you want to see a realistic portrayal of mental illness as well. In that she is bipolar, and it is an incredible portrayal, just really, really good. There was Men of a Certain Age that ran on TNT when they were still doing original programming, which unfortunately they're not anymore. That only ran for 2 seasons, but check this cast out. It was Scott Bakula, Andre Braugher, the late great Andre Braugher, and Ray Romano. And it was about 3 guys who were, friends, and they just growing into middle age and how they can grow into it gracefully and maintain their joie de vivre, I guess. So really funny show. I'd almost forgotten about it, how much I actually liked it. Crazy Ex-Girlfriend that ran on the CW for 4 seasons from 2015 to 2019. I really, really was into The Americans, which ran on FX for 6 seasons from 2013 to 2018. And we all know and love Kerry Russell. She is just an incredible actress, and just it was a slow burn. It was a slow burn in the greatest way imaginable. If you've never watched it, this is a great show to just, really, I don't reckon you can't binge it. It's 6 seasons and it's not bingeable. You won't like it if you do that. So, watch a couple of episodes here and there, and I guarantee you will like it. And I actually wrote a review on the final episode of the Americans when I was writing for the Game of Nerds. So you might find it somewhere out on the ether, possibly on their website. I don't know, but I did. So take a look and see. There was a show called also One Day at a Time. Aaron and I really like that, right?
Yeah, sorry, I had to hop in because time-wise, I don't know if you saw my messages backstage.
Let's go.
No. I'm sorry. I was trying to figure out a way to do it without cutting you off, but then I was like, oh wait, time. So I'm sorry, Tiff. I didn't want to cut you off, but
bang the gong.
No, what I think is so great is you
I was running out.
Well, no, you were like, I remember when we were discussing it and you're like, okay, I think I'll be good for this amount of time. So I loved that you had so much to bring up. So yes. And for those who were like, why can't we see Aaron anymore? Except for a little bit. And one of my candles I'm going to light on the air just because I want to show everybody the way it looks. Hopefully I'll be able to show everybody. But we're going to be doing horror next. So Tiff will be here. I just wanted to come in and do the intro just for time wise. I'm sorry, Tiff. I hate cutting you off, but I just have to. So I'm going to
thank you for saving.
Oh, you're welcome. Okay. I'm sorry. You could have messaged me. I would have saved you earlier. But I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to just put you backstage just for a minute because I'm going to introduce you after I do the intro. You'll notice something very different about this next intro. So be right back with the last huge segment. So yes, the little jam that we were jamming to forever is gone. Now it's more a horror one. I had to change it. You also notice the lighting has changed. Our first year doing this, we all did this by candlelight. I do have the light from my camera. I have another little light over here. So like I could put that there, which I might do, but I have one candle lit. I was trying to light one of my Michael Myers candles, that my Saint candle. And you missed the jingle, Aaron. And I was trying to light it, but the flame was like going up to here and I was a little bit scared. So I blew that one out because I have so much stuff around me right now and I don't want to fire. But let me bring on the people who are going to help me count down some of our favorite horror movies in particular genres, including even ones that like Tiff had just mentioned, body horror. But I've told them they don't have to mention ones in each category. So starting alphabetically with Carla. Carla is back. Hello, Carla.
Hello. Let me know if you don't hear me well. I just switched mics.
No, I can hear you fine. You sound even like my brain is so dead that I probably should have even noticed it the last time, but I didn't. So yes, you sound great. You sound fantastic. Yay. Next up, and I can already tell backstage that they are winning what we are looking like. So next up is Moth. Hi, Moth. Hi. You've got the creepiness going. I love it. It's great. It's awesome.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And then also joining us, and I'm like, wait a minute. She always says she doesn't necessarily do horror all that much, but she's here. So we'll see what she mentions. So Paula, hey, Paula.
Hello.
And I am going to have to edit that layout here because you're all so tiny. There we go. Sorry, everybody. And then last but certainly not least, she was entertaining you in the last little segment. Thank you again, Tiff, for doing that. So hello, Tiff.
Hi. Hey. Hello. I'm back.
back,
After my
yay.
nerves, I'm sweating.
Oh, I'm sorry. You were so nervous. You seem so natural and so relaxed. I would have never known that.
I'm so sweaty right now.
Oh, I'm sweaty too, but for
No, it's
totally
also
reason.
no, it's also 105 degrees here today. So no,
Oh,
I have a
goodness.
legitimate reason for sweating. Yeah, it was
Oh.
disgusting today.
Yuck. Yuck. Well, I'm not going to complain about being hot in this room because it's not that hot here. So, yuck. So before we get started, we're basically going to go around and mention one horror movie that fits these comedies. Oh my gosh. Oh, only 1 hour and 9 minutes left, Aaron.
You got this.
These subcategories. But I did want to, I have this Michael Myers candle and I'm wearing a Michael Myers shirt. There he is. And you can't see him now. He's lurking in the shadows back there. You can kind of see his silhouette. Probably makes him creepier. You can kind of see, let's see if I lift this candle. You can see him better. No, not really. Oh, you can?
Kinda can.
Yeah, there's this little silhouette back there.
Perfect.
And I do have my smells like
very
she's watching scary. Smells like she's watching scary movies again, candle lit. Like I said, I had my other Michael Myers candle, but the flame was so high. I was like, this is dangerous. Well, this candle I bought at Horrid, a local horror store here. And it says Happy Halloween, Michael on the outside. And it's got blood and the knife. And so I've never lit this candle. And so this is the inaugural lighting of this candle because I've never wanted to. But I decided for this, I would light this candle. You're even hearing the sound effect of me lighting the candle. And it doesn't want to stay lit. There we go. It's like, nope.
I
can't light
love
me.
this for us.
So that's the inaugural lighting of the Michael Myers.
Yay!
You have officially been lit. Not in a good way, maybe. I don't know. And then also I have with me my little stuffed Michael Myers.
Aw.
Your
when
comfort,
you're-
Michael.
Yeah, when you're scared, you can hold little Michael.
Oh my God, that's adorable. Squishy serial killer.
Yeah, he's very soft and squishy. Yes, I haven't removed the tag. I understand I could remove the tag, but for some reason I don't want to remove the tag yet. But yes, this is my little soft and squishy. Was the most adorable until I got baby Michael. But yeah. Okay, so let's get right to it before I just spend the whole time just pointing out my Michael Myers stuff. So we're going to start with horror comedy. So Carla, what is one of your favorite horror comedy?
I think probably my favorite horror comedy is Hot Fuzz. Hey, just because I said it first doesn't mean I'm the only one who can say it. You guys can also throw that in
Never
there.
even-
It is a fantastic movie, and
It is.
I don't think that I've ever seen one that I can rewatch as much as I can rewatch Hot Fuzz.
I just was not expecting that. So
Really?
that was where my reaction was. No, I would have never in a million years ever thought you would have said Hot Fuzz because I didn't even think that was a horror movie. I've never seen it. So
Okay, well, there you go.
I thought it was just so maybe I'm thinking of something else because that's where my reaction.
I don't know. Like maybe you're thinking of what's the one with the Super Troopers? Because I think they came out around the same time and they were kind of similarly
Similar.
marketed.
It looks similar. Mhm.
Yeah.
I don't know. Yeah, it's also because I haven't seen it, but which I know I should because I like the other ones by the people, but by the people.
By the people. Yes. The people.
The people. For the people.
For the people. By the people, for the peoples.
Oh my
In
gosh.
the peoples.
In the people. Whoa.
That's a different category.
Yeah. Yeah, we don't have the porn subgenre. And I do want to say really quickly before I get your answer, Moth, and before I put on what Aaron A said, is I was listening, Tiff, when you were talking about the corn, the musical about corn or the new, and I thought you were said porn, and I'm like, what?
So did I. I
Oh,
thought
good,
you
I'm not
were
alone.
finding like a nice way to say porn.
Yeah, because that's
Not-
how they
and I'm
say it
like-
online is corn. You know.
Oh my goodness,
okay.
that's hilarious.
And then the more you
Oh
describe
my
it, I'm like,
gosh.
oh no, I am
No.
I am the Susiak here.
Oh no.
Now I want that musical.
Moth, you are not alone in being the Susia.
Oh my goodness.
Actually, there's a Wizard of
No,
Oz
it was corn, y'all. Like
There
that
is.
has really great production value.
There is a Wizard of Oz porn, yeah.
Great singing. Like they didn't have to really put considerate casting into the singers for that musical, but they did.
Yeah. And Tiff, just to let you know, you keep freezing a little bit. So if we're delaying, if like we don't respond right away or you don't see that's because you're freezing just a little bit, just to let you know. So I apologize if you're missing a bit. But yeah, I'm glad I wasn't alone in that because I really did, because I happened to on TikTok. I'm on a whole thing where I see a lot of TikToks from sex workers and stuff. Which I love. No, it's great because I totally support sex workers. If you're a feminist and you don't support sex workers, it's not feminism. Anyway, but I find it fascinating. Like there's one person that's in Australia where sex work is decriminalized, and so hearing her talk about it, and it's just fascinating. So, but every time they talk about some of these things, they have to say corn instead of porn because they'll get blocked if they say porn. So that's why when you said corn,
I think this is just how you know that we're chronically online. Like we're just
that too.
I need to like.
I'm
I
so
want to clarify that.
embarrassed.
Like, I started laughing when you said you were on the side of TikTok, and before you said sex workers, I was going to say, "Where on TikTok are you that you are getting porn? Send the link."
Well, I did see lots of clips from that Wizard of Oz porn. I haven't watched the actual
Oh.
thing. I've just seen the clips, but none of the clips have like the actual sex scenes. They just have the songs, and it's hilarious. It is so funny. Yeah. And I just before I get your answer, Moth, sorry, I'm going to go back to what Aaron said about it seems wrong that a bloody knife candle can be so cute. It's true. Well, everything about Michael is cute, right, Michael? And the silhouette back there. Okay, so Moth, your horror comedy.
Yeah. So I chose one of my favorites is Cabin in the Woods. I think it's a fun I just think it's a fun film to kind of get someone into horror comedies or just kind of horror in general, like dip their toe. And there are less severe ones, but this is one of my favorites to go, hey, if you think you might like horror, I'm going to ease you with this one and then we can go hard later. So we're going to ease in a little first.
Just the tip of the
just a little foreplay, and then we can work up to the full shebang.
I've been doing this since 10 a.m. So
this is live stream marathon after dark, dark.
For real.
That's a great choice, though. It has one of the best twists, which I won't give away, but it is yeah. So sorry, we have a banner for that.
Could get
sorry. I had to, but yeah, we're that's not where we're at. I'm sorry. I just had to do that. So sorry, Paula, get back on track.
Okay. I don't care what you categorize this as. To me, it was flippin' hilarious. Cocaine Bear.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Like
I laugh like The Shining.
No. Like that movie, I laughed so hard with that movie. I love it. It's
Yes, I agree. And Paula and I did a special Patreon only bonus episode covering that movie.
We did, and we had a lot of fun covering that movie. So if you're not a Patreon, you should be one and go listen to that episode.
Yeah. Yeah, Carla and I were talking about bears earlier, and I love the bears in Cocaine Bear. They did nothing wrong. The humans are always the problem. So, yeah, I love that one. So, Tiff,
I'm gonna hype up an episode that we're gonna be doing in October. Let's go with Tremors.
Yes.
Yes. Because the late great Fred Ward, I dropped this in the Discord, is just his one-liners in that are just spectacular. I mean, just his whole, excuse my French, the way he says it is just, I mean, you can't go wrong with him and playing off of Kevin Bacon. It's just Michael Gross in that movie and Reba McEntire. It's fantastic. If you've never seen it, where have you been? Living under a rock? Number one, it is hilarious. And you know what? Honestly, the special effects stand up. I am putting my foot down in the sand about that. They still look good.
that works with putting it down in the sand because that kind of
very punny.
I agree. I love that. I love that movie so much. And of course, I'm watching, Family Ties. So it's always fun when Michael Gross pops up and something else, But yeah, and to verify, this is going way back. I'm sorry, everybody. Remember, this is my final hour of doing this, so I'm a little loopy. But going way back, Tiff, to when it was just you, and I did hear you talking about the Back to the Future musical. And yes, Michael J. Fox was my very first crush. George Clooney may be my longest, but Michael J. Fox was my very first. So,
yes.
Yeah.
And I mentioned your nemesis too. I remembered that.
You did?
Yes, your nemesis.
You mentioned Tay Diggs.
Yes.
I must have missed that part. I'm glad I missed that.
You just tuned that out.
Tay Diggs.
I called him the nemesis though.
Watch me meet him and go, this is the nicest person in the world. Okay, so mine is I am going the B horror route. And instead of doing what I normally would do, which is Killer Clowns from Outer Space, I even have something from there. One of the best movies ever. I've watched it forever. I'm going to shout out one that hardly anyone ever talks about. Lately, it's been available off and on to stream. And that's a movie called Blood Diner. And it is about these two brothers who take over a diner. And, they have like their uncle is talking to them through his brain that is in a jar. And they're basically trying to raise a demon, but they're also cooking special meat. You can guess what that special meat is. But it is hilarious. It is so weird. It is bizarre. It was directed by a woman. I'm just throwing that in there. And it's so funny. And it's a hidden gem, I think. And really go watch the trailer for it. I should look the trailer up and put it in the comments, but the trailer is really, really ridiculous and funny. So that's the one I'm picking. Okay, so the category that I'm sure even before I say mine, when we get to me, everybody will be able to guess. But Carla, what's your favorite slashers?
Okay. There are so many that are probably going to get mentioned by other people. So I'm going to mention one that I'm guessing most of you have not watched, which is Peter Pan's Neverland Nightmares. Because that one, it just came out this year. I watched it just for kicks. I was like, why not? It was actually pretty good. It was pretty good. Like, I can't wait to watch it again to kind of, I don't know, relive that what the hell just happened to my eyeballs feeling.
Wow. I've got to watch that one because I've heard so many people like it. So
would love to know your thoughts on it. There are some themes in it. There are some things in it that are I think maybe not great, but it's in a context in which it's not my lived experience, so I can't really talk about it. I think it works within the movie to a degree, but other people might not, and I just want to know what other people think. So go watch the movie so I can talk to you about it.
I know it's on my list. I really do want to watch it. So yeah, I really, really want to watch that. So Moth, unless you're going some other direction.
Oh, I know, because I wrote a lot down on my list. So I'm trying to narrow it down. I could go with my tried and true, which everyone knows. I can also go a little bit out of left field. I'm gonna go for my tried and true because I think this movie deserves more love because it's slasher, it's kitschy, and it's just a dumb, fun popcorn movie, and it's Jason X.
Whoa, I didn't think you were gonna go with that one.
I know, but I've been in a silly, goofy mood lately, and Jason X has been scratching that itch of he dunks a person's head in liquid nitrogen and then just smashes it. Like it's so absurd. He's in space. I love it. Yes. So if anyone wants like a fun like popcorn brain watch, just go watch Jason X. You can even put it on in the background while you're doing dishes or something. It's a silly time. So you can wash dishes and go, oh, this is terrible. And then you look over to Jason and he's smashing someone with a sleeping bag. You go, me too, buddy. And then you get right back to it.
Oh my gosh. You know what? I saw a little bit of trivia about Kane Hodder, who is the most beloved person that's ever played Jason. And in Jason Goes to Manhattan, or Jason, what is it? It's so ridiculous. Jason Manhattan, when he goes to New York, even though he spends like about 5 minutes in New York in the whole movie.
Jason Takes Manhattan, New York.
Yeah, because basically the whole movie is just on a boat going to New York. Yeah. But when he does go to New York, and I'm sure you've seen the GIF shared where he's walking down and he kicks the boombox.
Yeah.
Originally it was going to be something that he was going to do to a kid. There was going to be a kid there and he was going to do something to a kid. And this is what allegedly happened. Is allegedly Kane Hodder's like, Jason may be a killer, but he would not do that to a kid on a street in New York City. So
Jason has standards.
Yeah.
He may be a killer, but he's an ethical one.
He's got morals.
Funny.
Like not much further there.
I just thought
they might not be our morals, but
he's got them.
He's got them. Yeah.
Pamela instilled something.
Yeah, and we'll find out more about that in the prequel. I'm so excited for that series. Yay. So Paula, your slasher.
I don't watch a lot of horror, so most of my picks are going to be from the way back times. Okay, bringing that back. It's the way back times. But this, I would have to say, is probably one of my all-time favorites of the horror genre, and that is Scream. I love that movie. It's
Great
funny,
choice.
it's slashery, it's ridiculous, and
Perfection.
Matthew Lillard, and I love it.
Yes, excellent pick. And I had a feeling that's what you were going to say. It's so funny. I went, Paula's going to say Scream. I just knew.
Yeah.
Yep. Great pick. So Tiff.
I am going with an homage to the late, great Tony Todd. And let's go with, as Carla mentioned, the purveyor of sweet treats. I'm not saying it. Because just in case somebody else says it 2 other times, you don't know. Not gonna catch me. Not getting me.
Well played.
The man who hands out Skittles and Twix and things like that and has a hook on the hand. That's what I'm going with.
Skittles man.
Set in Chicago's Cabrini. Yes. Set in
Skittles
Chicago's
man.
Cabrini Green. Skittles man. Yeah.
The honey dropper.
But perfect horror movie. movie is perfect.
Very good pick as well. And I'm so glad we still get to see one more movie with Tony Todd. Oh, I should show you what this candle looks like right now. Anyway, sorry, I'm getting distracted.
I'm just impressed that you're still coherent.
I know.
I'm impressed too. So it should come as no shock, and I'm not going to branch out. I just can't, because it's my favorite movie, period. It's not Halloween 2, but it is the first Halloween. See, yes, Michael agrees. When Michael first stabbed his way into my heart.
He dug his way into your heart.
And your organs.
Carved his way inside you like he carved into a pumpkin.
Ripped out your guts with love.
Yeah.
And stuffed himself inside.
Yes, and stuffed it. Oh my gosh. So
Now we're
yeah.
back to the corn.
There probably
Yes,
is.
apparently.
There probably is a Michael Myers porn out there. There's probably all of these slashers. There's probably a porn with
There's
them.
a lot of
for
ghost-based stuff.
everything.
There's a
Oh
lot
yeah,
of
that's true.
ghost-based stuff.
There's a
yeah.
lot of TikTok users that are ghost face, like these.
Very thirsty.
Yeah, it's interesting. I fell down that little. Everyone's like, "Gosh, what kind of timeline do you have on TikTok?" I'll just quickly share this and then we'll go on. I'm sorry, but I have no brain. So I finally got the frame for this. I love this made poster. It's a Halloween.
Awesome.
That's
Oh,
awesome.
that's
See,
nice.
and then
Love that.
there's Michael as a boy in the clown costume. See, clowns gateways to serial killerness.
Yes,
It's true.
Hysterical.
they've always been evil. Always.
Yes.
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 Yeah. Okay. So next up, and this is the one that I was like, except for Moth, I was like, I don't know if everybody will have something for this category. But body horror. So Carla, do you have something for this?
I have one. I have one, and it's Jennifer's Body. Mostly because it has the word body in the title, and it's a horror movie. Therefore, it is a body horror movie.
Yes.
Going with
My
the-
judgment is sound.
going in the absolute most literal sense of the term. I love
Yes.
it.
Fantastic.
Good choice there. Yes, it's a good movie too. So it's a good movie. Yeah. So Moth, I no offense to everybody else, but I'm most excited to hear your answer.
Leave. I know I have a lot. I also wrote a lot for this category too. You can tell which categories are my favorites because of the amount of stuff they have written in them. And it's a hard decision, but I'm gonna go kind of with my most recent one, which is The Substance. And I could talk about this movie for hours and hours. If I was still in school and had the motivation, I would write a whole dissertation on it, just on this movie, because it's great. Also, unbeknownst to everyone, I watched it with chicken wings in hand.
I knew this was gonna happen.
And I do want to say that, like, as I was eating my little wings and watching all the fabulous body horror in front of me, I then realized like how much chicken and horror are kind of like interlaced together, especially if it's like body horror. They just go so well together, either intentionally or unintentionally. And I went, huh, all right, and then I just kept eating. But this, it's so good. And if you can handle some of the body horror within, I highly recommend people check it out, because this, like, I never expect to cry during a body horror film, and this movie made me cry. And I've actually felt human emotions, and I was like, oh, I came here for the fun gore. What is this? But I definitely recommend it. If you can stomach it, definitely give it a shot.
Yeah, everybody knows how much I love that movie. by now. So yeah, we should do a special episode, you and I talking about that. But I knew you were gonna eat the chicken.
Yeah.
I'm like, I know. I think I even warned you, don't eat chicken, which means you will
Yeah, I
eat
think
chicken.
you did. And I was eating a chicken during the scene that
I
and
knew.
I went,
I knew that was gonna happen.
okay, because it happens. I never planned for it. It just does.
It's like how you were eating spaghetti and meatballs while you were watching Fresh, and during that scene in
Yeah.
Fresh.
I was having a gay old time. I went, oh, this unintentionally lined up, and that is so funny.
Oh my gosh. I love that. I love that pick. As you know, yeah. So yay, we'll definitely have to do something on that at some point. So Paula, I don't know if you have anything for this one.
So this one was a little harder for me, but I settled on, again, let's go on the Wayback Machine, John Carpenter's The Thing. Yeah.
It's a good one.
Yeah. Anything John Carpenter is a good pick.
That's, I mean,
Pretty
John
much.
Carpenter is a solid choice for anything. So yeah.
Pretty much, except for The Ward, which was the last film he has directed. I did not like that movie. Spoiler for Twin It to Win It if you go back and listen to that episode. But so Tiff, I know that this is one that you struggle with, which is understandable.
It's the teeth thing. It's the teeth. Every time I think about teeth, it just makes me want to gag. But let's go with Saw. Let's do Saw. Yeah. Yeah, because it's pretty. Yeah,
Like,
it's pretty
just
horrifying.
The first Saw, or like any one of the Saws?
No. The first one. The first one. Yeah. I don't like the just the first one.
Yep.
Just the first one. I don't think I could even I think I saw the second one, but I couldn't force myself to watch the rest of them. So just the first one. Just the first one. That's it.
Yeah, they went into the torture porn route when they did the other ones. Kind of went into more of that, which I know people love that franchise, but yeah, they kind of did, and that was not James Wan is like hates that people associate him with starting that. He's like, was not what I was trying to do with the first one. So yeah. There was a reality show called Scream Queens, which I know Jen is the only other person I know that watched that. And it's not the Ryan Murphy show. It's a reality show. You watched it too, Tiff?
No.
Oh.
I thought you were talking about the Ryan Murphy show. Never mind.
No. No. And it was a reality competition show where these actresses competed for a next role in another Saw movie. And I loved it. I've watched it again, and oh my gosh, the misogyny. The first season, James Gunn is one of the judges, and it's really interesting to watch him in it. A very young James Gunn, when he was doing like the movie Slither and everything like that. Yeah. Well, I'm gonna go with one, and I don't know if I'd call, because honestly, The Substance would be my favorite in this category, but I wanted to give somebody else a chance to pick that since I've talked about that movie ad nauseum last year. But I'm going to go actually with a movie by the son of the legendary David Cronenberg, who is considered like the master of this genre. And that's Brandon Cronenberg, who wrote and directed this movie that came out in 2020 called Possessor. I don't really know how to describe this movie. Me and body horror, we have a really rocky relationship. It's taken me a long time to get into body horror. And I understand why people don't like it. The really intense body horror, I can only watch once, and then I really have a hard time rewatching because it is very hard. The Substance is intense body horror. I would classify that as intense body horror. especially the last like 10 minutes. And I would say Possessor is in that realm, but I'll just give you the IMDb description. An agent works for a secretive organization that uses brain implant technology to inhabit other people's bodies, ultimately driving them to commit assassinations for high-paying clients. So a big element of all body horror is body autonomy. And that's why what's interesting about this subgenre is I think it's at times the most political of all the genres, the subgenres, but it's so hard to watch at times. So yeah, but I liked this one. You can watch it on Tubi. Yeah. Did somebody just pop in backstage? I don't know who it was. Somebody else popped in backstage. I'm going to scroll down and see who. Oh, Aaron A might be watching backstage. I don't know. Christopher Abbott, I think, is a fantastic actor. And so he's in it. I just want to give him a shout out. So you can watch this on Tubi for free, but it is body horror. Remember that. Okay. So one that I'm sure it'll be easier for everybody to come up with something. Supernatural. So Carla.
There are so many, but I'm gonna go with The Ring. It's one of those movies that it came out about the time that I was still not really into horror, but I watched this one and it was just so good. It just kind of like grabbed me, and yeah, like wanted to drag me through a TV. I don't know. It was just undeniably good. And I enjoyed it, and I still am terrified of it. I just love it that there are so many, that it's become such a big pop culture reference, and that it's been used to great effect comedically as well. So yay, The Ring.
I love that one.
I too am fading, even though I haven't been on for like 11 and a half hours.
Well, it is 11:23 there, so it makes sense. So Moth.
Right. So for this one, like hands down, the one I was gonna pick the whole time is The Conjuring 2. It's one of my favorite movies. It's one of my favorite comfort movies. I love just rewatching it over and over again. And just I love all the performances in it. They're so good. And the supernatural forces in it are also really unsettling. This is like a slight spoiler, but the movie has been out for a while, so I don't know what to tell you, but my favorite scene is with the nun. Because there's a moment when she does a really good jump scare. And I'm not gonna. I said I was gonna spoil it, but I'm not gonna really spoil it too much because it is a good scene, and if you can go in it blind and watch what happens, it's a good like ooh gotcha moment. So yeah, Conjuring 2 is my pick.
Yeah, I remember that for when I sent you some things in the mail.
You did.
That sounds really creepy. I'm sorry. So then you're excited about the last Conjuring coming out?
I am, but I'm not. I liked the first and second. The third one I was kind of a meh on.
Yeah.
So I'm hoping that the fourth one like really brings it, but also I just am excited to see Miss Farmiga and Mr. Wilson on my screen again because they are both very beautiful humans.
Yes, and they're playing in real. Yeah, and the characters they're playing in the real life versions of them are scum buckets.
Terrible.
But these in my mind, they're fictional versions of these characters. They are great. Vera Farmiga is like, she's oh my gosh, I love her so much. She's just and oh my gosh, and she's also a musician, and she's so madly in love with her husband that it's almost sickening, but in a good way. Aaron A said, I don't watch a lot of horror, but I do love the Conjuring and Nun movies. So, okay. So sorry. So Paula, sorry.
So this is one that I saw when I was probably 7 or 8. And yes, parents didn't really censor what movies I watched. And this started my absolute hatred and fear of clowns and dolls. So thank you, Poltergeist, for traumatizing me as a child. But I love that movie.
Yep. It's a fantastic one, and it did. Yeah, that was the very first horror movie I ever saw. So
Same.
Yep. And I think there's something with that movie where I think normally if you didn't watch that as a child and then you watched it as an adult, for a lot of people that I've spoken to, they think it's stupid and silly. But when they watch it as a child, it has a different effect on you. I don't know.
That movie was terrifying as a child.
Yeah, it still scares me. It still scares
Clown
me.
doll alone. Ooh.
Yeah, that. Oh,
like
yes.
I had to put like things in front of my closet doors as a child to go to sleep after I saw that movie because I didn't want my toys coming out of the closet and attacking me. No.
My great aunt had a weirdly like kid-sized doll. And she kept it in like the kids' playroom at her house. And every time all the kids, we would always grab that doll and shove her in the closet because none of us wanted to mess with that. We were like, no, what if she moves? At least if she moves in there and we can't see her.
No, it's evil.
No, that's not okay. Not okay.
It's
She
evil.
thought it was a fun toy for the kids, but the kids did not agree.
That is not no.
No.
No. Just no.
No. That's wrong.
Absolutely not.
So Tiff.
Yeah, no. No. No
You're still
clowns,
on the no.
No dolls. None of that. No. My great aunt had a clown doll, which is horrifying.
No.
It was a clown doll.
Oh.
She kept it at the edge of her bed. So I would just scurry by her bedroom. I would just scurry on by.
Why are you inviting that kind of evil into your bedroom?
Exactly.
I just no.
Your aunt was very efficient.
So
why pursue two avenues of terrifying children when we could do it with one item?
With the one, yes. So I'm going to go with something a little on the older side. I mean, not super old, but I'm going to go with The Others from 2001 with Nicole Kidman,
Yes.
which is very, very creepy. Very, it's because it's quiet, but it's very, very unsettling. I think horror movies with kids are always unsettling, and this one has 2 kids.
Yeah.
It's I love that movie.
It was very good.
That movie's so good. It's very good, yes. And it's not bloody. So if people have a hard time with blood and guts and like viscera and all of that, that's a good one to get into. That's why I love this subgenre, because supernatural is like right up my alley.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a good one, especially the ending. I love the way that movie ends. I love the twist in that movie. I think it's really good because it was very unique. So yeah.
Definitely.
Yeah. And I don't know if people would argue with me that this is not not supernatural, excuse me, but I think this very much fits into this. And I don't know if Jen is still watching. If you are, hush, hush, hush. You cannot say anything about this movie. And this movie ranked as like, when they tested people watching horror movies, this ranked as the scariest movie ever made. I don't think it's the scariest movie ever made, but it's one of the few in the past 20 years that has genuinely terrified me. And that is the movie Sinister. And this is a supernatural movie. It's also very bloody and gory. So it's not like, it's got slasher elements in it. So it's not just supernatural. What was that?
My dad's watching a soccer game and he
It's like Somebody's dying.
I was like, we're talking about horror movies, and Moth is living one right now.
And every time he watches a soccer game, I'll be in here with he gets to my noise canceling headphones and it scares the dickens out of me and the dog.
Oh, oh.
So
That
if you
was
hear
perfect
any more
timing.
screams, it's him.
Oh my gosh.
That was perfect timing.
Oh.
But the scariest and I want to say Ethan Hawke, I think, became such a great addition to the horror genre when he did like The Purge, and he's done so many others, and I just really like him in this genre. And of course, Black Phone, which we mentioned earlier, which there's another one coming, whatever. And and he's really good at, there's a horror creator on TikTok that I really like, and now I can't remember who it was who did it, a list of like very unlikable men in horror movies, like the husbands in horror movies, and he made that list. And I agree, because, and this is kind of spoilers for the beginning, he's a true crime writer, and he moves his family into this house, and he doesn't tell them until after they've moved in there that the reason he moved them in there is because there was a horrendous murder of the entire family, and then the youngest kid disappeared, and that's why he moved them in there, which is a horrible thing to do to your family. And so he's a horrible man. And then he finds these old film reels, and that's when the movie goes into some very dark places. I think there's terrifying things that he sees of murders of lots of families, and that's all I will say. I know a lot of people argue about the ending of this movie. I think the ending of this movie is great because of, I don't want to say too much because I don't want to give it away if people haven't seen it. I think this movie is terrifying. I don't care what you say, Jen. I love this movie. We decided we cannot cover that on our show because I kind of revealed how I felt, but she was about to say something and then she was going to say it, and we're like, we can't because the argument will just be too intense. So next up is psychological horror. So Carla.
The Menu. That one was brilliant. The turns that the movie takes, and just not just the chef, but also all of the people that he managed to involve. I mean, like you talk about cults, like that's a cult. And the manipulation is just mind-blowing. It was just one of the movies that surprised me the most of that year, whatever year that was. I don't know. Years blend now. Like acrylic colors on a palette. I don't know. Do those blend well? Or I'm thinking oils. I don't know. Some kind of paint that blends well is what it blends like. But it was so good. And I watched it because Aaron, you were talking about it with somebody, and I felt FOMO. And I was like, I really want to be in on this. And then I watched it and I was like, yeah, I get it.
It's a great movie. Yeah, I think it was because Tanya and I did a special Patreon episode talking about it. Yeah, that's a fantastic, fantastic film. And if you can handle it, there's another film that came out the same year that's a really interesting companion piece to it. And I say handle it because there's literally, which they could have cut this out, but once you pass this part, it's a really interesting thing also about class. And that's called Triangle of Sadness, which I still can't believe that was nominated for Best Picture, because there is like 20 or 30 minutes of like vomiting and other bodily fluids. So I do want to give that warning, but if you can get past that, it's so good. And it's such a great companion piece to The Menu in a lot of respects. So just throwing that out there, but you do have to bear with that part of it.
Tiff can't get through the mention of what's in the movie, so I don't think she's going to be watching it anytime soon.
It was a lot. I had a hard time.
Sympathetic upchucker right here. Sympathetic upchucker. Cannot do. Cannot.
That would be one that you can go to doesthedogdie.com and find out like how long it goes on. I can't remember what minute thing it is, because once that's done, the rest of the film is so fascinating. It is so interesting. So, and it was such an interesting companion piece to the menu, and I still can't believe it was that was nominated for Best Picture. When I'm watching, I'm like, there's all these people just puking. This was nominated. This is bizarre. Anyway, I'll stop talking about that. So Moth, you're psychological.
Yeah, so psychological, I don't think is a genre I really watched a lot of. I didn't have a lot written for the ones that I thought of for this one, but I'll go with the one that I would consider to possibly be psychological horror, but it's just one that's kind of always stuck with me, and that's Us by Jordan Peele, because I think that movie is so interesting, just kind of like the conversation almost that it has with his audience and the messages that it portrays and such. I just think it's a really good watch. And again, I feel like that one's also not like a gory horror. So if you do kind of want to also dip your toes into the pool of horror, I'd definitely recommend giving it a shot and checking it out as well.
Yeah, that's a great pick. Yes. And you can go and listen to us talk about that movie too. So yeah. Paula.
So I'm gonna have to stay in the way back times because again, I haven't watched a lot of horror, which is surprising because I do like horror and I especially like psychological horror. But I'm gonna go with one that freaked me out when I saw it because I was of the age of the person, the final girl in the movie. It's called When a Stranger Calls. And we've talked about this before. It is about a babysitter who is at a house babysitting children and gets a phone call. And this is before we had cell phones. So when they traced the call and the call was coming from inside the house, and as a babysitter at the time and going to other people's houses was already enough to kind of creep me out anyway, even though I was making some money. I had a really hard time babysitting after this movie. Like every light in the house stays on. I'm checking on the kids all the time. Yeah. It messed with my head a little bit. So yeah, that's gonna be my pick. Whether you consider it actually a psychological horror or not, it was for me. Okay, it was for me.
It put you through psychological terror.
It did enough that it's still, that one has stuck with me.
Yeah. and Tiff.
I think this skirts the line of horror because of the way the main character devolves. I'm going with Black Swan. Natalie Portman really, really got into this. And I'm like, wow, she's really good. She's a really, really good actor. No matter, push past the thing about her actually dancing. That's not her in most of those scenes, but whatever. And I think it almost does a little body horror, Aaron, just a little bit.
Oh yeah, no, it is. It's definitely body horror.
Those feathers kind of start coming out, she's trying to turn into the Black Swan. She's trying to really get into it. So I really like it. I do. I think it's a great movie. I think the writing is just exceptional in that.
Yeah, I agree. I also really like Mila Kunis in that movie too.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's really good.
Yeah, that's a good one. Well, I'm picking one that's one of my favorite movies, period, and I hardly hear people talk about it, and that is Jacob's Ladder, and I'm talking about the original with Tim Robbins. I'm not talking about the remake that was awful. And this is all about a man who returns from Vietnam. It's a little bit after he's returned from Vietnam, and he is suffering from a lot of PTSD, a lot of trauma. He's seeing like demons, practically just horrible things. And you could even say there is some body horror elements to this. But it's so good. And I cry every time I see the end of this movie. A lot of people hate the way this movie ends. I personally think it's absolutely beautiful because the ending of it, and I'm not going to spoil it, even though this is a movie that's like, it's like, I think it's turning like 35 years old today or something today. Not today, but today, exactly today.
It's right this second.
Happy birthday, Jacob's ladder. Even though it's a 35-year-old movie, I still don't think people should know how it ends ahead of seeing it because I just want people to go watch it. And I think it's a beautiful, beautiful meditation on life and other things. And I love it so much. So, yeah. Okay, well, we have, let's see. I think we should definitely do vampire. We might not be able to get to all of these, so I think we should definitely do vampire, though. That might actually end up being the last one we do. So, Carla, what's vampire for you?
I'll keep it brief. I have no apologies. I just happen to fall at the very top of the alphabet in this particular group. So I'm going to say sinners, and you can all be mad at me. That's fine. Cope. It's a perfect movie.
Cope.
Go crying to your dolls.
Oh,
wow.
So mean.
Shots fired.
Yeah.
Wow. Everybody else has left. No.
I think I'm the only one here that has not seen it yet.
So you can't get mad at me just yet.
Paula, when do you want to go see it? I'll go with you. Pick a date. I'm locked in. Let's do this.
Anytime. Let's do
the
it.
three of us go.
Yeah,
I'm down,
want to
guys.
see it.
You might think I'm joking, but I'm down. Let's go.
Yeah,
I'm not joking.
I'm not joking either. I've been watching you guys discuss it in the Discord. Like, thank you for not spoilering it, because I do, especially based on all of the conversation in the Discord channel. I really want to see this movie now.
Yeah,
It's
we'll
so
have
good.
to arrange a time to go see it. Yeah. So
Fabulous.
yep. So Moth, I know your dad is celebrating in the background, but it's fine. It fits with what we're doing. So
And I'm like, no.
what's your pick?
Okay. All right, fine. I'm second, and I'm again agree with Carla. And as we all said, go watch Sinners if you haven't seen it, or if you've seen it, go watch it again. Because if it doesn't sweep at awards, I will put my arson degree to good use. But
Oh my gosh.
my vampire movie of choice is I gotta go Lost Boys. It's so good. How much better can you get than like sexy 80s vampires and oiled up Tim Capella with the sax? It's not
Exactly.
That's Carla's favorite part of that movie.
Yes.
It's my favorite part too.
Oh no, she's being sarcastic.
I'm being sarcastic.
Oh, okay, I was gonna say.
Saxophone as an
Well, it is
instrument.
my favorite part. I don't care what you say. It is fabulous. 'Cause I don't know what the decision was there. They were like, "Yes, Tim, you can play the sax." Oh, you want it to be oiled as well? Okay. You brought your own oil? Okay, that works too. Go ahead.
Just travels with his own bucket of oil. He's like, I got it covered, you guys.
He's like, I can oil myself, thank you.
Yeah, I used to sleep under a poster of that movie, so that's how much I love that movie. Yes, it's the soundtrack, everything about that movie. I don't know. I mean, Patrick Wilson is involved in it, so maybe it's giving me hope. I don't know, but are you excited about the Lost Boys musical?
No. I am and I'm not, because it's a movie that I don't know how you're going to make it work in the theater format, especially
Yeah.
with some of like the vampire tricks. Because if they're going to do any kind of stunts, like having them like jump and fly or whatever, that's going to involve a lot of rigging. And I hope that whoever is involved in that, if they are going to include stuff like that, is very well trained and that things have been very well practiced. Or if they try to do it practical, I don't know how, but I would love to see the behind the scenes of how they do them.
Yeah, that sounds a little too much like the Spider-Man musical and all the disaster that was.
Yeah. Although I will say the casting call for The Lost Boys was one of the best casting calls I've ever seen. Because of what they said, they didn't have a specific. It was very like they were like open to any gender identification, anything, not any age. But other things. Now I can't remember. I'm sorry. I'm ruining this because it was actually really one of the most awesome casting ones because I'm very, very like, why is this being made? But yeah. So
Not every good movie needs to be turned into a musical. I'm saying this as a fan of musicals.
I agree.
You don't have to do it just because it's worked before does not mean it's gold for everything.
Yeah, I agree. I agree completely. Sorry, I dropped some things. That's what that noise was. So Paula, I saw your face, so I don't know if maybe that was your answer that got taken.
But because it's a classic, I knew there was a possibility, so I do have an alternate. I'm gonna go with Aaron's future husband in Fright Night because that is also an excellent movie.
Oh,
I don't think I've seen you this excited, Aaron, in like intercourse.
Did Paula take yours? Is that what that
No, not at all.
Okay. I was like, wait a minute, you take it?
I have never heard anyone else mention Fright Night, the remake, instead of mentioning the original one. And I love the original. The original one's a classic.
Oh, yeah.
It's one of the best.
It's great.
But I've never heard anyone mention this in a positive light except for me. And so
everybody else is
Paula.
wrong because it's a great movie.
I agree. And like I said at the time when it came out, Colin Farrell can bite me anytime he wants to.
Yes.
And the fact that it took that long to make that man a vampire is a crime. And the fact that he hasn't been a vampire since is a crime.
What is wrong with?
But I am into role play, Colin. So if you
you can make it happen.
I'm sorry. That just blew my mind just because my face. Sorry, everybody. I'm almost there. I can see the finish line. Yes, that's right.
Yes.
That's right.
It does.
Yeah. Also has the 10th Doctor 10. You know that
The
dude.
10th Doctor. Yes.
Matt David. Yeah.
Got the-
Yes.
Love to see it.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
So Tiff.
Dropping it so we can do a lightning round, potentially 30 Days a Night. Josh Hartnett. Boom.
Yes. Oh my gosh, that movie is so fucking fantastic. Sorry. So
Perfect
underrated.
vampires are perfect.
So
Yes.
underrated.
Mm-hmm.
A terrifying vampire movie too. Just oh my
Horrifically
gosh.
terrifying. Yes. Yes.
Oh my gosh, so many sorry, everybody. I'm just getting so excited over here. None of mine are gonna. This one's not gonna be as good. Well, no, I think it is. I am going to, because I'm so frustrated that we're not getting the reboot of it is being in shambles. But Blade, I'm gonna give a shout out to Blade because I think, oh my gosh, I just love that movie so much, and I think to this day one of the best scenes I've ever seen in a vampire movie is the club scene where they're dancing and then the blood just pours on them. Oh my god, I love that scene. So yeah, shout out to that. But I loved all of those selections, as you could tell by my face.
We woke you right up.
Yes.
Perked right up. Yep.
Well, I do have my drawing thing, but we can do a quick lightning round. We'll do one round. We'll see where we. So name another one, Carla.
Um,
in any category.
Train to Busan.
In any category, Moth.
Barbarian.
Paula.
A Quiet Place.
The third one is the best one. Tiff.
28 Days Later.
My mind just totally went blank. Holy crap, Aaron! You've seen so many horror movies. May. Carla.
Heart Eyes.
You can watch that on Netflix right now. Moth.
Prey.
Paula. I'm sorry, I keep clapping.
Oh, Aliens.
I'd still continue. Tiff.
The Descent.
Oh yeah,
Oh, good one. See, I'm so sorry, everybody. My mind has totally gone blank, and I have watched a bazillion horror movies in my life. Talk to me.
The Angry Black Girl and Her Monster.
As above, so below.
See, I was gonna say 28 Days Later as well, so I'm just gonna say it anyway.
Nice. Midsommar.
John Carpenter's Christine.
No One Will Save You.
Rec 3 Genesis.
I don't think I have anything else on my list. Except for the holiday, which was Gremlins, because that's the only holiday horror I've seen.
That's a good one.
That works. Life from 2017 with Jake Gyllenhaal.
Better Watch Out, which would have been my holiday horror selection.
Get Out.
Resident Evil, Welcome to Raccoon City.
Tucker and Dale.
Which is why we have to go support Clown in the cornfield.
Cloverfield.
Oh my gosh, Aaron, you've seen it. And I'm sorry, I don't know why my brain keeps dying. I'm looking at my horror collection, which is mainly I don't want to say any more Halloween movies because I'll give away stuff for Jen. Oh Jesus, Aaron. Think of something, Aaron. Dr. Sleep.
Shaun of the Dead.
Van Helsing, The Gays Know Why.
I can't think of anything else right now. I'm trying to think of something, so someone else go.
Dawn of the Dead from 2004.
Misery, and that'll be the end of doing this. Sorry, I just want to be able to wrap it up. Plus my brain can't it's so bizarre to me that I can't think of any horror movies, and I watched more than any other genre, and I'm like, what the hell? I just totally blanked on everything. And I couldn't find my list that I wrote down. Sorry, everyone. It's it's nearing the end. So I want to thank Carla, Moth, Paula, and Tiff for being on for this one and for being on the event in general. Thank you all so much. This wouldn't happen without you being here. So thank you. I really, really appreciate it. And I'm going to say goodnight to all of you. And I'm going to try and do the prize drawing, but I realized I messed up. So I will just be going down the list of the prizes, and then I'm going to be writing people's names down and putting them in here. Or actually, no, I'm going to close my eyes, and I don't know how I'm going to do it. But anyway, I'm going to say good night to Carla, Moth, and Paula, and Tiff. So bye.
Bye. Bye.
Okay. So originally I was going to